Chapter 461 Pale Moon. The sky was pitch black. The Milky Way that seemed to float in the sky disappeared. The twinkling stars in the sky were also gone. Even the shining stars that sometimes appeared were still covered. Only a crescent moon hung on the dark curtain in the sky tonight. This was the night that Alka and his friends were waiting for. When they saw this night, Alka and his friends said goodbye quickly. They packed up their things, quickened their pace, and left the demon-hunting fortress. It seemed very hurried. This time they did not leave through the city wall, but left directly from the back of the fortress to the desolate wilderness. Although this might make them take a long detour, it was not a problem for them. They could also perform the moon power ritual in the fortress. But performing such an unknown ritual in a place like the demon-hunting fortress, which was more repulsive to various pagan beliefs and demons, would easily lead to suspicion and questioning, although the reputation could allow them to avoid these things. Why would it be necessary? And they themselves did not know how wide the impact of this ritual would be. So Alka and the others left quickly, 50 kilometers away from the fortress. It was only halfway through the night. It was the time when the moon in the sky was the brightest. The sun did not move during the day, the sky was as quiet as the surface of the water, and only at night could one feel the dynamics of the world's stars. Eurylius took out the treasure that could strengthen the ritual that she had never mastered in depth. The puppet girls and Alka were busy around, preparing various materials, and the sculptures that had been carved long ago. The preparations were quick, and it took less than half an hour. The entire ceremony was ready. A spell representing the moon with a dense spell, and a magic circle of prayers and spells written in the language of white crocodiles were on the ground. The grass in this area was just cleaned up by them when they arranged the ceremony. Alka even used the earth card and the fire card to reshape this area and burn it into hard land. On the moon pattern above, there are statues. There are also various mystical materials around. Then Eurylius controlled the treasure to the edge of the ceremony. Seeing this, Siadaiti took a deep breath, relieved his emotions, and then came to the center of the magic circle. After making a gesture similar to praying to the moon, he closed his eyes. Alka blinked and began to observe the whole ceremony more deeply. Boundless darkness, heart-wrenching pain. It should come with the night. White moon, light of salvation, bearing the meaning of admiration. With the power of the moon, with the name of the moon. The spell recited in the language of white crocodile, recited from the mouth of Eurylius. As the ceremony progressed, Siadaiti's body flashed with a light as bright as the moon. This light flashed, bringing a sense of tranquility to everyone around. The mind calmed down. Even the senses became unusually sharp, as if everything around was in sight. That clear and thorough feeling. The flashing light began to gather and converge on Siadaiti's body. Then the light converged and shifted to Siadaiti's face. At the corner of her cheek, a white crescent moon appeared. Such a crescent moon symbol embellished Siadaiti's face, echoing her silver hair. An inexplicable temperament emanated from her body, which made people calm. Alka just watched the whole ceremony. After the whole ceremony was over, Alka's expression became as if he was constipated. Jason, who had been standing next to Alka, did not look at Alka until the ceremony was over. He found that Alka's expression was extremely wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with this ceremony? Alka's expression was too misleading. Jason's words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Alka. Nothing, I just feel. We can't blindly worship religion. Listening to Alka's sigh, everyone was a little confused. Alka also explained, we think the most important weather for the whole ceremony is this night. He pointed to the sky. Then he said solemnly, this is not important at all, because the whole ceremony has nothing to do with the moon in the sky. In his eyes that just saw through the secret. The whole ceremony did not involve the moon or the weather at all. In other words, the so-called need to perform the ceremony under such circumstances is just a cumbersome step required by some religious beliefs. In simple terms, it is a useless means for this religion to improve its status. In fact, it has no substantial impact on the entire ceremony. Although it still has the nature of moonlight, it has nothing to do with the moon in the sky. Such a night sky will not bring any substantial improvement and effect. It is more of a reverence for people. In other words, they waited for so long in vain, there is no meaning. In fact, after knowing it at that time, they could have directly performed the ceremony and let Siadaiti become a moon power user. After listening to Alka's explanation, everyone also felt a little uncomfortable. It was really annoying to waste time for no reason. But the problem is that if the ceremony is not carried out, They really can't guarantee that such a situation will not occur, because the whole ceremony is indeed related to the moon. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Now the ceremony has been successful, and the most important step has not yet begun. Looking at the bored expressions of everyone, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. Alka waved his hand, and a large mirror appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone got on it. Alka controlled the mirror, and a green wind card appeared beside him. The mirror flew quickly in the sky, like a magic carpet. Do you feel anything? Hearing Alka's question, Xiaodaidi frowned and shook his head. No feeling. No change. Except that there is an extra pattern here. Xiaodaidi pointed to the white crescent mark on his cheek under his left eye. Hearing this, Alka looked at her, then touched the mark on her face, and there was no touch. It can't be said that there is no change. Your temperament has changed a little. More charming? Alka thought for a while and said. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, nodded when she heard this, and everyone couldn't help but chat. Just as Alka said, it seems that this is the change. But such a change is obviously not in line with the conditions of the entire ceremony and the materials required. This ceremony was obviously a preparation for the treasure. After a few days of fast flight, even though they took a long detour, Alka and the others quickly arrived at the previous camp. And the simple camp they built before had long since become a ruin. It seemed that it was caused by some wild beast. There was no more time. They went directly to the ruined temple they had left before. I feel it. As soon as she arrived here, Xiaodaidi immediately felt different, and the crescent mark on her face also flashed a very faint white light. It was just night, but the night sky had returned to its normal state. After saying that, Xiaodaidi walked directly into the ruins. Alka and the others followed in groups, including a few people and a large group of puppet girls. Wu ya ya. They passed the ruins and came directly to the statue they had seen before. Xiaodaidi stood beside the statue, gently closed his eyes, and raised his hands slightly. There were no special effects, nor anything strange. The statue in front of him slid slowly. The entire statue moved backwards, and a staircase leading down appeared in front of everyone. Is there space underneath? The one who asked the question was Xiaodaidi, who had explored this place before. She had clearly explored here before, and there was solid soil below, and there was no so-called space. Now the reality appeared in front of her again, and there was a staircase leading down. She had not even explored this staircase before. Silver ripples appeared in front of everyone, and they clearly moved towards the staircase. As the wave fluctuated, Xiaodaidi's expression became a little surprised. Amazing. It can't be scanned at all. It feels like mud. They had never encountered such a thing before. Let's go down and take a look, Alka said. As he said that, everyone lined up a little and walked down the stairs. It didn't take long, but it could be felt that the depth of the stairs leading to the underground was about 7 or 8 meters. As he walked down, a large empty area immediately appeared in front of him. The whole area was emitting a soft and gentle light, so that even if they did not use dark vision, they could clearly see the whole environment. This was a place that was roughly the size of a football field, except for the pillars arranged in the center. The whole place was unusually wide, but unusually empty. It seems it has not been completed yet, Simon said after taking a quick look at the whole area. Whether it was the half-carved statue, or the various utensils placed there, all of them indicate that this place is still under construction, because they even saw a large pile of materials, piled in a corner not far away, and various tools were piled up. But there is a completed area in the entire venue, which is at the innermost part of the entire venue. On an altar, a round ball emitting a faint and soft light just floated gently. Everyone looked at each other and slowly walked towards the altar. As they got closer, they found that it was not a sphere, but a crescent-shaped ornament, which was about the size of a palm. The material of the ornament was completely invisible, and it was a bit like crystal, and a bit like jade. The glowing sphere was a phenomenon of the light source it emitted gathering, and then the gathered light source was diffused. In Alka's eyes, the crescent was surrounded by an orange frame. This was the treasure they needed. Simon reached out, and driven by curiosity, he wanted to touch it. Alka stopped him immediately. Don't touch it, there are still protective measures here. He was referring to the light ball emitted by the crescent moon. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Xiaodaidi. The meaning was self-evident. Xiaodaidi took a deep breath. He slowly reached out his hand and, gently touched the surface of the light ball. He was not attacked. Then he reached in with confidence, held the crescent moon in his hand and took it out. The light ball was still floating there. Xiao Daidi looked at the crescent moon in her hand, which was just like an ordinary ornament, without any difference. The introverted nature of the treasure was brought into play again. But the crescent moon mark on her cheek kept flashing. Is the treasure suitable? Alka asked beside her. After all, Xiao Daidi was the protagonist of the whole ceremony. Xiao Daidi transferred her magic power into the treasure, and the crescent moon flashed. It echoed with the mark on her face. After doing all this, Xiao Daidi said, not only is it suitable, but it is also inexplicably suitable. But it shouldn't be so suitable. It was a very strange feeling. It seems that this is the effect of the ritual. After all, such a complicated ritual and the materials spent, it is impossible for it to just add a little charm. Eurulia said beside him. It seems that there is nothing to argue about this treasure. It belongs to Xiao Daidi. Then when this treasure is mastered by Xiao Daidi is also equivalent to collecting all the treasures. The next step is a long wait for the red treasure, which I don't know if I will meet in this lifetime. Master it. Xiao Daidi nodded, closed his eyes again, and inputted magic power into the crescent moon. When magic power was input into the crescent moon, the moon waves emitted actually pushed Alka and the others away. They were not allowed to come over, which forced them to move away slightly, and pushed Xiao Daidi into a circular space of about 5 or 6 meters. In this space, the light of the crescent moon could be seen flickering here. Then the crescent moon was seen to merge into Xiao Daidi's body, and everyone could even see where the crescent moon merged into. It moved to the crescent mark under Xiao Daidi's eye. It became the white crescent mark. When Xiao Daidi finished grasping the treasure and opened her eyes, the strange eyes emitted a faint white light, and her eyes seemed to have turned into the night sky. The real night sky. The twinkling stars, the dotted crescent moon. Stared at by this gaze, everyone inexplicably stayed where they were, because their hearts were silent. The silent hearts made them suddenly peaceful and quiet and unwilling to move. Xiao Daidi immediately closed his eyes, slightly restrained this power, and everyone immediately realized, as if waking up from a dream. Awesome. Bo Luoluo couldn't help but say. Because such ability is still suitable for Xiao Daidi. And this is obviously not a main function, it is just an additional characteristic. How about the feeling brought by this treasure? Very suitable, very interesting. Xiao Daidi said with a smile. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, then grasped the air, and pulled it down. It was as if she had pulled a rope down from the sky. Of course, the ceiling was above their heads. However, just like that, a ray of moonlight was cast in the area of the ceiling. The moonlight sprinkled on everyone. The feeling of having the soul cleansed that she had experienced before appeared. This kind of moonlight can calm the soul and cleanse the poison of the soul, relieve the pain of the soul, and resist any pain related to the soul. Xiao Daidi said about his ability. After that, a white light like the moon appeared on her body. The white light was attached to her body, and when the moon slid past, she actually had equipment on her body. The silver armor as white as the moon was attached to her body and constructed, it was a complete set of armor. It looked very beautiful, like a work of art. The moonlight gathered in her hands and formed various weapons and equipment, and could condense into a silver entity. It was like a real metal sword. It was a pity. Xiao Daidi liked to use barehanded fists and feet to attack. This is the power that can be used temporarily. If you want to truly master it, you need to get familiar with it, to fully know how to use it. Xiao Daidi said after using the ability for a while. But it is basically certain that this treasure brings Xiao Daidi's spiritual power, and it has strong plasticity. If such moonlight is used to attack accordingly, it can also cause impact and damage to the enemy's mind. It can also provide a large range of spiritual gains to the surrounding friendly forces. I just don't know if fighting during the day and fighting at night can get different bonus effects. After all, it seems to be related to the moon, so it may be able to exert more powerful power at night. Of course, this is just Alka's guess. The specific effect can only be known after Xiao Daidi masters it himself. Chapter 462 Dream Transfer. The dawn sound stopped at the bottom of a rugged cliff. There are vertical sharp rocks here, and there are dense reefs under the water around. Of course, these things that are fatal to other ships have no blocking effect on the dawn sound. After sailing around for a while, it stopped at the bottom of the cliff. There was only Alka on the whole ship. At this time, a brown earth card appeared next to Alka, and he used it on the cliff in front of him. Then the cliff began to fall off, and a large amount of gravel and soil slid down, dyeing the seawater into a muddy color. Then a very smooth cave groove appeared in front of them, as if it was cut out by human power. The sound of dawn drove in slowly, and then stayed here. Alka left a huge mirror on the boat, walked into the mirror, and came out of another mirror. When he came out, he had appeared in the huge underground secret room where he had taken the treasure before. At this time, the underground secret room has been transformed into their temporary residence. After all, such a good place should not be wasted. In addition to the necessary hidden protection measures, the construction of this underground secret room should also use the spell used to resist the invasion of the abyss. In this secret room, the breath of the abyss cannot penetrate at all. The ruins of the temple above have also been demolished by them. The reason for choosing this place is that the location is really good, because it is not far from the seaside, at least barely meeting the requirements for Alka to reach the shore through the mirror. The main reason is that the surrounding environment is good. I don't know if it's because of this temple, except that the basement cannot be invaded by the breath of the abyss. Even the surrounding land is difficult to be infiltrated by the breath, so the forest, vegetation, and land are still fertile. The previous moon worship group would build this temple here, of course. They also took into account that there is a winding clear river next to it. There is also a damaged water pipe. If it was just for themselves, then Alka and the others would certainly not stay here. It would be more convenient to stay in the city than here. The reason for staying here is to integrate the Vasva people into this place. Alka and his friends decided to choose this place as the gathering place for the Vasva people outside. It is difficult for them to find a better place than this place for the time being. When Alka left the secret room below and came up, this is already a huge camp. The camp is surrounded by a circle of 6-meter-high stone walls, and a 2-meter-high iron wire fence extends above the stone wall to form a steel grid. Through the earth card, plus the construction of various crystal structures, 8th-century towers have appeared around the camp to surround the entire camp. Various weapons and energy equipment have been transported out. The first few groups of people who became touchers have started to get busy in the camp, building rooms with surrounding materials. Of course, there are many temporary tents around. The whole camp seems unusually busy. Pororo and others are also helping in the camp. You can also see the puppet girls walking around the camp. I don't know if they are helping. Seeing this situation, Alka smiled and nodded. When this camp is repaired, the Vasva people will move out one after another. They will begin to truly integrate into the world they were once forced to leave. Of course, there are also the Holy Grail level treasures of Vasva that have been completely drained of energy. With these treasures coming out, it should not take long to return to its former appearance. Of course, no one knows how long it will take. After all, who would have thought that the energy of the treasure would be drained? Suddenly he felt something, and hurried back to his tent, lying on the bed, and entering the dream. He woke up from his dream. He drove away the small animals around him, and Alka left his dream bubble, and came to the outside world. As soon as Alka came to the outside world, one was waiting beside him, letting Alka sit on him, and came to the throne. Ingpao, who was beside him, had been waiting for a long time. Alka sat on the throne and looked at Ingpao and said, "Tell me, what's the matter? It's rare that you call me in for something." Generally speaking, it is Alka who asks Ingpao to do something. Hearing Alka's words, Shadow Robe nodded, bowed slightly and said, "The king of the great snakes has sent a signal, and wants to meet with you." The king of the great snakes? Alka asked with some doubt. He was sure that he had never heard of this name. But since it was Shadow Robe who relayed it, it was basically certain that this was a king in the dream. Hearing Alka's doubtful words, Shadow Robe explained, he is one of the 3 chairmen of the Council of Kings, and his request for a meeting is very important. Alka knew the so-called Council of Kings, and he was also a member of it, because all the Dream Kings will automatically become a member of this council. Basically no one will refuse. It is equivalent to the management power of the dream world, but it is very loose. Every once in a while, there will be a meeting about dreams or reality. Of course, if the members of the council find serious problems, they can also directly apply for a meeting. The so-called every once in a while is the concept of time for these Dream Kings. 500 years at the fastest, 1,000 years at the slowest. Anyway, Alka felt it was outrageous after knowing this information. But on second thought, for a creature like the Dream King, who has no concept of lifespan, it really is not a very long thing. You should know that among the Dream Kings, almost most of them have survived from the Golden Age to the present day. And the rebellion of the gods in the real world still did not affect the dream world. All the gods in the dream world, it is impossible to cause destruction in this place. After all, in the dream world, the real masters are still these dream kings. The so-called gods are just gods in reality. And they just happen to have some characteristics of dreams. And the kings of dreams are willing to share these powers. Although dreams are connected to reality, they are also separated. Although they have an impact on each other, the impact is not great. Whether there is a passage of reality in dreams is a question. The only way Alka can feel the passage of time in dreams is the ups and downs of dream bubbles. I accept the request for a meeting. When will he come? If you accept, he will come immediately. So fast. But Alka nodded. Hearing Alka's answer, Shadow Robe nodded, and then his figure twisted like mist, seemingly transmitting information. Soon Alka felt the changes in the outside world. His dream was in a mirror, and the entrance was a huge mirror floating in the dream. At this time, he felt that there was a powerful creature waiting outside the mirror, and it appeared suddenly. It seems that the king has arrived. As he said, Alka stood up and floated towards the entrance. Shadow Robe and Juan followed closely behind. Although blocked by the mirror, Alka had seen the king through the entrance. And the king also saw Alka through the mirror. Just like his name. This was a huge snake-like creature formed by white mist, which was the dream snake that Alka had seen before. When Alka heard the name of this snake, he couldn't help but think of him. At this time, he was hovering above the entire dream, completely covering the surroundings, with only his neck and head hanging down from above. It was still that huge and exaggerated size. Alka blinked his eyes. Now he seemed to be able to see the range of the creature's strength. However, it was different from what he thought. It was not clear. The strength had completely exceeded the limit that Alka could see, which was the 9th stage. Then the strength of the Dream King in front of him was either at the 10th stage, or had reached the same level as God. No wonder he was called the King of the Great Snake. It really fits. Alka passed through the mirror, and appeared in front of the huge snake head. He nodded slightly. Your growth is beyond my expectation, and you have successfully become the King of Dreams. Hearing the voice lingering in his mind, Alka nodded and said, Thank you for your help before, it's been a long time. Long time? Didn't we just meet? Hearing the doubtful voice in his mind, Alka closed his mouth silently and nodded. Why should he use the human concept of time to communicate with such a powerful ancient creature? The Council of the Kings of Dreams originated in the Golden Age, even earlier than that time. To be one of the speakers, he must have existed in the same time period as the gods. And he still exists today. The 3 speakers have never been replaced. In other words, the age of the dream snake in front of him has exceeded a certain concept. A few years or more is just a blink of an eye. So what do you want to see me for this time? Alka still has a good impression of the dream snake in front of him. It can even be said that he has begun to gain a firm foothold, and the source of his rapid growth and strength is because of the help brought by this dream snake. As a member of the Dream Kings, you and I are equal. As a Dream King, you need to place your capital opposite to the area you are in now. Hearing this, Alka frowned in thought. He knew that the Dream Kings had a basic responsibility, which was to connect their dream kingdom with reality, to stabilize the chaos of reality. Even his own floating mirror kingdom, it would still have a stabilizing effect on reality. It's just that his territory was not fixed. He is now in the world scar. And the dream serpent in front of him wants him to stabilize the chaos of the world scar? Why me? Alka asked in confusion. My kingdom has just started, and my strength is only at the 6th stage of reality. Even if the capital is placed in the place corresponding to the world scar, it is difficult to stabilize such a chaotic area. In short, whether it is Alka now or his dream kingdom, it is a drop in the bucket for the chaos in the world scar area. Because Alka has already taken over his dream kingdom and tried it there. After all, his dream kingdom can be moved. And among the dream kings, the 6th stage is just a starting point. There are many powerful ones in this council of kings. No matter their own strength, or the strength of their capital, they can stabilize the chaos of the world scar better than him. Hearing this question, the dream snake slowly replied, We can't do it, our kingdom is also fixed. Otherwise, why should I help you become the king of dreams, and let you devour the remaining fragments? You mean, you helped me last time for this reason? Alka asked back. The dream snake nodded. This mission was originally for Mermi. He is the youngest among us, and has not even experienced the shattering of reality. But he failed in the process of devouring the fragments. He was polluted by the spirit of the real creatures I protected. This is also my problem. So I must continue his duties. Hearing this, Alka gradually sorted out the context. He knew before that the dream snake in front of him seemed to have signed a contract with the royal nobles of the Southern Cross Island to protect it. That was also the place where Alka first saw him. Later, he met Mermi, and learned through some circumstances that he really wanted to devour the fragment of a god, but was affected by the vengeful spirit left after the death of the human who gave him the fragment. The devil infected the real creatures I protected, and our plan failed. You mastered the dream hunting, which was one of the powers of the gatekeeper, and you are a real creature. So I think you may be able to master that fragment and become the new king of dreams. Faced with Alka's doubts, the dream snake in front of him patiently narrated the whole process slowly. Alka, who has some knowledge of dream creatures, just stood there, quietly waiting for the narration of the snake in front of him. Based on the knowledge he knew about dreams, Alka almost understood it, and asked back, so if you want to put your country in the place corresponding to the scar of the world, you need a real existence, right? After all, it is a special area. The gatekeeper is a god who combines reality and dreams. Mermi wants to devour this fragment because he wants to obtain the carrier of reality. So Mermi, as Shadow Robe said before, rarely returns to his country and hardly cares about it because he will move his capital later. These are all part of the plan of the Dream Kings. It's just that I didn't expect that the fragment had been tampered with. Now think about it. It's right. Just a not very powerful pirate who has a fragment of the Godhead. How could he pollute a powerful Dream King through this fragment of the Godhead? It turned out that the devil had played a role in it, and it suddenly became reasonable. After all, once there is a real carrier, the Kingdom of Dreams corresponds to the opposite side of the world scar, which will definitely have an impact on the devil. And from Alka's killing of those devils before, we can know that for the devil, death in dreams is likely to be permanent death, especially for the kings of dreams. Alka thought about it for a while, and things must be done this way, but we have to think about how to do it more reasonably. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Shadow Robe and asked, if we want to expand the Dream Kingdom to include the scar of the entire world, how many times does my current kingdom need to be expanded? Hearing this, Shadow Robe seemed to have expected it, and said directly, Your Majesty, it needs to be 53 times. The scope of expansion is too large. After thinking for a while again, Alka turned his head to look at the white mist snake in front of him, and said directly, Okay, I will transfer there later. But I need someone to help me to clear the dream area corresponding to the scar of the world, and leave only the mist-like creatures. And I need more mist creatures to come closer to me, to expand my kingdom, to join my kingdom, to build more dream buildings. Although it is not necessary, it is no problem to expel them, but keeping them pure is more efficient. After listening to Alka's request, the voice of the white mist snake sounded directly in his mind. No problem, I have conveyed your request. Then before the next meeting, you can start to act. After that, the white mist snake's huge head, and part of the snake neck that was hanging down slowly retracted and disappeared in front of him. Huge in size, but so fast. Next meeting? When will the next meeting be? Alka turned around and asked. The corresponding reality is 230 years, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Alka was speechless. Is it really a dream creature? What he said just now means that he hopes Alka will take action within 230 years. Time is really loose. He sat directly on Juan's body, and let Juan carry him with the Shadow Robe into the dreamland. Then Alka controlled the entire dreamland to go to the area corresponding to the world scar. Soon, Alka approached the corresponding dream area. As soon as they arrived, they saw huge, countless black shadow creatures and light shadow creatures evacuating from this area. The special area of the world scar made the number of black shadow creatures here extremely large. These light and black shadow creatures were like a tide, without any collision or attack between each other. Instead, they kept leaving, only the mist creatures stayed inside. Not only that, Alka also saw countless mist creatures gathering here. Although the concept of time is vague for these dream creatures, they are still efficient. After agreeing, they immediately passed the information, and these dream creatures obviously followed the orders of the white mist snake meticulously. Looking at this situation, Alka immediately removed the mirror that was used to isolate the inside and outside. The entire Dream Kingdom appeared in the center of the area corresponding to the world scar, and then the entire kingdom began to get busy, because countless dream creatures began to join the kingdom and expand the capital. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Alka nodded, and then patted the illusion under him. Let him get busy too. Just like that, Alka sat on the throne, looking at the situation around him. There were constantly mist-like creatures joining his kingdom. And then the entire Dream Kingdom directly entered into a busy atmosphere and became a construction site. The area in the center that had been built before was not affected, but at the edge of the far vision. After joining, they spontaneously began to build various dream equipment. Those strange buildings surrounded by white mist and made of strange and smooth white metal rose from the ground. Even though there were a lot of these dream creatures, and they were built very quickly, it would still take a long time to cover the entire dream. Alka also needed to gradually connect and fix himself in this area during this time. Then, he would start to repair the corresponding reality. Chapter 463 Complete Kill. A demon fell from the sky, like a cannonball, and smashed into the ground. A large amount of dust and mud flew up. A beam of light fell from the sky, and directly hit the deep pit. Afterwards, an even more exaggerated momentum came from the beam of light, and a full moon fell down with it. With a loud bang, it smashed into the deep pit. The full moon broke, and Xia Daidi's figure appeared from the full moon. After watching the dust dissipate, there was nothing left in the deep pit. Alka said silently, "I think you should not use this trick in the future. Otherwise you will lose all the spoils." Hearing this, Xia Daidi just shrugged helplessly. What can she do? With Xia Daidi's mastery of the pale moon, she has been able to use this treasure to transform herself into a full moon. Xia Daidi, who has transformed into the moon, can continuously emit moonlight, forming various kinds of attack power. And the coverage range is extremely exaggerated. And all places that can see the moon and be illuminated by the moonlight will enjoy the spiritual bonus from the moon. When the enemy sees this moon, they will be oppressed from the mind and spirit, and even impacted by the moonlight. This is the original power of this moon. But after combining with Xia Daidi's other treasures, strange abilities appear. For example, let the moon fall like a meteor. And Xia Daidi does not need to maintain speed. He can directly convert speed into power to fall. The size of the moon can expand with the power of Xia Daidi. Now the moon can be as big as a meteorite, and it can easily destroy a small city. And she can also turn into a full moon, and hang in the sky all the time. Through the gathering of meteors and light, it becomes a real firepower turret, and it continuously launches attacks in the sky. The demon that just died is a 6th-stage steel demon, a rare demon with gray-black skin like steel. He is also a good melee fighter, and has strong defense. But he was destroyed by Xia Daidi's combo. 3 holy grails plus 2 scepters. A total of 5 treasures. With the cooperation of each other, Xia Daidi's strength is not just as simple as fighting across levels. He can also suppress the opponent with a strong force that kills instantly. Has there been any change in the dream recently? Xia Daidi asked beside him. Why do you say that? I saw a lot of fog-like creatures that I had never seen before, always in the distance. And the fog looked a bit like the strange building they had built before. Xia Daidi and the others in the dream thought they were hallucinating, because if they were not mistaken, the construction site almost extended to the edge of their vision. That is to say, the kingdom of Alka has expanded to a very exaggerated distance, and the entire kingdom is under construction. After listening to Xia Daidi's words, Alka nodded. Yes, I moved the kingdom here. Here? Xia Daidi asked doubtfully, and then he thought of something and pointed to his feet. Alka nodded. You want to stabilize the scar of the world? Not that I want to, no, I want to. But this is the task I should have completed. Alka and Xia Daidi briefly explained the previous communication with the white mist snake. Oh, I see. Xia Daidi nodded in sudden realization. No wonder the white mist snake in the dream helped them before. It turned out to be because of this reason. I thought that the crazy Miami was a dream enemy that had to be eliminated. Demons were killed one after another around. This was a team of 100 demons, but they appeared inside the magic wall. No one knew how they got in, and their goal was very clear. They wanted to kill Alka and his group. Now Alka and his group probably knew something. The devouring mouth issued a bounty to the demons of the scar of the whole world. The target of the bounty was none other than Alka and his group. So from time to time, they would encounter some demon attack teams, and they had begun to get used to it. Before, the devouring mouth might have hoped that these demons could kill them, or just didn't want Alka and the others to have a comfortable life. But Alka and the others were still improving in strength. But I don't think the space and environment around here have become better, Julia said beside them, listening to the two people's conversation. She was still very sensitive to such an environment. Hearing this, Alka nodded and explained, just as Xiaodaidi just said. The entire dream activity is still under expansion and construction. And the scale of construction is more than 50 times that of before. But the remaining and influx of dream creatures are only about 20 times more than before. Of course, it will take a long time to build it up, which will affect the scar of the entire dream world. This is a slow process, and it is not so easy to achieve. Hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. So that's it. After cleaning up the demons, Alka and his men stripped off some materials and finally returned to Vestova's camp. Now it can no longer be called Vestova's camp, but is called the Return Town. Yes, although it has only been about 2 months since Vestova came here to build the camp. It has been built into a town. Most of the Vestova people have already entered here. There are even trade caravans, and there are transactions between them and the stone city. The pillar industry of the entire town is a steel factory that was built just now. It produces further upgraded and strengthened stone-shaking guns, which are specially made for demons. The attacks fired by inputting magic power have a strong penetrating effect on demons. Of course, they can also buy and sell more advanced weapons, but the problem is that, with the current technology of Vasva, it is not possible to produce them like an assembly line. For the time being, only one factory can be opened to manufacture guns. And Alka and the others also take turns to go out. They also accept the mission. From time to time, they have to kill some demons that enter the back of the city wall, or some cult groups. Draw a map and collect information about treasures. Their current goal is to reach the 6th stage as soon as possible. But this goal cannot be achieved in a hurry. So the real goal is to get the Cloud Staff. They are preparing to go there. After all, the map where the orange light spot is located is on the other side. And the journey in between cannot be traveled back and forth in a day or two. It is estimated that it will take at least a month. Then let's assign the team now. Who will stay in the town? Because the highest combat power of Vasva's Return Town is only the 2nd stage. This is already considered fast for their meditation. Although they have various weapons, they can resist some ordinary little ghosts and inferior demons, but it is obviously not enough to resist stronger demons. If they want to find the Cloud Staff, someone must stay here. Let them integrate into the world from such a dangerous place. They take what they need from each other, and help each other for so long, it is impossible to watch them fall into such a dangerous situation. Not to mention the devouring mouth, maybe it already knows about this situation. With the evil character of this demon, it would not mind sending some demons to attack this camp. Let's stay here. After thinking for a while, Jason said. Jason and Alka and Xiaodaidi. One of them must stay, because they are the strongest in the team and have the most exaggerated fighting power. After everyone thought about it briefly, Juanlu and Math Lisa also decided to stay. Finally, Simon also decided to stay, because his research has entered a very important stage. Except for these people, others need to follow Alka to get the Cloud Staff. Then it's decided, let's act early tomorrow morning. Since the decision has been made, everyone began to prepare. The next day, the curtain of night had just been lifted, and the bright day had just arrived. Alka and his team headed towards the target. According to their route plan, Alka and his team appeared directly on the Dawn Sound through the mirror. Set sail. The Dawn Sound quickly drove out of the cliff cave that Alka had prepared for him before. Sailing directly to the other side of the island through the sea, after reaching the island, they will go straight to their destination. It is much faster than flying directly over the land, because Alka cannot control the magic mirror to fly with them continuously, no matter how much magic power he has. He cannot withstand such consumption. Since he cannot fly all the time, then the Sound of Dawn becomes the fastest option. And sailing this way, at least half of the journey will be easier. After all, the boat is still very comfortable. This voyage took them less than 5 days to reach the landing point. After Alka dug a hidden depression through the earth card, he hid the voice of Dawn again, and then led everyone to land. There is such a large forest. As soon as they landed, they found that they were at the edge of a forest. The dense woodland almost completely blocked their vision. However, this forest was not green and natural. The whole forest was very dark, as if something evil was hidden in it. The breath of the abyss still lingers here, and trees have grown here again. Should we go through, or take a detour? Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Alka looked into the distance. The area covered by the forest is much wider than they thought. Forget it, let's go straight through, be alert. After saying that, the puppet girls, who followed them spread out and scout ahead. Alka and the others also walked quickly. Circles of silver light waves under Xiaodaidi's feet kept expanding into the distance. These plants have been infected and mutated by the breath of the abyss, Julia said beside him. She could clearly feel the breath of the abyss inside these plants, which is why these plants can grow so densely in this area soaked with the breath of the abyss. After all, the abyss is not just desolate and ruined. Just a few steps away, a branch came directly to whip them. At the moment of whipping in the air, Poro waved his hand in the air, and directly smashed the whole branch into pieces. Then he swung his claws vigorously. A big tree a few meters away seemed to be struck by some kind of lightning, and the middle part turned directly into powder. The whole tree fell down. At the moment of falling down, everyone heard a scream that seemed to pierce the soul. Then the screams came one after another, and kept emanating from the big trees around, piercing their souls. Faced with such a situation, Xiaodaidi directly turned into a full moon, emitting a lot of moonlight. The protection from the spiritual level immediately blocked these screams, and these moonlights seemed to be an attack of some evil killing energy, making these big trees shake wildly, and they could feel their pain through the degree of their shaking. Obviously, these trees are not things with souls, but some kind of monsters on the spiritual level. In this way, maintaining the moonlight, the people quickly passed through the forest. As they walked along, the big trees around them were shaking constantly, and they seemed to be dead when they were illuminated by the moonlight. Fortunately, although this forest is wide, they walked quickly. It took less than half a day to pass through and reach the outside of the forest. As soon as they came out, they were desolate and dilapidated, which was what the land should look like after being infected by the abyss. After coming out, Alka directly controlled the lens to copy something like a magic carpet, which quickly carried everyone forward. After about 10 days of journey, the walking and flying were switched. Finally, they were about to reach their destination. According to the comparison of the map, the place where the treasure is located may be the territory of the alien race. In a mountain range. Xiaodaidi looked at the two maps in his hand, compared them for a while, and said, "It's okay, the alien races that can be marked out on the map are at least not hostile to humans. They will even provide assistance to the front line. We just need to not offend them," Alka said, and suddenly saw Xiaodaidi's expression become serious. Seeing such an expression, everyone immediately became alert, because such an expression meant that another demon was coming. Sure enough, the ground was shaking. Alka immediately used the earth card and stepped on the ground under his feet. The ground in front of him immediately cracked, and then it was like a shock. Demons were knocked out one after another from the cracks, and some demons had a lot of squeeze and collision wounds on their bodies. Apparently, Alka's attack just now caused serious damage to them. Looking at the demons in front of him, Alka blinked. There were only 11 in total, and only 3 of them had reached the 6th stage of strength. They are still haunting us. Let your complete death serve as a warning to your damn fellows, Alka said, and said loudly to everyone, "Capture them all alive." Hearing this, although everyone couldn't understand why, they immediately did it. Xiaodaidi waved his hand, and a small moon appeared above everyone's head. Then his speed increased and turned into a white light, which hit a demon and smashed into the ground. The moonlight condensed into several spears, which directly penetrated the demon and fixed it to the ground. Alka dragged a demon into the dream through the mist, and then fixed it in place, sealing it into a piece of ice. As his dream kingdom began to connect with this area, Alka's dream power became stronger and stronger. Even with preparation, they will still be dragged into a dream and fall asleep. Various kinds of music sounded, and the gray lightning of Pororo began to cripple the limbs of these demons. Alka and his team already had enough experience in dealing with these demons, and each of them could be called an expert hunter of demons. They could judge their characteristics and strengths through their special racial appearances, and they were familiar with their weaknesses. Because as the Vastwa people appeared in the outside world, they also began to build some laboratories outside, which of course included the work against demons. Their experiments were not to find out the power of these demons, but to focus on what kind of attacks would cause more damage to them. Except for one demon that was killed by Xiaodaidi when he accidentally lost control of his power, the other 10 demons were all controlled by various means. Why capture them alive? Are you going to send them into the space? Xiaodaidi asked beside him. Only when they needed to capture samples before would they capture demons alive. In other cases, they basically killed them directly, and then stripped the materials. I don't even bother to talk to these demons. After all, these demons may not really die. Hearing this, Alka smiled, of course. We have to make them die completely. Completely die? Drag them into the dream? Lucilia immediately reacted and asked. Alka smiled, then nodded. With a light snap of his fingers, their surroundings immediately flipped, entering the reverse space of the mirror. Then Alka waved gently, and the mist began to surround the entire dream space. As the mist surrounded the surroundings, it began to move closer to the dream, until it became completely like a dream world. A huge, mist-like creature with only a wolf head and a pair of wolf claws floating on it appeared in the space. The strength of this wolf-like mist-like creature reached the 6th stage. After seeing Alka, it immediately lowered its head. Your Majesty? The voice came from the soul. Alka nodded. Take these demons into the furnace, and let them become nutrients for new life. Looking at these demons, the mist-like white wolf nodded immediately. Then more mist creatures poured into this space. But it seemed that it could only accommodate one 6th stage mist creature, and the rest were 5th stage. They worked together to imprison and bind each demon, and then disappeared in this space. As the group of demons disappeared, Alka immediately returned to reality, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's still a bit too much. Although he said so, Alka still smiled. Chapter 464 Half-Element Creatures. All the living demons were thrown into the world furnace by Alka. He had been preparing to do this a long time ago. But the problem is that, although the world scar is broken into chaos, with the joint efforts of various forces, the space is stable. Although the barrier between the real world and the dream world is not solid, it is still difficult to force living real creatures into the dream world with the power of an individual. Even Alka, the king of the dream world, will have many restrictions. Otherwise, the dream world would not remain intact under the crisis of world destruction. Not to mention that creatures like demons do not belong to this world. The difficulty will be even higher, unless these demons open the portal directly in the dream, and then walk in. That would be as simple as entering the real world. However, as Alka's strength became stronger and stronger, and he connected the dream kingdom to the corresponding place in this area, he was finally able to use the power of dreams to drag these demons into the reverse space in his mirror. This is the effect of the mutual cooperation between the treasures. However, it is mainly through some powerful dream creatures for transfer. It is still difficult to drag it hard. In this way, Alka spreads the pressure. After all, he is the king of dreams. When he has such ability, those demons who continue to collect rewards to kill them have to think carefully. As more and more demons are completely killed in this way, those demons have to think about it. For their reward of the devouring mouth, is it worth it? Although there will still be reckless men who are not afraid of death, after all. Demons are like this. But at least there would be fewer attackers. Even if there weren't, killing them all would relieve his hatred. Soon they had completely entered the border of the alien territory. Looking at the map in his hand, the orange beam of light was in this relatively wide area. Cloud Staff. Difficulty: Revenant Remover, Level 5. Popularity: 112,000. Treasure Information: The Treasure of the Cloud Sage. In the ancient Saralan Empire, the Cloud Sage was known as the protector of the common people. They hold a scepter surrounded by clouds, and are surrounded by white clouds like the sky. They walk throughout the empire. They provide help to all the people of the empire. The last Cloud Sage died in the battle with the devil when the empire was destroyed. The area where the scepter is located is full of fallen souls, who are willing to use their own fallen souls to protect this last scepter. And just in front of them is a rolling hill. Although the hill is not high, you can see the ups and downs of the mountain wind behind the hill. This is a mountain range, spanning about 300 to 400 kilometers. It is called the Ghost Mountain Range. There is not much soil and vegetation on the hills, just bare rocks piled up on each other. It fits the characteristics of the area that is permeated by the breath of the abyss. What are the aliens living in this area like? Alka turned his head and asked, looking at the mountains in front of him. I can only say that choosing this area seems to be a good choice. Mountains like this are winding and winding. Maybe you can find a very good and hidden gathering place, which is also easy to defend against the attacks of demons. But it's a pity, many demons can fly, and they are very mobile. But at least they can stop the attack of large forces, and only need to consider defending against some elite powerful demons. After hearing Alka's question, Zadaidi said directly, it is said to be a semi-elemental creature. Semi-elemental creature? Julia asked with some doubts. He didn't know much about this knowledge. But Alka did know after all. He had studied various theories about elements in order to make element cards. He explained directly beside him. Although they are called semi-elemental creatures, They are actually more like living creatures. It's just that maybe because of the area they live in, or some other reasons, they are completely immersed in a single element. The long-term survival and reproduction have changed the overall racial attributes of the single element, turning them into creatures that can naturally control this single element and have certain characteristics of transformation towards this single element. Such creatures are collectively called semi-elemental creatures. What do they look like? Poro asked curiously. They seem to be a very powerful race. Because he doesn't understand these things either. Hearing this question, Arca shook his head. Semi-elemental creatures are just a very general generalization. Just like we call all creatures living in the ocean marine creatures. We don't know what they will look like, because the randomness is too strong. After all, their main problem is that they are infected by the single attribute of their living environment. So who knows what they originally looked like? There are so many attributes in the world. What will it look like if their single attribute is changed? How deep is the change? These are unknown. And the degree varies according to the environment. Even if it is changed by the elements, it will change differently according to the original race and various experiences. After all, the fluctuation of elements is too strong. Even in the element theory, once you reach the element interface of a single element, there are all kinds of strange creatures. But these can be collectively called certain element creatures. Then we should know which element it is leaning towards. Right? Julia asked. Alka looked at Xiaodai. Xiaodai nodded and said, just like the environment here, it tends to be earth element or earth element. And there is no hostility to humans. Which is also because they may be more inclined to humans. Whether in appearance or in the past. These are the information they have obtained before. And Xiaodai is mainly responsible for collecting this information. Looking at the hilly area in front. It is indeed the case. Don't look at this as a desolate mountain range. This was once a mineral resource production area of the Saralan Empire. The semi-element creatures living here now are mainly responsible for obtaining these mineral resources and trading with humans. After listening to Xiaodai's simple explanation, Arca nodded. So that's it. If it is semi-element creatures that are mining, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It can basically be confirmed that they are semi-element creatures from the earth element. Their special abilities can greatly reduce the manpower invested by humans. After all, you can't let the third stage combat force dig stones here. That would be too wasteful. If it is not the third stage, in such a place, it may be infected by the deeper abyss atmosphere here, and various problems may occur. So sometimes, such important areas should be occupied and held in hand. But they have to be given up. This is also why many areas in the scar of the world are occupied by aliens. After all, this is a win-win situation. They walked towards the mountain while chatting. It must be said that this place is indeed not a place where normal people live. Various mountains are extremely steep, and there are basically no mountain roads. They relied on their own strength to jump around on some flat surfaces where they could stand. After climbing a height of 6 or 7 meters, they finally came to a gentler platform. Alka frowned as soon as he jumped up. Xiaodai's detection wave was spreading on the ground, detecting the area around the scout, but not detecting anything. Is there a problem? Looking at Alka's expression, Xiaodai was ready for battle and asked. Alka nodded, and a brown earth card appeared beside him. Through the mastery of the earth card, in this place with a high concentration of a single earth element, he could feel more. He gently raised his hand. The great card next to him emitted a brown light, and a piece of soil suddenly bulged out in front of the gentle slope in front of him. Something was pushed out of the soil. Seeing itself being pushed out, the creature seemed very surprised. Alka and the others finally understood why it was said that the semi-elemental creatures here had a more friendly relationship with humans, because they themselves were humanoid. This is a bald man with his upper body exposed, if it can still be called that. Except for his 2 eyes, his mouth is completely protected by a stone. It's like he's wearing a thick brown face guard. You can also clearly see some dirt on his limbs, like skin. When it comes to his forearms and palms, it feels like his entire hands are clay sculptures made of fired clay. There are also some cracks on his body that look like cracks in stone, looking very fragile. But it gives people a very heavy feeling, very strange. However, their legs are somewhat like cow hooves, and there is a short and thin cow tail that swings back and forth. In addition, on his brown skin like mud, there are also some gray and white patterns. It is a bit like the patterns on the surface of some stones, which are very messy, but it matches the color of the skin. The eyes staring at Alka and the others also look very dim and turbid, as if the vision is not very good. Who are you? Why are you here? The half-element creature in front of him spoke, but it was obvious that the organ that produced the sound was not the mouth or throat. It sounded a bit like knocking, very strange. And the sound was not low, but a very clear and crisp sound, but it was a bit intermittent, which was a bit uncomfortable to listen to. We are a treasure hunting group, and we came here to enter the Ghost Mountains. Treasure hunting group? Aren't they soldiers on the defense line? Okay, another treasure hunting group. But I'm not sure if you are in danger. An intermittent voice came. Obviously. This is the place where the Cloud Sage died. And it is still easy to find. Since then, there has been no information about the Cloud staff appearing again. If it is a normal treasure hunting group, after obtaining such information, they must come to this area to take a look. Although there may not be any gains. If you don't come, there will definitely be no gains. We are just taking a look. It will not affect you. If there are demons affecting you, we can even help you. Alka explained briefly, showing that he had no ill intentions. After all, they are not frontline soldiers now, but treasure hunters. The half-element creature in front of him paused for a while, thought for a while, and said, "Wait a minute." After that, he suddenly squatted down, and more stones spread on his heavy hands. And then he pressed his hands on the ground under his feet. The ground in front of Alka cracked, and as the ground cracked, a stone tablet protruded from it. Looking at the stone tablet, Alka did not feel the breath of the treasure from it. Instead, he felt some strange breath on it, which was not like the power of a spell. The stone tablet was engraved with patterns that looked like totems. As the patterns on it flickered slightly, Alka clearly felt that they were being scanned, as if they were detecting something. You are friends. Very safe. Through this stone tablet, the semi-element creature in front of him seemed to know. Finally, he stood up with confidence, and the stone tablet slowly disappeared into the earth. Seeing the semi-element creature in front of him relax, Alka nodded and said, "I am Alka. They are my companions. Hello. I am a sentinel of the Stone Hoof clan. You can call me Stone Crack. Stone Hoof. It's quite descriptive." After exchanging some words, Stone Hoof said, "You are my friends who are confirmed to be safe. You have to wait for me. After another sentinel takes over my position, I will take you to the stone forest." Hearing this, Alka nodded. They were not in a hurry. They just found a place to sit down. It seems that there should be some kind of internal system. If there is a problem, they can find him. After sitting down, Alka watched the cracked stone sink into the earth again. But it seems that because Alka and the others were beside him, he did not completely sink into the ground, but left a head on the ground, which looked a bit strange. However, from a distance, according to their skin color and the stones on their heads and mouths, they really looked like ordinary stones. It seems that they can control the surrounding land to a certain extent according to the area of their bodies in contact with the ground. "How long has your race lived here?" Alka asked directly. "Waiting like this? A little bored. After all, this area is not far from the frontline magic wall. It is estimated that it is no more than 200 or 300 kilometers. There should be frequent demons harassing here. After all, the magic wall is too long, and there are many strange demons. There are always some who have special means to bypass the magic wall. But as long as they don't bypass it on a large scale, it's acceptable. This is why the inside of the magic wall is not safe." And Alka can see through his eyes that the strength of the stone splitter in front of him is about the 5th stage. I don't know if it's because of the semi-element. The manifestation of strength is definitely different from the normal spiral, but the energy reaction is probably the same. So it can be regarded as a strong man who has mastered a holy grail level treasure related to the earth. At least aka simply converted it like this, not necessarily accurate, but effective and intuitive enough. After hearing what aka said, Stone Split said directly, 896 years and 21 days and nights. Ah? Aka was a little surprised for a moment. Is it so accurate? There are even decimals and integers. Even the days and nights are remembered clearly. Our home, Stone Forest, was established 896 years and 21 days ago. The establishment of Stone Forest indicates that we will stay and live here. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Pororo, who was beside him, supported his head and asked, "Why do you remember it so clearly?" Hearing Pororo's words, the head of the cracked stone protruding from the ground turned slightly and glanced at him. Although his eyes were cloudy and dim, he should have glanced at him, because I was there at that time. Hearing this, He suddenly became quiet, and had nothing to say. Lived for so long. At this time, Leisure seemed to remember something, and said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Ah, you are normal creatures. We are semi-elemental creatures, so there is no limit to lifespan." This sentence is wrong, Alka keenly noticed. The range of semi-elemental creatures is too wide. To be precise, it should be their Stonehoof tribe that has no lifespan limit. Then where are you from? Alka asked curiously. This is actually what he is most curious about. To be able to produce semi-element, it can almost be said that the perfect conditions of time, place and people are met before it can be born. In short, such creatures can be explained by accidents. Alka basically suspected that the group of semi-element creatures in front of him, called stone hooves, might come from other worlds. The element theory he saw. In the endless sea, there is only one kind of semi-element creature, that is the water element. And among the water elements, there is a race of people who are in a kind of people who don't know whether they should be classified in this line. That is the mermaids, the race that Julia belongs to. However, their race is controversial, so they are temporarily classified as marine creatures rather than semi-element creatures. After all, this is a sea, and it is normal for semi-element creatures with water elements to appear in such an environment. But it is extremely abnormal to produce earth elements in such an environment, because there is no place in this world without water elements. Elements are also relative. Even in dreams, among the common element concentrations, water elements still account for the majority. It is so direct. Hungguan Dilling, Leisure said. They had never heard of this place. Leisure also explained in his intermittent voice, in your words. It is an element interface. An element interface with earth elements as the main element and life elements as the auxiliary element. However, due to some unexpected reasons, the concentration of elements was lost, and the world was being destroyed. Then we came here through a broken space channel. In short, it was a lucky accident they needed. After all, the infinite sea is not a normal world. It is very normal for creatures from the outside world to fall, or for creatures from other worlds to arrive here by accident. Maybe it is not common in other places. But in this world, scars, such situations are more common. Just chatting like this, Alka and the others gradually learned about the race that Leisure belonged to. My replacement is here. Chapter 465 Stonehoof Tribe. In a silent exchange, Alka and the others did not even see where the person who replaced the stone was. They were led by the stone and walked towards the mountains ahead. At this time, they finally knew how the stone moved on a daily basis. They seemed to have melted into the rocks and gravels. Maybe they did not need to come out at all, and could just walk through the land. If they were not afraid that Alka and the others could not keep up, they would not know where they were. He might not even show his head, and just dive into the mud. As a last resort, Alka and the others could only jump on the surface. Fortunately, although the mountains are steep, most of the areas are flat and sloping, and can be walked. Unlike what they thought before, the so-called stone forest is not in the central area of this mountain forest area, but in the edge area. They did not walk far. Not far from where they just stopped. About 20 to 30 kilometers away. No wonder they met the sentry here. It turned out that they had approached the gathering place of others. As they got closer and closer to the gathering place, Splitting Stone no longer swam in the ground, but floated out of the ground with his whole body, and began to walk with normal legs. Or hooves. In this way, he came to a steep cliff. Alka looked up at the height of the stone wall in front of him, at least 20 meters, and it was covered with sharp and steep stones. If you want to climb to the top of the stone wall, it still takes some effort. Of course, Alka can fly directly. However, Leisure did not continue to walk upwards, but stopped in front of the stone wall. We are here, he said, and sank into the stone wall. Alka and the others stood there and looked at each other. 2 seconds later, Leisure walked out slowly again, although there was no expression on his face. Everyone could feel his embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. He walked over and rubbed his clay arms that seemed to be made of mud. Several small stone pillars appeared in his hands. Holding these stone pillars tightly, he made a sound like a spell, but it also sounded like a rhythm made by hitting stones. As the sound was made, Alka and the others clearly felt something different on their bodies. A simple brown totem appeared on the back of their hands. You can go in now, come with me. As he said that, the cracked stone once again went straight through the stone wall. Although Alka could use the earth card to go straight through, he still didn't use it. Instead, he stretched out his hand into the stone wall, just like his hand was put into mud, and fell directly into the hard stone wall. This experience made Alka smile. Interesting. As he said that, his whole body sank into it. Xia Daidi and the others followed closely behind. They began to pass through the stone wall. During the process of passing through the stone wall, they needed to hold their breath. After only about 7 or 8 seconds, they saw the light, and the whole person came out of the stone wall. Looking at the scene in front of him, Alka stood in place, and Xia Daidi and others who came out in a line could not help but stop in place, looking at the scene in front of him. They were in a sunken place, surrounded by the stone walls that soared into the sky to form a sunken place. It completely wrapped this place in. And in the center of the sunken place, there were sharp stone pillars protruding from the ground and piercing the sky. Each stone hoof is like a tree in the forest. And this arrangement forms a stone forest. It perfectly matches the name of this place. As soon as Alka came in, he felt the extremely strong earth element here. But it was not pure, because the air inevitably floated with water elements that spread all over the world. Even here, the water element was still a bit strong. The problem was the residents in the stone forest. At first, they thought that the Stone Hoof clan was the same as the cracked stone, with an upper body similar to that of a human and a lower body of a cow's hoof and tail. But it was obviously completely different from what they thought. The first thing Alka saw was a resident whose lower body was still a cow's hoof and tail, but whose upper body had completely turned into stone, and he didn't even know what his head was. His strength was probably only about the 3rd stage, and his body size was in the middle to lower level among all the residents. There were also half-element creatures whose upper bodies looked weird like lizards. Of course, there were also many upper bodies that were still similar to humans. Compared with these weird appearances, the cracked stone that was considered weird in front of them before seemed somewhat normal. From this, we can know that the upper body of these half-element creatures' appearance does not seem to be fixed. Right next to them, there is a guard staring at them. This guard, Alka looked at him and nodded with satisfaction, because this is the most harmonious and normal thing he has seen. The upper body of the half-element creature in front of him is not human, but a half-element creature with a human body and a bull head. With the bull hooves and bull tail in the lower body, it looks very, very harmonious. The harmonious combination makes Alka feel very comfortable. It is equivalent to the feeling of a Tauran shaman with a strong earth element style, and even makes Alka feel familiar. The familiarity comes from the previous works. Even his weapon is a totem, like a thick stone pillar standing next to him. Strange flesh and blood creatures? Did Leisure bring you in? The sound made was more stumbling than Leisure, and the interval was even long. And there was also the noise of knocking. Alka nodded. Stone Split also waved his hand and communicated silently with the Minotaur in front of him. His strength was the same as Stone Split, and the thickness of his energy might be a little stronger than Stone Split. While they were communicating, AKA saw a half-element creature much taller than Stone Split slowly approaching. The overall look was strangely harmonious, but Alka had never seen the upper body sample. It looked a bit like some ferocious beast, with 3 extremely thick horns on its head. There are bone spurs on the elbows and back. This tall half-element creature looks very intimidating, and it puts a certain amount of pressure on Alka and the others. It is not a weakling. Alka blinked and looked over. The energy reaction has reached the 7th stage, which is very impressive. After he came over, he first stared at Alka and the others with his strange vertical pupils, and then nodded politely. Leisure turned around and looked at him, and there was another silent communication. Then Leisure introduced Alka and the others. This is our elder, Steelhorn Rock. Alka looked at the elder named Steelhorn Rock, nodded and introduced himself. Humans are friends. I can feel the demon blood on you. You are a powerful friend. Although the elder's voice was still the same knocking sound, it was very smooth. The treasure hunters who came here before, they were concerned about the areas further inside. There are many abandoned mines there, but there are evil spirits inside. The elder seemed to know clearly what Alka and his team's goal might be, and said directly, or most of the treasure hunters who came here would look inside. I won't stay here for too long. He really hit the mark. Alka immediately became interested. Evil spirits? Can you tell us where they are? Alka asked curiously. They are all inside. The elder pointed in a direction. That was the direction leading to the deeper mountains. From what he said, they only knew some of the situation inside. Alka thought about the information on the map. Even if there were evil spirits inside, their strength is no more than the 5th stage. Why don't these half-element creatures go inside? Are those evil spirits very powerful? Alka asked. The elder shook his head. Not very powerful, but they can restrain us, so we rarely go in. Alka understood after hearing this, and did not continue to ask in detail. Asking in detail would violate the secrets of other races. Are you going to go in that direction? Looking at Alka, who was thinking, the elder asked. Alka nodded. Although they didn't have a clear goal, they had a map after all. So they had to go in. In the original bad situation, he was worried that the natives here might affect or interfere with his treasure hunt. In the good situation, the natives were very friendly to humans, and were even willing to act as guides and provide more information. In the end, neither of them was involved. If you want to go in, please help me find out if there are any core members of our tribe in there. This is very important to us. Core? Listening to Alka's puzzled voice, the elder nodded. Yes. 3 of our tribe members are missing in there. They should have merged into the earth, but their core should still be there. If possible, can you bring it to us if you find it? We will provide some rewards that you may need. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but think of the blue dots in this area. What do they look like? Like the crystals of the earth. You can feel the strong elements of the earth. How long have they been missing? 810 years and 13 days and nights. 723 years and 21 days and nights. 557 years and 6 days and nights. Hearing the elder's words, Alka was silent. There was no need to remember it so clearly. Right? And it had been missing for so long? Hearing the elder's tone, Alka thought that his people had been missing for only a few years. It seems that every treasure hunter who explores the interior will receive a task commission from this elder. So when Leisure heard that they were treasure hunters, he did not reject them too much. After all, no one likes treasure hunters, because such characters will wander around in their own territory and search everywhere. If they emphasize that certain places cannot be visited, they will specifically go to those areas that cannot be visited. If they do not wander around randomly, how can they search for treasure? Every time there are flesh and blood creatures like you, I will ask for their help. It is too dangerous for me and my people. My people cannot afford even a little loss. Thank you very much. Friends, you have helped us find the core of 2 people, said the elder. It is indeed a common task. Then looking at Alka and the others, the elder said, there are many evil spirits there. Flesh and blood creatures have strong spirits. But you also need to pay attention. Alka nodded. Thank you for your suggestion. We will pay attention. We are not flesh and blood creatures, so we can't entertain you well. Please forgive us. After all, they don't necessarily eat. It's okay. It's okay, Alka said quickly. After chatting for a few words, the elder left. Alka and his friends followed Leisure to stroll around the stone forest. The whole stone forest was unusually quiet, because all the communication between semi-elemental creatures was not through voice. In Alka's eyes, he could see the fluctuations that should be similar to the spiritual connection for communication. The whole gathering place seemed unusually quiet, and the whole stone forest was much smaller than what Alka and his friends had seen before and thought. These sharp stone pillars are probably equivalent to their residents. They are completely solid stone pillars, but they gather more earth elements, which should be equivalent to hibernation capsules. Alka gave a more vivid analogy. In addition to the small gathering place, the number of people in the entire Stonehoof tribe is also very small. A simple calculation shows that there may be just over 300 people. This is the number of a small village, too few. These semi-elemental creatures can be roughly divided according to their size. Their weakest is the 2nd stage, the strongest is the 7th stage of the Elder, and most of them are around the 3rd stage. How do you reproduce? Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, finally couldn't help asking, although it was a bit presumptuous. After all, these semi-elemental creatures have been here for more than 800 years, but there are only more than 300 of them, which is really shockingly small. After hearing Lucilia's words, Stonebreaker still answered in a stumbling voice. We can't reproduce. This is no longer our former home. We are the Stonehoof tribe. But we are just a branch left here. We only have these people. Although the voice was calm, Alka and the others could feel the loneliness and desolation in it. Simply put, they are called semi-elemental creatures, and it is obviously impossible for them to reproduce like normal humans. The reproduction process may be more similar to the birth of elemental creatures. And how could this place have such a strong concentration of elements with a single attribute like the element interface of their former home? Without external conditions, they naturally have no space to continue to reproduce. As time goes by, they will lose more and more people due to various accidents. until the extinction of the entire race is their foreseeable future, because they have no hope for the future. If their thoughts are inclined towards humans, maybe the elemental creatures don't have such troubles, but not necessarily. Alka couldn't help but think wildly, as he wandered around and understood through his own eyes. Alka also found more problems. That is, although the element concentration here is indeed very high, it may be too messy for these elemental creatures in front of him. And there are also water elements that seem not suitable for them. Alka had thought that the cracks on their bodies were some kind of decoration. After all, it seemed that every member of the tribe had such cracks. But obviously, he thought too much. These cracks were proof of their malnutrition. Ordinary elemental creatures obviously did not eat any food, but absorbed elemental energy to survive. In this boundless sea, the concentration of water elements was much higher. Even though they gathered so many earth elements here, it was still not enough for the previous world. This race, with only a few hundred people left, was much more pessimistic and miserable than Alka had imagined. He could not help but sigh silently. "What's wrong?" Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, asked. "Nothing. I just saw some problems." After strolling around, there was nothing good to stay in this place. They passed through the stone wall directly, walked out of the stone forest from the other side, and headed towards the interior of the mountain under the gaze of the cracked stone. Their future prospects are very pessimistic. "Right?" Lucilia asked. It was hard to say just now, but now that they were the only ones left, Alka nodded and said it out. "Ah, it's true." Pororo didn't know what to say for a moment, but the word miserable can really be used to describe them. After chatting for a few words, they didn't move forward quickly. After all, it's not very safe here. Alka looked at the map in his hand, looking at the blue dots on it. The scope of this map is really too large, almost completely covering the entire mountain range and its surroundings. And there must be no detailed exploration of the mountains, so the mountain area is drawn rather vaguely, but it is considered a correct map. This also means that even if the location of interest is not large, it is still on such a large map. If it is reduced, it must occupy a large area. In other words, the location is very vague. It seems that when we reach the surroundings of the point, we must explore it again, so that Xiaodaidi can draw a more detailed map. Thinking of this, Alka stretched out his hand and clicked on the blue point. There are more than a dozen blue dots here, so only a few of them should be their targets, if the so-called core of the semi-elemental race after death is considered a magic item. Clicking on several of them in succession. All of them are blank information bars. Alka finally found one of the bars that showed information. Stonehoof Elemental Life Crystal. Difficulty, Element Sensor Phase 2. Popularity, 325. Treasure information, the semi-elemental creature of the earth. A member of the Stonehoof tribe, who died, the elemental crystal left behind after death. For them, such element crystals are equivalent to the core of the body, and are also very precious and rare element materials. It seems very important for semi-element creatures. Under normal circumstances, it can only be obtained in areas with extremely high concentrations of a single element or in element interfaces. Alka looked at the information above, and it seemed that this thing should be the item that the elders asked them to find. Chapter 466 Corpse Core. Scar of the World. In the Ghost Mountains, in a cave at the foot of one of the mountains, Arka and his companions were resting inside. Arka leaned against the cave, sitting on his sleeping bag and looking at the map in his hand. All the blue dots on the map had been marked by him, and there were 4 dots of the elemental core left behind by the semi-elemental creatures of the Stonehoof clan after their death. This was different from the 3 mentioned by the elder, and there was obviously one more. "You have been looking at this map. Is there anything wrong?" Xiaodaidi asked Alka while sitting next to him. Hearing this, Alka looked up at her and said, "It's a little different, because I detected 4 elemental cores on the map. Not 3 as the elder said. Is there something wrong? It's normal to have one more. Maybe he just knows that these 3 are dead. Maybe he thinks the other one is not dead. It's hard to say," Pororo said beside him. Julia shook her head when she heard this. "No. It shouldn't be like this. The remaining population of their race is too small. You should all have seen it. There are only a few hundred. As one of the leaders of the race, it is impossible for this elder to count the number of people wrong. Right? Each member of the tribe is extremely precious. One less could be a big deal." Alka nodded. That's what he thought. How could a member of the tribe die in this situation, and he didn't know it? This possibility only occurs when there are too many tribesmen. It's like in a village where everyone knows each other as neighbors. If someone suddenly disappears, how could everyone not know about it? There are too many unexpected situations. We don't know about this tribe. Right? Xiao said beside him. Several people nodded. It was true. While chatting, the darkness outside dissipated. The light illuminated the mountains in an instant. It was daybreak. Let's go around. We're going here, Alka said, pointing to the map. That was the nearest blue point that had been discovered to them. And the crystal they needed was stored there. Xiao waved his hand gently, and a very small moon appeared above their heads, which was only about the size of their heads. The moon emitted a cold light, just covering them. Under the moon, everyone began to move forward. If there was no full moon, they would be constantly harassed by various evil spirits when they walked in the mountains, and the number would be far beyond their imagination. Especially those evil spirits that are not strong, but very annoying, are constantly harassing them. The moon that Xiao used can effectively dispel these evil spirits. Unless they are of a stronger level, they dare not approach. Because most of the evil spirits are actually in the second stage, and there are not many in the third stage. It may also be because this is the periphery. The reason why evil spirits are annoying is that it is difficult to get rid of them. The only way to disperse these evil spirits is through various means. Especially in a high magic area like the Infinite Sea. The strength of the evil spirits is much more difficult to eliminate than those that Alka and his friends encountered in the home sea before. Here it comes again. Pororo looked at the blood-red pupil and a piece of rubble, and said irritably. Hearing Pororo's words, Alka turned his head and glanced at the corner where the blood-red pupil was. What are you staring at? Come and bite me if you have the guts. Hissed the evil spirit hid in the dark corner, and made a very threatening roar, but did not rush out because of Alka's words. It seems that these evil spirits still have the most basic wisdom, Alka said as he looked at the evil spirit, fearing the moonlight, feeling terrified. In addition to this one, Alka also saw another one in another crevice of rubble not far away. This one was much braver. Under the sunlight, he almost stuck his head out and opened his huge mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. With his childlike face, he looked extremely scary. I know this one, Lucilia said when she saw the evil spirit staring at them not far away. Hearing this, Alka blinked at the evil spirit. The strength of the evil spirit was about the third stage. I killed it before, Lucilia said, and a blood-colored flying blade appeared in her hand and was thrown out. Seeing this blood-colored flying blade, the evil spirit immediately dissipated on the spot and disappeared. It was obvious that it recognized this attack. It seems that this evil spirit is not so easy to eliminate. Is it because of the environment here? Xiao couldn't help asking. Because as they moved forward, more and more evil spirits were watching them in every corner. He also saw 1 or 2 evil spirits that he killed yesterday. If the appearances of these evil spirits were different, then it should be the one from yesterday. But now it has resurrected. You should know that they used the power of the Virgin Mary to kill these evil spirits. For these evil spirits, the power of the Virgin Mary has a miraculous effect. There should be no situation where they cannot be cleaned up. So this area has been here for a long time, because these evil spirits are difficult to eliminate, Alka said. After all, this place can be considered the rear, and it is not too far from the front line and various safe roads. If these evil spirits were very unstable, they would have been eliminated long ago. The reason why they can survive until now is that these evil spirits are difficult to eliminate. And secondly, these evil spirits may only roam in this mountain range and cannot leave. Compared with the demons on the front line, such threats are naturally nothing. And there is no need to spend extra energy and manpower to clean them up. After all, with the demons on the front line, humans don't have that much energy to do these things. A brown earth card has been floating beside Alka, through which Alka senses the crystal of the element. Soon they came to that area under the moonlight, under the gaze of countless evil spirits. A stone pillar was seen from afar. This stone pillar protruded from the barren ground, about 7 or 8 meters high, and the material of the stone pillar was different from the surrounding land. Through the earth card, Alka could clearly feel the high-energy earth element crystals in the stone pillar, according to the location on the map. This should be the blue point. As Alka and his friends gradually approached, an evil spirit emerged from the stone pillar. The shape of this evil spirit was too uncomfortable. It was like a snake, with a twisted human face and various human heads attached to its body. It coiled on the stone pillar and roared at Alka and his friends. Each head emitted a different tone of shrill laughter. This evil spirit is too disgusting. Bororo's face was wrinkled, said with disgust. He couldn't help but wipe his arms, all got goosebumps. Alka looked at the strength of this evil spirit at the third stage. It was the same difficulty as him looking at that point. Just walk over, see if he will be forced to leave because of our arrival, Alka said, and approached the stone pillar with everyone. The moonlight above their heads kept emitting light, as they got closer and closer. The multifaceted giant snake roared continuously. Of course, it didn't dare to attack. Apparently the moonlight still made them fear instinctively. As they got closer and closer, the roar became louder and louder. And finally the evil spirit seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. And its entire body shot out and rushed towards them. The action of the snake seemed to have set off some kind of chain reaction. As the snake rushed towards them fiercely, the evil spirits that had been surrounding them seemed to be tempted and rushed towards them in a swarm. Will the number of people give you courage? Alka couldn't help but ask. It seems that wisdom is still not enough, without enough rationality, still in madness. In the confused ears, the sound of music that seemed to bind the soul sounded. Julia played the harp in her hand, and the phonograph floated beside her, playing the music that had been recorded long ago. This was a tune that Alka and the others had never heard before. Soul-binding concerto. The sound of the music spread to the surroundings, and all the evil spirits seemed to be carrying 1,000 pounds, and they slowed down instantly like turtles crawling. It seemed as if, except for them, the surroundings were in the range of time slowing down, which looked extremely interesting. A red flame card appeared beside Alka, and he stretched out his hand and turned it. A circle of flames ignited around them, and then turned into a circle, surrounding them in the center. The flames burned fiercely, forming a wall of fire. Among most elements, fire is one of the few elements that can effectively attack evil spirits. It is also the most common element that has the highest attack power against evil spirits. Although not as good as holy light, it is much more useful than other elemental energies. For example, earth element or water element. There is no way to deal with these evil spirits. The moonlight above Xia Daidi's head emits a brighter light, and the light expands in an instant. In an instant, these evil spirits began to scream slowly and scream in pain, struggling as if in slow motion. A faint green smoke came out of their bodies, as if they were on fire. But this kind of pain is gradual, not all at once. If Xia Daidi is willing to exert his full strength, then he can clean up the second and third stage evil spirits in an instant. Pororo's ability can also cause serious damage to these evil spirits. After all, it is lightning. However, the annihilation effect attached to the winter flower does not seem to have much effect on these evil spirits. The annihilation effect has a huge lethality to things with real bodies and entities, and it can almost reach the level of complete armor penetration. But for things in the mental and soul state, it seems to be not very effective. But it is enough to have the element of thunder and lightning. The damage caused to the evil spirits may be higher than Alka's fire element in some cases. Only Lucilia's red energy body can only cause a certain amount of damage to the evil spirits. Everyone used their abilities alternately, without using any strong means. Instantly, these evil spirits woke up. After leaving behind a pile of ashes of the dead, the remaining evil spirits fled in all directions. Not long after, they will be around again, watching with eager eyes. The giant snake that rushed over first was taken special care of, and it had turned into a long gray-white ash left on the ground. Looking at the evil spirits that slipped back into every corner, a green card appeared beside Alka. This was a wind card that he rarely used. With a gentle wave of his hand, a breeze swept across the earth, and the gray-white ashes on the ground were immediately rolled into a stream by the breeze, and entered the transparent glass bottle that Alka had prepared long ago and filled it up. Soul dust is a rare material, and it can be regarded as a harvest. After putting away the bottle, Alka came to the stone pillar. He looked at the stone pillar, touched it, and knocked it to feel the material of the stone. I'd never seen a stone like this before, and it's quite hard, Alka said, and a brown earth card emerged. He stretched out his finger and gently scratched the stone pillar, and the stone pillar cracked, like mud bubbling. A crystal emerged from it and fell into Alka's hand. This is a brown crystal that is about the size of a palm, and you can clearly feel the unusual concentration of energy inside. This material is a bit like the earth element crystal core you used to construct this earth card, Xia Daidi said while looking at the crystal in Alka's palm. After all, this kind of element crystal core is very rare. Xia Daidi is responsible for ordering and purchasing it outside, So she has handled it before. Alka nodded and looked at the crystal, holding it against the sun. The sun penetrated the crystal and emitted a bright brown light like gold. It should be considered the same type of thing. But the one in my hand is a little more precious. However, the earth element inside is too condensed, and it is difficult to mobilize. The rarity and energy intensity are definitely higher than the earth core that I bought before. But in terms of ease of use and easy to shape, it is definitely easier to use my own. Each has its own advantages. Looking at this crystal, Lucilia suddenly said, "Do you think there is a possibility that this crystal may be able to breed new semi-elemental life after returning?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and stared at Lucilia. Alka couldn't help but ponder, and couldn't help saying, "You know what? It's really possible." Because he couldn't help but recall the element theory he had learned before, and he was still learning it now. There were some materials speculating how those elemental lives gathered. Most of the elemental crystals were called the cores left after the death of elemental lives, or the output of some elemental lives. Some experiments also showed that new elemental lives could indeed be produced through elemental cores. However, it is quite different from semi-elemental creatures, or perhaps similar. Julia thought of the elemental environment of the stone forest, shook her head and said, "Even if it is possible to produce new semi-elemental bodies through this crystal, it is actually very difficult. After all, the single element of strength is not actually pure, and the concentration of earth elements is not high. It is too difficult to breed new life in such an environment. Even they themselves can hardly survive." This is indeed reasonable. This is the situation, which can be seen from the cracks on those elemental creatures. What a pity. I don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. Alka said what they had simply understood before. The Stonehoof tribe migrated here from the elemental interface that was about to be destroyed. If it was true, they were lucky to be able to migrate here. It's a pity that they migrated to a world where water elements flourished. If it was the world in the past, where multiple elements were balanced, then it would be very simple to build a place where a single element was strong in a certain area. Unfortunately, the boundless sea is now an ocean world, and the water element is inevitably prosperous. Other elements will be suppressed in different ways, and it is extremely difficult to produce a single element, unless it is a water element. For these semi-elements, what they need is a single element that is pure enough, rather than a high concentration of a single element. The two seem the same, but they are very different. Holding this crystal, Alka kept it in the space. Then everyone chatted while moving towards the distance, continuing to move towards their destination. Before reaching the destination, there is another crystal that they can obtain. Under the moonlight, the evil spirits around can only watch. Boom! There was a sound of gravel rolling violently in the distance. Alka and his friends, who were on the march, immediately stood in a camp. Alka squinted slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. There was another loud rumble, like a mountain collapse. One wave after another. Xiaodaidi shook her head and said, "No. The direction of the sound is too far." Obviously the distance was too far, and her silver wave did not detect that far. The earth card was floating beside Alka. In such an area, this card is the most useful. So Alka naturally let it float outside at any time. Following the loud rumbling sound, Alka could clearly feel that the earth element had produced a violent fluctuation. Someone was using similar elements to gather and attack. Be careful, it's not natural. Then the fluctuation became more violent. Let's go and have a look. This doesn't feel like something that can be caused by a demon, nor can it be caused by an evil spirit. The earth element fluctuation was too high. Either someone had mastered a treasure that could control the soil, or someone from the Stonehoof clan. Chapter 467 Rock Corner. Alka and his companions quickly jumped between the steep slopes of the mountain. They ran quickly towards the place where the loud rumbling sound came from. Based on their simple speculation, no matter which possibility it was, they might need their help. Soon they saw the place where the sound came from through the cliff. What happened? There were at least a dozen. Various strange evil spirits were gliding and leaping between the mountains and forests, chasing towards the target. And the target was just as Alka had expected, a half-element of the Stonehoof tribe. And his appearance was very similar to the bull-headed guard they had seen at the entrance of the stone forest. In fact, they were exactly the same in appearance, except for some details. From this point, it can be judged that they are not the same. He had brown skin, and was a bull-headed man covered with a large area of mud. But he had many cracks on his body. Stone pillars protruded from the ground one after another, allowing the bull head to move quickly in the mountains and forests. He moved quickly to avoid the pursuit of the evil spirits. He did not use the kind of movement that Alka and his friends had seen on the sentinels before, which was like swimming in the mud. Ah! A piercing scream came from the mouth of an evil spirit that looked like a banshee. Alka and his friends could not help but frown, protecting their ears to resist the pain to their souls from the sound. Under such action, the Minotaur's escape became stuck, and he fell directly from the stone pillar. The damage caused by the wailing of the soul to these semi-elemental creatures was much greater than they thought. A crack appeared on his body that was visible to the naked eye. However, on the way down, he grabbed a stone pillar protruding from the stone wall, then stood up and escaped again by controlling the soil. It's over. Looking at this scene, Alka suddenly said, because of their arrival, they also brought the evil spirits that had been following them. These evil spirits immediately began to pounce on the Minotaur of the Stonehoof tribe. They temporarily gave up tracking Alka and the others. The direction they rushed to was the direction where the Minotaur fled, and the Minotaur was surrounded in an instant. The sudden arrival of a large group of evil spirits made the Minotaur stand still. He was a little confused by the sudden encirclement. In this case, the stone pillar under his feet extended infinitely upwards, and suddenly bulged about 20 meters. Looking at the appearance of the bull head, you can tell that this is his limit. These evil spirits cling to the stone pillars, crawl upwards constantly, trying to get to the bull-headed man. Give him a hand, Alka said, and wind wings composed of blue breeze appeared on his back. The breeze sprayed from the wings and pushed him up. When the distance was about the same, Alka used the red flame card. A flame surrounded the bottom of the stone pillar, burning fiercely. In an instant, a large number of evil spirits were burned and fell off the stone pillar. The spikes of the stone pillars had no effect on the evil spirits. Through this scene, they also understood why the Stonehoof group was unwilling to go deep into the mountains. These evil spirits were simply their natural nemesis. Attacks on the mind and soul made it difficult for them to defend. The earth element manipulation attack that they were most proficient in had almost no effect on the evil spirits. In Alka's eyes, the strength of this half-elemental Minotaur had even reached the 5th stage, and the highest of the evil spirits chasing him was only the 4th stage, and most of them were the 2nd stage. But even so, he still couldn't make much impact on these evil spirits. It was like he had met a natural enemy. Looking at Alka and the others, who suddenly came over, the Minotaur was obviously relieved. Based on Alka and the others' actions, they were obviously here to help him. Standing on the stone pillar, he raised his hands high, a beam of golden light gathered in his hands, and then he spread it down. A large number of evil spirits faded away in an instant, fearing the golden light. Believers of the Virgin Mary? Siadai was a little surprised. A half-element creature from the Stonehoof tribe actually believes in the Virgin Mary? This is too strange. But there are more reasons to help. Waving his hand, the white moonlight shone brightly, and drove away all the remaining evil spirits. All the evil spirits were either burned to ashes in an instant, or hid away. The stone pillar slid down, and the Minotaur jumped to Alka and the others. Thank you for your help. He crossed his hands, and made a gesture of praying to the Virgin Mary. Alka and the others nodded and responded with the same gesture. Watching this scene, the bull-headed man felt the breath of the Virgin Mary on Alka and Ziadai, which was much stronger than his own. Are you followers of the Virgin Mary? You are also a saint. I am sorry. Watching this scene, Alka waved his hand quickly. No need to do this. If I am not mistaken, you should be a member of the Stonehoof tribe. Why did you go so deep? Alka couldn't help asking in confusion. If there really were tribe members lost in such a deep place, Alka believed that the elder would definitely tell him and ask for his help. Have you been to the stone forest? What was it like there? The half-element creature from the Stonehoof tribe, who looked like a Minotaur, couldn't help asking. Alka even heard the anxious tone in his fluent knocking words. You know, when he communicated with those half-element creatures in the stone forest, he either spoke incoherently, or his fluent speech was extremely dull, as if he had no emotions. Even the elder, except for speaking fluently, did not show any emotional fluctuations. The voice of the Minotaur in front of him was extremely smooth, and his emotional fluctuations were extremely obvious. If Alka had not known that he was a half-elemental creature of the Stonehoof tribe, and had not met most of his tribesmen, he would have thought that he was a flesh-and-blood creature. Yes, we came from there. I don't know what that place looked like before, but it doesn't look like anything wrong now. Hearing Alka's answer, the Minotaur in front of him nodded. Even the expression is vivid. Thank you. I am a member of the Stonehoof tribe. My name is Rockhorn. After introducing each other, Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and couldn't help asking, "You are very different from your tribe, you speak very fluently, and your emotions fluctuate." Hearing this, Rockhorn smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I have lived in the human community for a long time. Speaking of which, why are you in such a deep place? This place is too dangerous for you, isn't it?" Alka asked beside him. Hearing this, Yinju sighed and leaned against the stone wall and said, "You must be confused. But my brother and I left the stone forest 7 days and nights ago in 213 years. We plan to get to know this world well." Then he said awkwardly, "But your world is actually an ocean world. So we have never even left this continent. After traveling in this world, we joined the front line to fight those demons and became mercenaries. Use your money to exchange for some materials and crystals containing earth elements." Hearing this, Alka and the others nodded. It was reasonable. But before, about a month ago, when we were chasing the devil forced the portal to open, sent us here together. To be honest, it was too unlucky. Although we killed the devil, the evil spirits here are more threatening. My brother died at the hands of the evil spirits. Because of my faith in the Virgin Mary, I still have some ways to deal with these evil spirits, and I survived this place with difficulty. Speaking of this, the half-elemental Minotaur looked at Alka with his hands crossed, and pleaded, "For the Virgin Mary's sake, my friend, can you do me a favor? My brother's core crystal is still there. There are evil spirits around and I can't get through. I haven't found any loopholes to take it for so long." Hearing this, Alka nodded, and suddenly realized. So that's it. No wonder there is an extra crystal. So this is the reason. Thinking of this, Alka took out the crystal they had already obtained from the space. "Is that so?" Seeing this crystal, Yinju was a little surprised, then nodded and asked in confusion, "How can you have such a crystal? My people should not let such things drift away. This is what the elder of the Stonehoof tribe asked us to find in this mountain range. He said there are 3 in total." Hearing Alka's words, he suddenly realized. And it was obvious that he also knew about this matter. "Thank you very much. Thank you very much for helping our people, but this one is not my brother's. Just now, there were so many evil spirits chasing me, because I tried to retrieve my brother's crystal, which alarmed the evil spirits around." Yinju sighed and said, "It must be said that, although the appearance is similar to the half-element of the Stonehoof tribe, but the expression of various emotions and the flexibility of speech are basically the same as those of a normal flesh and blood creature." Hearing Yinju's request, Alka nodded. Not to mention that they were originally going to look for crystals, and Yinju was actually a follower of the Virgin Mary. There was no problem at all for Alka and the others to help. After all, these evil spirits were a dangerous area that was difficult for them, the half-element of the earth element, to move in. But for Alka and the others, there was almost no threat, and they had too many ways to deal with these evil spirits. At most, it was just a matter of walking a little further. Alka nodded and said, "No problem, you can also come with us. We need to go deeper to find something, and we will take you out after we find it. It's safer this way." Hearing Alka's words, Yinju nodded, and said happily, "That's great. Thank you very much for your help." He thanked again. After all, before Alka and the others came in, he was already desperate. He just survived in despair. Who knew the surprise would come so suddenly? Under the leadership of Yinjiao, Alka and the others set off again, heading towards the place where his brother died. Soon they saw the stone pillars that the semi-elemental creatures turned into after death. This stone pillar was taller than the first one they had seen before, at least 12 or 13 meters. And it was extremely thick, like a stone tower. A large number of evil spirits gathered around. I don't know if they gathered here because they were waiting for something to happen. After all, these evil spirits still have a certain amount of instinctive wisdom, just like bloodthirsty beasts. Looking at this group of evil spirits, Xia Deity stretched out his hand and circled around. A glowing ball like the moon smashed directly into that area. The ball of light fell, like a moon rising from the ground, and expanded around. Amidst the hoarse screams, the group of evil spirits turned into ashes in an instant. A breeze blew by, sweeping up the ashes on the ground. Yinjia just stood there and watched this scene. It felt unreal. The problem that had troubled him for so long was solved so easily by others. He couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have so many means. After all, his strength was not weak, but he was too restrained by these evil spirits. Fortunately, he believed in the Virgin Mary, and was able to temporarily obtain some extra holy light power from the Virgin Mary through prayer. The bodies of semi-elemental creatures are gifts, but also obstacles. They are given innate elemental control, but also limit their control over other powers. Hearing this, Alka smiled. Everyone walked over and looked at the tall stone pillar. Is this your brother's body? It is much larger than the one we saw before. Is it because of the strength? Hearing Lucilia's question, Yenji nodded. There is this reason. Another part is the passage of time. After all, the stone pillars have been here for too long, and time will wear away everything. Hearing this, several people nodded. They watched Yenji come to the stone pillar and put his hand with only 4 fingers on the surface. Like mud rolling, it was no different from the special effects produced by the earth card used by Alka before, and a crystal emerged from it. This crystal was obviously a circle larger than the one Alka had obtained before. The energy emitted is also stronger. From this, we can know that at least his brother's strength must be stronger than the one in Alka's hand. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Yenji sighed. He put it on his chest, letting it blend into it, probably for temporary storage. Thank you all. Alka nodded, and then turned slightly, heading towards the destination. Yenji also followed behind them. Running quickly all the way, it only took about 2 days, Alka came to the orange light column, which is the place where the cloud staff is hidden. As soon as they arrived here, they could feel the gloomy atmosphere here. There were too many evil spirits here, and black and red pupils were everywhere. These evil spirits were hiding everywhere and observing them. Even though it was daytime, it was already gloomy and dark here, and there was a biting cold wind blowing. The cold wind blew in the mountains, making a whistling sound like howling. Being in such an area, Yenji was extremely uncomfortable. The stronger he was, the more sensitive he was to dangerous things. Every evil spirit here is a deadly threat to him. It's like a lamb entering the center of a wolf pack. A huge evil spirit rushed directly towards Alka and the others, completely ignoring the threat brought by the moonlight. However, a 4th-stage evil spirit is still an evil spirit. Alka's neighbor took out a thick fireball with a little holy light attached to it. It was ignited in an instant and turned into ashes. I have been following Alka and the others for a few days, and I have seen almost all of their attacks. Yenji couldn't help but ask after seeing the scene, have you defended the demon hunting fortress before? Hearing this, Alka turned to look at him and nodded. Yes. So you are the Compass Eye? Yenji asked. It seems that their reputation has spread. Alka nodded directly, without hiding anything. No wonder, it turned out to be you, really amazing. As he spoke, they moved forward, while listening to Yenji's story. Before I was teleported in by the demon, I had been fighting in the anti-demon fortress. I heard about you from the soldiers, who came to support from the demon hunting fortress. They said how powerful you were. I also saw you playing with the devouring mouth in my dream. I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm really lucky. Although Alka and his men didn't go to the anti-demon fortress for support, the soldiers from the demon hunting fortress, who went there, spread their reputation. In addition, their reputation in the World Scar a few years ago made them even more famous. Alka smiled. They came to the edge of the area while chatting. Let's set up a camp here. Hearing this, Yenji asked with some doubt, are you going to stay here for a while? Alka nodded. Yes, the things we are looking for may not be so easy to find in a short time. Hearing this, Yenji nodded, then squatted down, and pressed his hands on the ground. As the earth element spread out, the ground showed signs of floating, and soon a square stone house emerged directly from the ground. I can't offer any help in dealing with those evil spirits, but I can still do this little thing. Looking at the stone house, it seems that this is not the first time he has used such a skill. The stone house is very reasonably constructed. Even the sentry tower responsible for observation has been built, including some simple stone beds and stone benches and other furniture. And the components of the stone house are very suitable for resisting enemy attacks. There is also a bonfire and a chimney for spreading smoke in the center. After a simple walk around, Alka looked at Xiaodai and said, let's walk around here together, and learn about the surrounding terrain by the way, and prepare to draw a map. Xiaodai nodded. The two walked out of the camp, and the others stayed in the camp and began to set up. Chapter 468, Transformed into a Ghost. This hill is unusually quiet. Even though it is daytime now, under the sunlight, this area still seems to refuse the light. The cold and biting wind is raging here. The rugged and steep mountain is full of desolate sand, stone and mud. Even the land looks dark. All kinds of dry bones can be seen under the soil. They are not completely buried in the earth. The exposed limbs of the dead bones piled here, together with the earth, formed an evil landscape. The white moonlight sprinkled down, and under the moonlight, Alka and the others were walking in this area. Circles of silvery white light spread underground, and spread around. This is simply a mass grave. Xiao continued to walk forward, and couldn't help saying, there are almost all kinds of dead bones piled up under our feet, and none of them are complete. Hearing this, Alka, who was following Xiao, looked at the white bones exposed from the ground under his feet. Perhaps because time has passed too long. The bones of these corpses have long since merged with the earth and become part of this hill. Not only humans. There are also many demon corpses here. Xiao continued as he walked. Hearing this, Alka thought for a moment and said, this should be the place where the Sage of Clouds resisted the demons for the last time. It seems that the number of civilians forced here at that time was much greater than we imagined. Those civilians who escaped may only be a small part of the people gathered here, as far as they know. At that time, under the resistance of the Sage of Clouds, the number of civilians who successfully escaped was only about 10,000 to 20,000. At that time, they thought that there might be only about 20,000 to 30,000 civilians in total, and that 10,000 to 20,000 people who escaped with the resistance and help of the Sage of Cloud were already a lot. But now it seems that the number of residents who were forced here at that time was probably astonishingly large. As they walked along, they could find scattered corpses almost every distance. But those scattered corpses were not as good as the piles of corpses in this area. In other words, those who escaped were finally forced into a dead end here. The two walked and talked. Beside them, all kinds of weird and scary evil spirits were surrounding them. Surrounding the white moonlight. Strange faces, blood-red eyes kept staring at the two people in the moonlight. As long as the moonlight disappeared, they would rush over and try to tear them into pieces. However, Alka and the others were like nothing happened, as if they didn't see that the evil spirits completely treated them as air, doing their own things, chatting about their own things. Among the evil spirits, some of them seemed to be different from their companions. They also looked less scary. From their blood-red eyes, they were obviously smarter, and seemed to be thinking. Looking at Alka and the other two who were slowly leaving, these evil spirits left their companions and gathered behind a stone. How could a living person go deep into this? I don't know. There are still people on the periphery, and they look very strong. And the moonlight makes me afraid to get close. What should I do? What should I do? Don't provoke them. They will kill us like they killed these lunatics. Yes. Yes. Kekla doesn't want to die. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Really? That's great. Thank you. You are so great. Why are you here? A ghost figure that looked like a little girl suddenly screamed. It jumped directly to a height of 3 meters and stayed there. The other ghosts turned around and found that Alka, who they had seen leaving, was squatting beside them and had just chatted with them. Don't be surprised. Let's chat. Alka looked at the ghosts who retreated a long way in an instant. He squatted beside them and waved his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. Then he pointed behind the stone. You look different from your kind. They just want to tear us apart. This is not good. If I can communicate with you, I would certainly prefer to communicate with you. Alka blinked his eyes and looked at the intelligent spirits in front of him with eyes that could see through secrets. He could tell the difference between these souls and the evil spirits outside through such eyes. This is why he noticed the problems of these evil spirits during the chat. How did you resist the invasion of the abyss? Your companions were invaded by the abyss and turned into real evil monsters. Alka stood up, patted his body, and said with a smile, don't be so vigilant. You see, you used to be human, and I am also a human. Our enemies are demons and the invading abyss. Right? If you don't attack us deliberately, we will naturally not attack you. Right? As he spoke, a strange evil spirit wandered over from the stone. Seeing this evil spirit, these intelligent ghosts were frightened, and quickly looked at Alka, and signaled him to hide with their eyes. However, Alka just smiled and waved his hand. He just stood there straight, and the evil spirit passed by him, and ignored him. Look, I'm actually quite powerful, aren't I? Alka said with a smile. Seeing this scene, these ghosts were not fools. Alka could have kept his figure hidden, and hidden in the distance. Being willing to show up and communicate with them, it showed his goodwill. The ghosts looked at each other, and one of them looked about 15 or 16 years old, who looked normal, except for a strange tentacle on one arm, stood up. Well, you don't look too bad. Hearing this, Alka smiled and nodded, and then observed them. You don't seem to have made up your mind yet. You should have other companions. Right? Alka said. Then, without waiting for the ghost to speak, he clapped his hands lightly. You should know where our camp is. If you are willing to communicate and show goodwill, then come to the camp to find me. Before that, you can talk to the person who can really take charge. Goodbye. Alka clapped his hands lightly, and his figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a faint pink mist. The ghosts just stood there looking at each other. What should we do now? Of course, go back and ask the general and others. As he said that, the ghosts disappeared on the spot. Ziadide continued to circle around and scan the surrounding terrain, watching the smile that suddenly appeared on Alka's face. Have you gone to communicate with them? Alka had already told her about the problem just now, so Ziadide naturally knew that Alka had sent out an illusion to test it. Alka nodded. It seems that there will be unexpected gains tonight. The two continued to walk, scanning the surrounding terrain. Soon, they returned to the camp as night was approaching. Inside the camp, a warm fire had already lit up in the stone house built on the corner of the rock. Julia smiled and waved at the two people who had returned. Pororo stood on a rock not far away, observing the surrounding situation. There was also a warning circle formed by the puppet girls scattered around. How is it? Did you get any unexpected gains? Lucilia asked, jumping on Alka's shoulder. Yes, but you will know when it's night. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark curtain covered the bright sky. The surroundings darkened in an instant. The night sky tonight was full of stars, and several stars that had never been seen floated in the sky. Okay, it's already night, Lucilia said, looking at the sky. Hearing this, Alka smiled helplessly. Don't worry. Ziadide smiled, walked into the stone house, found a place next to the campfire, and prepared all her tools and canvas. With her strong strength and the blessing of the pale moon, she now has a large exploration range. Today, she just wandered around the central location and was able to draw a map of this area. The efficiency has increased several times compared to before. Two puppet girls sat by the campfire and were grilling the ingredients they brought on the grill above. These two puppet girls could be considered as Juanlu's apprentices, and most of the time, they were Juanlu's kitchen helpers. Since Juanlu had to stay in the town of return, these two puppet girls naturally followed Alka and the others. A small stone bench was erected outside the stone house, and Julia sat on it, picked up the harp in her hand, and played it softly. The phonograph stopped in front of her, but did not play any sound, but recorded the music Julia played and recorded it, to be played later. The phonograph did not have the function of amplifying the sound, so Julia had to expand the range of playing, so that the sound played later would have the same effect. The elegant and quiet music, like the calm surface of a lake, sounded as if a green mist surrounded everyone and penetrated their souls. In this music, they seemed to be walking on the calm surface of a lake and staying quietly. The music was so peaceful, and coupled with a late-night environment, people couldn't help but sit down quietly and close their eyes. The music spread and amplified the music. It spread far away. The evil spirits wandering not far away, hearing the music, couldn't help but stop and stay, and quietly stopped where they were. They no longer wandered around, and no longer screamed, until the sound gradually faded away. What song is this? Requiem. Julia gently put down the harp in her hand and said to the ghost in front of her. This is when she was halfway through playing the song. The ghost appeared in front of her, with eyes that were not blood red. This is a female ghost. Looking at the not too blurry face, you can tell that she is about 30 years old. From the attire of her soul and the posture of her body, it can be seen that she must have been an elegant and beautiful woman when she was alive. But she was wearing a set of tight, light chain mail, and the soft metal skirt frame fell down to become a skirt, protecting her legs. It's been a long time since I heard such peaceful music. The sound of horse hooves came. A man wearing heavy armor and a helmet that completely covered his face. He also held a blade that looked like a two-handed sword in his hand. This was a ghost knight, riding a ghost horse, and appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the two figures that appeared in front of them, Julia did not seem very surprised. Alka walked over and looked at the two. His eyes could see that the strength of these two ghosts was at the 5th stage. You are the powerful stranger that Kekla mentioned, right? The ghost knight looked at Alka and said. Alka nodded. The female ghost in light armor looked around and said, Are you here for the cloud staff? It seemed that they knew very well what the strangers would come for. Faced with such a question, Alka nodded without hesitation. There was obviously nothing to hide. Yes, we are treasure hunters, following the clues all the way here. Then let's be frank, we can't let you take the cloud staff away. He is very important to us. To the ghosts who still have their own will. And even to these evil spirits. The female ghost said without hesitation. Alka nodded. In this situation, the cloud staff is still here, which is enough to explain some problems. Without saying much, he waved his hand, and a stool made of mud and stone appeared on the ground. Sit down, if you don't mind. Let's talk about the situation here. I'm very curious about this place. As he said, Alka sat down. Xiao and others also sat down. Seeing this, the two ghosts who came over looked at each other. After thinking for a while, they found a place to sit down, and the ghost horse stood quietly behind the two of them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alka, and I am the leader of the Compass Treasure Hunting Group. They are my companions. Saralan Empire, the 3rd Legion, the leader of the Assault Knights. Hengis, Saralan Empire, the National Spell Corps, the Soul Scholar. Lunami. Hearing the introduction of the two, Lucilia said directly, I remember these two names. Like the Sage of Cloud? They are the heroes who are responsible for resisting the demons and letting others escape. And Hengis should also be a member of the Cursed Sword family. Facing Lucilia's words, the two ghosts were not surprised. Obviously, it was not the first time they had communicated with outsiders. Maybe he knows a lot about the outside world. Alka nodded, looked at the two and said, Nice to meet you. If you don't mind, can you tell me, why is the cloud staff so important to you? As he said that, Alka crossed his arms, and a faint golden light flashed on his forehead. This was the first time he had so directly revealed his identity as a saint of the Virgin Mary. But it must be said that such a direct revelation was indeed very effective. Especially now, when neither side trusts the other, and the question Alka asked is still private. The two ghosts looked at this situation. Lunami thought for a moment and said, He is very important because he anchors all the evil spirits here, including us, even some demon souls. Hearing this, everyone present began to ponder. This has obviously reached a very important point. What if it's taken away? Xiao couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lunami looked at her and said, You'd better not have such an idea. If you take it away, the breath of the abyss will infect us ghosts, who still have personal will. And all the evil spirits that have been soaked in the breath of the abyss will spread out. They will lose their restraints and wreak havoc around. And those demon souls that are also anchored here will return to the abyss, and then come back again. Well, it sounds like all bad news, Poirot said. Although it may be a bit presumptuous to ask, I want to ask. You must have done something to cause this situation and make this place like this. Did you perform some kind of dead soul ritual, which bound the souls to this area? It caused these souls to be invaded by the abyss, and turned into evil spirits. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder, and looked at Lunami and asked. Faced with such a question, Lunami nodded without hesitation. Yes, I did all this, including our current state, the existence of those evil spirits, all my actions at that time. No, it's not your actions. It's the direction we chose. You just helped us complete our requirements. Hengis, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, If you don't mind, can we talk about the situation at that time? This is an unknown history, and we happen to be curious, Alka said. Chapter 469 Communication Solution. That's not something worth remembering, Hengis said. But Lunami next to him obviously didn't care much, and just told the story directly. That was probably the 2nd month of the demon invasion, ever since the royal idiot detonated the space and opened the teleportation rift to the abyss. Our defense began to retreat step by step, after all. The demons began to descend from the inside, who would build defenses inside. The crisis was too sudden. It wasn't until a few days later that we maintained a better defense, but the demons were too powerful, and we didn't have a good place to defend. The 3rd Legion, city guards, and some of the holy machine churches called guards, plus some scattered strong men. We gathered all kinds of victims along the way. Finally, we had no choice but to enter the Green Forest Mountains. The so-called Green Forest Mountains is the former name of the Ghost Mountains under their feet. But it is obvious that there is no such thing as Green Forest here. Naturally, it is no longer suitable for this name. The demons were chasing us closely. We fought and fled all the way, and finally defended here with more refugees, creating a defense facility. This is the area where they are now. This place should have been a mine. with various facilities, and with the cave walls around it. It was easier to defend against various highly mobile demons. We were just planning to defend here, treat the wounds, prepare some supplies, and leave. But it didn't go as planned. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It wasn't just their idea to run into the mountains in that situation. There must be many people who had the same idea. In this situation, it is human instinct to gather together. However, more and more soldiers are escorting more refugees to gather here, too many to leave. The target is too big and too wide, and it also attracts more demons. At first, with the help of the Sage of Cloud, it was not difficult for us to resist the demons. But as the defenses of various regions continue to fall, and with the reputation of the Sage of Cloud, the number of refugees gathered here has reached an exaggerated level. The refugees from the cities around the mountains have all poured here, and we can no longer escape. I believe you also know what happened later. The more refugees, the more demons there are. Without complete logistics, we are naturally more and more unable to resist. In the end, we could only let as many civilians as possible escape. And we resisted at the last moment. After saying that, she pointed at herself. As for the current situation, it happened after the death of the Cloud Sage. He was very strong, and he killed many demons until the last one. But he was just one person. After his death, the scepter-level treasure called the Cloud Staff was taken by us, and we didn't have the right person to master it. But we couldn't leave either. We were surrounded. In this situation, I used the Cloud Staff as a treasure to activate a powerful ritual. A ritual I had prepared long ago. Let the souls of all the dead soldiers and civilians come out from their bodies, and start dealing with the demons. Let those damn demons not think of dying so easily, and return to the abyss. While doing this, it is actually to continue to resist the demons, and let more civilians, who have not escaped far escape. Otherwise, how could the speed of those civilians match the attacks of these demons? Her narration was very simple, and she only described a relatively general process. But the mental journey and experience in it, only they themselves can know. Xiao looked at the surrounding environment and said, "So you succeeded in the end?" Successful, but also failed. The demons did suffer countless casualties, and their souls were dragged here together, and other demons were unwilling to come to this area again. But although I have studied the undead, and understand the demons, I lack awe for the breath of the abyss. Those civilians, those once brave soldiers turned into evil spirits, and became more bloody and brutal than the demons, trying to kill all living things. Speaking of this, Lunami sighed. Nothing has only good sides, especially such behavior. Okay, I have satisfied your curiosity, and you should turn around and leave here. You are a saint of the Virgin Mary. You should know clearly the best choice now. After speaking, Lunami stood up directly, and Engels also turned over and rode on the ghost's warhorse. Lunami floated to the back of the warhorse, and the two rode the warhorse and disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the two ghosts that disappeared, Xiao turned his head and looked at Alka. What are you going to do now? Are you going to leave? Alka supported his head. I have to think about it carefully. After saying that, he looked at everyone's eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely not make a rash decision, and it is impossible for me to really ignore everything. Several people nodded. Alka sat in the same place, with the previous map in his hand, looking at the orange light on it. Cloud Staff. Difficulty, Ghost Remover 5 stages. Popularity, 112,000. Treasure information, Treasure of the Cloud Sage. In the ancient Saralan Empire, the Cloud Sages are known as the protectors of the common people. They hold a scepter surrounded by clouds, and are surrounded by white clouds like the sky. They walk throughout the empire. They provide help to all the people of the empire. The last Cloud Sage died in the battle with the devil when the empire was destroyed. The area where the scepter is located is full of fallen souls, who are willing to use their own souls to fall to protect this last scepter. Obtaining treasures will bring unbearable consequences, and having enemies that should not be faced, but nothing is absolute. If you want to avoid such consequences, you have to solve the problems after obtaining the treasure. Perfect, Alka looked at the latest treasure information. Nothing is absolute. Of course, I know this. The question is how to solve the needs of all parties. If you want to get this treasure without causing serious consequences, Alka needs to do 3 things. 1. Clean up the demon souls. The demon souls that died in this area are also dragged to this area. Taking the treasure will allow the demon soul to return to the abyss. This is the easiest problem for him to solve now. His dream kingdom is gradually connecting to this area. He can directly drag it into the dream, and throw it into the furnace. Ensure that the souls of these demons disappear completely, and make more contributions to the world. 2. Protect those souls that still have personal will and are not invaded by the breath of the abyss. Alka first thought of the soul puppets. But the problem is that Alka does not understand the status of these ghosts. It is obviously not a quick thing to be infected by the breath of the abyss and become an evil spirit, but a gradual process. This method may work, or it may not. You will know after a deeper understanding. Of course, there are many possibilities that they want to be free. However, Alka has no intention of making decisions for others without authorization. 3. Prevent the countless evil spirits in the Ghost Mountain range from going out to harm others. This is the most difficult one to accomplish, because these evil spirits are not ordinary evil spirits. Instead, they are created through rituals, the infiltration of the abyss, and treasures as core beacons. They will not completely disappear after being killed, but will emerge again from an unknown place. Perhaps if the treasure is taken away and the restraints are released, they can be really killed. But by that time, they have already rushed out of the Ghost Mountain for an orange treasure. Countless war spirits are released to wreak havoc behind the scar of the entire world. This is completely worthless, and it is very likely to cause problems on the front line and problems with the transportation routes in the rear. No one can afford such a price. Not to mention, neither Alka nor Xiaodaidi can do such a thing. After all, this treasure is not indispensable. Through the communication with the two ghosts just now, Alka can clearly know that they are definitely not the first treasure hunting team to come here, and the previous treasure hunting teams did not do such a thing. One possibility is that they could not defeat those evil spirits. The other possibility is that they have the most basic rationality and were not dazzled by the scepter-level treasure. After all, we have reached the 5th stage of strength, so there is no such thing as an idiot. After sorting out his thoughts, Arka couldn't help but ponder. What are you thinking about? If it doesn't work, we just turn around and leave. Lucilia jumped onto Arka's thighs at some point, and sat on his waist and abdomen and said. Arka stretched out his hand, and fell on her, letting her hold him. He said, but these problems must be solved, don't they? The trapped demon souls must be eliminated, and those evil spirits wandering in the mountains, although pitiful, still need to be solved. As for those ghosts who still have wisdom, they should not stay here and wait for a future that is only hopeless. This is not the fate they deserve. Right? Yes. You are right. If possible, we must help them. What do you think? The demon souls are easy to deal with. But what is the state of the ritual they are holding? What is the connection between these evil spirits? This area and this treasure? If I can't figure this out, I can't think clearly. Hearing Alka's question, Lucilia was silent. After a long while, she said, I know. I know the type of ceremony she held. I also roughly know the current ceremony and the connection between them. Hearing this, Alka looked down at her. You know? Of course I know. I am very knowledgeable. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then tell me about it. Lucilia nodded and told her what she knew. To hold such an exaggerated ceremony, it is obviously not something she can do alone. And all kinds of materials and advanced preparations are required. This was not something they could accomplish at that time. That is why they had to use a scepter-level treasure as the core of the ritual. Only things of this level could bear most of the consumption, and avoid the use of perfect preparation and materials. Remember the Dark Realm? Lucilia suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Of course he still remembered. That sea area was also caused by the detonation of a treasure. Now, it was also caused by a ritual. And we know that the treasure destroyed its divinity, and the essence just returned to the world. It was just through such a ritual that its true carrier and power were destroyed, allowing the treasure to burst out energy at once. It was also a ritual, and there was no essential difference from the rituals in the area we are in now. The only difference is that one of them is a destructive one-time ritual with the core explosion as the source, and what we are in now is a long-term ritual that has been maintained with the treasure itself as the core. Hearing Lucilia's words, Alka nodded from time to time. He could understand some of them, but he could only listen roughly to some of them, and at most understood what Lucilia wanted to say. As Lucilia continued to talk, Alka began to clear his mind and came up with a possible solution. Just like that, Alka and his team stayed in the camp for 2 days and nights. Xiaodaidi had already drawn a map of this area. They mainly stayed here to communicate with each other about the possibility of solving these problems. They had so many treasures that they could always think of enough solutions. They just needed to do it step by step. Sitting in the stone house, Alka said, "Let's build a solution to the whole problem with the heart of Vasva as the core." When Alka left, all the Vasva people in the interior of the heart of Vasva had moved out. In other words, it was completely empty inside, becoming the most original state of this treasure. It also allowed Alka to truly start using and exerting the most important function of this treasure. A small world controlled by him. Hearing Alka's words, Ziadide and others looked at him and asked, "Do you have an idea for a solution?" Alka nodded. "I plan to dig this area out and throw it in here." A crystal appeared in Alka's hand, which was the heart of Vasva. "Dig it out? The whole mountain range?" Ziadide couldn't help but frown and asked. After all, although the evil spirits gathered the most here, their range of action was almost all over the mountain range. Their figures were everywhere in the range. It was a bit exaggerated for Alka to throw the entire mountain into the heart of Vasva with his current strength. Hearing this, Alka shook his head. "Of course it's impossible. It's not that exaggerated. What I'm going to dig out is just this ruined mine, which is also the most intense place of the war. Isn't the core of the ceremony held through the treasure here?" Alka said, looking at Lucilia. Lucilia nodded, "Yes. I have seen the ceremony in the past few days. It is in this area and has not expanded outward." Alka began to talk about his ideas and the whole process. Step 1. We first need to throw this area and the evil spirits into the heart of Vasva. Anyway, it's empty now. This will cut off the abyss breath and prevent it from continuing to infiltrate. We only need to clear the abyss breath from the area where it is thrown in. After that, we will take the treasure. Alka briefly explained his ideas and process, which sounded very simple. "Wait, how can we do it? Let all the evil spirits go in together. How can we make them obey? How can we clear the remaining abyss breath?" Ziadide asked directly, the two most fatal problems in this process. "Yes, that's why I told you the whole process. We must first do these two things. Let's think about it together. We can ask Lunami and the others for help. I believe they are willing to provide some help. After all, our efforts are also what they need. Isn't it? Wait until our ideas are feasible before asking them to cooperate. They will definitely not refuse at that time." "Okay, let's get started." Everyone immediately took action. First, Alka will go to find Lunami and others to learn some information from them and get some help on whether it is feasible. Lucilia and others will stay in the camp and start to study those evil spirits to see if there is any way to attract them. Lucilia seems to have some confidence and ideas about this. Yenji, who has been following them, just sat in the camp. He couldn't help it all and could only watch Alka and others busy. If it really doesn't work, they can also leave and return to the town of return. And let the researchers of Vastwa and Jason help together. Even go to the front line, go to the anti-magic fortress and other areas to seek help. There are countless strong people gathered there. There will always be someone who can find a way. Through the brand new map in his hand, Alka walked in front of these evil spirits like a phantom, but did not attract the attention of these evil spirits at all. Come to a collapsed cave. From some places and ruins around, it can be seen that this was once a mine. And this is the entrance to a mine. There are densely packed bones around, and even armor and weapons that have not been completely corroded can be seen on some of the bones. Skip these bones, Alka came to the entrance of the mine. A soul that seems to have wisdom, drilled up from the ground. The appearance of the soul, still wearing armor, holding weapons, and dressed like a soldier. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Chapter 470 Cooperation. "Cohen, please leave." A female voice came from behind the ghost soldier. The ghost soldier nodded immediately after hearing this voice, and took a step back and disappeared. But Alka could still clearly feel that he was still guarding the entrance of the mine. The person who came was Lumina, who came to their camp a few nights ago, and told them about the situation here. "Alka. Right? You still have it left until now. Do you still want to peek at this treasure?" Lumina frowned and looked at Alka with some confusion. Alka is indeed a saint of the Church of the Virgin Mary. If he can become a saint of the Church of the Virgin Mary, he should not be a fool. And under such circumstances, if he forcibly takes this treasure away, not to mention them, the Church of the Virgin Mary will not let him go. This really makes her a little incomprehensible. Or is this treasure important to him? Hearing this, Alka shook his head and said, "No, the reason we are still here is to solve the problem here. So I need to understand more about some of the problems here." "Solve?" Over the years, there have been many people who have come here to try to solve the problems here. But you can see that we are still here. And those evil spirits are still here. Lumina pointed around and said without hesitation. It seems that the female ghost in front of her has lost most of her hope. Maybe the reason she is still here is that the treasure of the Guardian will not have any accidents, causing bigger problems. Thinking of this, Alka looked at her and suddenly said, "Where are those demon souls?" Hearing this, Lumina frowned. And after thinking for a while, she said, "They are around the treasure. They are actually the last line of defense for the treasure." Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It's really interesting. But she still expressed her meaning. How about this? I will completely destroy the demon souls first. How about it? Do you have a way to completely destroy these demon souls? Lumina frowned, staring at Alka with some disbelief, and asked. If it was somewhere else, she would have believed it. After all, these demons have become souls, not the living ones, which can allow their souls to return to the abyss. But the problem is that this is not far from the world scar, and there is a huge crack leading to the abyss. The breath of the abyss is infecting this land all the time, trying to completely destroy the demon soul in such a place, so that it will not return to the abyss and revive again, is an extremely difficult task. Don't be surprised. Before coming here, I had already sent some demons back to death forever. Lumina looked at Alka. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at Cohen behind her. Cohen, go in and tell Hengus to help bind the weakest demon soul and bring it outside. Hearing Lumina's words, Cohen nodded and walked into the cave entrance. Alka stood outside and waited. After about half an hour, Alka heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the mine. Riding a horse in the mine? It can only be said that it is worthy of being a soul. Hengus, riding a ghost warhorse, walked out. Besides him, he was followed by two ghost soldiers wearing heavy armor. The two soldiers bound a small demon with some soul-like chains in their hands. Alka looked at the demon. It was a micro-terror demon with the strength of the third stage, a demon with a body size of a child, but extremely fast, similar to an assassin. Even though he was chained, he kept roaring. What's wrong? Are you damn humans finally giving up? Even though he was chained and dragged to the outside world, he kept shouting. Then he began to curse non-stop. Looking at this demon, Lumina waved her hand slightly, and the soul-like mist wrapped around the demon's mouth, making him only hum and unable to make any sound. Come on, show us your power to make us trust you. Hearing this, a mirror like mercury emerged from under Alka's feet and flowed over. Seeing the mirror-like liquid covering them, the ghosts in front of them did not dodge, until the mirror turned everyone's feet into mirrors. The mirror flipped, and everyone entered the reverse space in the mirror. Lumina looked at the surrounding environment, and quickly reacted and asked, "Is this the world in the mirror?" Alka nodded. Without further explanation, the surrounding environment began to distort, and some light and shadow appeared, as if reality began to fall into a dream. Alka is gradually perfecting his abilities. As he fell, the surroundings began to gradually change into a dream. Lumina was indeed a scholar of the Spell Council of the Saralan Empire. It was obvious from her expression that she recognized the source of the change in the surrounding environment. Dream? With such a puzzled voice, the surroundings had completely entered the dream environment. The world of the mirror broke open, and a mist-like creature emerged. This was a mist-like creature, just like an ordinary cloud. A face that looked completely harmless, printed on the clouds. Lumina stared at this scene with wide eyes. This was a legendary creature that could only be seen in books and existed only in dreams. Your Majesty? Alka nodded, then pointed to the demon that was trapped by two ghost soldiers with chains. Take him into the furnace. Yunwu looked at the demon and swayed his body. Hengus waved his hand at the situation, and the two ghost soldiers silently released the chains. The demon obviously had some experience, and seemed to recognize the environment in the dream, and the mist-like creature in front of him. The moment the chain was released, he began to dodge and escape in the mirror space of the dream. But his mouth was still bound. Finally, he broke free from the restraint on his mouth, and the cloud-like dream creature instantly turned into a rope-like existence, tightly binding the demon. Damn human. What do you want to do? No! You can't take me to the dream. Let me go! The abyss will curse you. Obviously, the demon in front of him was not as reckless and bloodthirsty as most of their kind. He rarely showed the fearful and timid side of a demon, and from his terrified expression, we can know that the demon in front of him seems to know something about the situation in the dream world of this world. It was once said that the world crucible had melted demons into the essence of the world a long time ago. This is why most demons choose to give up invading the dream world. Unless, like the devouring mouth, the target is the gods hidden in the dream world. Otherwise, most demons will choose to avoid it. This is a bloody lesson. Looking at this situation, the ghosts in front of them can already see it. Alka seems to have the ability to completely destroy the devil, making the devil's soul howl non-stop. They are very rare, even in life. Well, the first time in life after death to see the fear of the devil. The cloud-like mist creature bound the devil, and then sealed his mouth again. Dragging the soul abruptly, returned to the real dream world through the gap again. Alka gently stroked the front of him. The dream in front of him was like a picture being opened, showing the scene of the world crucible. In front of Lumina and the others, the full picture of the world crucible appeared in front of him. Just like that, they watched the mist that bound the demon drag the demon to the edge of the furnace. The world crucible now has a group of dedicated maintainers and users. Among the mist creatures that have joined them in the past few months, there are some experienced users. Looking at the demon brought over, a giant-like mist creature grabbed the result in his hand, and then threw it directly into the molten fire. The demon's soul was burned into a long smoke in an instant, and then floated upwards, filtered through the top of the smelting tower, and turned into pure energy. It seems that a new mist creature will be born. Until the scene disappeared, Alka cancelled the picture, turning to look at Lumina. How? I have proved my ability. Lumina was a little surprised, and looked at Alka with incomprehension and asked, Are you a dream king? There was still uncertainty in her voice. It seems that she is very knowledgeable. Through the picture just now, she saw some characteristics that might be the dreamland. And through the respectful title of the mist-like creature just now, she knew the identity of Alka in front of her. Alka nodded. But how is this possible? You are a human. You are not a creature in the dream. You still have a body in reality. Obviously, this is inconsistent with what she has learned and understood. The world is big. There are always many exceptions that cannot be replicated. Hearing Alka's words, Lumina's soul made a movement as if taking a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Yes, you did it. Now tell us your idea. If it is feasible, we will naturally assist you with all our strength. The identity of the Holy Mother of Urka has gained their trust. In addition, he is a dream king, and his actions just now have completely gained their trust. Such a being is spying on a scepter-level treasure, and he does not even hesitate to offend the god he believes in. Obviously, it is completely wrong. This is too stupid, because Alka had never even seen the scepter itself. Hearing Lumina's words, Alka nodded, and the world in the mirror flipped. They instantly left the reverse mirror world and returned to reality. The first question, is it because of the treasure and the anchor of the ritual range covering the surrounding area that those evil spirits cannot leave this mountain range? You asked the right question, but it's not that they can't leave the mountain range, but they can't leave a certain range. This is the core of the entire mountain range. In the past, a very rare mineral was mined here, so even if they can reach the farthest distance, it is still in the mountains. It will not spread to further places, Lumina explained. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Just as Lucilia said, the second question, the cloud staff is the core of the ritual. These evil spirits seem to be able to revive again. Is it because of the ritual? Lumina nodded, yes. The cloud staff plays almost 80% of the ritual's ability. The reason why we were able to destroy those demons here is because of the immortality of the soul after being anchored by this treasure. If it weren't for the treasure, it would be impossible to do such a thing. Not to mention that this is a scepter-level treasure that raises the height of the ritual to a level that does not belong to it. The price is that the power of the ritual will always be maintained. Fortunately, the treasure of the cloud staff was strong enough at that time, and it was very easy to maintain the power of the ritual. But now, this good side at that time has become a difficult problem to solve. Cancel the ritual, and the evil spirits will immediately leave here and spread everywhere. As for the number of evil spirits, even Lumina and the others were completely unaware. In that case, they didn't know exactly how many civilians there were here. Because even if they knew, the number of soldiers and civilians who had become evil spirits was tens of thousands. In the battle with the devil, under the influence of the abyss, the strength of these evil spirits was no longer what they had imagined. The Alliance on the front line couldn't be unaware of the problem here. How did they solve it, and how did they think about it? Alka asked. The simplest way is to send enough troops to surround the exit of the mountain. At the moment of suspected liberation, clear out the demons that are pouring out. As long as most of the evil spirits are eliminated, The remaining ones will not cause too much problem. However, the problem is that too many troops are needed. The front line always needs troops to defend. And the demons can't give up this serious flaw so easily. Not only us demons also know the situation here clearly. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Sure enough, the demons also have this consideration. It is impossible for these demons not to take advantage of the problems in this area. Fortunately, these demons will not come here, because these evil spirits gradually became evil spirits in the battle with demons, and will only have stronger special attacks against demons. After thinking for a while, Alka looked at them and said, if I can bring the ritual and the area where the ritual is located to another space in a very short time, can the problem be solved? What do you mean? Lumina did not respond, and came over and frowned and asked. This area is the scope of the ritual. Right? Alka pointed to the surroundings and said. Of course. He meant the farther area. The area where the ritual array was located was quite large. Lumina understood what he meant and nodded. I mean, I will dig out this area as a whole, and bring it to a closed space. Can this problem be solved? Hearing this explanation, Lumina couldn't help but ponder. Looking at this situation, Alka didn't interrupt and waited quietly. After a long while, Lumina nodded uncertainly. If you dig out the whole thing, including the cloud staff, then the ritual will still exist. It will still be well preserved. It will no longer be a threat to this place. Are you sure? Alka looked at him and asked seriously. Lumina nodded. If you can ensure that the whole thing is dug out directly, and it will not affect the operation of the cloud staff itself. And it is a closed space. Very good. Then the main problem is solved. Alka directly spread out his palm. And the heart of Vasva emerged from his palm. This is a scepter-level treasure of mine. It contains a small world. And I have strong control over this small world. Then the earth card emerged from his side. And this treasure that can control the earth element can help us complete this task. Before they could speak, Alka said again, but there is a problem. After digging it away, the evil spirits are also free. Right? Lumina nodded. This was the question she was going to talk about. So the most important problem now is to gather all these evil spirits back. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Lumina thought for a long time, and then shook her head. Maybe, but it is definitely impossible to think of it in a short time. It takes careful thinking and research. Alka nodded. My companions will also think about it. So please ask you and those who have knowledge and ability in this area to think together. Brainstorming, more people can come up with better solutions. Lumina nodded and agreed to this request, because she did see hope. This glimmer of hope is enough. After confirming the contact between the two parties, Alka left immediately. After Alka left, Hengist and the others stayed where they were. Is it feasible? Hearing Hengist's words, Lumina just stared blankly ahead. No, what else can we do? We don't have any choice. Right? Maybe. We shouldn't have made such a choice at that time. As she said this, Lumina looked around, evil spirits wandering out from corners from time to time. She can name every one of these evil spirits. The brave soldiers and civilians who accompanied them to the end are still here. They are all her former companions, comrades in arms, friends, and even relatives. However, in her rituals, she fought fiercely with the demons, and her souls were extinguished again and again, enduring the pain that should not have happened. She could not rest in peace after destroying the demons, and was transformed into such a terrifying appearance by the abyss breath when fighting the demons. The abyss breath is maintained in this area, and it can never return to the appearance of a normal soul. It turned into the monster we had dealt with before. He is a believer of the Virgin Mary. I can feel the Virgin Mary's gaze on him. This time, let's pray that he can bring us real peace. Hengist dismounted and patted Lumina on the shoulder. Lumina nodded. Then the figures of several ghosts disappeared on the spot. Alka also returned to the camp where the stone house was located, and told Siadaiti and others about the communication matters he had determined. Then he began to prepare. Prepare for mutual communication and thinking, and the final response to this matter. Chapter 471. The plan is confirmed, and the action begins. The Ghost Mountains. In the Bloody Mine, that is. The area where Alka and his group are. In the camp where they temporarily stayed, there was a heated discussion. On one side were Alka and other living creatures with bodies. On the other side were ghosts of various shapes. It was not just Lumina. As the conversation progressed, Lumina brought with her various scholars, who still had their own will. It was obvious that being able to preside over the entire ceremony at that time was not only her credit, nor could she have done it alone. Using this method to attract these evil spirits is too dangerous. This will ignite their bloodlust, and even make them start to devour each other. At that time, it is very likely that they will devour each other, and become a completely uncontrollable evil spirit king, who may even break away from the ritual. An old ghost slammed the table and roared. Although he slammed the table, his hand went straight through the table. Hearing this, the man who confronted him was about 30 years old. From the ghost, it can be seen that he was dressed in aristocratic clothes, and was also a person in a high position when he was alive. Hearing the old man's rebuttal, he cursed, "Old man, I have tolerated you for a long time. If we don't use this method, will we use yours? How long will it take to drive away these evil spirits? Do you know the area of the Ghost Mountain Range? If it's just us, it will take at least a few years, or even more than 10 years. It may not be effective. Of course, we don't care. But what about those who help us? Will others also waste their time here? It may not succeed. Where can we get so much manpower to come here to support? With the communication between each other, they did not lack the method to attract all the evil spirits. But there was no more perfect method. Each method has its own flaws and hazards. In short, no one can come up with a solution that satisfies everyone. This debate has been going on for a long time. As the debate has begun, a slight compromise has been made on various plans. The plans have gradually become balanced, and various situations have been taken into consideration. Faced with such a situation, Alka and his friends, who don't know much about this, can only sit in the distance and listen silently, watching them argue. They even argue to the point that their entire souls are shaking. Faced with such a situation, they could only work hard in other places. For example, during this period, Alka and his companions had already collected all the other core crystals together with Yinjiu. At this stage, Xiaodaidi and his companions mainly assisted Alka in conducting simulation experiments. They simulated the process of completely cutting this area into the heart of Vasva at one time. After all, they couldn't let down the chain here. Looking at the communication in front of them, Alka and his companions left silently. They came outside. Xiaodaidi unfolded the map he had redrawn before. At this time, on this map, there were new and different icons. At the location of the mine, there was a small scepter-like icon. With the scepter as the core, a circular magic circle was drawn with dotted lines. The magic circle encompassed the center of the map, about 3/4 of the entire map, almost completely filling the map. This magic circle was the scope of the entire ceremony. Alka needed to ensure that the entire area where the magic circle was located was dug away. Is it possible to move such a large area into Vastwa at once? Xiaodaidi couldn't help asking. Hearing such a question, Alka just frowned and nodded uncertainly. I tried it before. The space here is more stable. It is actually difficult to open a large enough gap. Then what should we do? The solution over there has been discussed. But we have a problem here, Pororo said beside him. Hearing this, Alka stretched out his hand and drew a horizontal line next to the map. The range of the horizontal line is exactly the width of the entire magic circle. According to my experiment yesterday, I could open such a long gap, and then use the earth element to cut the entire area, and transport it in with manpower. Hearing this method, not only Poro, but also Xiaodaidi and Julia frowned. This method is too exaggerated. Will it work? Such a large area, even your earth element card may not be able to control it this way. Right? Such a large range is equivalent to directly controlling several mountains to smash down. Maybe the earth card can do it. But the problem is that Alka's strength obviously does not allow him to do so. Can you temporarily upgrade to the 6th stage through dreams? Xiaodaidi looked at Alka and asked. Alka was able to propose such a method, and it was obvious that he had some ideas. Otherwise, this method would be meaningless to implement, and it would only add trouble to say it out. Alka shook his head, upgrading to the 6th stage. Although it can strengthen the process, it is still not possible to move the entire area directly in. Because in that case, I have to consider the opening of the space crack. Xiaodaidi stared at Alka. Okay, tell me your solution quickly. It's very simple, Alka said, and turned to look at Yinjiu. Looking at Alka's eyes, Yinjiu pointed at himself. Do you want me to help? Alka nodded. Hearing this, Yinjiu left, and came to look at the situation on the map. I may not be able to do it. This is too exaggerated. If you want to do such a thing, if it is the former Stonehoof tribe leader, maybe he can do it. Not just you, I am seeking the help of the entire Stonehoof tribe. Alka looked at him and said. Hearing this, Yinjiu looked at him, thought for a long time, and then shook his head and said, Of course I can help you. And I can also persuade some of my tribesmen to help you with me. But if you want the whole tribe to help you, you can only get the elders to agree. But you have to know that our tribe's strength has been weakened. The environment here is not suitable for our survival. And our number has never increased, but has only been decreasing. In this case, it is obviously too difficult for them to get the elders to agree that the entire race can enter such a deep place. The possibility of them agreeing is very low, Yinju said beside him. Such an exaggerated project. Even if he had a few friends he could call together, it might not be possible. After all, they are a different race from humans. Although he believes in Alka and is grateful for Alka's life-saving grace, he can only convince a few of his friends. Maybe if his friends want to come, the great elders and others will stop them. After all, they are different races. They don't trust each other enough to let the whole tribe enter a place where they may die if they are not careful and risk their lives. This is too exaggerated and outrageous. It is not something that a great elder who wants to protect the interests of the entire tribe should do. No, your elders will definitely agree, Alka said, with a smile on his face. His tone was unusually certain, as if he had already won. Hearing this, not only Yinjiao, but also Xiaodai and others turned their heads to look at Alka. It seems that Alka must have thought of something again, or hidden something to give them a surprise. The heart of Vasva emerged from his palm, and a crack appeared in front of him. Come on, follow me in. Hearing this, Yinju was a little confused. He had known Alka's abilities during the time he had been following them. He also knew the abilities of this treasure. After all the recent events were centered around the abilities of this treasure. However, he had not yet entered the space inside. Hearing this, he followed in with some curiosity. Xiaodai and the others also walked in curiously. As soon as they came in, they saw the barren land where Vastwa and the others were. However, this place was much better than when they came in before, because the magic power equal to that of the outside world had already gathered here. However, if you want the magic power to nourish this land, relying on natural nourishment, it is unknown how long it will take. Moreover, it has only been a few months for the concentration here to be raised to the same level as that of the outside world, so the topography here has not changed at all. The flat barren land stretched to the end of the vision. It was here that one could truly feel what desolation was. This was a dead land. The land here has long been dead. As soon as he came in, Yinju half knelt on the ground and touched the ground and said, Although there was magic in the air, there was almost no magic in the land, only the most basic substances. In the eyes of semi-elemental creatures, such land was no different from death. Not here, come with me. As they spoke, they walked forward and soon came to an area. In front of them was a translucent barrier that stretched about 1 kilometer. Through the translucent barrier, one could clearly see the inside of the barrier, which should be a cubic space. Alka went straight through the translucent barrier and walked in. The others followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, they felt a different atmosphere. The moment Yinju came in, he stood still. The biggest difference between here and the outside world is the magic here. The concentration is no different from outside. But the problem is that there is only one attribute here. Pure earth element. Yinju stretched out his clay arm, and his whole arm was shaking constantly. He knew very well what the situation here meant. This was the meaning of him leaving the tribe and walking in the scars of the world. He knelt down on the ground. He stretched out his hand and grasped the air, as if he wanted to grasp something. Then he crossed his hands, looked at Alka, and knelt on one knee. Please help us. For the sake of the Virgin Mary. No. We will fight for you, Yinju said directly. Alka waved his hand, and the force made Yinju stand up again. Then Alka looked at him and said, I want to know. What kind of environment do semi-elemental creatures like you need to survive? Pure single element. Preferably the earth element as the main element, and the life element as the auxiliary element. But if you want to survive completely, it is enough to have the earth element. Yinju put his hand on his chest, and the life crystal of his brother appeared in his hand. Only in a sufficiently pure elemental environment can the crystal of life give birth to new life. Only in this way can the tribe continue. When life is pure enough, we will collect more items containing elements. Through the ceremony, new offspring will be born. Hearing this, Alka nodded and said, With my current ability, I can only create such a pure single attribute environment. I can still create other more complex elemental environments. But not now. Hearing this, Yinju nodded vigorously. Enough? That's enough. For them. It is too luxurious to have an environment that also conforms to some life elements. Hearing this, Alka raised his hand in front of everyone and gently drew it in the air. A crack connecting to the outside appeared in front of them. And then the earth card emerged from Alka's side. This card expanded and changed into a very thin magic circle, like a group of transparent films, and was attached to the crack. The magic power outside passed through the crack and kept pouring into the space. However, after being transformed and filtered by this film-like magic circle, it became a pure earth element and entered this space. The pure earth element in this space became more and more dense. Alka waved his hand again to change. The earth element poured into the dead earth below and began to revive it. The gray and dead earth began to transform, and was replanted into soil and rock. The gray and white color gradually changed to the brown color of the soil. But only this square area changed. This is the control of this space that Alka showed after the Vastva people left this space. He can divide the space inside Vastastar at will, making the divided spaces completely isolated and not affecting each other. He even isolated a place for storing items. And he controls and masters most of these separated spaces with his own authority. When this world begins to recover, he may be able to control more things. In fact, he has no ability to control the magic in this space, after all. This magic is only absorbed from the outside world. The reason why it was able to turn into a pure single attribute was because of his elemental cards. The cooperation between them allowed him to achieve such an effect. This space has greater potential. But it was slowed down by Alka's strength. His strength has not yet reached the level of being able to fully control this space. Not to mention making more detailed, meticulous and subtle adjustments to this space. But it is enough at this stage. Will your elders let you come together to help me now? Alka asked. Yinju nodded heavily, and said solemnly, No. We will sign a contract with you and fight for you. It is not just a simple help. Contract? The most common way for creatures in the elemental interface to connect with other material planes. Yinju has lived in the human world for so long. He knows clearly that this place is controlled by Alka. And they need this place to continue their race. So they will be completely loyal to Alka after this. This is necessary. And even what they beg for. So now, we just need to wait for them to come up with a feasible result. Nearly half a month has passed. The stone house is still in the middle of a quarrel, but as the methods of the quarrels begin to improve and merge, there are better options than before. I believe that after a few more days of quarreling, we will be able to come up with a solution that satisfies everyone, with the least accidents, the least harm, and the most feasible solution. Alka and the others have made sufficient preparations, and now they are making more detailed adjustments every day, listening to the quarrels of these people. Another quarrel. Alka and his friends sat bored by the bonfire, chatting in low voices. They were used to it. Especially the souls. Seemingly they had put all their energy here over the years. And because the souls didn't need to sleep, they quarreled, thought, and even went out to investigate and do research all day and night, as if they were tireless. At this time, Alka was the only one among them who could join the conversation and provide opinions. But Lucilia, who had never joined the quarrel and only expressed her opinions from time to time, suddenly knocked on the table. As the knocking sound came, the quarrel gradually subsided, and then it became quiet. Everyone turned to look at Lucilia. Obviously, Lucilia was just expressing her opinion, but she was also a very important person in front of them. Then Lucilia distributed the paper she had already written to everyone. Look, is this method feasible? Hearing this, everyone looked at the paper in front of them, which had written a method and the items that came with it. The more they looked, the more relaxed their expressions became, but they frowned and thought from time to time. Seeing this situation, Alka and the others nearby also sensed something was going on, and could not help but gather around. The old man who had been arguing before looked at the paper, then frowned and asked, Do you have a sample of this kind of soul-inducing incense? Lucilia raised her hands high. A small incense burner appeared in her hands, and she held it with both hands and placed it on the table. A ball of faint soul fire ignited on the incense stick on it, and a faint unknown fragrance floated out. The fragrance surrounded the smoke. Alka and the others did not react to the scent. They just felt very peaceful. Maybe they felt more relaxed and clear-headed? Not sure. But the ghosts present immediately began to react. Their eyes became blurred. and they began to move closer to the incense burner involuntarily. Seeing this, Lucilia jumped up and extinguished the soul fire on it. Then the ghosts reacted. The old man couldn't help but say in surprise, "It's amazing. It's really amazing. These intelligent ghosts can be confused. And those evil spirits, who act on instinct, can be completely addicted to it." He looked at Lucilia and said, "Your attainments in the soul are much better than mine. I can't make such a thing," he said with admiration on his face. This old man was Lumina's teacher. This ceremony was conceived by Lumina and perfected by his teacher. It seems that the results obtained by Lucilia after this period of communication have impressed him. Alka looked at the incense burner and the incense on it. Isn't this what Lucilia commissioned him to make these days? It turns out that it is used here. The materials were naturally the soul ashes they had collected. With a method, the results were soon revealed, and they began to plan. Several routes were planned from the mountain map, almost covering the entire range that the evil spirits could reach. They would hold the incense burner, and go through various routes to cover almost all places, and then slowly approach the center with the incense burner. Strive to attract all the evil spirits. Looking at the plan decided here, they have begun to think about perfect countermeasures, and have started to prepare. Lumina has begun to analyze the required manpower based on these plans, as well as various routes and precautions. It seems that the action is about to begin. Alka turned his head to look at Yinju and said, "Then let's set off immediately and head to the stone forest." Yinju nodded impatiently. Chapter 472, signing the contract. There were only two of them, and they were already familiar with the route, and the goals and things they needed to get were all settled. So this time Alka directly controlled the mirror, forming a flying magic mirror. Carrying Yinjiao, he quickly headed towards the edge of the mountain range, the direction where the stone forest was. Compared to the time they had come, it saved at least half the time. It only took a few days, and they had already seen the valley depression where the stone forest was from afar. It blended with the surrounding peaks, so that it was not noticeable at all. Perhaps because Rockhorn was following him, Arka clearly saw another sentinel of the Stonehoof tribe aware of their presence. But he did not rush to intercept them, and just let them move forward. Rockhorn looked at the place in front of him. "You're back, but there's still no change." As if aware of his return, the half-elemental creature with the appearance of a minotaur that Arka had seen guarding the gate before, who looked exactly like him, seemed to have noticed his return. They walked out directly through the rock. They looked at Yinjiao and hugged each other. They had some kind of silent communication. Although Alka didn't know what they were talking about, he couldn't see any expression on the dull face of the minotaur. But he could see from Yinjiao's more straightforward expression that they were talking about the half-element creature who died in the center of the mountain. Alka remembered Yinju said that the one who died was his brother, and he might also look like a minotaur. After the conversation, Alka followed the two and went through the wall directly, entering the interior of the stone forest. There was no difference compared to their departure. The strange and tall elder Sanjiang came over. After a silent exchange with Yinjiao, he raised his head and looked at Alka. "Human friend, I have heard him say that. Thank you for your help." Alka smiled and nodded, and took out the 3 crystal cores from the space. He handed the core to the elder in front of him. The elder watched Alka gather all 3 in such a short time. He thought that having one was already very good. Although he could feel the emotion of surprise, there was no change in his appearance. After receiving it, he nodded to Alka and thanked him. "Thank you, you are now a sincere friend of our clan. Please let me prepare a thank you gift for you." Looking at the elder, who was about to leave, Alka quickly stopped him and said, "I came here because I have something more important to discuss with you." Hearing this, the elder turned around and looked at him again. Yinju was also standing by and waiting. "The environment of this world is not conducive to your survival, and there are no conditions for your offspring to be born. But I have a place here, with pure and single earth elements, which is very suitable for you to live and reproduce." Hearing Alka's words, the elder did not believe it at first, and his emotions became alert, but he still stared at Alka with a dull face. Alka knew that he would definitely not believe it so easily, and looked at Yinju with his eyes to indicate that it was his turn. Yinju nodded, and immediately walked up, and began to communicate with the elder with silent waves. Seeing this scene, Alka took 2 steps back, and observed with eyes that could detect emotional fluctuations. With the silent communication, Alka could clearly see that the elder's mood gradually changed from vigilance and doubt to belief, and then quickly turned into excitement and surprise. After the communication, the elder looked at Alka and said, "If you can really do it, then my tribe will sign an elemental contract with you. We will be at your service. Fight for you. And in exchange you will provide a suitable environment for our tribe to survive in. Very straightforward. It seems that the entire tribe is quite straightforward. Alka nodded with satisfaction. Agreeing with such simple contract terms, he provided a safe place to live, allowing the entire tribe to reproduce. And the entire tribe signed a contract to provide him with labor and combat power. It was a very cost-effective deal. After all, if they can really give birth to offspring, then the race can be truly continued. Unless Alka sends them to die, then they will naturally refuse. As for the real signing of the contract, it will not officially begin until the whole thing is completely done. Let me see that area with my own eyes? Asked the elder. Alka nodded, of course. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the side, and a crack in the space opened. He walked in with the elder and Yinjiao. During this time on the road, Alka continued to infuse the magic of the single earth element into it. At this time, inside this closed space, the earth magic has become very rich, and the ground has long been revived. The originally barren plain has turned into brown land and protruding mud and boulders. As soon as he entered here, the strength of the great elder Sanjian began to rise in front of Alka's naked eyes. The cracks on his body actually began to close and recover directly. And soon, he entered the primary stage of the 8th stage, and stabilized here. Alka just stared blankly. When Yinjiao entered here before, why didn't there be such a change? This change came unexpectedly. But looking at Yinjiao's expression, it seems that this is a very normal phenomenon. It may be the difference in strength or stage. For this situation, Alka can't quite understand it. As for the fact that the great elder in front of him suddenly went crazy and wanted to attack him, to get the treasure in his hand, he never thought about it. Treasures are not something that everyone can master, especially those from another world. If they were facing someone from this world, Alka would still be on guard. Very good. It completely meets the environmental conditions for nurturing new life. Very good. The elder's words became smooth in an instant, and his emotions fluctuated. The whole person gave people the feeling of being old and strong. From the appearance, it can be seen that the cracks on his body have completely disappeared, and even the dirt and stones on the surface have become shiny. He turned his head and looked at Alka. Then he raised his right hand, and a large amount of elemental power began to gather on the palm of his right hand. A thick stone slab appeared in front of Alka, which was full of heavy aura and patterned totems. Then sacred text carvings began to appear on it, and it was specially transformed into the text used by the Home Sea that Alka could easily understand and read. It was the content of the contract they had just talked about. After the contract was signed, the residents of the Stonehoof tribe would serve Alka and fight for him. Alka would provide them with an elemental environment like the current one, so that their tribe could live normally. They must not be forced to do anything that would seriously harm the interests of the entire tribe. For example, if they were to die in large numbers. Faced with such a contract, Alka directly signed his name on it, and used the power of the Virgin Mary, mixed with his own magic power, to press the handprint representing the contract on it. After the hand seal was pressed, it automatically turned into the personal seal of the Alka Dreamland, representing the Alka Dreamland King. The entire contract was completely valid, under the witness of the elements, the Virgin Mary, and the dream. As the contract was signed, he seemed to feel something, and the overall power had changed. The brown card representing the earth emerged, and he could clearly feel that his control over this element had been strengthened. Signing this contract automatically gained the blessing of the earth element. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Since the contract has been signed, then let your people move in. Of course, we'll start now. Then Alka gave the permission to this space to the elder in front of him. Then they walked out. The whole stone forest began to get busy. The elder used some unknown power to transmit through the earth, which seemed to represent the fluctuation of the signal. The elemental life around began to return. Alka just sat by and waited quietly. His current responsibility was to open a bigger door. Alka found that the important things for them seemed to be some materials rich in earth elements and various totem statues. As Alka opened the door, they began to build a new stone forest on the barren land. Faced with such a situation, Alka certainly would not let it go, and sat next to them to start learning. As he studied next to them, Alka also understood the social structure of semi-elemental creatures. It was very simple to divide them by age and strength. First, there are the elemental beings that do not exist in their tribe. They can also become children like elemental cubs. Then, there are normal adult semi-elemental creatures after they grow up. All those in the Stonehoof tribe whose strength is at the 3rd stage or below are called semi-elemental creatures. Then, there are the warriors at the 45th stage. Of course, warriors are just the title of this stage, which means that they are powerful. Elders at the 67th stage. At this stage, in addition to being powerful, their age and experience are also far higher than other elements. The Triangle Rock, who is called the Great Elder, had actually passed this stage. Now, he should be called the Elemental Leader. Alka found that the title was actually no different from that of normal elemental creatures, except for some slight subdivisions. After all, they lived together in the elemental interface. At this time, a semi-elemental creature that Alka had never seen walked over. Alka looked at him. The strength of the entire elemental creature was about the 6th stage. Obviously, he was an elemental elder. After walking over, he looked at Alka. Alka, we still have a contract with the Frontline Alliance. According to the contract, we need to provide a certain amount of ore. So do we still need to renew this contract now? The reason why this matter is not decided by the Great Elder is that the other party in this matter is also a human like Alka, and Alka's opinion needs to be considered. Alka thought for a while and asked, how many people, and how long does it take to fulfill the contract? A team of 10 people takes 1 month. Hearing this, Alka nodded, that's not a high request. Then continue to fulfill the contract, take turns, and return to this space at other times. No, it should be called Stone Forest now. Without the restriction of external elements, this area can be completely transformed into Stone Forest. A square area with a side length of 1 kilometer is enough for them to survive. You know, the Stone Forest outside is not as big as this. If it doesn't work, Alka can always expand around. After all, this world is big enough. Of course, it can be considered small for the whole world, but for Alka, it can be considered a small continent. Hearing Alka's decision, the elemental elder in front of him nodded, and then left to make arrangements. Alka found that the construction of the Stone Forest was much more complicated than he thought. For these elemental and semi-elemental creatures, he used some completely unknown techniques, and began to connect the surrounding single earth elements through stone pillars and totems one by one. Then he began to control them freely, and let them arrange in a certain proportion and order in this stone forest, and naturally formed a natural magic circle. Make the earth element of the whole area active, and gentle. He could only think of this adjective for the time being, because active elements cannot appear gentle, but violent and destructive. For example, if there is an earthquake in this world, and collapse can be regarded as the manifestation of elemental activity, then they began to revive the new generation in front of Alka. First, the element core that Alka had seen. In the center of the entire stone forest, there is a huge and finely carved totem. The totem was carved with a cow-like creature, but it was obviously a fantasy creature similar to a cow, and a huge stone hoof mark. Then, they changed the core through some kind of ritual and wrapped it in a stone ball. The mud ball gradually solidified, became hard, and then turned into a stone egg with patterns printed on it. The whole stone egg suddenly became extremely smooth, like a pebble in a river. These smooth stone eggs were lifted by the Great Elder. Alka could feel the silent vibrations of their communication, as if they were praying in some kind of ritual. After all, this was the first life born in such a long time. After the ritual, the stone egg floated. Just like that, this ball of brown light floated next to the huge totem pole. Then one after another flew up. Among them, various materials rich in earth elements were used. Alka sat next to them for 2 whole days, just watching the operation of these semi-elemental creatures. Just by looking at him, I felt that I had made great progress in controlling the earth element. It can only be said that as a creature that can control the earth element by nature, there are many skills that Alka may not be able to learn even if he sees them. That is the instinct of others. In just 2 days, the 300 people of the entire Stonehoof tribe have completely returned to their former strength. In just 2 days, Alka found that many half-elemental lives were about to have their cracks repaired. More or less, their strengths have been improved to a certain extent. Or in other words, their strength should have improved after such a long time. It's just that the harsh environment and scarcity outside made their strength stagnate or even regress. After they came to an environment suitable for them to survive, their previous malnutrition was eliminated, and their natural strength began to make up for the loss during this period. For example, the Great Elder. Before coming here, he was indeed just a semi-elemental creature at the level of a perfect elder in the 7th stage. But after 800 years, he should have broken through to become a leader-level existence. But the environment was lacking. Until it was brought to the appropriate area, after the body was repaired, it broke through to a new stage in an instant. After everything was done, Alka appeared in the stone forest outside. It was already empty. There was only a team of semi-elemental creatures left. The team leader Alka had given him permission to enter the space. Alka then began to return, going deeper into the interior of the Ghost Mountain. When he returned, he did not use the flying magic mirror to carry him to move quickly, but used the brown earth card. Start practicing the skills you learned before. Standing on a sharp stone, the stone slides between the mountains, just like skiing in the snow. Moving forward quickly. This requires very delicate and some hidden tricks to do it. If it weren't for Alka's improved ability to control the earth element, he wouldn't be able to do this, let alone maintain it all the time. Sliding all the way inside, as he moved deeper into the mountains, his speed began to slow down. Because the abyss aura inside was getting thicker and thicker, the earth element in the earth was restrained to a certain extent, unlike the periphery. In the periphery, especially in the area of the stone forest, the abyss aura was very faint, almost non-existent. It should be that the semi-elemental creatures of the Stonehoof tribe took some kind of protective measures. This is why when Alka saw the rock horn before, he did not dive into the earth to hide. Because in such a place severely invaded by the abyss, any element was restrained differently. As a last resort, in the second half of the journey, Alka began to use the magic mirror again to fly quickly. This round trip, plus the waiting in the middle, it took Alka nearly half a month to finally arrive. Chapter 473 The Earth Floats. The curtain of night has been drawn. Today, the stars gather like the Milky Way, flowing in the sky. A full moon and a star hang in the sky. The bright moonlight shines into the Ghost Mountains. But in this cold and dark mountain range with howling wind, the moonlight shines down, making it even more gloomy and cold. The howling cold wind passes through the gravel caves in the mountains, and makes a sound like howling. The sound is harsh, but it keeps spreading in my ears. A vague figure, moving slowly in the moonlight. Looking closely, it is a ghost. Under the moonlight, the ghost's body is pale and light, and it moves slowly forward as if surrounded by smoke. The ghost's hands gently hold a palm-sized incense burner base. A stick of incense is inserted straight on the small incense burner. The incense is burning with the soul fire of the orchid, swaying gently in the white moonlight, and flickering with little blue light. Wisps of green smoke float over the incense, and under the whistling cold wind, the incense is transmitted to the surroundings. At this moment, behind this ghost, around this ghost, in the dark place where the moonlight shines, countless red dots, flickering in the darkness, following the movement of the ghost. They were attracted. Yes, such scenes did not only happen here, but also happened in all parts of the Ghost Mountain range. A total of 16 ghost members who still had clear wills, from different areas and corners, holding soul-leading incense, attracting those evil spirits, and leading them all the way to the central area. Even they themselves were attracted. But the incense was right in front of them. And they were smart. So they could move in one direction while being attracted. After Alka left, Xiaodaidi and others who stayed in the camp had already started to act. However, such actions were obviously not suitable for Xiaodaidi and others who had flesh and blood. They were really attracting evil spirits to kill them by burning incense to attract souls. Only these ghosts who were the same soul as the evil spirits could do this. From here, we can also find that these evil spirits are different from the evil spirits in the outside world. The evil spirits in the Ghost Mountain range hate all living things. And the ghosts with wisdom who died, like them, are not among their targets. They sometimes even attack their fellow evil spirits. But they will not attack the still awake ghosts. As for the evil spirits in the outside world, not only are they wise, but also ordinary ghosts, disembodied souls, and living creatures are all within their attack range. These evil spirits in the Ghost Mountain range, who do not have much wisdom, are attracted by the soul-guiding incense by instinct. Following these ghosts holding the soul-guiding incense, return to the place they once left. Return to where they should have stayed. At this time in the camp, Xiaodaidi and others have long stopped staying in the camp. They have moved their residence into the mine. There are few evil spirits there, because it will dispel the breath of the abyss. By then, this place will be filled with ghosts. If they are still outside, as flesh and blood, they will become the biggest target. Even if there is moonlight that the evil spirits fear, it will still not work. The more evil spirits there are, if there is a problem, a powerful evil spirit will attack. The others will rush in one after another. Although Xiaodaidi and others are not afraid of these evil spirits, but once they are killed, They don't know if they will be resurrected somewhere. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? They planned 16 routes, leading to here from all corners, to attract as many evil spirits as possible. In this case, the evil spirits that have not been attracted are only a very small number, and even if they are spread out, they will not have any impact on the surroundings. The stronger the strength, the more it will be attracted by the soul-guiding incense. The wider the range of these powerful evil spirits, the less likely they are to escape from the range of the soul-guiding incense. This ghost, holding the soul-guiding incense in his hand, slowly moved towards the center. During this slow movement, the fireworks of the soul-guiding incense never stopped, and the soul-guiding incense never shortened, as if it had always been burning there. This is because the inside of the incense burner, with the incense stick, is the material for its ignition, and the incense stick is just a transmission tool to turn it into smoke. This ghost is tireless, maintaining a uniform speed, maintaining the posture of holding the soul-calling incense. Whether it is day or night, or in the rain, it never stops. Even the speed of advancement is kept uniform, never changing. The slow movement took nearly 10 days, and a large number of evil spirits of various strange shapes had gathered in the area around her. If an ordinary person or someone who has never seen such a scene sees this scene around, he may be scared to the point of madness. This scene was like the abyss, hell, or even the monsters from nightmares invading reality. At the same time, one glance at it made people tremble all over. After moving for an unknown period of time, the materials in the incense burner were almost used up, and the ghost finally saw the destination she was about to reach. She had already seen the mine where she had fought. She had also been bound here. So how could she forget the environment here? When she crossed the small hill in front of her and looked down, she saw the crowded evil spirits in the mine area below. Apparently someone came back first. Although they were advancing at the same time, their distances were different after all. The ghost entered with the soul-guiding incense in his hand. Then he extinguished the incense in his hand. There was a huge incense burner in the center of the entire mine. Hundreds of incense sticks were lit inside the tall incense burner, firmly attracting these evil spirits in the middle. Only those with strong strength could get close to the incense burner. At this time, Alka, who had already returned, had been hiding at the edge and observing. As for Xiaodaidi and his men, it was not convenient for them to show their heads at will now, and they could only hide inside the mine, hiding beside the cloud staff. The core of the entire ritual could ensure safety. It also ensured that the entire process could be carried out perfectly, and prevented the evil spirits from going crazy. The evil spirits at this time were attracted by the incense, and they behaved unusually quietly. The clouds hidden by the incense flowed around the entire area. Alka watched the last wave of evil spirits rush in. Lunami appeared beside Alka. Okay, almost all the evil spirits have been completely attracted to this area, and can start to act. Hearing this, Alka nodded. A flashing machine flew out of the mine in the distance. This is Julia's treasure, the phonograph. As the phonograph flew out of the mine, a melodious requiem came out. The melody expanded, completely covering the entire area. In this area, coupled with the existence of the soul-guiding incense, all the evil spirits became unusually calm, like babies sleeping soundly. The noise from the outside world could hardly disturb them anymore. Seeing this situation, Arka immediately opened the door of the space. The first one to come out was the Great Elder, and more semi-elemental creatures came out from inside. But not all of them, but all the semi-elemental creatures above the warrior level. These were enough, and even wasted too much manpower. So many semi-elemental creatures of the earth were more than enough to control such a large area to float and leave this mountain range. The Great Elder looked at the quiet evil spirit below. Even he, who was at the 8th stage, couldn't help but shudder. This is a problem caused by innate restraint. Looking at this scene, it really makes my core vibrate. It means something like fear and terror. Looking at the semi-elemental creatures around, Alka can clearly feel the tension coming from them. Don't be too nervous. We just need to spread out to the periphery and move in the area I have marked. These evil spirits have been completely restrained. Nodding, according to the teams that had been divided long ago, the semi-elemental creatures began to disperse and leave the surroundings. They were seen running quickly on the surrounding hills, but they did not use elemental power, fearing that they would alarm the evil spirits. Faced with such a situation, Alka did not warn them, as long as they could be reassured. Soon, the semi-elemental creatures and Alka surrounded the entire area. They were also far apart. Everything was ready. Alka came to the entrance area at the edge and stood on a low hill, looking at the hourglass in his hand. He waited quietly. As the hourglass turned upside down, the curtain of the sky was pulled open in an instant, and the sun shone down. Looking at the sun, a figure appeared. Alka's strength suddenly increased, and the power of dreams began to flow into his body. Alka's strength began to increase, and soon broke through to the 6th stage. Then it continued to increase, until it was close to the perfection of the 6th stage. As Alka's dreamland expanded wildly, his dreamland strength began to be unstable again. The strength that was originally a whole stage away from reality began to become even greater. There was no other way. He could not give up the expansion of his kingdom. After all, he still needed to stabilize the situation here. So once he used such a skill, his strength might be greatly improved. As his strength increased, the star of Vasva floated out of his body, and then shone brightly. It floated in the sky, emitting a brilliant blue color. A crack, horizontally split from the top of the hill. Looking from the bottom of the hill, the sky had changed, and the scene where the crack had opened was a barren land. It was a dead land. As the space opened up, the magic began to gather in it. The earth card appeared next to Alka. At this time, Alka, holding the heart of Vasva and floating in the sky, his eyes emitting a dazzling blue light. The earth card next to him began to exert force, and the floor in front of him began to vibrate and crack. He mainly played a guiding role. Some evil spirits were in a trance, and had broken away from the quiet mood. But the movement was not too exaggerated. At least all the semi-elemental creatures were trying their best to stabilize the entire area, and not shake violently. As for the noise, there was nothing they could do about it, and the magic array had already been set up around them to prevent the transmission of sound. In order to avoid various unexpected situations, they had already prepared various countermeasures. Even if these evil spirits suddenly woke up, they had a way to temporarily restrain them here, until the whole process was completely successful. The cracked ground caused a chain reaction, and the semi-elemental creatures that had been hiding around them began to use their own powers together. The crack spread and expanded instantly. The hill where the entire mine was located, and the surrounding mountains were wrapped by an elliptical irregular crack. Then, with a vibration, the entire land was lifted up from the ground. A large area of empty space suddenly appeared between the interlaced peaks. Rocks and soil rolled down from above, leaving behind an extremely exaggerated deep depression. As the entire ritual area was lifted by the crack, Alka controlled the earth card to play a leading role, and began to let the land float to the place where the crack was. With Alka's leading control, the rest of the semi-elemental creatures began to exert their own power and control them together. Those standing outside the mine, and the wise ghosts watched the scene, looking at the huge space crack in the sky in front of them, looking at Alka holding up the bright blue gem. This scene, it was like a miracle. Lucilia also stood beside them. At this time, Lucilia was of normal size. Her state of using the soul was not much different from the ghosts in front of her. Looking at the scene in the sky, her mind involuntarily floated to the mural she had seen in the Broken Islands, in the museum where Vasva once was. That mural seemed like a myth in the Golden Age. But now the protagonist in the mural, Vasva, has become Alka. The flow of people leading to the space has become a floating land. The front of the land crashed into the space, and the semi-elemental creatures that controlled the land also followed the movement and entered the space. The fluctuations generated by the movement here transmitted much farther than they thought. At this time, the front line, at the anti-magic fortress, it was another routine demon siege. This was the most exaggerated place to resist demons. Wars were happening almost every moment, just with different intensities. It was a veritable meat grinder. But at this time, both sides stopped inexplicably. They felt the vibration of space, and even felt the vibration coming from a distance, and the ground under their feet shook slightly. The elements of the earth began to become violently active. Even the originally stable space, the powerful warriors, whether human or demon, could not help but look into the distance. They looked towards the area where the Ghost Mountain Range was located. The space is vibrating? What happened? At this time, an old man standing on a tall stone tower also felt the fluctuation of power. He raised the scepter in his hand and waved it gently. A ball of light flowed in front of him, and then a picture appeared in front of him. The people around couldn't help but look at the screen. The people here are considered to be the strong men in the entire front line and the powerful people in various places. Then everyone stood there inexplicably. In the screen, it was that exaggerated scene that appeared. Arka? Greyfar, who was also behind the old man, said in confusion. Everyone turned to look at him in an instant. Do you know him? Greyfar nodded. I know him. He is the leader of the Compass Eye, the guy who set up the devouring mouth in the outside world before. Greyfar's explanation, everyone around him suddenly realized. So it's him. Is this the Ghost Mountain Range? What is he doing? Hey, you can't mess around there. If something goes wrong there at this time, it will be a big deal. One member said, as he thought of something. The surroundings suddenly became noisy. In this case, if the evil spirits in the Ghost Mountain Range had problems, it would definitely be a major crisis. How could they have so much manpower to deal with the problems that would arise later? This would definitely cause chaos in the logistics at the rear. Only the powerful ones watched steadily. They could see some clues through the screen. Don't worry, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Greyfar also nodded. Yes, Arca won't do anything irrational. If he really did something irrational, they wouldn't need to stop him. Naturally, there would be higher-level beings to stop him. The gray-robed old man who showed the screen seemed to have seen something, and then deleted the screen. Hey! Why is it turned off? I still don't understand. The old man turned his head to look at the person who made the sound. Then he turned around and sneered. You can't understand it with your brain. Don't embarrass yourself. You'd better rush down and chop the demon. This is more suitable for you. Old man, you have a bad mouth. I think Greyfar should not be allowed to guard the demon-hunting fortress. You should be allowed to guard it. That way. You don't need to fight at that time. You only need to mock each other with the devouring mouth every day. The scolded strongman retorted without hesitation. Then he felt unsatisfied and added, Seriously? Is the devouring mouth your brother? When this guy comes, I have to warn him, lest he anger you and ask you to avenge your brother. There was another brief verbal battle. Hearing such an answer, Greyfar looked at him inexplicably. You two are the same. The others left silently, and continued to focus on the battle below. Finally, only the tail of the entire area of the huge floating land was left. As the last area entered the space, there was only an extremely wide depression in front of him, as if a huge lake had dried up. A wide pit was left. Alka closed the space and immediately entered it. In the space, all the evil spirits began to become manic, rushing towards the semi-elemental creatures that still controlled the earth like a tsunami. But they all crashed into the air, as if there was an invisible thick wall between them and the semi-elemental creatures. At this time, this area has been isolated by Alka, but the power between them is still flowing. Under the control of the semi-elemental creatures, the whole area began to fall into the desolate and boundless land. The land began to boil, and the whole land began to sink, sinking into the gray sand and stone. Then they were firmly embedded together, although the color can be seen to be obviously different. One is the gray and cracked dead land, the other is the dark gray and black cursed land that has been stained by the breath of the abyss. After everything was done, Alka waved his hand lightly. He sent all the semi-elemental creatures to the stone forest where they were. He then fell directly on the barren land, gasping for breath. His strength began to decline in an instant, returning to the original stage. Opening such a large space for such a long time consumed too much of his magic power. Chapter 474 Loyalty. After Alka had rested completely, he entered the space in front of him, entered the enclosed ghost area. As soon as he entered, he walked through these evil spirits blatantly. These evil spirits rushed up when they saw Alka, but they were all blocked by the thick barrier, and could not enter Alka's body at all. All the way to the central mine area, Zidite and others walked up from below, looking at the surrounding environment. At this time, all the evil spirits were bound in this area. These evil spirits gathered together to form a group of extremely creepy monsters. Lumina and others also came out one after another. Is the ritual still stable? For safety reasons, Alka asked. Lucilia and Lumina both nodded. The ritual is now very stable. Now you can cancel the ritual and take the scepter. Lumina looked at Alka and said. Hearing this, Alka looked at her quietly and asked, after the ritual is cancelled, what are you going to do? Hearing this, not only Lumina, but also the ghosts around her stared at Alka. Of course I am. Relieved. I have been in this form for too long. Lumina stretched out her hand and waved it. As her hand waved, some faint green mist surrounded her. Thank you for solving the problem here, so that the ritual can be safely lifted, so that we can leave with peace of mind. Hearing this, Alka looked at her. The world has been broken, although the soul return process is still running, but it is obvious that you have missed the soul return process. And this is not the For God Sea. Your liberation should not be the result you deserve. In the Infinite Sea, Without the power of the four gods remaining, it is impossible to return them to the capital of the gods through the ceremony as in the home sea, or to safely enter the return ceremony. The four gods sea is equivalent to the construction of the gods, which is the earliest temporary residence used to stabilize the world and settle the population. By the way, it is also a simple experimental facility. And the infinite sea is the essence of the world, the essence of fragmentation. Since everything is broken. Of course, there are many problems with the program, including the reincarnation mechanism. If the soul is forced to stay for a period of time after death, then there will be problems with this mechanism. The lagging soul will really dissipate after death. It is impossible to enter the reincarnation mechanism of this world. But it will become the energy in the sky. Eternal disappearance. This is the biggest consequence of this ceremony at that time. Alka looked at the group of ghosts in front of him. Obviously everyone knew this information. And there was not much fluctuation in the face of Alka's words. When they made such a decision, they had already thought of such consequences. Now, you don't have too much pressure anymore. How about using this soul state to survive for a while? Afterwards, maybe even the world's problems can be solved. Hearing Alka's words, the noble who had quarreled with the old man before, couldn't help but frown and said, "You are a living creature, you are a living person, how can you understand our feelings?" As he spoke, his words became more and more excited, and he showed his own hands. Look at these hands, now he can't touch anything, even a small stone can't be held. He didn't even feel anything. I had forgotten the feeling of eating, I had forgotten the happiness after being full, I even lost the most basic right to fall asleep. You want us to persist now? Let us continue to endure this torture? Listening to his venting, Alka did not refute anything, just listened silently. Until the noble finished his roar. He took a deep breath, and returned to his usual demeanor. "Sorry, I was rude." After that, he quietly retreated behind the crowd. Alka looked at the ghosts in front of him. There were even more weak ghosts inside the mine. There were even some children in there. "Is this what you think?" Hang said beside him. "You are a noble person. You are willing to spend so much energy to help us solve such a problem. This is already very good. I can understand your feelings. But this is the consequence we deserve. Since we were willing to perform such a ceremony, we have been mentally prepared. Don't worry about us anymore." After saying that, Hangs hit his chest with his right hand, making his soul tremble, and lowered his head with great respect. "No, I'm not a noble person. I just can't stand this kind of thing. I don't like to make dedicated people bleed and cry. This is unfair, even though the world is not fair," Alka said, and a faceless white doll appeared in his hand. The soul doll made by their latest technology, Alka made one temporarily before the action. I didn't expect that it would be useful until now. This was also a sample he had made in advance. Alka handed over the ghost doll. Come in here and give it a try." Angus, Lumina and all the ghosts around, all looked at the doll quietly. At this time, Clara, who had met Alka for the first time, came out. "Let me try, I believe in you. I don't want to die either." She was still young, and her life was only a small part of her experience of death, which had long been forgotten in her memory. As she spoke, she touched the doll directly, and her entire soul was put into it. The doll began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye, including its facial features, limbs, and matching clothes. Dark purple hair grew from its head and fell down. Soon, the soul doll in her hand turned into a small Clara. I have a body?" Clara's voice came from the doll. And then she stretched out her hands and pinched, touched her body, and felt the long-lost touch. "I can touch myself. I can. Her voice gradually became choked, and even tears flowed from the doll's eyes. Although these functions sometimes seem to be useless, Alka and his team had studied them before, in order to give the puppet girls at that time their own personalities. She stroked the corners of her eyes, feeling the liquid flowing out of her eyes. Even crying tears made her feel surprised. All the ghosts around were watching this scene. When they saw this scene, many people's faces showed extremely obvious fluctuations. If they could continue to live like this, who would want to experience that complete death? This is a world with gods. After death, they cannot return to the kingdom of God, nor can they be reincarnated into the next life. Complete death? Just thinking about it is terrifying, even if they may have forgotten it by then. No one thinks about such things. When they were young, when their bodies were frozen, they fought against the devil and suffered the tearing of their souls. Even after that, they did not find peace. but watched their former companions and comrades go crazy one by one, and turned into the enemies they once hated. And they could only helplessly stay in this desolate place, suffering such torture, watching their old friends become crazy. They longed for peace and everything, and also longed for a new life. Contradiction, that was their current state. Clara jumped on Alka's hand, feeling her body. Then a candy appeared in Alka's other hand. The small candy was about the size of the nail of the little finger. Alka pinched the candy and handed it over. Would you like to try it? The small candy was already very big for Clara, who had entered the doll's body. She held it with both hands. She couldn't help asking, "Is it okay? Can I eat it? This will bring more surprises." Of course, we are very confident and good at the technology of dolls. Alka couldn't help saying proudly. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi and the others nodded without modesty. Indeed, they can really be said to be the world leader in this area. And their research has never stopped. They even use puppet technology and divine essence to construct an artificial divine biological body, like Lucilia. Clara carefully put the candy to her mouth. She almost forgot how to bite and eat. But she still stumbled and bit off a piece of candy skin and put it into her mouth. The sweet taste burst in her mouth, and her soul couldn't help but tremble. Memories began to emerge from her mind. When was that memory? Tears almost flowed from the corners of her eyes like water, dripping on Alka's hands. Seeing this scene, Alka smiled and said, "Don't cry too much. You won't be able to cry anymore." "Ah?" Hearing this, Clara quickly wiped her eyes and held back her tears. "Now, take a good nap." Hearing this, Clara looked at him. Alka reached out and touched her head. The soul was sleepy, and a new bubble appeared in Alka's kingdom. After several centuries, she returned to the kingdom of dreams again. Clara lay in Alka's palm and fell into a deep sleep. In this quiet environment, one could hear her even breathing, facing the envious eyes of her former companions. Alka then handed Clara to Xiaodaidi. Xiaodaidi gently held her in his arms. Alka then turned to look at the ghosts in front of him. "How about waiting for a while? Until you get the results you deserve." Hengest took a deep breath, looked at Alka and said, "You are a benevolent king. You are a true king. Your kindness, your generosity, your character make me surrender. You helped us and washed away our shame and guilt. I hope that in the future, I can serve you as king." He is a very rigid but pure and steadfast knight. As he said this, he knelt on one knee, pulled out the long sword from his waist with both hands, and held it up and handed it over. Seeing Hengist's actions, all the people around him knelt on one knee and did the same thing. They were all former subjects of the Saralan Empire, and those who still have intelligence now are all officers and nobles of the Knight team at that time, and well-known scholars. Alka had once demonstrated his ability as a dream king in front of him. So in their eyes, Alka was a king. And Alka's various behaviors during this period, and what he did just now made them willing to submit. This is an existence worthy of their loyalty. Looking at this situation, Alka was stunned. How could it become like this inexplicably? He couldn't understand at all why it became like this. What kind of brain circuit is this? Although he has been in this world for so long, most of his basic cognitions are still the same. So what should he do now? Not only Alka, Xiaodaidi and others also didn't know what to do, and they couldn't give any advice at this time. They could only look at him helplessly, which had touched their blind spots in knowledge. And obviously, it was time for Alka to make a decision. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder, and her voice sounded in his mind. "Now, walk in front of him and exude the aura you have in the dreamland." Hearing such instructions, Alka took 2 steps forward and came to Hengest. Involuntarily, he entered the state of being in the dreamland. A momentum emanated from him. That was the breath of a superior who had commanded those dream creatures for a long time in the dreamland, and gained the respect and loyalty of those dream creatures. Feeling this momentum, all the souls lowered their heads slightly, and showed more respect. A true king who could control his momentum freely. Take his ghost blade. Alka stretched out his hand, and took the ghost blade in his hand. Swear to accept their loyalty in your name. And then say some polite words. It's better to do it under the witness of the Virgin Mary. Hearing this, Alka picked up the sword and gently placed it on his shoulder. I, Alka Lagu, accept your loyalty under the witness of the Virgin Mary. I will lead you to the future you deserve. Let you get your courage, the gifts you deserve, and the rewards you deserve. After saying this, a faint and soft holy light emerged. This strange holy light did not burn the souls of these ghosts, but fell into their souls, making their souls strong. This was not his doing. When he said in the name of the Virgin Mary, this was a gift from the Virgin Mary. Under the illumination of the Virgin Mary's gift, the loyalty of these ghosts rose sharply. Alka helped them up. My king. Although it sounded awkward and embarrassing. But Alka nodded expressionlessly and said, compared to these, I have something else to tell you. After saying that, he turned around and looked around, looking at the evil spirits that had been outside the transparent wall. These evil spirits or ghosts are not real evil spirits. Perhaps because of the anchoring of the treasure. The essence of their souls is still maintained. Now this area is no longer infected by the breath from the abyss of hell. As time goes by, as the breath of the abyss disappears, they will gradually regain their minds and return to themselves. Hearing this, the ghost in front of them could no longer hold back. Really, really? Lumina asked with a trembling voice. This was the thing she felt most guilty about. And the thing she felt most powerless about. Alka nodded. After communicating through the contract, a half-elemental stone-hoof elder appeared beside her. After communicating silently through the contract, the elder nodded. Using the elements of the earth in the original place, a totem stone pillar of a person grew directly out of the ground. The earth began to repel, and began to become pure, pushing away the abyss aura. Without the influx of infinite abyss aura, the abyss aura remaining on this piece of land was cleared away in such a small area in an instant. Alka through the abyss breath he expelled back into a corner. Now here, on this land dug from the outside world, only the abyss breath remained in the bodies of these ghosts. And this is his world. Alka waved his hand. This area was immediately connected to the kingdom of dreams. The bizarre scene enveloped them in an instant. All the ghosts couldn't help but look around and look at the dream scene. Looking at the dream bubbles floating in the bizarre air. And the dream creatures wandering around. Those unusual silver buildings. And the construction sites filled with white fog. The fog-like creatures of all sizes were moving through them. The central smelting tower, standing in the dreamland, became the most conspicuous beacon in the entire country. And the molten fire it emitted illuminated the surroundings. The breath of dreams began to invade reality, turning into pink mist that permeated in. Then it turned into silk threads one by one, connecting to the bodies of those evil spirits, being pierced and bound by the pink sight. These evil spirits were instantly sluggish, like corpses being hung up by pink silk threads. Although they were hung up, the abyss breath in their bodies began to slowly flow into the dream world through the pink silk thread. Once these abyss breaths flowed in, they would flow into the smelting tower along the channel and become pure energy. For the smelting tower, there is no possibility of overload. Wait until the abyss breath in their bodies is completely eliminated. And then, they will return to themselves. Thank you, my king. They knelt on one knee again. Alka nodded helplessly and said, as for your ghost dolls, it will take some time to make them. You just wait here for the time being. All the ghosts nodded. After these things were done, Alka led everyone through the mine and walked into the interior of the mine. The core of the entire ceremony was stored inside. Alka came to the core. In the dead end of this mine, a scepter was wrapped in clouds and mist, floating in the air. Countless chains of spells, visible or not, were tied to the scepter, stabilizing it, making it the core of the ritual. Lumina and the scholar ghosts who came with her surrounded the magic circle and began to dissipate the magic circle. Soon, with a click, the spell chains broke. One by one, the spell chains broke. The ritual began to dissipate. As the ritual dissipated, the magic power fluctuations in front of them, including the magic circles, disappeared in an instant. And the core scepter fell to the ground like an ordinary scepter. There was a sound of metal collision. The introverted nature of the treasure was reflected. And the appearance of this scepter was also extremely ordinary. Just like an ordinary metal scepter, it looked extremely simple. Chapter 475 ending. Alka looked at the map in his hand. The orange light on the map was still dim. The ghosts were settled. Alka and his team took the scepter and came to the outside world to look at the deep depression in front of them. This whole area was dug into the space by them, leaving a large hole. It's amazing, you did a great thing. Pororo looked at the huge hole and couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, several people couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, it's time to go back. A mirror appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone sat on the mirror. Alka controlled the mirror to fly away. On the mirror, Alka pulled out the treasure from the space. Come on, give it a try, Alka said and handed it to Pororo. Pororo nodded and took the scepter. Magic power poured into the scepter. It was very stable. But Pororo still shook his head and handed the scepter to Julia next to him. No, it suppresses my other treasures. Hearing this, Arca nodded. Pororo does not have a scepter-level treasure, and this scepter-level protection suppresses his Holy Grail-level treasure, which means that they are not compatible with each other. After Julia infused magic power into it, she also shook her head. Then it was Lucilia. Still no. As for Arca and Ziadide, they have already collected all the scepter-level treasures. Before obtaining the crown-level treasure, any additional treasures, even if they are compatible, must be used with restraint. Otherwise, it will make it more difficult to choose the crown-level treasures. I hope Jason and his friends can adapt to it. Otherwise, if we spend so much effort to get this scepter treasure, but no one can fit it, it will be a pity. Alka couldn't help but sighed. After all, it is a scepter-level treasure. They are in great need of this level of treasure now. There are only 5 pieces in the whole team, but it just fits Alka and Ziadide, so they can get all their treasures. The other one was the legacy Jason and his friends had obtained. You are right, Your Majesty, Ziadide replied with a smile. Hearing this, Alka looked at her helplessly and pinched her face hard. But this time, in addition to this treasure, he also solved such a powder keg. He also helped the Stonehoof tribe. As the Stonehoof tribe recovers in this small world, their influence can be expanded to more areas. After all, they are a race that can control the earth elements. What is even more outrageous is the strength of the Stonehoof clan. 1 elemental leader. The Great Elder is at the 8th stage. 6 elemental elders. 2 at the 7th stage, 1 at the beginning and 1 at the lower stage. 4 at the 6th stage. 86 elemental warriors. 54 stages, but most of them are at the 5th stage. The rest are all elemental creatures at the 2nd and 3rd stages. Adding their strength, it is of great benefit to Alka's entire small world. It's just that it hasn't fully recovered yet. Alka was not ready to completely revive the world. The second thing was the ghosts. As for the ghosts, Alka simply felt that such a heroic person, who had made such a great sacrifice, should not have such a result. If he had the ability, he would naturally be willing to help. Then, he would see if he could find a way to fill in more dark elements to make the area more suitable for the existence of ghosts. In general, this time, except for spending some time in the whole process, Alka and his team did not pay any price. After this time, they also had a lot of gains. After a few days of travel, they quickly left the mountains, and then returned to the Dawn Sound, and headed to the town of Return by land and sea, along the coastline. On the way, they were lucky enough to see a battle of ships besieging demon ships. But it was too far away, and they could only watch from a distance. Soon they returned to the shore, and settled the Dawn Sound again. Directly through the ship's travel mirror, appeared in the town of Return. As soon as I came to the house in the town where mirrors were stored through the mirror, I heard a lively sound. Looking out through the window, I saw people coming and going in the town. In addition to the vast Valen people, other humans could be seen walking on the streets of the town. From their attire, I could see that in addition to some guards, there were also many material transport merchants. Alka and his friends walked out. The guards who were guarding outside the door and driving the steel mecha were startled when they saw Alka and his friends walk out. Master Alka, you are back. Alka nodded. They went straight through the town and came to the center of the town. The center was naturally the area where the temple ruins were before. A giant dragon flashing with brilliant light flew across the sky and landed in front of everyone with a gust of wind. The dragon turned into Eurylius in human form with a ball of light. Jason, who had no time to come down, immediately rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. He came over and hugged everyone. What happened? You've been out for so long this time? The time he spent going back and forth, plus the time he spent waiting in the Ghost Mountain Range, was almost half a year. It was obviously a little too long, and it was different from what he had thought before, but it was still within the acceptable range. If it weren't for the remote paging of the puppet girl to understand the situation, Jason and the others would have come to look for him. Hearing this, Pororo smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Boy, we did a big thing this time. You missed it. What big thing can be done? If something is really done, would I not know it?" Jason said disdainfully. He is still in contact with the hunters of the Demon Hunting Fortress and the Demon Hunting teams. If there is any information that needs attention, he would have known it long ago. Hearing this, Pororo just smiled and did not argue with him. When they talk about it later, they will know it naturally. Alka looked around. The town they returned to was bigger than when they left. At least the area has doubled, although it is still within the scope of a small town. But Alka could see that. In addition to the previous guns, there were more weapons for sale. The large piece of mechanical device covered by the gray cloth should be some kind of engineering or city defense weapon. Had there been any new weapon production lines during the time we were away? Alka asked. Jason nodded, yes. They built a city defense elemental cannon, which can adjust the shells inside according to some attributes of the demons and make targeted attacks. Mainly, they lightened the structure, used a lower cost, and made it more solid. The most important function is to gather energy, shoot farther, and effectively cause damage to the Cyclops in the distance. Arca nodded and understood. Which means that it meets the standards for mass production and sales. Is strong and durable, and can make up for the shortcomings in the past. Although the cost can't be lowered. It is enough. In other words, now returning to the town has really become an arms dealer. But there is nothing we can do about it. For the current world scar, among the research of the Vastwa people, only the arms that have been researched are more suitable for the current situation. Other research to help development, in this place where even safety cannot be fully guaranteed, still does not have much market and effect. But it can be seen from here that the Vastwa people have completely established their foothold here. The people of the Alliance have even sent out guards to coordinate the defense of the returned town. Where are the others? Zidide looked at Eurylius and asked. Madlisa went to provide medical assistance. She should be back soon. Juanlu is trying to raise some normal beasts, providing a stable food supply here. Simon, of course, can only be in the laboratory below. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then they returned to their residence to rest. A small manor built specifically for them by the Vastwa people. As night approached, everyone gathered in the hall of the residence. Pororo, who had already woken up, was sitting on a huge sofa specially customized for him, and telling everyone about their experience this time. Lucilia and Zidide were supplementing on the side. You have done so many things in half a year? You have solved a problem that has troubled us for so many years? You have saved a race that was on the verge of extinction, and let the warriors get the results they deserve. Jason summarized their experiences, and leaned back in his chair, with a look of regret on his face. If I had known, I would have gone with you. Eurylius beside him also nodded seriously. She has lived with Alka and the others since she was a child. The gene of adventure has always been flowing in her blood. Okay, now we can take a look at this treasure, Alka said, taking out the cloud staff from the space and placing it on the table. Looking at this staff, it is really simple and concise. Juanlu complained. Madlisa looked at Poro and the others. Have you tried it? They all nodded. They had tried it on the way back, but it was not suitable. The few people who stayed in the town looked at each other. It seemed that they were the only ones to try it. Looking at the scepter, Juanlu couldn't help but think of his own stick. You know what? The two look a bit similar. After thinking about it, he reached out and took the stick to test it first. After feeling it for a while, he shook his head. Obviously it didn't work. Then, Madlisa, Juanlu, and Simon tried it one by one, and everyone shook their heads. Obviously, none of them were suitable. Finally, only Jason was left. Jason took a deep breath and put his hand on the scepter. If he is not suitable, then this treasure will be difficult. And what Alka and the others are worried about will happen. Although this kind of thing is normal. As the magic power on the hand poured into the scepter, it did not move at all. After feeling it for a while, Jason shook his head. No. In an instant, everyone's face showed serious regret. A treasure of the scepter level is not in the hands of anyone. It is really a degree that everyone will feel sorry for. At this moment, Eurylius picked up the scepter. As the magic power poured in, the scepter emitted light, and mist emerged from the scepter and surrounded it. How did you do that? Alka was a little confused. Because of the deep contract, the attributes of Eurylius and Jason were almost the same. And there would not be a situation where one person was suitable and the other was not. Eurylius picked up the scepter and closed her eyes. The faint light from her body turned into a streamer and poured into Jason's body. It should be suitable now. Eurylius handed the scepter to Jason again. Jason was also a little confused, but he still took the scepter, and this time his magic power poured into the treasure completely. It has become suitable again. What? What did you share with me? Jason turned his head and looked at Eurylius and asked. The streamer just now was a manifestation of the power of sharing, which meant that Eurylius shared something with him. It was this sharing with him that allowed him to regain control of this treasure that was not suitable for him. Hearing this, Eurylius looked at him and said, "Although this treasure is not suitable for you, it is suitable for me. The two of us have a contract. Although we are deeply connected, there are differences. If you count carefully, I actually only control a ritual crystal. The other treasures are actually controlled by you. As long as I temporarily block the power brought by your treasure from affecting myself, as long as she adapts to the ritual crystal, I will be able to control her naturally. I only need to temporarily cut off the connection with these treasures, so that I can share the appropriate state with you through this state of time, so that you will also become appropriate." Hearing this, Jason was a little confused, frowned and began to sort out his thoughts. And soon, he roughly understood the meaning. Can the power of sharing be used in this way? Eurylius smiled proudly. Of course. I have studied it carefully. The two of them are almost considered one. So the treasures they studied each other are different. With sharing and integration, their ability to study treasures can be integrated with each other, which is the powerful use of their treasures after cooperation. Will the two of us be able to directly master two sets of treasure configurations in the future? How is that possible? You are thinking too much. This is just a simple loophole. It's okay to use it once, but if you use it 2 or 3 times, it will be a big problem. The perfect triangle configuration is not something you and I can change at will. This is the rule of the world. After hearing what Eurylius said, Jason nodded and gave up his idea. That is to say, this ability can be used to master the treasure that is not suitable. But this ability cannot be used to master additional treasures. For example, the appropriate ritual crystal is an additional treasure. They almost did not put their minds on this treasure, because in the end this treasure will eventually be abandoned. Until they perfect the triangular structure, then they will think about incorporating other treasures. Although I don't know how you did it, I don't understand the current situation. But now that it's suitable, let's start controlling it," Alka said beside him. Jason looked at the scepter in his hand, thought for a moment, and said to Eurylius, "Since this treasure is more inclined to you, it is definitely more suitable for you to master it and study and control it in depth. Anyway, it can be integrated and shared in the end." Eurylius nodded, did not refuse, took the scepter and poured his magic power into it. The brilliant magic power was infused into the scepter, and the scepter was immediately in a state of advancement. A large amount of smoke floated out from it and filled the entire room in an instant, and finally slipped out from some gaps. Fortunately, not many people slipped out, and it was not noticeable. In addition, it was dark now, and did not attract the attention of the people around. The fog surrounded everyone, but more of the fog was mainly around Eurylius. As the light flickered, the fog gathered in a group in a short while, gathered in the center of the hall, and turned into a ball of fog. Eurylius also held the scepter in his hand, and opened his eyes. "It's very interesting," she said with a twinkling light in her eyes, and couldn't help laughing. After saying this, he turned into a cloud of mist, and began to fly around the room. The mist could also change into various shapes. Ha ha ha. This feeling is so interesting. Now this change is indeed a kind of conscious touch. After turning around, the mist turned into Eurylius again, while dissipating. The clouds began to change into various shapes. I can now turn myself into mist, control the mist, and even control the weather to a certain extent by controlling the mist. This is just the most basic usage. There are more interesting uses. I can only use them after I am familiar with them," Eurylius concluded after using it for a while. Everyone nodded. This treasure has finally been found. There is one more person in the team who has collected all the treasures. Now Jason and Eurylius, who can be regarded as one, have 4 Holy Grail level treasures and 2 Scepter level treasures. Like Zyadite and Alka, only the top crown level treasures are left. After running around outside for half a year, Arka and his team came back and began to rest. Arka also began to arrange some semi-elemental creatures in the town of Return. Their ability to control the power of the earth elements at will is of great benefit to the entire town of Return. They can also build totems to dispel the aura of the abyss in this area, playing a certain protective role. And the piece of land that Arka and his team dug into the space before was originally a very precious mineral mining area. The evil spirits there have been bound by the pink aura and are returning to normal. And the ores in the mine still need to be excavated. So Arka also arranged some semi-elemental creatures to work there. After a good rest, naturally, there will be more treasure hunting journeys. Chapter 476 Stage 6. It was another dark night. On this night, the sky was dim, no stars were twinkling, nor was there a full moon hanging in the sky. The whole world was plunged into darkness without light, a rare pure black night. And at this time, in a field, on a slightly raised hill, there was a magic node. And on this hill, a group of people could be seen. Xiaodai stood on the edge of the hill, looking ahead, looking at the surrounding situation and being alert to something. Not only her. Lucilia, Julia, Juanlu and the other three were also on guard around. There was also the puppet girl. And the most powerful elder here, who had reached the 8th stage. Although it was not appropriate to call him the elder now, he should be called the element leader, but I was used to calling him that. In addition, Hengist could be seen riding a ghost horse, and patrolling around with a team of ghost cavalry. It was just an inconspicuous hill, but they were fully armed, as if guarding something important. In the center surrounded by these people, a figure was sitting there quietly. There was only a soft blanket on the ground, and above his head floated the magic gathering stone he had used before. But now the magic gathering stone has been optimized and improved many times, and there are many matching gems rotating around it, enhancing its ability to stabilize it. And the one who used this magic gathering stone was Alka. He sat cross-legged on this hill, with his eyes closed. It seemed that he was realizing something. Finally, the magic gathering stone started. A large amount of magic began to form a vortex, gathering around Alka. Through the magic gathering stone and the matching stones, these magic powers were quickly filtered into magic powers that were very suitable for Alka to absorb. Alka also gradually began to absorb, and took these magic powers into his body. And in his body, there were a total of 3 groups of densely packed spirals arranged together. It can be clearly seen that each group of spirals has 81 separate spiral rings tightly attached together, almost indistinguishable from each other. Only the gaps between the 3 spirals can be seen. As Alka operated, each spiral was spinning, and each model represented a strong magic. The combination of each other formed a more solid structure and more precise magic. The influx of a large amount of magic created pressure. It forced the 3 spirals to start to approach each other and compress, so that the gaps between them became smaller and smaller. In this way, from the outside, one can also clearly see the magic forming a vortex and flowing back. Boom! A rumble of thunder resounded through the wilderness. A thick blue lightning bolt struck down, and one could see the strange, evil white and red color in the thick lightning bolt. Feeling the lightning bolt, the elder immediately raised his hand. A huge rock suddenly rose up from a few meters away from Alka and pierced the sky. It rushed straight towards the lightning bolt and completely withstood it. The boundless black mist began to surge out from the earth. The elder-level earth elements that had been around all this time started to exert their strength at the same time. One totem after another appeared from the ground, and began to suppress and resist the black mist that was spreading. These were the abyss breaths that were indispensable to the scars of the world. They were gathering here. Facing the abyss breaths coming from the air, Xiaodai's body exuded a pure white soft light, and then the light burst out, and the whole person turned into a moon and rushed into the sky. Rising straight up into the sky, and stopping above Alka's head at a height of dozens of meters. The bright white moon illuminated the surroundings in an instant, shrouding the entire field in the white moonlight. The white moonlight repelled all evil auras, and began to resist the abyss auras in the surrounding air. The blue starlight flickered around the moonlight, making the boundless black of tonight around them, and above their heads become a normal starry sky. A ballad praising the moon came, making people feel as if they were back in their hometown at night. Julia played the phonograph, and began to play the music she had recreated before. Song of Praise to the Moon. Composed together with Xiaodai, it can mobilize Xiaodai's moon power, and strengthen the power of the moon to make the power of the moonlight softer and more resolute. Under the praise of the music, the moonlight, which was initially unable to defeat the breath, began to compete with the abyss breath that was madly integrated. The murmur appeared in the area, directly in Alka's ears. Give up, so tired, how heavy the oppression of magic is, relax, accept the guidance of the body. This voice is like a magic sound penetrating the ears, stoking the soul, and even bringing out the laziest power in human nature. With such power, he tried to make Alka give up his promotion. But Alka turned a deaf ear to these voices, and they had no effect on him. His will was as solid as a rock under the blessing of dreams. One after another, strange giant mouths appeared outside the moonlight. In the darkness, "Ay! Kill!" Strange roars, bloodthirsty roars, came from the darkness. A large number of monsters rushed out of those giant mouths. Looking closely at these monsters, they were all demons from the abyss. They rushed towards the hill one after another. Seeing this situation, the ghost knights, and the semi-elemental creatures that suddenly appeared in the earth, they immediately rushed forward. The puppet girls Xiao Daidi and Zhuanlu followed and rushed forward. In the darkness in the distance, a team of demon hunters was looking at the moonlight in the distance, watching the fierce battle there. Shouldn't we go over and help? This was a knight wearing the armor of the Church of Our Lady, with a very obvious wheat ear pattern on the armor. Hearing his words, the captain of the demon hunters saw him and replied, "Are we helping? The demon hunting fortress is now under a lot of attacks. Even the devourer himself can hardly come to the front line to launch an attack on the fortress. Why do you think the devourer is so cruel to Alka?" The knight next to him couldn't help asking. After all, Alka can be regarded as a member of their church, and the knight's main station is not the demon hunting fortress. To be honest, he has not actually had any contact with the famous devourer. That's a petty demon for him. Only by killing Alka and getting Alka's head can he wash away the shame on him. The demon hunter captain said. The knight nodded. That's true. Alka just wants to advance to the 6th stage, but the devouring mouth has gone to such great lengths. He has used almost every method he can think of, trying to influence Alka. Even what he has shown now has exceeded what he can do in the world scar. Either he found an ally and sought help, or there were other beings who also needed Alka's life. This demon knew that it was impossible to kill Alka in such a place with such tight protection. But he still sent these demons and used various means to make an impact, because he hoped that even the slightest problem in Alka's promotion would be solved. From the perspective of a normal human being, he really couldn't understand the hatred of the devouring mouth for Alka. However, the devouring mouth was not a human being. It was chaotic. And even among the demons, it was an alien. They were observing the surroundings and protecting the things they brought to stabilize this space. When the devouring mouth activated its ability, it could only send these demons with weak strength to be used as cannon fodder. At this time, one of the demon hunters in the demon hunter team could not help but say, "I never thought that the process of advancing to the 6th stage would be so complicated and tense." He couldn't think of any adjectives for a moment, and could only use complicated and tense to describe it. Hearing this, not only he, but also his other companions, these taciturn people could not help but nod silently. This is the scar of the world. There are many strong people in the 6th stage. Even the captain in front of them is a strong person in the 6th stage. And the knight next to him, although not in the 6th stage, is also a leader in the 5th stage. But who would have thought that a small 5th stage promoted to the 6th stage would have such a grand ceremony? Do you also want to be treated like this when you advance to the 6th stage? The companion next to him couldn't help but tease him. The person who heard this shook his head. "No, I don't want it. This is not a good thing. This is indeed not a good thing. I just didn't expect that. Sir Alka, who is so powerful, hasn't reached the 6th stage yet." As they said this, they couldn't help but recall that, long ago, during the defensive battle, they saw Alka and his men slaughtering those 6th stage demons on the city wall, as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. At that time, everyone preconceived that Alka and his companions were all at the 6th stage. It was not until they received such a task that they suddenly woke up. It turned out that Alka was only at the 5th stage at that time, and had not even reached the perfection of the 5th stage. Really powerful. Hearing the praise from these demon hunters, the knight next to him couldn't help but smile. After all, Alka was a very pure member of the Holy Mother Church, a saint. The church had such a powerful existence, and of course, it could make church knights like him feel a sense of co-prosperity. If you are not strong, how can you survive until now under the attention of the devouring mouth, and still be so comfortable and relaxed? Their captain couldn't help but say, for them, Alka can really be described as relaxed and comfortable when facing the devouring mouth. After chatting for a few words, they gradually closed their mouths and focused their whole body and mind on the battlefield ahead. In the battlefield, the demons had almost no power to fight back and were attacked by the forces protecting Alka. Outside the range of the white moonlight, you can see the dark aura, which keeps trying to pour into the earth, and black mist keeps trying to emerge. Even the sky is constantly struck by blood-red and gray-white lightning, which wants to strike Alka. It seems that everything here wants Alka to die immediately. The ghost cavalry, charging on the plains and hills, clearing out those weak but group demons. The speed of absorbing magic power has increased again. Alka is concentrating on improving. As the concentration of magic power increased again, The 3 spirals were almost completely fitted together, forming a new set of spirals. The spirals squeezed each other, and under the huge magic power, they finally fit together completely, and then moved to the side, becoming a real new set of spirals. The number of spirals in this group was densely packed, almost like a book. Each spiral was like a thin page of a book. 243 spirals stacked into a group, bringing surging magic power and pure magic power, which was unimaginable. Pure magic power plus external pressure began to build a new spiral outside this group of spirals. As this small spiral was completed, the total number of spirals in the body reached 244. Finally crossed the last threshold, entered the 6th stage. The surging and pure magic power began to strengthen the body, strengthening every part of the body, even every hair, every cell, every blood vessel. It was strengthened inside and out. The whole body seemed to be reborn, as if purified. Power surged up. The magic power stabilized, and the magic stone fell down. Alka opened his eyes. He looked at the situation around him. The devouring mouth. What a petty rubbish. 6 element cards appeared around him. Purple lightning cards and red flame cards overlapped, and Alka pointed to the sky with his own hand. A fiery red lightning shot into the sky, and a loud bang resounded throughout the wasteland. And this bright red lightning directly smashed a gray lightning that fell down and then poured into the sky. If it were daytime, you would be able to see the dark clouds made of the breath of the abyss, shattered by a red flame lightning. Even the breath of the abyss was shattered. Alka looked at the demons, who were still thinking about attacking. Let you try something new, he muttered silently. And the 4 element cards were stacked together. As Alka's strength reached the 6th stage, he finally began to enter the stage of fully mastering the scepter-level treasures. Purple lightning card, brown earth card, blue breeze card, red flame card. The 4 elemental cards stacked together produced a new power. The red mist of the dream poured into this power, and Alka couldn't help but smile wildly. He had just been promoted, and he began to ignore the consumption of magic power and poured magic power into it. He forcibly created a crack in the stable space, and the mirror turned over. This power broke into the mirror. There was only the sound of cracking fragments, like countless mirrors falling to the ground, and the sound of cracking produced by shattering at the same time. Lucilia had just swung the red energy blade in her hand when she found that the demon in front of her was standing still. Then it shattered into lenses all over the sky. In this shattered giant elephant, demons were shattered one after another. The demons were cleared out in an instant. This powerful force made them stop their attacks, and look at the broken lenses produced by these demons when they stopped. The tiny lenses flashed with crystal light under the moonlight. These evil demons were given a beautiful death that did not belong to them. Alka took a deep breath and recovered his strength. It was indeed a bit too much to use such a direct attack that consumed so much magic power, just after advancing to the 6th stage. At this stage, he almost completely integrated his treasures. This inexplicable attack method was created, and the enemy was like a broken mirror. It was neither dreamy nor realistic. The moonlight gradually faded, and Ziadite floated down from the sky. He landed next to Alka. Alka looked at the elders around him. The great elders, and the ghost knight of Hengis. Thank you for your help. Go back and have a good rest, Alka said, and waved his hand. A door leading to space opened directly on the spot. The great elders nodded and entered the stone forest. Hengis came over, and John bowed respectfully to Alka, and entered the same place with the knight behind him. Only Alka and the low-level Xia Dai were left, and the puppet girls around. Alka hugged Xia Didi and Lucilia first. Congratulations, how does it feel to be in the 6th stage? Hearing such congratulations, Alka looked at the mirror fragments on the ground. It looks pretty good, isn't it? So how did you do it? This attack method is too shocking and dreamy? I don't understand how such an attack was caused at all. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and asked in confusion. The enemy was inexplicably shattered like a mirror, and not even a corpse was left. A powerful attack method that combines multiple treasures, and my familiar power to strengthen and blend. It has a certain degree of lethality, Alka said. As for a more detailed explanation, it would be too troublesome and complicated. The mixture of 4 elements brings a powerful attack, which makes the attack lethal. The mirror space plus the elements of dreams gives such an attack. Large area and sufficiently concealed. 0 sufficiently accurate attack method. Chapter 477 changes. A large magic mirror was flying high in the sky. The green breeze made the magic mirror fly extremely fast, and it flew across the sky in a flash. On the mirror, Alka and others were sitting on it. I wonder how Poro and the others are doing. Juanlu couldn't help asking. At this time, he followed Alka and the others, mainly because they had stayed in the town of return. When Alka was about to advance to the 6th stage, Jason and the others were still carrying out their target mission and had not returned. As for why Alka's promotion to the 6th stage was so grand, it was because the devouring mouth would definitely not miss such an opportunity. Also, Alka has been feeling more and more malicious recently. This guy has set cults and demons to attack the return town many times. Obviously, he knew that Alka and the others had a different relationship with the return town. According to them, they have already obtained the treasure. Although it took so long, it is also a gain, isn't it? When we get back to the town, they should be almost there, Lucilia said, sitting on Alka's thigh. She just learned about Jason's situation through the internal network of the puppet girls. Yes. Jason and his friends separated from Alka because Jason and his friends formed a team to look for a treasure without Alka. Of course, the treasure they were looking for was naturally the one that Alka had found on the map, felt that it was obtainable, and had enough information. That is one of the orange treasures that Alka thought he could get. Broken armor, the mission is not difficult, and the strength requirement is not high. At least it is within the scope of what they can accomplish. We also know the exact location, and we can also know something through the treasure information. The rest naturally depends on Jason and his own efforts. The communication between Alka and them is limited to the exchange of maps and information. Jason and his team look for situations related to the treasure, and collect information at the location of the treasure. Search through Alka's feedback. Then the information was passed on through the puppet girl. After Alpha knew the information, through some expansion of the treasure information, he passed on the possible situation he thought. I have to say, this method is indeed feasible. This is not the first time Jason and his friends have gone out alone. It's just that the goal this time is an orange treasure. While chatting, Alka controlled the magic mirror to fly to the ground. As everyone jumped down, the magic mirror stood up directly. The mirror surface began to twist and turned into a vortex like a portal. It's still far away, right? Has the distance of teleportation increased after your strength increased? Xiao Dai asked. Alka nodded. If it were in the past, they would have to ride the magic mirror, and they would have to get closer to the return town to reach it through the mirror teleportation. It was the kind of mirror teleportation that allowed them to quickly return to the ship. Because this kind of teleportation has nothing to do with space, it is mainly through dreams. But now he has reached the 6th stage, such a process can naturally be advanced a lot. Everyone entered the mirror. After they appeared, it was already the return town. Or rather, it could no longer be called the return town. It could be called the return fortress, or the return city without any problem. Because this city has far exceeded the scope of a town. It has been about 2 years since Alka and his friends obtained the Cloud Staff, and it is almost 3 years. During these 2 years, the Vaswa people were of course developing the return city, and Alka and his friends were also improving their own strengths while searching for treasures. With the rapid development of Vasvalen, the city has developed extremely rapidly. The location chosen by Alka and his team can be said to be quite tricky. There is a clean river here. Of course, it is necessary to remove the abyss breath. There is also a safe passage on each side of the temple. Although they are not very close, the Vasvalen people built a road connecting the 2 safe passages with the help of Alka and the Stonehoof tribe. Defense stations are arranged on both sides of the road, or more advanced weapons such as thermal weapons. Under these 2 conditions, at least they were able to resist the attacks of the monsters with their weak strength. If a demon attacked, they could quickly notify the station. In addition, Vasva's specialty is the construction of munitions, which made it a very lively city. In addition, the original construction of the moon worship cult made the surrounding abyss aura thinner than other places. For all these reasons, it was impossible for this city not to develop. After all, this is a new city, and the Vaswa people have proved their value. They have even been tacitly classified as human territory, not an alien race. The place where Alka and his companions appeared was directly in the spacious basement under the ruins of the temple. However, this basement has been expanded and has become a 3-story underground space. Various experimental research and the most sophisticated technology assembly lines are all here. As Alka walked out of the teleportation array, Waku, who happened to be passing by, looked at Alka and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Alka." Alka smiled and chatted with the acquaintances around him for a few words, then left the basement and returned to their residence in the return of sincerity. A large 4-story building, with a huge yard, looks very unique in style, simple but not lacking in grandeur. A small manor in the city. When Alka and his friends pushed the door, they went in, and saw that in the large living room on the first floor, Pororo and his friends had actually returned. Madlisa saw Xiaodai and the others coming in, and came over to hug them with a smile. Alka and the others went straight into the living room, and threw themselves heavily on the sofa. Jason sat on the other side of the sofa, and looked at Alka. Congratulations. You have reached the 6th stage. Your meditation speed is getting faster and faster. What's going on? Jason had just reached the perfection of the 5th stage some time ago, and it would take a little time to advance to the 6th stage. About a month or so. You know. He and Eurylius merged and shared, and the speed of advancement was already very fast. But compared to Alka, he was always a little slower. There was a period of time before that he was faster than Alka, but Alka's speed became faster and faster. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. You seem to have forgotten that I have another identity. But you have always been the king of the dreamland before. Why are you getting faster and faster now? Then guess how big my country is now. Hearing this, Jason suddenly realized. The main reason is that Alka's dreamland has been under construction and expansion, which made him almost forget that Alka's dreamland is still developing and building rapidly. Yes, Alka started the expansion of the dreamland a few years ago, and it has not been completed until now. The expansion is too large. But at least his dreamland has basically been successfully connected with the world scar area. This is also the reason why he improved his strength this time, and why the devouring mouth can exert such an exaggerated power. It even manipulated a large area of the abyss aura to attack him, forcing him to use his current trump card, the Great Elder, to help. It was because not only the devouring mouth, but also the rift connecting to the abyss had found something wrong. All the demons could feel that every day and every second. Their strength was gradually weakening at an imperceptible speed, and the huge entrance to the rift could also be seen to have shrunk. At least it was really smaller than 2 years ago. After the investigation of these demons, it was very easy to detect that a huge country had appeared in the dream world corresponding to the area they invaded. You should know that they had previously prevented the Dream King from influencing them. The devouring mouth at that time was specially targeted. It made it impossible for the dream corresponding to this area to establish an effective country. To curb the spread of the chaos of the world scar, they even knew some of the plans of the Dream King, and they could prevent the establishment of a Dream Kingdom in this area. And those Dream Kings will naturally find a way to build a capital in this area. The devouring mouth has destroyed the plans of these Dream Kings many times. After all, to be honest, for these dream creatures, the convenience and efficiency of the devouring mouth in reality are more like things in the native world than these dream creatures. There is no way, for this world, the barrier between the spiritual dream world and the real world is so thick. Even if it has been broken, the reorganization is still very stable. It's just that there will be weak points from time to time. It's normal to have advantages and disadvantages. And now a country is connected to the scar of the world, a place where the dreamland has not appeared for hundreds or thousands of years. Naturally, there are problems. And the root of this problem is not difficult to guess, because the appearance of the country matches the time when Alka appeared here. And Alka is a dream king with a real body. Anyone who is not a fool knows that. This is definitely Alka's doing. So now, it is not just the Devourer who wants to kill Alka. It is just that the Devourer is the most active, and the performance is the most obvious. Another demon of the same level as the Devourer is also targeting him. Even the Demon Lord is the same. Including the breath of the abyss began to repel Alka. Because Alka's dreamland is always repelling the breath of the abyss that does not belong to them. This is a protracted war. After everyone greeted and chatted for a while, Juanlu placed the prepared snacks on the table, then sat down next to them, looking at Jason and the others and asked, "How was the treasure hunt this time?" "Of course it was good. I have to tell you about our experience this time." At this point, Jason was no longer tired or sleepy, and stood up with an excited expression. Eurylius was also excitedly supplementing beside him. This time, the treasure hunt team was composed of Jason, Eurylius, Madlisa, Pororo, and Simon. It took nearly 9 months in total. It took more than half a year and almost a year. Of course, this was also related to the fact that their destination was far away from here. But the harvest was no problem, a suitable scepter-level treasure. AKA and others sat around, listening to Jason's vivid narration, Even Simon would occasionally interject, add some details. There were even some pictures and images left by the mirror as supplements, describing their adventurous life in the past 9 months for AKA. Simply put, the destination they went to find the treasure this time was an area occupied by alien races. Coincidentally, the treasure was in the border area of this tribe, and the other side was also bordered by an alien race. The two sides seemed to have conflicts, and neither was very friendly to humans. It is said that these two alien races were actually on the same planet. They were still targeting each other after drifting to this world. If it were not for the demons and humans, they would have fought each other long ago. Jason and his friends got the treasure in such an environment, and in the process of treasure hunting, they also encountered a cult that was making trouble there. After finding the treasure, they combined with 2 different races, and wiped out the entire cult, and thwarted the conspiracy, and killed the attacking demons. During the battle, the conflict between the 2 different races was somewhat eased. Jason, and through a better relationship, they solved the most critical problem, and got the treasure. A very classic and interesting treasure hunting process. What about the treasure? Alka asked. What he was concerned about was this thing. I wondered if it was suitable. Isn't it said that this treasure is very suitable for Pororo? Jason nodded. It is indeed very suitable for Pororo, but we have to take it over so that everyone can try it before we can determine its ownership, isn't it? For such a question, Alka nodded and did not refute. It should be so. Then they took out the treasure. No wonder it is called shattered armor, because it is one piece after another, connected by some kind of metal wire as thin as hair, scattered on the ground. It really looked like a pile of iron sheets stacked together. From some angular details, it could be seen that it was originally a piece of armor. Everyone tried it one by one, but none of them fit. Then it looks like this treasure is yours. Pororo. Pororo nodded and took the treasure. Without any hesitation, magic power poured into the treasure. With the influx of magic power, a large pile of metal fragments floated in the air, as if they were alive. Then, they were assembled and spliced together, forming a hollow armor style. But it can be seen that there are many iron pieces outside the armor, and it is unknown what they are used for. As the magic power poured in, the metal wires on the armor began to break, and each metal fragment became a separate individual. Pororo closed his eyes, but the armor pieces began to fit together on his body. Everyone realized that these armor pieces were melting, and even automatically built suitable armor according to Pororo's body shape. On Pororo's body, additional designs were made at the weak points for protection. Soon, a battle armor that fit Pororo's body and was suitable for him was attached to his body, turning Poro into a fighting beast with metal skin. This metal fits Pororo's appearance very well, and does not affect his movements at all. It makes his whole figure and temperament become extremely wild. But there is also a stormy atmosphere like a tsunami. After the fitting was completed, Pororo opened his eyes, and lightning could be seen flashing in his eyes. Some armor pieces were fitted on his legs and claws, and it was obvious that they even formed weapons. Even the belt and arm armor that were already on his body were combined into it. There was no abruptness at all, making it unusually harmonious as a whole. How does it feel? Jason couldn't help asking beside him, because Pororo now looked like a war beast, looking mighty, tall and extremely handsome. Very good, very good. I feel like I have gained an all-round improvement. As he spoke, the power of his belt began to show, and Pororo's appearance underwent a more exaggerated and wild change. While the belt improved its attributes, the side effects of the appearance change occurred, but for Pororo, this was a good effect. The metal armor fit Pororo's new appearance, and was actually integrated into it. It turned into a metal giant beast, full of power, like a creature specially prepared for fighting. Arka, attack me. Hearing what Pororo said, Arka did not hesitate and punched him. With the sound of metal collision, Arka punched the metal shell heavily. The rebound force made Arka's hands unable to help but spread out, and he shook his whole arm, which was abnormally sore and swollen. The force rebounded, and even penetrated into the bone marrow. The metal shell he attacked did not have the slightest dent, not even a scratch, as if it had never been attacked. The element card appeared beside Alka and smashed towards Pororo. Fire, ice and lightning flashed, and various energy elements smashed over. However, they were completely absorbed by the armor, and the energy could be clearly seen being absorbed. Pororo suddenly opened his mouth and spit out the window. The elements that Alka attacked were mixed together and spewed out of his mouth. It formed a kind of monster-like breath. Looking at this scene, Alka was sure that this equipment was indeed very suitable for Pororo, because he really didn't hold back just now. He just didn't use the real killer move. But such an elemental attack was enough. Chapter 478 Small World. In the small manor where Alka and his friends live. It was almost night. Everyone watched Pororo master the treasure, and then they all took a rest. Alka came to the outside of the small courtyard alone. He sat on the stone bench next to him, supported the stone table with his left hand, and stretched out his right hand. A shining blue gem flew out of his hand, which was as big as the head of a normal adult. It was the heart of Vaspa. Or it can be called a small world, or a pocket world. After all, there were no Vaspa people in it. Everything that was left of Vaspa was brought out by them. And the former Vaspa people have settled down here. The City of Return was created to represent their return. Alka naturally changed the name of this treasure. It fits the ability of this treasure very well. Doesn't it? Small world. With a light pinch of his palm, the huge gem shrank immediately, melted into the palm, and disappeared. Only a faint blue light remained on his right index finger. The index finger slid gently towards the air in front of him. And a crack in the air space was cut open. Alka walked in. The once pale and dead earth had long disappeared. And the ground was covered with lush green grass. The endless grassland stretched to the end of the vision. The scene here was just like what Alka had seen in the bubble of his dream at the earliest time. The earth full of vitality and magic was naturally the work of the Stonehoof tribe. In the past few years, the Stonehoof tribe had nothing to do. And through their control of the earth, and the surging magic infused by Alka, they repaired the earth of this world. Finally, this world has returned to its proper state. Stepping on the grass, Alka walked quietly. In this world that belongs to him, he could have gone directly to his destination. But he is not in a hurry now. Walking slowly like this, he can experience the changes and tranquility of this world. This is also the process of mastering this treasure, understanding it deeply, and becoming one with it. Alka closed his eyes. As he walked, his clothes gradually disappeared, leaving only the lightest shirt and shorts. Even the shoes on his feet had been taken off. And he stepped barefoot on the grass. The breeze was blowing. This was something that the world had never had before. As he passed the small hill not far ahead, Alka stood on the hill of the grassland, looking into the distance. There was a large piece of brown fertile land, and there were strange trees growing around the land, and stone pillars rising up one after another, because Alka controlled the world. With the help of Mathlisa, he controlled some plants to grow in the world, and naturally the elements of life filled the world. The area that was originally just pure earth elements now also has life elements added, with earth elements as the main element and life elements as the auxiliary element. It has become the most suitable area for the Stonehoof tribe to survive. And what he is seeing now is the residence of the Stonehoof tribe. That is, the stone forest. Friend, you are here. The elder appeared next to Alka at some point, and said to him. Although it was strange for the elder to call Alka a friend given the age difference between the two. This was already the most respectful name for Alka by elemental creatures. It means that they are friends of the elements. After getting over the initial discomfort, Alka has already accepted this somewhat awkward title and nodded. For such an important event for you, I must come to participate. As he said, Alka smiled and walked towards the stone forest with the elder. At this time, a grand memorial ceremony was being held in the stone forest. The thick earth element made brown light balls flash around, floating everywhere. It looked unusually heavy. Seeing Alka coming, the surrounding semi-elemental creatures nodded respectfully. They came to the center of the stone forest. The huge stone pillar covered with patterns and totems. There were hundreds of smooth pebbles floating on the stone pillar. But if you look closely, you can find that the surface of many of the stone eggs has become rough. No longer as smooth as before. The roughness of the surface represents the growth of the life inside. The elder who had been walking with Alka passed by Alka and walked under the stone pillar. After he walked up, he emitted a silent wave. He was praying for the ceremony and praising the ceremony. Alka could understand what they were saying with the help of the contract. The reason why he came to participate in this ceremony was that it was important. It was because it had been more than 800 years. The Stonehoof tribe was finally going to give birth to a new life. The wave disappeared quickly. For these elemental creatures, there was almost no polite talk. The great elder began to stir up the earth elements around him. Soon, the stone egg with the roughest surface and covered with all kinds of raised patterns floated down. Alka looked at the rock base holding the stone egg, and he recognized the egg. Of course, The appearance of this egg was completely different from the previous one. But he recognized the base. There was a very obvious bullhead mark on it. This was the core of the Rockhorn brothers. Not all the floating stone eggs had this core. Only a very small part of them had it. Most of the others are connected elements, and very pure elemental materials are aggregated. There are also some complicated rituals, which Alka doesn't understand very well. Anyway, there are nearly 100 stone eggs floating here, and it is said that it will take 500 years to hatch them one by one. This is also the limit of their tribe's ability to breed offspring. For these half-elements, each offspring is very important. Looking closely, it seems that the surface of each egg that was previously transformed by the core is the roughest. That is to say, if the core is used to breed new life, it will be very easy to grow. Maybe the talent will be better. Among all the cores at that time, the core of the brother Yinjiao was the largest and should be the strongest in his life. The elder held the egg on the stone plate and put it down. As the orange-red light wrapped around it disappeared, the stone egg seemed to be separated from its mother's arms and began to change. This was completely different from what Alka thought. He involuntarily let a mirror float beside him to record this scene. The so-called stone egg is just an appearance. It is not like those egg-laying creatures in the outside world that new life will break out of the egg. It is the whole tray that merges and changes together. I didn't expect that even the tray below is part of the new life. It is like a ball of mud being shaped. A small minotaur changes out. It is about 1 meter in size. Arka looks at this new half-element creature of the Stonehoof clan, whose appearance is also a minotaur. The 1 meter tall body makes the proportions of the whole minotaur look very much like the cartoon characters in anime. Very distinctive. A bit like a 3-headed body. It looks very cute. Invisible waves are transmitted. The innate ability to communicate in language. He is calling. Yinjiao and the other man walked out. With the unique minotaur appearance of the tribe. They came straight to the newborn. And the newborn half-element creature jumped into their arms. They acted very intimate. With the birth of the semi-element creature, the ceremony began to draw to a close. Alka had been watching the whole process from the side. After the semi-element creature was born, its strength was at the first stage. And it showed its innate ability to control elements. It can only be said that it is worthy of such a racial talent. After saying goodbye to the elder, Alka left the stone forest. After thinking about it, he did not rush out, but walked to the other side. Not far from the stone forest. That is where their neighbors are. It is called the Ghost Mine. It is the new name of the large piece of soil that Alka and his team dug out before. Before they got close, they could see ghosts floating on the grassland. The ghost looked at Alka and acted very dull. Then he walked away silently. There were dull ghosts like this everywhere, and as they got closer to the ghost mine, the number became more and more. The strength of these ghosts varied, ranging from stage 1 to stage 4. But it can be seen that they are no longer the evil spirits that hate living creatures as they once were. Even the souls that were once horribly deformed have become normal souls. Most of them only have lower bodies or are like smoke, or can condense illusory legs. Hills of different colors can be seen in the distance. There, the area that was once full of vitality can be seen, becoming lifeless. A dark atmosphere surrounds there. However, although it is dark, it does not make people feel evil and disgusting. After all, it was a normal dark atmosphere, but it was gathered and bound there by Alka, making it darker, more suitable for ghosts to survive. And you can also see a white and soft beam of light illuminating there. That was the moonlight that Alka borrowed from Xia deity. It must be said that Xia deity's moonlight is still very helpful for these normal souls. It can stabilize the negative emotions brought by their souls. He walked while thinking. Lumina was seen at the edge. At this time, Lumina seemed to be checking something around a dull ghost with her teacher and Clara. Then she felt something, and Clara saw Alka pulling Lumina's soul skirt. Lumina and the old man next to her looked at Alka, stopped what they were doing, and Alka also walked over. The dull soul looked at everyone and staggered away. "How is it?" Alka asked. Hearing Alka's question, Lumina shook her head regretfully, although these evil spirits have returned to their original soul state. But after being immersed in the breath of the abyss for a long time, the memories in their souls have almost dissipated with their madness. Only a few slightly stronger or determined ghosts still retain their memories. But only a few fragments remain. They are now like vegetative people who have lost all their memories, wandering around relying on the instincts of their souls. Although they are no longer immersed in the breath of the abyss, these souls have returned to their original state. But the only difference between the evil spirits now and before is that they have become calmer and have returned to their original state. Now Lumina and the others spend most of their time studying these souls that have returned to their original state, trying to make them regain their memories, or at least grow and learn like children, and become like normal souls, instead of being confused now. Just like the ghost road described in the books before, floating aimlessly. By the way, how are the latest batch of soul dolls? Alka asked. After all, the soul dolls in the past were basically customized for Lucilia. There must be some technical differences between customized things and mass-produced things. So Alka has also made some modifications over the years, at least to make them suitable for the public. Lumina heard such a question, nodded, and smiled rarely. It is very suitable, Your Majesty. And the matching degree can basically be maintained at more than 80% of the basic level. Although the new functions are very strange, they are very useful for everyone. Hearing such a matching degree, Alka finally nodded. At least it is a basic matching degree, which will not cause people's souls to be distorted, or the time of distortion is infinitely prolonged. Moreover, in this world, they will only enter the soul doll to experience the life they have forgotten when they need to. For example, eating and drinking. As for the sleep of the soul, who is Alka? But the dead in the dream. Even if they are souls, Alka can make them fall asleep through special means. With the soul puppets, these ghosts gradually became stable and returned to their human form. As for the following paragraph, Alka chose to ignore it. You guys are busy. If you have any needs, you can tell me. I will consider it as appropriate, Alka said and prepared to leave. At this time, the old man next to him, who was Lumina's teacher, left and came over to hand him a booklet. This is the feedback and opinions collected. Looking at the booklet, Alka tried his best to keep his expression from changing, smiled and put it away, and then left immediately. Soon he came to a vast grassland, where there was no human habitation. It was also very far away from the only two gathering places in this small world. He waved his hand gently, making the slightly bright light in the sky dim. It was too bright, affecting his thinking. It was the sixth stage. The mirror floated out of his body, followed by a pink crystal ball and a silver coin. The main body of the small world. 6 cards of different colors. These are his treasures surrounding him. Stage 6. At this stage, you can start to perfectly control the treasures of the scepter level. It is also from this stage that you have the qualifications to master the crown level treasures. As soon as he reached the 6th stage, Alka could mix 4 elements. He could not achieve such an ability in the 5th stage. This is a necessary requirement. With practice throughout the 6th stage, Alka can gradually blend the 6 attributes perfectly and freely, plus the ability to perfectly control 2 scepter level treasures, a total of 5 treasures. They can almost adapt to each other and achieve different effects. Thinking of this, Alka closed his eyes, leaving only 6 element cards beside him. The element cards exuded their own elemental aura and floated into the air. Under Alka's control, 6 entrances to the outside appeared, and the whole world began to change. A large amount of magic power was sucked in, and then converted into 6 different elements, which began to gather and disperse throughout the world. With easier control over the world, Alka began to intentionally gather these elements in different places. The entire small world was covered with green grass, which was too monotonous. It was time to make some changes. In a corner at the edge of the earth, there was a towering mountain that rose straight into the sky. On top of the mountain, a stream of water emerged. A large amount of water gathered into a majestic waterfall and began to fall. These streams would gather, and then meander, and spread across the entire earth. It will gather into lakes and rivers, adding more vitality to this world. There is no need to worry that these gathered water elements will gather in the area where the stone forest is located, because other elements have long been isolated there. The flowing water will add more brilliance to this world. There are also peaks rising, one after another. The snow falls, and the surrounding depressions form lakes, which are then frozen into ice. The cold wind blows here, and the snow forms a cold area. The wind howled, blowing the whole world. A hot temperature began to permeate the air, and the temperature here was no longer constant. Thunder and lightning flashed, but there were no dark clouds, nor were there any white clouds floating. Compared to the normal world, it was still somewhat lacking. Perhaps Aurelius could add more clouds to this world, and speed up the process of world recovery. If we want to fully restore this real world, there is still a long way to go. But Alka himself had never thought of restoring this world to the same state as outside. The 6 entrances disappeared, and the 6 element cards returned to his body. The mirror surface emerged. Alka still sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his whole body turned upside down, as if he fell into the water, and entered the opposite world. The inverted body entered the opposite world. This is the mirror world that spreads across the entire small world, and is the same size as the outside world. It is equivalent to doubling the area of the world. But this is the opposite after all, and it is different from the real world. Moreover, this mirrored world is bizarre, with clouds of various colors floating and distorted colors. It is like a scene in a dream. This place was transformed into a dream by Alka early on. In this world, dreams and reality are firmly attached together, with only a layer of solid glass blocking them. Reality and dreams are not as far apart as reality. After all, this is his world, and in the dream of this small world, a floating treasure house. Chapter 479, Reclaiming the Brilliant City. Alka was floating in the reverse dream of the small world. He looked at the treasure house in front of him. The treasure house seemed to have no protective gate, nor any blocking walls, but it seemed to have everything. It was glittering with golden light. There was no so-called huge amount of wealth piled up inside, but one after another of seemingly ordinary items were floating. In Alka's eyes that saw through the secret, every item could be said to be glittering with golden light. In addition to the items, there were also colored light balls as the essence. That's right, these are the holy grail treasures that Alka and his team have collected in the entire world Scar in the past 2 years. You should know that in the world Scar, the ruins of this once huge empire left behind more than 100 holy grail treasures. Strip off those that are unknown where they are hidden, they are extremely vague in location, and the information is incomplete. The ruins are in the devil's territory. Alka and his team only pick those that are easy to obtain, and have already obtained more than 10 pieces. There are 13 light spots floating in front of him. That is to say, there are 13 Holy Grail level treasures stored here. Gradually, they began to reduce their search for Holy Grail level treasures. Mainly because they felt that it was a bit of a waste of their energy, because they no longer needed Holy Grail level treasures. More energy was almost entirely placed on those orange light spots, even if those orange light spots may not spread any information, but it did not prevent them from spending more time looking for information. It can only be said that these orange treasures are indeed more difficult to obtain than the Holy Grail. They are rarely left behind by former users after their death. Even if the user dies unexpectedly, these treasures will be hidden under some operation of the user. After all, those who can master these scepter-level treasures were not weaklings in their lifetime. And the 13 Holy Grail level treasures in front of them are actually almost the limit of what they can obtain. More golden light can only be seen in the future, as more information is obtained, and more information can be expanded as a guide. However, there was no good way to deal with a dozen or so items in front of him. So he just left them here for the time being. After looking at them, Alka cut through the space and left his own little world. After coming out, he looked at the night sky. It's time, Alka said, and returned to the room. The next morning, everyone woke up. Jason and others had just returned, so they didn't have anything to do now. So they just leisurely walked around the hall. Alka ate a bite of breakfast, and then looked at Eurylius, who was playing with Jason and hitting each other with pillows. Eurylius, hearing Alka's call, Eurylius stopped what he was doing. Then he was hit on the head by a pillow and fell on the sofa. You actually attacked me? Don't let your guard down. It's a battle now. Seeing that the two were about to start again, Alka helplessly held his forehead and said directly, Don't you want to include the brilliant city into the small world? Hearing this, Jason and Eurylius stopped what they were doing at the same time. They were not the only ones looking at him. The people working in the hall could not help but turn their heads to look at him. I'm already at the 6th stage. I tried it last night. I should be able to incorporate the entire brilliant city into the small world. In this way, whether it is the restoration of the city or the most valuable library, we can use it at any time. In fact, we had the ability before. It's just that it might be safer now. Of course I thought about it, but Eurylius was a little entangled as he said this. It's too far. It will take more than 2 years to go back and forth. It's too long. This is the main problem. The brilliant city is floating in the air. It will not change with the sea, nor will it drift around like those drifting islands. And the world Scar is firmly fixed here, and it is even less likely to drift around with the sea. The distance between the two can be said to be very far. 2 years for a round trip is an understatement. Basically, it is estimated to take 3 years. Spending 3 years just to take away the brilliant city. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? And with Alka's current threat, once he dares to leave the world scar, it will not only be the devouring mouth. Everything will come after him. Before the huge threat of the devouring mouth is cleared, the offense is even more serious now. Other demons will not give up, and it will only be more dangerous to go out. In short, the benefits are not proportional to the threats. And it is not that bad. The brilliant city will not run away. Hearing this, Alka could not help but smile, but before he spoke, Xiaodai stopped the brush in his hand and rolled his eyes at Alka, reminding everyone, he will say this at this time, there must be a way, don't be fooled by him. Hearing this, Alka glanced at Xiaodai. What a bummer. Okay, tell me quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Alka shrugged helplessly. Of course I have a way to get there quickly. Do you want to join us? Compared to acting together, I'm more curious about what method you are going to use. Lucilia, who was sitting on the coffee table and looking at a huge book, said, Dream. Dream? Everyone asked. Don't worry, this journey will definitely not disappoint you. Are you going or not? Alka asked directly. Yes, why not? Then get ready, let's go tonight. No. There's no need to prepare, just wait until night. Alka waved his hand and left the hall directly. Soon the curtain of night covered the sky. After dinner, Alka smiled under the gaze of everyone. First, sink into the dream. With your real body. We can't do that. Only you can do this easily, Jason reminded beside him. The solid barrier between reality and dream is beyond words. Don't worry. The dream here is my kingdom. And I am the king of dreams, Alka said, and let the crystal ball of dreams float out. The pink mist turned into a rope in an instant, and drew a circle around everyone present. Then the mist exploded, covering them all. But the main reason he was able to do it was because he was at the 6th stage. The smoke shrank, and everyone disappeared in the hall. When everyone saw the surrounding environment again, they were already floating in the realm of dreams. They appeared next to Alka's crystal metal throne. Jason looked at his hands, feeling the difference between the physical body entering the dream. Then he said, It seems that there is no change. Is it really the real body that fell into the dream? Aurelius next to him nodded directly. I can feel that it is the real body, not the spirit and soul. How are you going to get there now? I remember that the journey in the dream will only be farther. Lucilia looked at Alka and asked. Surrounding him were silver metal buildings floating high and low. These silver metal buildings spread to the end of the field of vision. White clouds were everywhere. Groups of bubbles were piled up around him. After all, Alka's kingdom was already bordering here. The scar of the world, everyone's dreams would appear in his kingdom. Looking at everyone, Alka smiled. Yes, the dream is so vast, there will always be a way for us to act quickly. Once he returned to the dream, Alka's strength could be transformed into the level in the dream. In the dream, his strength was already at the middle level of the 7th stage. As he said this, he waved his hand gently, and a huge round mirror appeared in front of him. The other side of the mirror was also connected to a dream, but it was a different dream area. Follow me. As he said this, Alka walked into the mirror, and everyone looked at Alka. The invisible pink mist turned into a road. It allowed them to walk in the void of the dream. As soon as everyone passed through the mirror, they felt that the surroundings were accelerating and retreating to the back. Then the bizarre colors passed by at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. In contrast, their speed seemed to have increased in an instant, but the reality did not match their perception. They were just walking normally. Seeing this, everyone followed Alka, asking about their doubts. Alka also patiently explained, This is a small privilege of the Dream King, plus the mirror. When I left the brilliant city, I had expected that we would go back, so I placed a mark in the dream world there to prevent accidents. Now I can use special means to make the mark overlap with the mark here, just like the two sides of a piece of paper overlap together. And then a hole was punched. In this way, the 2 points are tightly attached to each other, and we can reach a distant place through a very short distance, which is not teleportation. Just after saying this, they only walked a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers at most, and a new exit appeared in front of them. Everyone walked out. This is a desolate dream world, and only some faint transparent bubbles can be seen floating around. It is the dream of marine creatures. So this is the dream corresponding to the Radiant City? Aurelius asked. Alka nodded. The pink smoke burst out again, and enveloped everyone, then pulled them out of the dream. They appeared outside. Appeared on the sea. It was still dark outside, after all. They didn't waste much time. The reason for choosing the dark night, because it is a good time for me to fall asleep. At this time, the barrier between reality and dreams will be slightly weakened, but such weakening is no different from not changing for most creatures. But for Alka, at least it would make it easier for him to pull everyone into the dream. As soon as he came out, Eurylius felt the existence of the brilliant city and directly transformed into a crystal dragon. Is it really here? So fast? Eurylius was a little surprised. In that case, then you can quickly reach any place you want to go through dreams? Hearing Saiyaditi's words, Alka nodded. That's right. But the problem is that I have to get the dream corresponding to that place. And I intentionally left my mark there. But the problem is that I didn't leave many marks now. This fast-moving process was also something I thought of some time ago. But later, Alka would naturally intentionally mark some places where he might go again. Soon, like the ripples of water, they entered the hidden place. There was still a huge shadow floating in the sky. A large amount of clouds appeared and lifted everyone up. This was the cloud staff held by Eurylius. Soon, everyone stepped onto the square of the brilliant city again. It's been many years, but nothing has changed, Juanlu said after looking around. It was exactly the same as when they left. What are you going to do now? Eurylius asked after turning into a human form. It's very simple. As he spoke, the small world appeared in Alka's hand, and then a blue light spread around. The sky above his head cracked. A long and narrow crack opened, and then it got bigger and bigger, and bigger and bigger, until it could cover the city and the surrounding boulders. Without the restriction of the world scar, it's so easy to open such a big entrance in a place like this. Alka couldn't help but say it easily, feeling refreshed. After all, it's been a long time since I used such an ability outside. It was so easy to open such a big entrance, and it didn't seem uncomfortable at all. It's enough to show how serious the restriction of space is in the world scar, not to mention that this small world is originally Alka's treasure. Then the crack swallowed the entire brilliant city. The city floated directly in the sky of the small world, along with the surrounding boulders. Wait! Wait! Eurylius suddenly screamed. The whole city began to shake. The floating boulders fell first, hitting the grassland below, splashing exaggerated dust. Looking at this scene, everyone knew what was wrong. This floating city was about to fall. It can float because the space outside still hides the corresponding spell array and supports it. But there is no such thing here. Without a part of the power, it will fall down, Eurylius hurriedly explained. She forgot about this question for a moment, and had never thought about it. It was not until the city began to shake that she remembered it. Hurry. It's still not too late to send the city out now. Seeing Eurylius's panic, everyone also became a little nervous and prepared to take action. A large amount of clouds and mist gathered, lifting up the city. Alka looked at them. I said, "What are you in a hurry for? Do you look down on me?" Seeing the expressions of the people who turned their heads, Alka smiled. Say, Eggplant. A mirror floated beside him, recording the expressions of the people. Then the violently shaking floating brilliant city stabilized in an instant, and the huge rocks that fell from below flew up one by one. Look, this is my world. As he said this, Alka smiled and blinked at the people. Looking at Alka, Saiyaditi gently clenched his fist, and then walked over. Hey! Hey! It's just a joke. Don't be angry. Looking at Saiyaditi walking over, Alka quickly hugged her in his arms, and comforted her. Holding her clenched fist, he gently spread it open for her. She couldn't bear this punch. Then Alka looked at everyone and changed the subject. Don't you miss that library? You've been talking about it for so long. Now you can go and look at it with confidence. There is no time limit, he said, and followed the crowd to the library. This time they took the regular road, and then saw the entire brilliant city was in ruins except for the library. This place is rugged and huge, vigorous and majestic, full of strange beauty, and is a rare wonder building. Everything is huge, like a giant's kingdom. Perhaps for these giant creatures, this place can't be called a city at all. At most, it can only be regarded as a huge building, such as a castle. However, this place has been in disrepair for a long time, and no one maintains it. No matter how good the building is, the final wonder will become dilapidated and damaged. Although this place is still new, the intact parts still look beautiful. But many ruins are inevitable. After all, there is a huge gap in the roof of the library, which is also their only entrance now. The proper entrance has long been blocked due to lack of function and collapse. Since the city has been brought here by us, shouldn't we repair and maintain this place properly? Jason couldn't help but say, as he looked at the scene around him. He had seen the former glory of this city in the trial, in the memory of Eurylius. Before, because they had only arrived temporarily, they naturally had not thought about renovating this place. But now that this city has become a place they often visit, of course they have to renovate it. Let a once beautiful city return to its original glory, and it will also give them a sense of accomplishment. Agree. Lucilia raised her hand and said. The others also raised their hands, indicating that they agreed with this approach. It's just right to let those ghosts come here to find something to do. Maybe they can find some feasible solutions in the library here, and also maintain this place. Alka suddenly said. The more he thought about it, the better it seemed. Ghosts and an uninhabited city seemed to be a good match. As they talked, they walked around the city. There were collapsed ruins and blocked entrances everywhere. It was just as they thought. Except for the glittering hall and the library, the rest of the place was really no different from a ruin. We still need to consider repowering the city. It seems that there will be more work to do later. While everyone was immersed in the library, Alka left here. He had to discuss this matter with the Stonehoof clan and those ghosts who still had wisdom. Chapter 480 Treasure Hunt Rest. Arca, yesterday's last move was really powerful. A sturdy young knight, wearing heavy platinum armor, walked towards Arca. The armor was white, with light gold lines, on which wheat ears and the symbol of the Church of Our Lady could be clearly seen. This was a wheat ear knight of the church. The young appearance, the 5th stage of strength, all told others that this was a talented person. He was about the same age as Alka. Were you on guard outside yesterday? Alka looked at the person who was approaching and asked with a smile. Of course, congratulations on reaching the 6th stage. I really can't compare with you, the knight said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka looked at him and patted his shoulder. You are not far from the perfection of the 5th stage. You are also close to Brave, the wheat ear knight in front of him, named Brave, is also a saint of the Virgin Mary. This city of return was built by the Vastwa people. After tens of thousands of years of isolation, they had long abandoned their former beliefs. After all, even living was a difficult thing, and they were almost exterminated. Because of Alka, they now came out and gradually converted to the Virgin Mary. And the church would naturally send a team to build a new church here, and also provide due shelter for this new force. The person in charge of this church was Brav in front of him. After a few visits, Alka naturally became familiar with him, and they were all young people. Although Alka is almost 30 years old, he is still considered a young man in this world. By the way, I need the church's help with something. Alka looked at Brave and suddenly said. Hearing this, Brave looked at him, thought for a while and asked, Is it important? Maybe it's important. I mainly want to use the church's intelligence system to help me find some people or places. Hearing this, Brave nodded in understanding. Then just tell me, and I will arrange it later. After all, Brave is also a saint. Although his current strength is only at the 5th stage, it does not mean that his status is not high. Alka nodded. He and Brave walked into a small church in the city of return. After all, it was a new city, and the church was too big, and it was a bit overwhelming. And there were not many people here, and a church that was too big would make people feel disgusted. After entering the church, they sat down in the chapel and talked. What do you want to find? Hearing this, Alka took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Looking at the paper Alka handed over, Brave looked at it. There are 11 numbers in total, and behind each number there are some incomprehensible names. What are these? He asked in confusion, not understanding the information it wanted to express. I want to find 11 towers. These 11 towers are very important, but I don't know where they are exactly. I only know the name corresponding to each tower. Some are names of people, some are names of families, and some are place names. Hearing this, Brave nodded in understanding. Although he was curious, he did not ask in detail. After all, if you think carefully about Alka's profession, you will know it clearly. Then he looked carefully at the paper in his hand, looking at the names on it. I know this, I have heard of this, I have seen this before. Brave looked at the names on it, looking for some familiar names. After all, although there are 11 numbers, the names behind them add up to dozens of them. But they are all different things. After a casual look, he probably found 3 or 4 familiar names, corresponding to the 3 numbers. With these names, it shouldn't be difficult to find the place you want. He also roughly understood that these names should be related, and it would be easy to obtain this information and narrow the scope. For example, there are so many names behind a number. As long as you find one, you can find a long list of places around it through investigation. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It doesn't have to be found. If it's just the location of the person above, the location of the family, or the geographical location of the island, I can accept it. Hearing this, Brave said, then the collection of intelligence will be much simpler. In this case, it is indeed not difficult. After saying that, he frowned, stared at Alka and said, but it will take a long time for you to collect all this information. After all, this information is too scattered. The names he just learned are almost all in different places in the vast sea, and the round trip may take years. There are also various sea current accidents, which will cause certain problems in the dissemination of information. It is simple, but the problem is that it is really troublesome, and it is inevitable to spend a long time. Alka nodded. No problem. Even if I get the information and go out to sea to search, that will be when I reach the 7th stage. Hearing this, Brev probably understood. Obviously Alka is just making plans for the future, preparing for actions many years later. Then, there is no need to rush for these intelligence. You can collect them slowly. Try to collect them as much as possible and in detail. The preparations are quite sufficient. Thinking of this, Brev nodded and said, okay, I'll take this paper. I'll let the church's intelligence system and churches around the country help keep an eye on it. That's good. Thank you for your help. Hearing this, Brev waved his hand and said, you can't say that. We are all believers of the Virgin Mary, and you must not underestimate your position in the church. You just don't often deal with the various systems of the church, otherwise you can collect all the information by yourself. Hearing this, Alka just smiled. There is no way. He doesn't like to be bound by the church or those islands. Most of the islands are not large, so naturally they are not suitable. Compared with the vast ocean islands, they are really too small. Mainly, curling up on the island would waste his talent. By the way, General Safik said you can take a break. The offensive on the front has reached the lowest point of normal frequency. You don't need to go to the front to rotate guards anymore. Hearing what Brave said, Alka nodded. After all, he is a member of the church. Along the way, the church has given him a lot of help. In addition, this is the scar of the world. So when Alka and his men have nothing to do, or when the front is tight, they will go to the front for defensive support, since they are not regular support troops. Once the front can cope with it alone, those who volunteer to help can get a long rest time. Afterwards, Alka chatted with him for a while, and then said goodbye and left. Returned to their residence. Walking into the lobby on the first floor, there were only a few people doing their own things in the lobby. It can be seen from the books in their hands that most of them were newly taken out from the brilliant city. They are now almost addicted to reading, mainly because of the various books and information carriers covered by the large library of the brilliant city. There are really too many, so many that it is dazzling. Hearing the footsteps, Xia Daidi sat on the sofa, raised his head, and smiled when he saw that it was Alka. Alka walked over and leaned on her, looking at the book in her hand. Don't you know your own power? So leisurely. Hearing Xia Daidi's words, Alka shook his head. No, you know it. With the advanced strength of the dream, Alka can basically be familiar with the use of strength within 12 days after the strength is improved. There is basically no excessive time. So leisurely, find something for yourself to do. Aren't you going to the front line for rotation? Alka shook his head, told Xia Daidi the information he just got from Brave, and also told everyone present. Then take a few days off to go treasure hunting. Didn't you say before that you had information about a Holy Grail level treasure? Lucilia said beside him. After hearing this, Alka looked at her, thought for a while and nodded. It has indeed been a long time since I went to look for Holy Grail level treasures. Then he took out a map. This map is not far from the City of Return, probably in the middle of the City of Return and the anti-magic wall. It is an area controlled by humans, just 50 kilometers outside the safe channel. There is only one spot of light on this area, only this golden light. For the scar of the whole world, it is really rare to have only one golden light in such a large area. Some time ago, when Alka was defending against demons at the magic wall, he heard some chats between mercenaries and soldiers. As a result, the information of the treasure that was previously unknown was revealed, and the key information points were revealed in an instant. Return. Difficulty: Sar Alan Historian. Popularity: 363. Treasure information: The treasure named Return is placed in a historical relic that is still a historical relic even in the era when the Saralan Empire existed. To enter the ruins, find the right entrance. This information is hidden in the history of the Saralan Empire. Return means the return of time. Although the information about the treasure is somewhat ambiguous, it can be seen from the difficulty that the way to obtain this treasure is not difficult and cannot rely on force. As for the understanding of the entire Saralan Empire history, Lucilia is not inferior to Rinrin. In addition to Lucilia, you should know that there is a group of scholar ghosts of the former empire in this small world. There are many powerful scholars in it, although most of them are related to the study of the undead. But scholars who study the undead are still scholars, and they may also have relevant knowledge of their own country's history. That's why Alka noticed the burial site of this treasure. To be honest, in the past 2 years, they have basically cleared out the Saralan Empire without knowing it. And the treasure spots are more than 1 out of 10. It's just like coming here to purchase goods. If they stay here for a few more years, they may soon receive most of the Saralan Empire's legacy. Of course, it's not an exaggeration. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a huge empire that existed for thousands of years 1,000 years ago, a powerful force. The rapid and complete destruction caused too many valuable heritages to be left here. Thinking of this, Alka reached out and tapped the map, and almost made a decision. Are you going to go treasure hunting when you have time? At some point, Jason stood across from the coffee table, and asked Alka while he was staring at the map in a daze. Jason's voice pulled Alka back to his thoughts, and looking at Jason who came in at some point, Alka nodded. Yes, the frequency of attacks on the front line has also been greatly reduced recently, so it's rare to have a break. This means that not only him, but everyone present will become very relaxed. Jason leaned forward and tilted his head to look at the map in front of Alka. Here, it seems not far from here. Alka nodded, and then a large map of the scars of the entire world appeared in his hand. He tapped on it twice. It's in this area, and it's very close to us. Only 1 or 2 days away. It's so close, then I'll go too. Don't you want to take a break? Hearing this, Alka looked up at Jason and asked. After all, Jason and his friends just came back yesterday. What's the difference between a place this close and a walk? Just take it as a rest. The main reason is that if they are looking for a Holy Grail level treasure with their current strength, it is difficult to encounter a difficulty that requires a higher strength in them. Thinking about the difficulty of this treasure, Alka nodded and decided to let everyone act together. Anyway, the defense level of the City of Return has increased recently, and because the front line is relaxed, many mercenaries and strongmen began to take turns to return to the rear to rest. This also led to the fact that there were many strong men in the Return City, which had been gaining momentum in the past 2 years. After all, a new city had emerged in this ghost place, and they had more or less seen or used the weapons provided by the Return City in the past 2 years, so everyone was of course curious. These strong men who came to satisfy their curiosity, plus the church guarding here, and the mechanics of the Holy Machine Church, who were communicating with the Vastwa people, were enough to prevent them from having to defend here at all times. It's a rare opportunity for everyone to act together. It's not difficult. And they are close. Moreover, such a short distance is completely within Alka's fast transmission range. Thinking of this, Alka nodded and stood up and said, "Then let's act together. It's a rare opportunity, isn't it?" Hearing this, the few people who stayed in the hall couldn't help but look up at Alka. After thinking for a while, they nodded. "Since it's okay, let's talk about it in detail during dinner tonight. Let's rest for 2 days, and then set off." After making a decision, Alka sat back on the sofa and studied the information of the treasure to make a plan. 2 days passed quickly. After a good rest, Alka and the others prepared themselves and left the City of Return together. Since the purpose of this treasure hunt was to rest and relax, Alka did not use the mirror to fly quickly. The crowd walked slowly on the safe channel. After all, the area they were going to was only a few dozen kilometers away from the safe channel. "They seem to be afraid of us?" Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, pointed to the convoy in front and asked. "This is a convoy leaving the City of Return, which is full of parts for repair and a lot of ammunition. Since these are relatively important supplies, there are also many guards and mercenaries for defense." Alka and his team followed this convoy. However, due to Alka and his team's performance on the front line in the past 2 years, their reputation is relatively well known in the world of Scar. This also makes the people in these convoys reluctant to anger Alka. After all, They are not familiar with him. I don't know the style of Alka and his team. The main reason is that Alka is too easy to attract the attack of demons, which makes the team always vigilant, which is very tiring. After all, we are different now than before. We are celebrities. I knew the leader of this team before. Maybe he is afraid of offending us. Jason replied with a smile. No one cared about this. At this time, Simon suddenly looked at Alka and asked, I've been busy recently, I forgot to ask. What do the ghosts think of the new function of the soul doll? Hearing Simon's question, Alka's expression immediately became strange, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Seeing Alka's strange expression and Simon's question, Jason smelled something interesting. He immediately became curious. Since Simon had been following Jason to hunt for treasures for more than half a year, he had sent the new functions of the soul doll to Alka through his dreams, asking him to help manufacture and install them. And some of the new functions, Alka had actually manufactured and installed them. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, also asked curiously, what new functions? Human circulation simulation system. Simon replied, not thinking there was anything wrong with it, only full of curiosity. What is this function? Lucilia asked in confusion because of the overly professional system name. After all, Simon named this thing himself, so no one would know if he didn't explain it. Alka silently reached out his hand and scratched his nose. Hearing Lucilia's question and everyone's curious eyes, Alka opened his mouth and began to speak. It's the kind of circulation, excretion system. Excretion system, excretion? Poro reacted and then stared at Jason. You are really persistent. Simon had wanted to install this system on the soul doll a long time ago. At that time, he tried to install it on the doll girl, but was forcibly stopped by Siadai. But now the soul doll is not for the doll girl, but for the normal person in the past. So Simon rekindled his hope and successfully researched and manufactured this system. Originally, Alka didn't want to install it, but for some reason, he finally installed it on the soul doll. The funniest thing is that the feedback is actually not bad. Looking at the strange expressions of the crowd, and Simon's serious face that wanted to get evaluation, Alka nodded helplessly and said, your system. They gave unanimous praise. These are some reports they gave, and suggestions for improvement. I hope you can adopt and modify them. There are even some scholars who want to communicate with you. Alka silently took out a booklet and handed it to Simon. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. But they couldn't help thinking about it. Once they thought about it carefully, they could find these detailed problems, which really needed to be solved. Sure enough, years of ghost life will always change. Chapter 481, Underground Voice Transmission. The unique desolate area of the world Scar, the wasteland here, is mostly gray land, and the tenacious weeds that pop up from time to time dot it. Even in such a land that is highly invaded by the abyss, many tenacious weeds can still grow tenaciously. Some weeds have even quietly evolved the ability to expel the breath of the abyss. On this wasteland, you can see huge rocks collapsed everywhere, almost completely integrated with this wasteland. Only some parts protrude from the soil, showing that the rubble underneath was once part of a building. But such ruins are the most common landform signs in the world. After all, an empire once existed here. In addition, there are some tombstones and corpses. The boulders show that these were some buildings here, and the traces left after they collapsed. Some broken tombstones record that it is unknown how long ago that humans lived here. As for the scattered corpses, there is too much information, and it is impossible to verify. After all, it is very dangerous here. It is so dangerous that if you do not have the strength of the third stage, it is best not to leave the coastal city. Alka and his team came to the areas shown on the map. The goal was very clear, and they came directly to the remaining buildings in this wasteland. The buildings here are extremely damaged, but it can also be seen from these severely damaged buildings that these buildings have been left for thousands of years. It can even extend to the time when the Saralan Empire had not yet been destroyed. These ruins were left in various places in the wilderness. Some were just bare stones, while some at least had vague murals and words on their exteriors. Alka and the others were scattered all over the wilderness, looking for information that might be useful. Alkashadaiti and Lucilia on his shoulders formed a team, exploring and searching around a relatively well-preserved ruin. Lucilia was mainly analyzing the style of these buildings and the words on them, and analyzing which era they were from. Alka and Zyadaiti are just a side effect. Looking at Lucilia, who was concentrating on the analysis, Alka found a stone and sat down. It's really strange that there are no demons ambushing in such a place. Hearing Alka's words, Sayadai, who was standing next to him, looked down at him, and then rolled his eyes. Shall I catch a few for you? Hearing Sayadai's complaints, Alka shook his head. No, that would be too much trouble for you. Is this the point? Don't worry about these small details. But it's rare that we are out treasure hunting, and there are no demons ambushing. It's really rare. Could it be that the offensive methods I used when I was promoted before consumed too much of the devouring mouth? After all the calculations, they have been in the world scar for 3 years. Whenever they appear in the wild wasteland area, there are countless attacks and ambushes ordered by the devouring mouth. They have almost become accustomed to it, because here in the devouring mouth, there is really no need for any conspiracy or tricks. They can only use hard methods against AKA and the others, but the problem is that the hard methods that can kill Alka are not enough to transport to the rear. Trapped in a dead loop, I can only keep shooting demons to harass Alka, and gamble whether there will be any results. This is why Alka and his friends stayed here. Besides the need to stay alert at all times, they were a little tired from fighting too much. There was almost no great danger. This time, there was no ambush set by the devouring mouth, and I missed it for some reason. Maybe it was because the previous ambush could still cause some harassment. But now your strength has improved, and the border with the Dreamland has reduced the chaos here. After all, they might give up. After all, these things also need to be consumed. With the border of the Dream Kingdom, and the expansion of Alka's Dream Kingdom, the corresponding reality is naturally becoming more and more stable. After all, even the cracks of the world scar are shrinking. Alka's strength has increased again. Now it is almost impossible to cause fatal damage to Alka and others inside the magic wall. Unless the crack is pulled wider in an instant. There is almost no possibility. In this case, it is normal for the devouring mouth to give up rationally. However, such giving up does not mean that he will not target Alka. Once he finds a flaw, he will attack without hesitation. But he will not do other unnecessary actions. After a while, when Xia Dai and the others are all promoted to the 6th stage, they may risk certain risks and leave the world scar to sail out. After all, the excessive improvement of the dream strength allows Alka to temporarily improve his strength to the 7th stage or above. In this case, even in the devouring mouth of the outside world, it is difficult to cause him too much trouble. His body is still in the world scar, which is the biggest limitation. And this also limits his power. As a result, the power he can extend in the outside world is also weakened. However, if you want all your companions to advance to the 6th stage, it will take at least more than a year of meditation. Alka, who was chatting, suddenly felt a push from his butt. I saw Lucilia pushing his buttocks, looking up at him with her head raised. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hearing this, Alka stood up quickly. This stage shows that Lucilia is still concentrating. Sure enough, as soon as Alka moved away, Lucilia squatted directly on the boulder he had just sat on, observing something. It was obvious that Alka happened to sit on a stone with information. This also made the two of them lose the desire to chat, and they squatted beside and carefully watched Lucilia's work. Lucilia looked around the sphere, and then her eyes suddenly turned white, and a faint soul breath came out of her eyes. Then she muttered a strange language. This language was low and dark, and there was a tone like howling and cursing. The whole language seemed very strange, but it was pleasant enough to hear. But as she spoke, it felt very hazy. As this language kept muttering, the soul in Lucilia's eyes gradually floated out, and then wrapped around the boulder. Interestingly, a faint soul aura also emerged from the boulder. These soul auras floated and intertwined, seeming to convey some information, but for Alka and the others, being able to see such a weak soul aura was already the limit. Only Lucilia seemed to be able to know some remaining information from these soul auras. Lucilia closed her eyes, as if to receive this information, then she nodded and said, I roughly understand the age of these ruins. Tell me about it. Alcaton asked curiously beside him. If the words were really accurate, the information about the treasure would definitely be expanded. Lucilia nodded and said, the Saralan Empire lasted for thousands of years, from its establishment to its collapse. This was an empire that lasted for a very long time. And naturally it changed countless rulers and power classes. Chaos, civil strife and division were inevitable. And not just once. Around the 3114th year of the Saralan Empire, a dispute over the throne broke out. For an empire that has existed for such a long time, at this time, the empire has already become decayed and rigid. Even before this, The Saralan Empire had actually been reorganized once due to war. Listening to Lucilia's story, Alka nodded. He understood this history. After all, this is an empire that has existed for thousands of years, and it is human nature to want an empire to last so long. In addition to the fact that this world really is God's, and because of the unique geographical conditions of this world. Also, people in this world generally have a longer lifespan, and there are rarely any real wars. The empire's ruin is mostly due to internal reasons. Because of internal corruption, probably when this country lasted for 1,500 years, it could no longer continue and collapsed. Then, the wars among the princes lasted for nearly 300 years, and only after that did this country re-establish itself, still continuing the name of the Saralan Empire. This is an inevitable cycle. This cycle of division and combination has actually happened 2 or 3 times in the corrupt country of Saralan. It may be because the name of Saralan is too important, which leads to the country still using the name of the empire even after the reorganization. As for the internal power system, it has been changed over and over again. To put it simply, the ethnic group is still the same ethnic group, but the country is no longer the country it used to be. Although it is called the Saralan Empire, it is completely fine to regard it as several different countries and dynasties in order because of this cycle. It was just because the name of Saralan was too important to this race and this land. It was almost deep in their souls, and was the core of their nation. The conflict at that time was caused by the 3 sons of the emperor at that time. His 3 children were all heroes of their generation, and no one would be inferior to others. So they split into 3 different national factions on the land of the former Saralan Empire. A war lasted for 160 years, until the second prince won and ended it. Ironically, the second prince ascended the throne for only 10 years before he died due to aging, damage and stress from the war. So this relic belongs to the second prince? Alka asked beside him. Fool, how is that possible? This belongs to the eldest prince, Lucilia said. According to the division of power at the time, the area we are in now should be the capital of the country where the eldest prince was at that time. This relic may be a relic of that era. Hearing Lucilia's simple answer, the 2 nodded in understanding. After watching the 2 people's feedback, Lucilia nodded with satisfaction. Then Lucilia began to jump around on the ruins again, explaining to the 2 people some of the information she had obtained, including what the building was used for, and what caused its destruction. Then they began to walk to the ruins of other places, including places where others thought there was information. After walking around, everyone gathered together, waiting for Lucilia to give a conclusion. After all, Lucilia was the only one among them who would carefully observe, analyze, and read the history of the entire Saralan Empire for thousands of years when she had nothing to do. They read books for useful things, books about certain aspects that they need. Lucilia simply loves to read. Although she may not be able to remember all the history, she can basically remember the important nodes, representative figures and rulers. This is the value of Lucilia as a mobile library. Through Lucilia's summary of this large area of ruins, the information that can be expressed has been basically collected. If you want to collect more, you can only dig deep into the ground. After listening, Alka took the map out of his hand. Looking at the light, looking at Alka's behavior, everyone shut up silently and kept quiet. Although Alka did not explain in detail what his treasure hunting ability was. But you have to know that everyone has been with Alka day and night for more than 10 years. The number of treasure hunting times is also enough. Basically, the approximate range of his treasure hunting ability has been inferred from Alka's various behaviors. For example, for Alka, the size and precision of the map is not important, but it must be accurate. That is to say, if you draw a mountain on the map and mark a tree, then the corresponding things must exist. So overly detailed maps are not necessarily useful. On the contrary, rough maps may be more favored by Alka, because at least what is drawn is accurate. For treasure hunting, the most important information is important to Alka. But the important point is not all the information. Rather, it was some key words, or the introduction of key information. Alka seemed to be able to expand the information that they had never known through these key information, which they had never found or known. Perhaps this was the Son of God. After all, he was the child of God. That's right. In the eyes of everyone, Alka was basically the child of the Virgin Mary. This was not just Alka's usual performance, but also the communication that everyone had with other people from time to time. After all, you have to know that there were not only Alka and the other 3 from the Virgin Mary Church on the ship, People from various churches are here. They can even know some rumors about Alka from their respective churches. As people who spend every day with Alka, rumors that may seem outrageous to outsiders seem to be true to them. For example, Alka has received revelations from the Virgin Mary several times, and even met the Virgin Mary in person. And for Alka, who met the Virgin Mary in person, he was not excited at all, and acted indifferent afterwards. Alka never prayed. Nor did he pray sincerely to the Virgin Mary. But the holy light energy of the Virgin Mary on him was almost visible to the naked eye. And for Alka, important ceremonies always involve the Virgin Mary. For example, a few years ago, when he accepted the loyalty of those ghosts, the Virgin Mary even personally bestowed some blessings on those ghosts. This is not the Son of God. What is this? But if Alka doesn't say it, they won't say anything. Maybe this is Alka's secret. Alka didn't know much about what everyone was thinking. If he knew, he would be in a dilemma. But he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what they were thinking in a certain way. At this moment, Alka's attention was focused on the map. Return. Difficulty, Sar Allen Historian. Popularity, 363. Treasure information, the treasure named Return. Even if it is placed in the Sar Allen Empire, is a relic of modern history. To enter the ruins, find the correct entrance. This information is hidden in the history of the Sar Allen Empire. The ruins are the remains of one of the protagonists of the second conflict. This is a relic of a memorial ceremony. And this ruin seems to be more than just the surface. Inside, underground, there seems to be a hidden place. Return, meaning the return of time. Alka looked at the newly expanded entries on the treasure information. Although it has not yet reached perfection, it has basically fully shown Alka the location of the treasure. It is right under this ruin. As for why Siadaiti could not scan it, that is because as long as it is an underground space, if it is of a relatively important kind, basically, various shielding scanning materials will be used to shield the exploration or spell arrays. For example, the underground area of the Temple of the Moon Worship cult before. After all, there are thousands of strange treasures in this world, and there are countless spells, and there are countless ways to explore the secrets of the underground and the secrets of the space. In order to deal with these methods, certain secret areas, naturally, will use various kinds of protection. Dreams are one of them. After understanding, everyone will naturally start to act. As long as they know that there is an entrance underground, then others will have a target, and it will be very easy to find. The entrance was found quickly. According to the ruins here, and the surrounding geological conditions, it is most likely that there may be an underground layer underneath. Simon stepped on his feet and said, after Simon's confirmation, everyone started digging. Soon, through some observation and analysis, they dug a collapsed entrance. At the entrance, they saw artificial stone walls and hanging lights. The entrance was slanted, and the top was closed by the collapse of rubble. The stairs leading down should be the entrance to the bottom. Everyone passed through the entrance, and a dull breath came from inside. I don't know how long this place has been buried underground, walking on the stone stairs that have been abandoned for thousands of years. Everyone walked deep into the underground. Several balls of light floated around them, and flew forward to explore the darkness in front of them. When they just passed through the tunnel and stepped into the underground area, suddenly, a voice came from the front. You are finally here. Chapter 482, A Strange and Great Power. This is a language that can communicate the rules of nature. When entering this place, Alka kept his eyes that could see through secrets open. So when this language came from the depths, he immediately felt something was wrong. This is some kind of strange sound wave, which is mixed with spiritual elements. This language, intertwined with each other, can make any intelligent creature understand what he wants to express. There was a clear sense of rules in the words. This was the first time Alka had seen or heard such a strange language. But when the words came, everyone remained alert. Alka had never thought that there were living creatures in such an underground. Perhaps they were living creatures. When he just entered, the dull smell basically confirmed that this was always a closed space. He was also fortunate that he had not seen any requirements for strength in the difficulty of the treasure. A flashing ball of light exploded directly, illuminating the entire underground space. This was a very obvious area for sacrifice. The surrounding area was full of unknown symbols and various strange drawings. And the golden treasure was in the center of the altar, placed on a concave stone platform. It was covered with some dust, but in Alka's eyes, the ball had a golden frame. But after the entire area was illuminated, they did not see who was making the sound. The sentence just now, "You are finally here." I don't know who said it. Everyone used their own methods to check the surrounding environment. I should have heard it correctly just now. Right? Jason asked uncertainly. Everyone shook their heads in unison, confirming that the sound he just heard, everyone heard it. Stay alert and be ready to fight at any time, with Alka as the leader. Everyone slowly approached the center, and dispersed the formation while walking to maintain a semicircular encirclement. By the way, inform the puppet girls above to stay alert. There is obviously a problem here, but they didn't see it, or even feel it, which becomes a bigger problem. They have to concentrate on the surrounding situation. Stepping on the dust and mud under their feet, they came to the side of the altar. The light spots formed by the explosion are still scattered around, occupying the entire underground space, illuminating the surroundings. Circles of silver ripples are spreading in this space, but there is nothing strange, and there are no signs of soul or life. Everyone looked at each other, and Alka walked up alone. He walked up a few steps to the bottom of the altar, looking at the sunken surface where the treasure was stored. Right on his chest, he stretched out his hand, preparing to touch the treasure. From the appearance, the treasure had been covered by dust and some dirt for too long, and was almost wrapped and fixed in the sunken area. It looked like an ordinary stone ball. Just as Alka was about to touch it, a blue palm that seemed to be composed of starlight and lines covered the treasure. The moment he saw this thing, Alka's figure became illusory and disappeared from the spot, and appeared below. Everyone was alert in an instant, and various treasures flew up from the world, and everyone entered a state of battle. In the eyes of everyone, the blue light, or the palm made of starlight, began to extend upward. It connected to form an arm, and then continued to spread upward to form a hollow human figure made of galaxy and starlight. The outline of the human figure could not distinguish any details, and it was just a very standard human figure, without eyes or mouth. The twinkling starlight on his body slowly moved and flowed, as if the stars were draped over his body. Although he had no eyes, it seemed as if someone was watching them from his star-filled head. His eyes swept over everyone, and then stopped at Alka. "You are finally here." Alka frowned when he heard this. Was it directed at him? But the starlight figure in front of him did not show any hostility, and even wanted to communicate with him. "It seems that we can't attack rashly in this situation." He thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about me?" "Of course, unless there is a second Alka here." Although everyone couldn't understand his language, they could tell from the message expressed in the language, and from his tone, that he seemed to be somewhat relaxed. He was not nervous in the face of everyone's vigilance. "Don't be nervous, everyone. I come with friendship." He waved his hand gently. The whole scene changed. The surrounding scene changed from a sacrificial site buried deep underground to a very simple ancient palace. The altar in front of them also turned into a space wrapped in crystal, or a square closed place made of crystal glass plates. Alka and his friends were outside the glass plates. The starry sky figure inside also began to change, from an illusory starry sky figure to a real person. Long black hair, a handsome face, but also gave people a somewhat ordinary feeling. He has a very heavy temperament of a superior, but he doesn't make people feel pressured, but rather friendly. They should not feel wrong about this temperament, and it is difficult for people to think that people with this temperament are villains. His appearance is exactly the same as that of a normal human being, without any difference. Alka looked at the appearance of this person, looked at the surrounding environment, and his brows were twisted together. He remembered this scene. "It seems that you remembered. Why did you take so long to come?" he asked with a smile. This scene was exactly the revelation from the Virgin Mary that Alka had received in the church of the stone fortress a few years ago. It actually appeared at this time. The man in front of him should be the male figure among the knights at that time. In other words, the man in front of him seemed to have noticed the revelation and his gaze, and told him to go find him quickly. "Did you pass on that revelation?" Alka frowned and asked the strange man in front of him. The strange man nodded, "Yes. I asked the Stone Mother to help and convey this message to you." This is interesting. This means that the man in front of him knows the Virgin Mary, and he calls the Virgin Mary the Stone Mother. In addition, the way he appeared might be some ancient existence. There was no respect or awe in his tone, and it was obvious that he might be on the same level as the Virgin Mary. Is it some other god? It shouldn't be one of the 4 gods. What do you want to talk to me about? Alka thought for a while and asked. The man in front of him nodded. I need your help with something. In this world. No, I should say in this entire star world, you are the only one who can help me. He pointed at Alka. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help it. Alka looked at him and blinked slightly. Then a stinging pain came from his eyes, making him scream and close his eyes. Seeing this, Zadaiti and others around him immediately prepared to take action. Obviously they thought that the strange man in front of them had done something to Alka. Before Xiaodai could tell them to do anything, Alka immediately stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly. And they stopped. It's okay. It's my own problem. He just wanted to use his eyes to spy on the secrets, and see what the man in front of him was like. Then he saw almost nothing, as if a meteor had hit his eyes. Although I approve of your behavior, you have to know that even if I didn't do anything, you can't spy on something that you can't spy on. The gap is too far. Even if you just look at it, it will cause you harm that cannot be ignored. I have a deep understanding of this point. The black-haired man in front of him warned Alka, and seemed to be teasing himself again. Then he shrugged, looked at Alka and said sorry. If it was outside, I might be able to make you feel better. But not now. I can only stay in this small space. Otherwise I can't enter this world. Although your world is broken, the deepest protection mechanism still exists. Which is really shocking. An innocent world consciousness, the offspring of this world have failed their mother. Of course, this is not something that an outsider like me should say. It seems that he has really stayed here for a long time, and he is nagging to satisfy his desire to talk. And from his words, not only Alka, but also Xiaodai and others beside him could not help but open their eyes wide. The meaning conveyed in these words is that the strength or status of the man in front of them is beyond their imagination. And he knows a lot. At least he knows the causes and consequences of this world very clearly. He knows the current situation, and what it was like in the past. Madlisa treated Alka slightly, so that Alka could at least open his eyes, and see the surrounding situation clearly. After the treatment, Alka opened his eyes. Although his head still hurt, and his eyes were still blurry, he could at least see what was in front of him. His eyes were full of bloodshot. Tell me, what can I do to help you? And what can you give me in return? I need your help very simply. And you don't even need to take any action. And the reward I can give is also very generous, even related to whether your world can recover again. It was a big news as soon as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiaodai and others could not help but keep their eyes on the man in front of them. Alka looked at him, frowning and said, It's not that I don't believe it, but I find it hard to believe that you can give such a reward. And I can afford the price of such a reward. Alka thought about it when he met the Virgin Mary a long time ago, and asked if there was any way to save the world, after all. He had such a goal. The Virgin Mary seemed happy to set this goal on him. And to truly repair the world, it was not something that the Virgin Mary and other gods, who had been excluded, could do. Only the creatures born in the world after the War of Gods could do it, because they would not be excluded. But when Alka wanted to ask for a more detailed method, the Virgin Mary did not seem to know. Or she did not have a feasible, complete plan. So Alka found it hard to believe that the strong man in front of him, who was obviously from another world, would know this information. And the price of this information can be paid by yourself. Hearing Alka's words, the man in front of him smiled. For some reasons, there are some things I can't say clearly, so you just need to know that the so-called transaction is not necessarily equal. As long as I think the transaction between each other is equal, there is no problem, or I am willing to help you. After saying this, the man added, I'm sure you won't believe what I said, but you should believe in the Stone Mother. Right? Why not ask her? Hearing this, Alka frowned. Xiaodai and others also set their sights on Alka. Then Alka's brows relaxed, and he stepped back a few steps. You're right. In this situation, he could only ask the Virgin Mary to get some necessary information. It was not something he could solve. After taking a few steps back, Alka crossed his hands and began to chant the Virgin Mary's prayer. He hoped that he would pull him to his kingdom of God, and he would be able to meet him. With his eyes closed, he felt the light outside. The breeze blew beside him, and Alka could smell the aroma of wheat in the air. When he opened his eyes, he was in the kingdom of the Virgin Mary again. The endless wheat field world. This was not the first time he had come here. Walking through the golden wheat field, Alka saw a farm in front of him. In the wide courtyard of the farm, the Virgin Mary was standing there quietly. She was wearing a finely woven straw hat on her head. The children were running around in front of her, playing to their heart's content. The girl who had been holding Alka seemed to sense Alka's arrival and hugged his thigh. After laughing twice, He ran away again. The Virgin Mary waved her hand, letting the children go play far away. Then she turned around and looked at Alka. Alka came to her quietly, lowering his head slightly. Stone Mother. The previous revelation was indeed what he asked me to inform you. The Virgin Mary looked at him and said, obviously, he knew clearly the situation Alka was facing. Without waiting for Alka to continue asking questions, the Virgin Mary spoke slowly. I don't know why he is looking for you, but he is a new great power in the entire star world. In short, his rank in the astral world is no different from mine. I do have some connection with him, but I have never met him before. I don't know him, but at least I can be sure that his intentions are not dangerous. So I wonder why he would find you and need your help. The speaker mother looked at Alka with her kind and gentle eyes, but you can rest assured. He can really afford the reward, he said. The world he is in is also well known in the entire astral world. If there is a place that knows how to repair the world, who knows such a method, then he must be one of them. His ability is also enough to meet the conditions he promised. After listening to the words of the Holy Mother, Alka nodded. Okay, child. This great and powerful person is waiting for you. Waiting too long is a disrespect. Come to me later. The Holy Mother put her hand on Alka's head. When Alka opened his eyes again, he had returned to the underground space. Well, I didn't lie to you. Did I? The man in the space said with a smile. Alka nodded. I'm still wondering. What can I do to help you? He couldn't figure out what he had to offer that would allow such a powerful man in front of him to help him. You have something. And when you know it, you will understand why I will help you. As he said this, the man in front of him silently made a mouth shape. After seeing the lip shape, Alka's eyes were filled with shock. You? Shoo. Some things cannot be said, as long as you understand, friend. The man in front of him used a very equal name. Friend. The difference between his strength and Alka's is like the difference between a god and an ant. But he still wanted to call Alka that. Although Alka was shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. He took a deep breath and nodded. Today's shock is enough. What I need is to go back in time, to your first moment, and what I need is information about going home. The black-haired man in front of him said this. After hearing this, although Alka was shocked, he still frowned. Why do you need this kind of thing? You should be able to do it yourself. What's the difference between us? Because I have been here for too long, so long that there is no trace left. And our ways are different. Hearing this, Alka could only nod. He didn't know whether the man in front of him was telling a lie or the truth, but he knew that he had no room to resist. And the man in front of him was so powerful that he didn't know what to do. He was willing to make a deal with him calmly and on an equal footing, and asked him to help him, which meant that he had enough and even overflowing goodwill. In this case, Alka actually had few choices. Hearing Alka agree, he waved to Alka. Come in here. If you use my power outside, it will be against the rules. It's not good. It's too rude. Hearing this, Alka nodded, then gave everyone a reassuring look, and stepped into the inner space. Chapter 483 Wishing, and the Kingdom of God. Soon, Alka walked out of the square space again. The black-haired man in the space opened his eyes after a long while, and his excitement could be seen from his expression. He looked at Alka and said in a somewhat happy tone, Now, it's my turn to fulfill my promise. After saying that, he stared at Alka, then shook his head, and stared at Xia Deity next to Alka. Just your little girl, make a wish. Hearing this, Xia Deity was a little surprised, and then a little confused. She didn't understand what this had to do with her. She looked at him in confusion and doubt, and then looked at Alka. In this situation, Alka was also a little confused. Don't be confused, just make a wish based on the reward I just mentioned. Although Alka didn't know why he didn't let her make a wish, she still turned her head and looked at Xia Deity. Nodded to Xia Deity. Do you have any wishes? Xia Deity asked. No, just say whatever you want. Of course. You can't wish for me to fix the world for you directly. This doesn't meet the requirements. And it's not a wish you can make. Even if you make such a wish, I may not be willing to fulfill it. Hearing this, Xia Deity's face showed a regretful expression, which meant that she had just thought about it. Then she could only make a wish honestly. I hope to get a way to perfectly repair the world I am in now. After she made her wish, in the sky outside, a meteor streaked across the dark night. The man in front of him smiled. Your wish has come true. After doing this, he looked at Alka. Goodbye, friend. I hope you can achieve your goal and leave this world. We will meet again, in our real hometown. As he said this, he smiled. He waved to Alka, and the whole person turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot. The square space also dissipated, but the surrounding palace remained the same. At this time, only Xiaodaidi was sweating and frowning. It seemed that the knowledge that was pouring in was difficult for her to accept. For this reason, everyone could only wait quietly by the side. After a long time, Xiaodaidi's expression finally relaxed. And then she opened her eyes. She looked at Alka and nodded. I do know a way. Hearing this, Alka smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Not only Jason and others beside Alka also nodded. Alka looked at the ball in his hand. This was the ball that the man had thrown to him when he left. Let's go up first, or go back and talk about it later. Everyone nodded, then they left this underground space together. They came to the top through the hole they had just dug. Without staying for too long, aka directly constructed a mirror this time. The mirror showed a spiral of dreams, and everyone went through it with the doll girl. They appeared in the city of return. They quickly returned to their residence, and everyone found a seat in the hall. The hall was unusually quiet, and everyone was thinking and reminiscing. Looking at the expressions of the people, they seemed to want to ask Alka and Xiaodaidi something. But they didn't know how to start, because they didn't know whether such information could be known. Without waiting for them to ask, Alka said, the identity of the man just now is a character who exists on the same level as the Virgin Mary in another world. This is the only thing I can tell you. After hearing this, everyone had a little idea, and nodded without asking any more questions. It was too far away, and understanding was just to satisfy curiosity. Then they looked at Xiaodaidi. The knowledge Xiaodaidi had obtained was the most important thing. Xiaodaidi had been sorting out her thoughts all the way, looking at everyone's eyes. She replied, the knowledge given by the powerful being just now, or it can't be called knowledge. He just gave me a detailed repair plan for the world we are in now. And this plan is not something we can do at all. We may need the help of the four gods. Without waiting for the questions from everyone, she explained in detail. First of all, there are several major cracks and scars in this world. The most important one is the scar of the world we are in now. We need to drive the demons back completely and seal this most important wound. Although I don't know why. The plan says that this scar is very important, and it is the largest one. In addition, there are some gaps distributed throughout the world that need to be repaired. When these things are repaired, what we need is to make everyone's strength gradually stronger. In this world, the strength of life will drive the entire world to grow upward. The process of growth can also be repaired to a certain extent. Finally, we have to make up for the defects of this world. Or at least most of the defects. After listening to Xiaodaidi's words, everyone frowned. They could understand some things in Xiaodaidi's words, but some things seemed to make no sense. Thinking of this, Alka stood up and said, come with me to see the Virgin. Ah? Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi was obviously stunned. See the Virgin? Her voice was almost trembling. The knowledge she had just gained in her mind was thrown behind her. They were different from Alka. They were true believers. Alka nodded. I believe such information. The Virgin must need it. And you also said that it is not something we can do. Right? Can I do it? Of course you can. You were once a saint in preparation. And now this timid look is not your character. Alka said while holding her hand. Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi couldn't help but hold his hand tightly. Then took a deep breath and nodded. No problem. I'm ready. How could such an opportunity be missed because of nervousness? Fear and timidity? She would regret it for the rest of her life. Okay. Then you pray with me now. Alka sat directly next to Xiaodaidi and guided him to cross his hands and start praying. Seeing this, everyone did not disturb him, but sat in their own places, thinking about the information Xiaodaidi had just said. Soon Alka felt the change in the surrounding environment and opened his eyes. He looked to the side. Xiaodaidi, who was holding his hand, was standing next to him. You can open your eyes now. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi trembled and opened his eyes. Looking at the surrounding area, he saw the endless golden wheat fields, and the scene he had never seen before. The sun was hanging on the edge of the sky, not at the top of the sky forever. The light that seeped out was orange-yellow, like a fire. Very warm. Very cozy. Dusk. This is a time period that has not been seen in more than 10 years. I have only seen it in the sea of home before. Dusk, I almost forgot it. Alka said while looking at the sky. Dusk. Xiaodaidi smiled and muttered a little. Alka looked at the twinkling light in her eyes. I promise, one day we will be able to see such scenery outside. Hearing this, Xiao turned his head and looked at him. Well, let's go together. The two of them stood in the wheat field for no reason, standing in the holy kingdom of the Virgin Mary. Inexplicably abandoning the surrounding environment, they fell into their own emotions. The atmosphere around them was out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. Ha! Suddenly there was a shout from the side. Xiao trembled visibly. Obviously she was frightened. Haha, you were scared. The two turned their heads and looked. A little girl suddenly rushed in front of them from the wheat field and laughed at Xiao. Alka looked at her, reached out, and patted her head. Hey! The girl slapped Alka's hand away. How can you do this to your sister? It's really rude. She ran away. Sister? Xiao turned to look at Alka in confusion. She seemed to be saying something in her eyes. She seemed to be saying, You are indeed. Alka rolled her eyes. I don't know what to say, but now we should go to see the Virgin Mary first. She pulled Xiao forward. Hearing this, Xiao thoughts immediately turned around, and he became nervous again. Soon, Xiao saw the small farm in the center of the wheat field ahead. He looked at the tall woman standing at the gate of the farm. Her wheat yellow tight-fitting long skirt floated gently in the breeze, and she wore a straw hat on her head. Xiao couldn't help but slow down her pace, and her eyes were completely fixed on the figure. She seemed to have become a puppet being led by Alcala to the front of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary turned around and looked at Xiao, who had been staring at her. He couldn't help but lower his head slightly to look at her. The Virgin Mary was 2 meters tall, much taller than Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao immediately lowered his head. Then, Xiao felt a gentle hand touching his face. The palm slid along her face, and then he used a little bit of strength. Let me see you. Following the power from the palm, Xiao raised his head, staring at the Virgin Mary's face with his eyes shining. She seemed to see motherhood, seeing herself, a mother who had not been seen for a long time, and who was buried deep in her memory. The Virgin Mary raised her other hand, and placed it on the other side of Xiao face, and looked in her face carefully with both hands. Lovely child. The Virgin Mary praised with a smile. Then she raised her right hand, touched Xiao head, and fiddled with a few silver strands. Your hair color is also beautiful. The visible red spread on Xiao face, and then her whole body turned red with visible red skin. The Virgin Mary's praise made Xiao so excited that she could not control herself. Seeing this performance, the Virgin Mary smiled gently, and then she stretched out her hand to embrace Xiao, letting her lean against her arms and hugging her. Alka could see that Xiao body was as stiff as a piece of iron. But then she softened and leaned against the Virgin Mary's arms. Alka just smiled and waited by the side. The children who had been playing around at some point also gathered around Alka, staring at Xiao in the Virgin Mary's arms. At this time, Alka saw his trouser legs being pulled. He looked down and saw that it was the little girl who always claimed to be his sister. She opened her arms, looking like she wanted to be hugged. Seeing this, Alka smiled, squatted down and picked her up. Before he could get up, another boy also jumped over, leaving Alka's other hand busy. In this way, Alka stood up again, holding 2 children in each hand. Alka looked at the little girl. Don't you call yourself my sister? Why do you want me to hold you? Huh? The little girl snorted, not wanting to answer, but she had no intention of jumping off. Alka, you grow up so fast. The little boy in Alka's right hand looked at him intently and said, You will grow up so fast in the future. Really? Of course. As they chatted casually, the 2 children actually fell asleep leaning on Alka's body. Alka had to sit down and leaned on the chair next to him. He leaned on him, and the children around him couldn't help but gather around him. After a while, they leaned against each other and fell asleep. Alka also felt sleepy for some reason, and fell asleep just like that. Suddenly, he woke up suddenly. He didn't know when the children around him had already scattered everywhere, running and playing in the wheat fields. The Virgin Mary and Xiao seemed to be communicating with each other. He actually fell asleep? Alka was a little unbelievable. How could he fall asleep in such a place? And next to the Virgin Mary? It was too ridiculous. He stood up involuntarily, and walked towards the direction of the Virgin Mary. These are the knowledge I know. Just as I went over, I heard Xiao seem to have finished speaking. The Virgin Mary also nodded. Seeing Alka coming over, they both turned to look at her and smiled at her. The Virgin Mary also stood up and said, I already know the general process. Is there anything we can help with? Alka asked. The Virgin Mary looked at him and smiled. Don't worry, you can continue to do your own things and improve your strength. After all, without strength, you can't do anything. Right? And during this period, I also need to discuss with other people. Don't worry. When I need you, I won't be stingy. Hearing the words of the Virgin Mary, the two nodded. Then the Virgin Mary looked at the two and said, when your strength reaches the 7th stage, leave the world scar. At that stage, these demons will have no way to deal with you. Hearing this, Alka and the others nodded. Then the Virgin Mary looked at Xia Deity in front of her and smiled, holding her head, and gently kissed her forehead. This is a blessing. Leave now. After saying that, the two of them went dark, and they returned to the hall. The moment the two woke up, everyone looked at them. Jason and Lucilia couldn't help asking, what does the Virgin Mary look like? Hearing this, Alka said in a strange way, didn't I tell you before? He remembered that he had answered this question after he met the Virgin Mary for the first time. Who knows? The two shook their heads. Your words are not of much reference value. For this sentence, the others also nodded involuntarily, expressing their agreement. What do you mean I have no reference? Don't I have eyes? Alka said speechlessly. And I think I expressed and narrated very well. But facing the two people's questions, Xia Deity was still recalling all his experiences in the kingdom of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary is more approachable than the image in the scriptures, like the image of a mother. Kind, gentle, beautiful. Speaking, Xia Deity began to narrate his own experiences and feelings. After saying this, Alka next to him was stunned. Is it so outrageous? Why didn't he think so? It seems that Xia Deity couldn't help but put on the fan filter. After saying this, Xia Deity turned his head and looked at Alka with a strange expression and asked, you actually fell asleep there? There are almost no words that can express the scene when she saw Alka leaning against the surroundings and fell asleep. And the Virgin Mary just smiled, told herself not to disturb her, and pulled her to the side, and talked quietly. Hearing this, everyone around stared at Alka in shock. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. It was beyond their horizons, even beyond their knowledge. It almost made their worldviews go haywire. Are you saying that Alka fell asleep in the Holy Mother's kingdom? Beside the Holy Mother? Yes. He was holding those children in the kingdom. Those children held by the Holy Mother's portraits and statues. Hearing this, everyone was shocked at first, and then seemed to have something in their minds, and nodded involuntarily, as if confirming the idea in his mind. So what are you imagining? It was mainly because I felt so comfortable. I don't know why I fell asleep. Alka explained beside him. He didn't think he would fall asleep at all. In return, everyone nodded, with an expression of I understand. Chapter 484 Spreading. The City of Return. The residence of Alka and others. In the living room of the small building, Alka sat at the table, looking at the clean ball on the table. The lime and soil excavated from the surface of the ball had been cleaned, revealing its former appearance. This is an orange-red ball, and it can be felt that it is made of some dark jade material. It uses a very complicated carving technique, using some kind of hollow carving, and a one-piece carving, so Alka did not see any splicing marks on this jade ball, which is the most original state. It should have only been polished to the most basic level. The most important thing is that this Holy Grail level treasure is very interesting. It is the first type that Alka has seen. Because his strength in the dream has long been raised to the 7th stage or above, he can completely see through the function of this Holy Grail level treasure in the dream. Just like the name of this treasure. It is called reincarnation. It has extremely powerful abilities, which are almost completely not the abilities of the Holy Grail level. That is, time returns or state returns. Simply put, use this treasure to bind a life form or a thing. After binding, when you use this treasure will dissipate, and then the state of the thing or life will return to the state it was originally bound to. In other words, this is a one-time treasure. After use, this treasure will disappear, and the divine essence inside will also dissipate, and dissolve into the world because of use. According to the information seen by Alka's eyes, this divine essence is just a treasure made of a small fragment peeled off from the original true divine essence. And it can be basically confirmed that this treasure is completely man-made. According to the calculation, the peeled fragment should have been a red crown level divine essence. Or it should be one level higher than this. One level higher. Alka supported his chin and pondered. He was sure that there was no divine essence higher than the crown level. But it was obvious that the separated fragment was not something that a crown-level treasure could do. Perhaps it was something composed of many divine essences together. Just like the sun. Thinking this way is obviously much more reasonable. After all, becoming a god is also the combination of 6 different treasures, and they must be compatible with each other to be able to ascend. After thinking it through, Alka looked at the ball in his hand and threw it into the space. Obviously, it is not right to use this treasure now. Basically, it can be regarded as a trump card to save life. While Alka was still thinking, he suddenly felt a voice in his mind. This hazy voice was not from the Virgin Mary. It was emitted by the world. Or, it was some kind of instinctive emission. This feeling. Alka had this feeling when he was promoted before, but he was a little busy after the promotion these few days. Or he didn't notice this strange feeling, and it suddenly broke out at this moment. This emission seemed to be a kind of information. It had the breath of the world. Alka could clearly feel the feeling emitted by this breath, which was the breath of the world. After all, he is the king of dreams, and is very close to the consciousness of the world. He basically belongs to the spiritual world. Feeling this information, Alka began to receive it. It was not complicated, and even very brief. It seemed to be a notification or a warning. Not sure, but after Alka received the above information, he knew what this information was. This information turned out to be some of the information that Alka knew when he communicated with Greyfar when he was still in the 5th stage. This message actually directly expressed the formula for becoming a god. Alka didn't expect it to be so straightforward, and it was sent by the world itself. This was completely different from what he had thought before. After this, the message clearly expressed the steps to become a god and the requirements that need to be met. In other words, from the 6th level onwards, almost everyone knows how to become a god, so generous. First of all, strength must be at a level similar to the 8th stage. This is the minimum requirement. Alka felt that he might be strong enough to completely master the crown-level treasures at this stage. When he could master the crown-level treasures, he would naturally be able to completely control the treasures on his body. Of course, this was just Alka's speculation on the existing reality. Triangle, 6 treasures in a ladder-like manner. They need to be compatible with each other. After reaching the 8th stage or above, you can start to advance to become a god. From the above, the steps are very simple. The only difficulty is to find 6 suitable treasures. Seeing this information, Alka couldn't help scratching his head. This was simpler than he thought. He had thought that after finding the right treasure, he would have to go through some complicated rituals or conditions. The most difficult problem was the 6 right treasures. After reaching the 8th stage, as long as he mastered the 6 treasures with his heart, he could reach the top and become a god by integrating them into himself. After this information, there was obviously additional information, which was filled with the wailing and pain of the world. Alka didn't know if other people could feel it. But when he received the second half of the information, he could clearly and distinctly feel the pain. That is to say, the following supplementary information appeared after the world was broken and reassembled. Perhaps it was not long after the reassembly. After all, the world's current state of longing for destruction was not achieved in an instant. It should be a process of suffering and torture, until gradually wanting to self-destruct. The information supplemented the new steps to becoming a god. Don't spread the word about yourself. Be as low-key as possible, especially don't let too many lives know about you. If you know, it's best to wait for life to forget, and then carry out the activities of ascending to the gods. The information is that simple. Alka frowned. This is different from what he thought, or it is different from the reality he saw. Because the reality is, the vast majority of strong people will spread their own reputation, and even deliberately spread their experiences through various information carriers and stories. They even embellish these stories, just to make people remember them firmly. This is completely different from the warning message that the world wants to send. Alka felt a little uncomfortable, because he couldn't find anyone to answer his questions for the time being. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. What about the Virgin Mary? Will the Virgin Mary answer such doubts for him? Thinking of this, Alka was not afraid of trouble and prayed on the spot, hoping that the Virgin Mary could answer his doubts. As Alka prayed, it didn't take long before the Virgin Mary's gentle and kind voice came back to his mind. This is Mother's love. The Virgin Mary's voice was rarely soft and mixed with a trace of sadness. Then the voice continued, after the world was destroyed, we put it back together. Although her consciousness returned, she was suffering. And her consciousness was scattered, not condensed, just like humans who have lost their memories. This is the problem caused by the fragmentation and splicing. But during this period of time, she still warned her children in a scattered state. The ordinary lives still living in his body naturally cannot leave. They are also part of the world. But for the new beings who want to become gods, being overly bound to these lives will make it difficult for them to break away from the shackles of the world. If they become gods in this state, they may eventually perish along with the world. This is her last love. The voice of the Virgin Mary dissipated in his mind. Alka was stunned, in a trance. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Thinking carefully, this information is both reasonable and surprising. No wonder the gods allowed the demons to blow up the planet when they wanted to leave. After the destruction, the believers who once believed in the gods would naturally die. After death, these gods can safely take the remnants of the world, get rid of their shackles and leave. The destruction of the world is so reasonable to those former gods. So the four gods could only save their own believers. Then, the living beings were preserved on the fragments. But these beings may believe in various gods. But the number of those left at that time must not be too many. They no longer have any constraints on the great existence they once believed in. Then we can infer from this. Don't let yourself be highly bound to the ordinary lives in the world, so that you can safely leave the world later. Leave yourself, which is bound to be destroyed in the eyes of the world. Now, most of the strong people are deliberately spreading their influence and reputation, but why are they highly bound to the lives of these worlds? Thinking, according to what he knows and the current situation, Arca came to a conclusion that should be correct. Stabilize the world. After all, these ordinary lives are still part of the world. After all, what they have obtained to reunite and repair the world also has such a process. Just as Alka was thinking, a message from the Virgin Mary once again flooded into his mind. But this time it was no longer his words, but a brief and rough message. It told Alka what problems would arise if he spread his reputation. Let his name spread. And as he becomes more powerful, he will be able to play a central role. It will stabilize the life of the world, and to a certain extent stabilize the chaos of the world, and alleviate the spiritual pain of the world. And with the help of the four gods, it can also form a basic barrier to defend against some threats from the starry sky. After all, the natural defense means of this world have long been shattered, and there are few left. Of course, this is voluntary. The current situation is that most people are willing to spread their reputation. Becoming a god in this state will make your stabilizing role reach its peak. But it is also difficult to leave the world, carrying the mission of repairing the world. The information in his mind did not force Alka to choose anything. After so long, there are countless people who are unwilling. But the oath they made before, and their actions all along, have already destined them to spread their reputation. Thinking of this, Alka leaned heavily on the back of the chair. This world, most of the strong people, are much more noble than he thought. He didn't know how many powerful people were hiding their identities. He only knew that there were countless powerful people who were willing to spread their reputations, and let their reputations be imprinted in the minds of countless ordinary people. The number was absolutely large. But on second thought, those who were unwilling to spread their reputations could not know themselves. Maybe there were more. Ha ha ha. Alka couldn't help but laugh happily. What makes you so happy? Zadidi walked in from outside and asked. Lucilia was sitting on her shoulder, swinging her legs. The two were looking at him curiously. Looking at the two people who came in, Alka walked over with a smile and hugged them in his arms, and gave them a tight hug. He also rubbed Lucilia with his face. Then the two looked at him in confusion. It seems that you are really happy? Do you mind sharing it with us? Lucilia said, straightening her hair that was messed up by Alka. I can't share it with you. After your strength reaches the 6th stage, I will share it with you, Alka said with a smile. Hearing Alka's words, Zadidi narrowed his eyes and looked at him, as if thinking, I roughly know what you are talking about. Why would a strong person above the 6th stage deliberately spread his reputation? Alka looked at her, smiled and nodded, yes. That's the answer to this question. Well, I'm curious. While they were chatting, others gradually returned to the living room from outside upstairs. It was time for breakfast. Although with their current strength, not eating for 1 or 2 meals, or even for a few days or months may not necessarily cause any big impact. But this will miss Juanlu's delicious food, and missing a meal is a regrettable thing. At the dinner table, Alka looked at Lucilia, and then glanced at everyone and suddenly asked, who among you is confident in your literary literacy? Hearing Alka's words, the people who were eating and chatting stopped involuntarily, and turned to look at him. I don't know what he meant by this question. Only Xia Dedi and Lucilia, who had just talked to Alka, probably understood Alka's idea. Facing Alka's sweeping eyes, Pororo tried, scratched his forehead. Literary literacy? Matrisa next to him picked up a piece of pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. It's okay, you don't have to worry about these. If it's about composing poetry, I can help a little, Julia said with a smile. As for thesis research report, I can do it too, Simon also added. Except for the two people. No one else said anything. Obviously they thought their literary literacy was not good enough. Then Alka turned to look at Lucilia. What about you? After all, Lucilia is known as a mobile library, so her literary literacy should not be too bad. Of course, I have no problem. Lucilia's voice was a little proud. Alka nodded when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he said, then Lucilia and Julia, if others are interested, they can also join us. He looked at the two and said, I will assign you a task. Write down our adventure and treasure hunting experience from the home sea to the present, and make it into our autobiography. Of course, artistic processing is inevitable, isn't it? We need to make ordinary people interested in reading, and spread our reputation. But of course we can't exaggerate it too much. After that, he looked at everyone and thought for a while, and said, in addition to the autobiography of our entire group, you could also write your own autobiography. You don't have to write your own story. You can write any useful literature book. It's okay to insert some of your own experiences. This is also a good method. For example, Matt-Lisa, you can write a book about herbal disease treatment. Simon, you can also write books about materials, mechanical forging structures, etc. Julia, you can also spread your own music and poems. Right? Xia Dedi's design, Juanlu's recipe, and Lucilia's illustrations can all be written into books. This can also help more people. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think, because it was obvious that Alka didn't make the decision suddenly. He wanted a big wave. When he said this, everyone instantly thought of what they had learned before about the spread of reputation by the strong. Alka just happened to reach the starting stage of the spread of reputation by the strong. The sixth stage. Obviously. What did he know when he reached the sixth stage? Of course we can prepare first. And when we all reach the sixth stage, I will go to the church and other forces to help with sales and dissemination. It would be best if it could spread to the entire infinite sea, even the four-god sea. Everyone couldn't help but speak up when they heard this. Obviously, the essence of the problem has to wait until the sixth stage, but regarding these writings, they can start communicating now. After Alka said this, they suddenly became quite interested, which just happened to fill their free time during this period. Chapter 485, Anti-Magic Fortress. Inside the Church of Our Lady of the Returned City. As the believers in the prayer hall left their seats one by one, Bref at the top closed the holy book in front of him, and then hung it around his waist with the chain above. Although he was a wheat-ear knight before, he is now temporarily serving as the priest of this church. For believers like them, the change of identity is so natural. After all, they are priests and believers first, and then knights. After the believers had left one after another, Brave came down and sat down at the seat at the end of the prayer hall. Alka was sitting there waiting. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Hearing this, Alka just smiled. And he also prayed to the Virgin Mary. After a few pleasantries, Brave's expression became serious, and he began to say, after 2 months of low-frequency attacks, the demon's offensive has gradually recovered. Although it is still at a lower frequency. The target you asked us to pay attention to has appeared frequently in the anti-magic fortress recently. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at him. Calendar the Slayer? This was exactly the target he asked Brave and his men to pay attention to in the anti-magic fortress. You should know that during the months when the demon offensive broke out 2 years ago, this demon was severely injured by Graver. As a result, in the past 2 years, Alka has almost never heard of him. He only knew that he would appear at some edge of the city wall. He was mainly there to harass, and rarely appeared in a place where the battle was fierce. Obviously, he was hiding, and witnesses said that his condition was not good. At that time, Alka just asked Brave and others to help pay attention to him. After all, his strength had not reached the 6th stage, according to the strength standards at that time. If he was in the anti-magic fortress, it would be very easy to be in great danger. After all, it was the place closest to the crack, and there were almost no space or other restrictions. It was also the place where the battle was the most brutal, and no one could pay attention to Alka under the powerful offensive. In addition, there was the devouring mouth, and the degree to which the demon wanted to kill Alka now. If he ran to such a place without the 6th stage, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. So Alka never went there once. During the 2 years, they would go to defend the places, most of which were concentrated in the surrounding fortresses, such as the demon hunting fortress. Unexpectedly, his strength had just reached the 6th stage, at least after the anti-demon fortress had the ability to protect itself. And he heard the news of this demon. It was hard not to let Alka think that it was a trap or something. At this time, Brave also said, "It's a bit of a coincidence. According to the damage Greyfar caused to him, it is impossible for him to recover so quickly. And according to his recent active performances, it can be seen that his strength has obviously declined to a certain extent, and there are very obvious scars on his body. His condition is not good, and it is obvious that his current activeness is not his original intention. After all, the devil is reckless, but none of the devils at this stage are fools. They can only be described as crazy at best. In short, it is to seduce Alka, which is a bit like seducing Alka's past targets." Alka leaned back on the wooden chair, and couldn't help thinking, should I go there or not? The main problem is that I have to go there anyway. After he knew the process information of repairing the world, he had been thinking about some things he needed to do. And he must go to this anti-magic fortress. It is a place that cannot be escaped. Watching Alka thinking, Bref waited quietly beside him, and did not make a sound to disturb him. After a long while, Alka seemed to have figured it out and said, "Go, but the target is not Calland, but to see the place where the battle is the most intense. By the way, let's see what they are going to do." Hearing this, Brave nodded, and did not give any exhortations or other words. Because Alka is different from them. And Alka himself knows that. He has a trump card that can ensure that he will not fall into fatal danger. That is, he can accept the strength of the dream, and his current dream strength has risen to the middle of the 7th stage, still rushing towards the 8th stage. Once he received it, he really couldn't understand how he could be killed in an instant with his strength and treasure. And he was only on the city wall. As long as his target was not on Calland for the time being, he would not be tempted to go to an extremely dangerous area. And on the fortress, there were too many strong people around. If Alka accepted the dream and his strength reached the 7th stage, he would still be threatened with a fatal threat in this situation. Then it would be meaningless for him to hide or not. That's right, demons don't really die. The worst result is that Alka's body dies, and his soul returns to the dream. I'll go alone. Hearing this, Bref looked at Alka with surprise. Then he thought about it and understood. After all, Xiaodai and his team's strength has not reached the 6th stage, and that place is really too dangerous for them. Because if they can't target Alka, targeting Alka's teammates is also a very good choice. Don't think that the demons won't do this. After all, they will even go all out to attack the city of return. This kind of behavior, which costs almost nothing in return, shows that they are capable of anything. After saying goodbye to Brave, Alka returned to the building. He told everyone about some of his conversations with Brave. "You want to go to the anti-demon fortress alone?" Alka nodded, and then assured, "Don't worry. I will definitely stay on the city wall. I mainly want to go and see the intensity of the battle in that area. I will not take a dangerous step with Calland as my target. Don't worry, the people around me will remind me." Hearing this, the people who wanted to dissuade him could not help but nodded. It's already the 6th stage. It's a bit too cowardly to be timid when the treasures are basically collected except for the crown. Eventually, we have to face the devouring mouth. There is no point in escaping, no matter where it is. Seeing that no one had too many opinions, Alka chatted with them for a while, and began to pack up. The next morning, he followed a convoy to the front line. He walked quietly all the way. There were no demon ambushes, no monster attacks. Alka, who was rarely quiet, came to the gate of the anti-magic fortress. He looked at the exaggerated building in front of him. Or, it can no longer be called a building. It is a mountain. This is a man-made mountain, arranged in front of him. From the surrounding environment, it can be seen that these 3 peaks are obviously not naturally grown, but artificially constructed. Then, on top of this mountain, a magnificent fortress was built relying on the part of the mountain. The gate at the back alone is more than 10 meters high, and there are also large and small gates next to it for people to pass through. The gate was open wide, because it was the road to the back, and various goods and wounded were constantly transported in. On both sides of the gate behind them were all kinds of supplies and tents. These things are obviously not enough to be transported to the fortress, which means that the space inside the fortress is a bit tight. Alka walked through the middle road, looking at the supplies and tents on both sides. There were some soldiers and mercenaries resting inside. Most of them were tied with bandages. It is obvious that the people living here are all wounded soldiers, and they are all out of life-threatening danger and are recovering. They are actually recovering right here. Alka looked at the injuries of these soldiers, and they should not affect the battle. They just need to rest. One cargo vehicle after another keep moving automatically on the road. The road leading to the fortress alone is enough for 3 transport vehicles to drive side by side. There are still piles of goods around that have not been transported in. There are many members of the Holy Mother Church and the Seat of Life standing at the gate and around. Seemingly they are conducting inspections. The protection here is extremely strict. Alka has not even approached the gate, but soldiers and personnel have noticed him at least a few hundred meters away from the gate. The gazes cast on him were more or less scrutinizing and sizing. "Lord Alka?" A guard next to him suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked over. Looking at this guard, he suddenly remembered that this should be a soldier who had been in the demon-hunting fortress, and might have come here for rotation. "Lord Alka, you actually came here." Although he greeted him, he did not rush over, because he had his own mission. Instead, the captain next to him exchanged a few words with him, and came over with a weapon. Looking at Alka, he said, "You are Lord Alka." "I can't be called Lord, I am indeed Alka." He looked at Alka and nodded respectfully, then said, "This should be your first time here. Do you need me to take you to the place where the Holy Mother Church is stationed?" Hearing this, Alka nodded and said, "Thank you. It's my honor, sir." As he said this, he gave some orders to his team members, and then took Alka to the gate. After arriving at the gate, he stood aside and said to Alka, "Please accept the inspection. This is a necessary procedure." Alka nodded and walked up directly. The guard who inspected him was a guard with pointed ears, wearing an emerald green robe and dark green vines on his body. He looked at Alka and nodded politely. Then he took out an emerald green crystal and gently placed it on Alka's chest. Alka could clearly feel some fluctuations. Scanning him, in an instant, he could feel that this was some kind of fluctuation that repelled the breath of the abyss. And it was an internal scan. After scanning, the soldier looked at the crystal in his hand and gave Alka a strange look. "Is there any problem?" Alka asked. The guard shook his head. "No. It's better to say that there is no problem at all. There is no breath of the abyss on you. After all, he was in the scar of the world, and he was fighting against demons. It was indeed a bit too strange that there was no trace of the breath of the abyss in his body under such circumstances. It was so clean that it was ridiculous, as if he had just arrived at this continent. But it was obvious that Alka had not just arrived here, but he also learned about Alka from the guards next to him. Here in this anti-magic fortress, Alka was known as Alka, except for the new recruits and soldiers who were rotated from other fortresses farther away. Everyone had heard of it more or less. He didn't know how to be sure. "Let me do it." A voice came from behind the Seat of Life member. What came over was a figure dressed in the style of the Virgin Mary Church. It was a woman. She had golden long, smooth hair falling down, and a very recognizable and extremely conspicuous metal eye mask on her face. It was painted with strong religious patterns. She was wearing bright and gorgeous metal armor, and a long sword of different styles on each side. She also wore a metal laurel crown woven from wheat ears on her head, and a brown gem in the center. Alka recognized her. The long golden hair and the metal eye mask were so recognizable. It was about 6 or 7 years ago, when Alka sought help from the Archbishop on the Twin Islands, wanting to borrow a treasure related to Chio. aka remembered that when he left the church, he saw the Holy Blade Saint and several wheat knights praying in the church. At that time, he remembered that he saw 2 gold and 1 orange on this girl, a total of 3 treasures, and her strength had reached the 6th stage. And now Alka blinked slightly. The strength of this girl has almost reached the perfection of the 6th stage, and it seems that she may break through to the 7th stage at any time. The treasures on her body have also become 3 gold and 1 orange. Compared with Alka, there is only 1 less orange treasure. Saint Blade. The member of the Seat of Life said respectfully, and then made way for her. And this Saint Blade looked at Alka and smiled. "We met many years ago, right? I still remember you." Alka nodded. "When we were in Gemini Island." Hearing this, the saint's smile did not diminish, and raised her right hand, which was covered with a thin metal soft armor. There was even some blood and scratches on it. judging from the freshness of the blood. She seemed to have just finished fighting for less than half an hour. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anafil. Alka stretched out his hand and shook her lightly, saying Alka. Anafil nodded and said, no problem for you. Are you going to the Virgin Mary's residence? Come with me. Alka nodded when he heard this, then turned to look at the guard next to him and said, thank you for your help. The captain of the guard nodded quickly and said, no problem. Then Alka followed Anafil into the fortress. After entering, the space inside the fortress was much larger than he thought. He could even see a large training ground around him, where soldiers were doing warm-up exercises. Soldiers were coming and going around, talking to each other, and the atmosphere was full of killing. The thick smell of blood drifted from afar and could not be dissipated at all. As soon as he entered the fortress, Alka could clearly feel that the space here was solidified and weakened in an instant, almost disappearing. Just like being outside the scar of the world, you could open the door of space at will. I only heard Anafil in front of me say, this is the most chaotic node in the whole world. Because of the scar of the world, it is extremely chaotic. The space is abnormally weak, everything is chaotic and disordered. Demons can also exert their greatest strength here, and the same treasures can also be used better here, without too many constraints. Alka nodded in agreement with Anafil's words. He had clearly felt it. He could clearly feel that the elements around him were so easy to control. Although the elements were chaotic and active, it also meant that they were easier to mobilize, to be controlled, and to be mastered. The same was true for space. Even Alka felt that the barrier between him and the dream world was not that thick in this place. Although it was no different for other people. The demons became stronger here, but he would only become stronger. Alka couldn't help but smile. Going further in, after passing some stone buildings, Alka finally saw the towering watchtowers and city walls. It should be the city wall facing the demons, which is as high as 50 or 60 meters. Can it be considered a city wall? It is equivalent to rows of high-rise buildings, which fit tightly together. It almost blocks the sunlight to a certain extent, making the fortress a little dim. The watchtowers are even higher, and Alka can see an exaggerated gem on the top of his head. He could even feel the power from the Virgin Mary on the gemstone. But it was not just the Virgin Mary's power. After a careful feeling, it should be the power of the four gods that gathered here. By the way, it also slightly stabilized the chaos in the fortress, so that there would not be no order of natural forces here. That is to say, the chaos that Alka just felt was only in the fortress, under the intentional control of the power of the four gods. The environment changed. If it was outside the fortress, the degree of chaos would be unimaginable. In that case, the location of the devil might be only a little higher than that of the Abyss Road. In comparison, I don't know if the use of treasures will still improve to a higher level. Chapter 486 Fears. In a corner of the anti-magic fortress. This area is used by the Church of the Virgin Mary, and it is also the gathering point of the Church of the Virgin Mary in the fortress. When Alka arrived here, he saw a statue of the Virgin Mary standing in front of the door. Perhaps because this is a fortress, this statue is not built very magnificently, and it is not much different from the statues in ordinary chapels. And this place is also filled with the holy light of the Virgin Mary. People wearing white, wheat, and gold clothes came and went here. Saint. When they passed by Anafil, they would nod and greet politely, and Anafil would nod in response. Almost all the people passing by were soldiers. From some marks on their bodies, it can be seen that some of them should have just fought. Alka entered this area. The layout of the largest stone house in the center was not much different from that of a church. From here, there is an internal training ground. Weeder knights can be seen doing warm-up training. There are also some wounded soldiers with bandages, doing recovery training. The sound of prayer can be heard not far away. Alka opened his eyes and glanced around casually. All the people here are above the 4th stage, and there are quite a few in the 5th stage. When Alka came in, he also saw 1 or 2 people in the 6th stage. Obviously, these are the soldiers provided by the Holy Mother Church. Further in were some multi-story stone houses. One of the larger ones was arranged as a large hall with various chairs. It was obviously a place dedicated to rest, and many knights were sitting and resting inside. Annabelle brought Alka to the 2nd floor. There was also a hall on the 2nd floor, and some small rooms. 2 knights and a priest were sitting in the hall, seemingly discussing something. All of them were at the 6th stage. Also, they were almost all above the middle of the 6th stage, close to perfection. Your Highness, One of the knights nodded after seeing Anafil, and then saw Alka. The other two strangers also saw Alka, and after looking at the stranger carefully for a while, they seemed to recognize Alka. "Are you Alka?" There was some uncertainty in their voices, and it was obvious that this was the first time they met. Alka nodded. At this time, Anafil came to the side and said, "They are all colleagues who are here to support. This one is called Cans, and he is the leader of the knights." He pointed to one of the knights and said, "This knight is about 40 years old, and looks mature but not old. He looked very ordinary, but gave people a sense of toughness." Alka reached out and shook hands with him. "I have heard of your name for a long time. I finally see your full appearance." He looked at Alka and said with a smile. The saint pointed to another knight, who was about the same age as Alka and looked much younger. Linton, the vice captain of the knights. He also smiled and shook hands with Alka. "I have heard about your deeds a long time ago. You are really amazing. If we have time, we can learn from each other." From the scars on his face and the scratches on his armor, it can be seen that he is a madman who loves fighting. Maybe I can have something in common with Pororo. Finally, the pastor introduced himself. "My name is Joseph. I am the leader of the pastor support group." "You are much younger than I thought." "Really?" "Uh-huh." Alka smiled, then sat down in the empty seat next to them. Anafil also sat next to them. "Are you here for Calland?" Anafil looked at Alka and said. Although she was covered with a metal blindfold and could not see her eyes, Alka could feel her sight penetrate the metal blindfold. "I suspect that the enemy deliberately released a target, so I didn't take him as a target for the time being. I just came here to get familiar with it, and to provide some help as much as I can." Hearing Alka's words, the few people nodded, and they probably knew what was going on. "I wanted to dissuade you, but since you know it clearly, we are relieved. Do you need to lead a team to fight?" Cans, the leader of the knights, looked at Alka and asked. Obviously, he was asking Alka whether he needed a certain amount of troops to assist in the fight. If Alka had just arrived, he would obviously not do this. But in the past few years, Alka's reputation has long spread from the magic wall, so everyone is still at ease with him. And Alka has led soldiers in activities before. Hearing this, Alka shook his head. "No, I am more accustomed to fighting alone than leading soldiers, and my teammates should come one after another in the future." Hearing this, they nodded. "Will all your teammates come?" Linton, the deputy leader of the knights, couldn't help asking. Alka nodded, "All of them." Hearing this, Linton was a little excited. Looking at his appearance, Cans, as the leader, couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. He smiled apologetically at Alka. "I'm sorry, my subordinates are keen on fighting, and he has always wanted to compete with your companion, the Blood War Beast." Hearing this, Alka nodded, thinking that it was true. The Blood War Beast is a title that Pororo has obtained in the past few years. At first, he was a war beast. Until one defensive battle, Pororo's performance was too eye-catching and bloody. The main reason was that there were many reckless demons who were better at close combat. The hot blood of the demons almost covered his body, even causing burns to his skin to varying degrees. The extent of the demon blood on his body was almost like a layer of magma from a distance. You can imagine how many demons he slaughtered in that battle. From then on, he was called the Bloody Beast. In this way, everyone chatted for a while and got closer. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound of bells outside. It rang twice quickly, and then repeated in a cycle. Hearing the bell, the four people present stood up at once. The leader of the priest support group sitting next to Alka said to Alka, who was a little confused, "This is a warning that there is a demon attack. Each additional ring represents a different degree of demon attack. This time there are 2 rings, which means that the demon's attack is at a normal level." Cans also added, "What a good meeting, but it was interrupted by these demons. What a disappointment," Linton said angrily. Anafil also stood up and said, "The demons are attacking. Why don't you go to the city wall to take a look?" Alka nodded. "Didn't he come here to resist the demons?" Joseph, the leader of the support group, looked at Anafil and said, "Your Highness, you just came down from the city wall. You should take turns to rest." Anafil shook her head casually. "I don't have much consumption. This rest is enough." Hearing this, the 3 did not dissuade, but simply nodded. Obviously, the attack this time should not be strong, and the last battle only had 1 sound. For the Saint, such a battle is really nothing. After a few exchanges, the 3 of them came to the hall below. At least half of them had left. Alka looked at the knights who were still left. There were still some blood stains, and some dirt that had not been wiped off. Obviously, they had been on the battlefield before, and should have been rotated down to rest. After all, the frequency of demon attacks is said to be very high here. Almost all the soldiers here are constantly rotating to defend. Otherwise they can't hold on. After walking outside, I found that the soldiers outside had begun to walk towards the city wall in an orderly manner. Alka came all the way to the bottom of the city wall, and ran to the top of the city wall. Some rubble from the city wall fell from above. It seems that the enemy should have used some long-range attack methods. The shouts and deafening collision sounded in my ears, and the surroundings suddenly became noisy. As soon as they came, they separated. The leader and deputy leader of the knights were obviously going to lead their members, and Joseph did the same. Only Anafiel was left with Alka. Alka quickly came to the top of the city wall, and looked at the battlefield below. The thickness of the city wall was much thicker than Alka thought. At a glance, the thickness alone reached more than 10 meters. It looked like a square. It was filled with various equipment, not to mention the sturdy watchtowers built on the city wall that were as tall as towers. Compared to the back, the front fortress looked much more exaggerated and magnificent. In the distance, Alka saw that there were as many as 20 or 30 one-eyed slinging giants. And this was just the normal intensity of the attack? Normally, there would be only 1 or 2 at most in the anti-magic fortress. There were also 20 or 30 heavy hammer demons more than 10 meters high, scattered everywhere, walking slowly towards them. From this, he could see that the area occupied by the fortress was much larger than he thought. It even affected the 2 sides and the city walls that spread over. The defense line of the entire area seemed to extend for at least 1 kilometer. It was too exaggerated. Even with such an exaggerated area, the demons could still be packed in. In addition, Alka even saw 4 hell beasts that he had never seen before. These creatures, which seemed to be made of lava, were like giant bulls, and they were covered with a layer of black metal armor. On their backs, they carried siege weapons that looked like randomly forged giant cannons. The height of these giant bulls from the ground reached more than 10 meters, and their body length was nearly 20 or 30 meters. They looked like mobile fortresses walking on the ground. There was a long trail of flames behind him. At the back of the city wall, there were elemental cannons placed one after another. These elemental cannons began to extract magic power from the air, and then fired. They completely ignored the giant bulls, and instead fired at the cyclops behind them. Obviously, these attacks on the giant bulls, and their power might not be strong. Bang! A huge explosion was heard. The lava giant bull in the front seemed to have come within the range, and the steel lava cannon on his back launched an attack with a loud noise. It was not a cannonball. It was lava like a stream. It rushed towards them like a high-pressure water gun. The soldiers at the edge of the fortress wall did not seem to panic, and behaved in an orderly manner. In the distance, Alka saw that they should be members of the Storm Church, using some kind of joint ability. The thick water flow directly collided with the lava that rushed in. The temperature of these water flows was extremely low, and they were rich in water elements. It was stopped, and the collision of the water flow and the lava produced a large amount of steam, which instantly covered a large part of the battlefield. Lava and boiling steam spread over the battlefield below. Alka heard a lot of screams. Before those demons rushed to the bottom of the city wall, they had already lost a lot of money due to their own attacks. It can only be said that these chaotic and evil bloodthirsty demons are worthy of being like this. They don't care about these unnecessary losses at all. It doesn't affect their continued charge at all. Fire! Just one command. The long-range soldiers on the city wall launched their attacks. Groups of demons fell. Various machines that Alka had never seen before launched attacks, quickly clearing the demons below that were like ants. Is this intensity of war just the most normal situation? Alka looked at this scene and couldn't help asking, what's the difference between this and a decisive battle? Anafiel nodded, although the number and strength of these demons are much greater than other places. But for the construction strength of the anti-magic fortress and the soldiers stationed there, this kind of offensive intensity is indeed just a normal routine. No wonder Greyfar rarely took action during the demon-hunting fortress, because even the most difficult defense they had encountered before was similar to the current one. But the defensive stations that make some big fortresses struggle are just a daily level for the anti-magic fortresses that defend against enemies head-on. Moreover, the strength of the demons in this place will be improved. As the battle progresses, various buffs fall like raindrops. Alka just stands there and does nothing. Various buffs have been applied to him, making him feel that his strength has increased by at least 15%. You know, his strength has reached the 6th stage, and many buffs are not given by the same level of the 6th stage. Moreover, these gains were used on a large scale, covering almost all the soldiers on the fortress, and some could even cover the equipment. In this case, with this kind of strength, he could get a 15% increase. For ordinary soldiers, doubling their strength was almost no problem. It seemed that in addition to quality, strength and order, they also had close coordination. While observing the entire battlefield, Alka suddenly felt a burning hateful gaze shooting at him from a distance. He looked in the direction where the feeling came from. Alka saw that, on the top of a giant lava bowl in the back, a demon about 3 or 4 meters in size was standing there, staring at him closely. This demon was unusually strong, like a bull. There was a pair of slightly broken blood-red demon bat wings behind him, scars on his body, and a broken horn on his head. All of this showed how many battles this demon had experienced. In his hand was a huge wolf-toothed club that was as tall as him. It was covered with black and sharp spikes. He carried the huge mace, and stared at Alka on the distant city wall with a ferocious look. Looking at this demon, Alka couldn't help asking, he should be the Slayer Calland, right? Anafil nodded, yes, he is your target. Apparently, this Calland is the commander of this siege. Calland made a fist towards Alka in the air, and Alka instantly felt a burning texture coming from his side, and a pinch of flame began to burn from his body out of thin air. Seeing this situation, Alka's red flame card appeared around him. The flame was immediately under his control. Surrounding him, it can use penetrating flames in the air, and can directly reach the target's body and burn. The magic shield is almost unstoppable. After seeing Alka had controlled the flame, Annabelle explained to him, his attack can also penetrate almost most shields. If you want to fight him, you need to know this most important information. For some well-known and powerful demons, who have been on the battlefield for many years, the detailed explanation of almost every move and ability of theirs is recorded. Even after growth and change, as long as they use it, it will be recorded immediately. This powerful ability of Chujiansha can only be used effectively once at most. After one time, all enemies facing him on the battlefield will know about it, and even find means to target them. It seems that he should be provoking me. Does he want me to go directly to him? Alka couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Then he raised his right hand high. Several element cards emerged, and then overlapped. A fire dragon like a long dragon was condensed by Alka. In an instant, the surroundings exuded a scorching breath. The fire dragon was constructed by Alka with a magnificent momentum, and then he supported his right hand and swung it forward fiercely. The long dragon swam out, and the flames wrapped around him could be seen, and it seemed to be performing some operation that did not belong to the flame. Under Alka's control, it instantly crashed into the monster pile below, using his slender body, and began to shuttle among the demons. The power was not enough, and the smaller demons were directly sucked into the body of the fire dragon. The flames also had a strong destructive effect, and slaughtered the demons wantonly. The bull flew all the way to the lava. Seeing this situation, Calland jumped off the bull's back and hit the fire dragon with a stick from a distance of about 10 meters. Chapter 487 Exhaustion. Calland swung the huge mace in his hand, bringing out a bloody breath, and the strong force even cracked the ground. The breath of the abyss mixed with lava gushed out from the cracked ground. A straight line flew out, plowing a deep gully. The scarlet breath disappeared, as if an invisible attack had arrived. Bang! A sonic boom occurred. The fire dragon, which was moving and wreaking havoc on the demon formation, was hit in the neck. The flames dissipated in an instant, and the powerful force caused the fire dragon to be broken into scattered fireballs. But it suddenly exploded at the moment of dispersal, forming a vortex of flames that expanded instantly. It generated a strong suction force, sucking in Calland, who was more than 10 meters away. The flame vortex with a diameter of 30 meters formed in an instant, and became the most eye-catching attack on the battlefield. It was even possible to see lightning and thunder passing through the vortex of flames. The range was about 30 meters, but it sucked in the weak demons within 50 meters. Due to its huge size, the giant lava bull actually staggered and fell to the ground. The giant lava cannon on its back was sucked away. Due to its huge size, and the fact that this place did not belong to the abyss after all, the giant bull trembled for a long time before it climbed up heavily. The vortex of fire also disappeared, and Calland flew out of it. Roar! He roared angrily, waving the mace in his hand. and kept hitting the city wall and Alka's position from a distance. One after another, scarlet attacks came like cannonballs. Like a huge iron fist, a translucent energy shield appeared outside the fortress. The shield was hit by several attacks, causing ripples, but it was not completely broken. But that strange power actually penetrated the shield and hit in. It happened that Cans used some kind of treasure not far away, causing these forces to deflect and hit the city wall, leaving cracks and pits. At this time, Callan's appearance also showed that although the temperature of the flame did not burn him, the attack inside was not just the temperature, causing a large area of damage to his skin. These injuries were completely healed in just a few minutes. But at least, he suffered a loss in this first meeting. After venting his anger, Callan fluttered his wings and landed on the head of the lava bull again. Under normal circumstances, this reckless fool must be the pioneer among the demons. He would have rushed to the top of the city wall long ago, instead of like now. Anaphiel explained to Alka, and also indirectly explained that this demon should want to attract Alka away from the city wall. After all, the walls and fortresses inside the magic shield, before they were breached, were at least safe areas. Once you leave the walls and the shield, the outside is almost completely in a place where demons can run rampant. That place has been infected by demons and the abyss, and it is almost becoming the territory of the abyss. There is no space barrier at all. With the space talents of those demons, they can basically set up many ambushes for Alka in that area. Another demon flew from behind, directly passed by Callan, and seemed to stay beside him for a while. This stop made Callan roar angrily for a long time. Obviously, given the demon's character, the demon that flew away from him insulted him. This was a very pure power demon, and its strength was equal to Callan. After flapping its wings, it flew straight towards the fortress. Many demon pioneers had already arrived at the bottom of the city wall, climbing or flying upwards to avoid long-range attacks. Some powerful demons had already reached the edge of the city wall by relying on the power of flying. Holder, compared to the reckless Callan, he is much more rational, and has a lot of magical powers similar to spells. He is a rare demon warrior with rationality and brains among the demons. Anaphiel introduced to Alka, and then walked straight to the edge of the city wall. He pulled out the two long swords that had been hanging on his waist. AK then saw that only the one hanging on her right waist was a one-handed sword, and the other was a slender long knife. The long sword looked delicate, like a work of art. The blade had a lot of patterns, and the guard was inlaid with reliefs and gemstones. On the contrary, the one-handed long sword looked unusually monotonous, which only made people feel that the long sword was unusually sharp. Anaphiel pushed hard, and the whole person crossed his weapons in front of him like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the power demon just now. Obviously, the power demon had been targeting Anaphiel. The same demon long sword appeared in his hand. There was one in each hand, and it was covered with scorching temperature. They fought together in an instant. The battle between the two basically stayed in the area 4 or 5 meters above the city wall, and the speed was extremely fast. Wherever they passed, whether it was the demons or the guards on the city wall, they would quickly make way for an area to avoid being killed by mistake. Seeing this situation, Alka retracted his sight and looked elsewhere. He did not act rashly. He did not fully understand some of the situations of the defenders and the areas they were defending. Acting rashly might disturb some arrangements that he was not aware of. He needed to observe more first. However, observing more did not affect him from constantly controlling the hurricane card, shooting fast wind blades at the demon group in the distance. Attacks at a distance, at least it will not affect his own battle arrangement. By the way, using the skills he has long been accustomed to, begin to provide certain support and rescue to the soldiers in various places around. Through the elemental cards and his treasures, this can be said to be handy. Slowly approaching the edge of the city wall, seeing the opportunity, a mirror appeared in front of a soldier and blocked the fatal attack for him. Alka dragged him behind him. He used ice to seal his wound. This was not pure ice. At least it would not freeze him. It just sealed his wound temporarily to prevent excessive bleeding or infection, which would lead to delayed rescue and big problems. Thank you. Alka nodded, and the soldiers behind him dragged him away. Then, he pushed his palm. Several electric currents entangled into a beam from his hand, emitting a squeaking sound, instantly hitting the demon behind the mirror and paralyzing it. The powerful lightning mixed with an unknown force turned the demon of the abyss into broken limbs. But before the demon was completely dead, a mirror-like blade suddenly appeared in Alka's hand, and he held it in his hand in an instant, piercing the demon's head. The demon's orange-yellow eyes widened in an instant, somewhat unbelievable, and then Akka threw the sword and head off the wall. The mirror-made blade was broken, and it could be seen that after the mirror was broken, some pink mist emerged. The mist wrapped around the broken mirror lens and the mirror fragments that the demon's head exploded into, and regrouped, and returned to Akka's palm. A mirror the size of a card appeared in Akka's palm, and a demon could be seen in the mirror, roaring and hitting the mirror. Part of the demon's flesh and blood, and the entire soul, were sealed inside. This was Akka's sealing method, which was formed by combining mirrors, space, dreams, and some elements. This was his first time using it, and it seemed to be effective. If it wasn't here, Akka's attack method would take a certain amount of time. This would delay him a little bit when killing the demons. But all restrictions were released in different ways here. It allowed him to seal the demons in an instant. As for what they were sealed for, they would be thrown into the dream in batches when they were free, so that their permanent death could become nutrients for the dream. This was also the way Akka constructed it after his strength was improved and the dream was connected. It looks good. Now that you're here, don't think about leaving, Akka said with a smile as he looked at the demon in the mirror, and then threw him into the space. Looking at these demons who were falling one after another, Akka couldn't help but smile. The good days are over. After a battle, Akka leaned against the end of the city wall panting, gasping for air, recovering his physical strength and magic power. The intensity of this battle was much greater than he thought. This was just the most routine attack. The main thing was that even the guards on the city wall were rotated during the battle, and Akka almost didn't notice it at all. The rotation was very natural. The connection was very fast, and almost seamless. As the fight went on, Akka realized that the comrades beside him had almost become unfamiliar faces. Although his previous comrades were also unfamiliar, at least they became more familiar with each other during the battle. The battle consumed almost all of his physical strength, and more than 80% of his magic power. There were too many demons. How do you feel? At some point, Greyfar appeared beside him. Greyfar did not show up during the battle. Akka thought he was in the demon hunting fortress. Akka looked up at him. The intensity and tragic scene of the battle here are much more exaggerated than I thought. Hearing this, Greyfar's serious face raised the corner of his mouth. Of course, there is nothing wrong with considering this place as the most intense battle in the entire Infinite Sea. Then Greyfar looked at Akka, who had recovered, and said, I was there just now, watching your entire battle. As he said that, Greyfar pointed to a tall tower behind, which was also the thickest tower in the entire fortress. You use too many large-scale attacks. This is not a problem in the low-intensity battles in the demon hunting fortress. Instead, it can reduce the pressure on comrades and reduce more losses. But it won't work here. Greyfar shook his head and said, Why? Akka humbly asked for advice. You are very strong. Whether it is the means of attack or your magic power, you are much stronger than I thought. I originally thought that you would stop such an attack in the middle, because of too much magic power consumption. Who knew you would hold on to the end? This was beyond our expectation. Greyfar looked at Akka with some appreciation, nodding his head. Yes. There are many people watching you there. After all, many of them have only heard of your reputation, and have never seen you fight. In addition to your reputation, they are naturally very curious. Hearing this, Akka nodded, and did not care about it. Greyfar continued, Here, the battle here is too intense. We never know how strong the demon's attack will be next. So we must always maintain our physical strength and magic power. To deal with the enemies we should deal with. Speaking with an unknown emotion, muttered, Our number is much smaller than theirs. Then continued, Your large-scale attack strength is very high, but those who are killed and annihilated are all weak demons. At least for your strength, it's like an ant. On the contrary, those demons that can compete with you, and are a bit tricky for ordinary soldiers, have not been killed. After all, no matter how many demons there are, they are not so exaggerated. Hearing this, Akka roughly understood. Although the demons below are piled up like ants, a large-scale attack can clear a large area. It seems very cost-effective. But here it seems a bit of a loss, because there are too many weak demons to be worth it. For the Abyss, they may not even be cannon fodder, but completely consumables. Here, these demons are left to the soldiers and mercenaries. They are what they need to deal with, and they are also their opponents. You only need to target those powerful enemies, which are too dangerous for these ordinary soldiers. Such a battle can also save you a lot of consumption, allowing you to deal with more situations. Especially sometimes, the demon's attack may last for several days and nights. In such a situation, it is a delicate job to conserve your physical strength and kill the enemy accurately. How many days and nights? Alka couldn't help but repeat it. Yes, several days and nights, just like the degree just now, completely uninterrupted, even more intense. I really don't know how we persisted. Hearing this, Grayfar smiled rarely, patted his shoulder, and finally pulled him up. For the world, now I will let some bards record your deeds in the front line, draw your portrait, no problem. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He already knew what he should know, and of course he had no objection. That's good, you must fight beautifully, and show your heroic spirit. After that, he told Alka some things to pay attention to in the battle here and left. After this battle, Alka left the city wall directly. As a newcomer, he had not been assigned to the battle sequence. On the way to the gathering area of the Holy Mother Church, he met Kant and Linton, who were returning. The armor on both of them was covered with various traces of battle and blood, and you could see that steam was constantly coming out of their bodies. I don't know if it was the demon blood on them. After all, the temperature of the demon blood is not low. Looking at Alka, Linton walked a few steps to his side. Friend, you just performed really well. Looking at Linton's somewhat excited expression, Alka smiled. You too, I saw you smash the demon's head with one punch. Alka also praised. He did notice Linton just now, but he didn't notice what kind of mechanism his treasure had. But his fighting style is basically the same as Pororo's. He looks like a reckless close combat. The main thing is that he actually uses both fists to fight. This is really rare in the battle with demons. Cans next to him also came over, looked at Alka, and said with a smile, I only heard about it before, but now I see it with my own eyes. Your fighting performance is really amazing. No wonder everyone calls you a great wizard. This is one of the titles Alka got after the battle. It's a dream. Deception and teleportation through mirrors. Various illusions and excellent elemental attacks. Alka's performance in the war is really like a great wizard. It makes people think of his title. He has been using various long-range attacks, and his fine control seems to be at ease. He gives people the impression of a wise man on the battlefield. So in addition to the great wizard, Alka has many other titles. But this title is the most popular. Alka smiled and chatted with them all the way to the place where the Virgin Mary gathered. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the sky covered by a curtain, and it was night. After eating some special food, Alka was taken to his resting place by a soldier. A single small stone house. Although the anti-magic fortress is large, it is still too small compared to these soldiers, who are constantly rotating. A single stone house is already very good. For these living environments, Alka does not have too many requirements, after all. This is the frontline war zone. After using the blue water card to clean the dirt on his body, Alka sat on the side of the boat. Reaching through the space, he took out the pile of cards he had obtained today. Or mirrors. Mirrors were piled up one by one, counting carefully. There were hundreds of them. Each one sealed a powerful demon. Chapter 488 Targeting. Alka looked at the mirrors lying in front of him. The various demons in the mirrors were roaring. The first few demons that were sealed were already huddled in the corners of the mirrors. Perhaps they already knew that they were sealed. After all, demons accepted the fact that they were sealed quite quickly. Alka picked up a mirror and looked at it carefully. The demon in the mirror obviously couldn't see the situation outside, and didn't know that he was being observed by Alka. The demon in the mirror in Alka's hand is not blood red like other demons, but orange red, as if it is made of lava. There are black iron plates on its body. From its appearance, it can be seen that this is a demon that is good at controlling lava. The strength of this demon has just entered the 5th stage. Among all the sealed demons, it is one of the weaker ones. The lowest strength of these sealed demons is the 5th stage. And there are 2 powerful demons with the strength of the 6th stage, which are also sealed by Alka. However, after sealing 2 demons, Alka, who was in the 6th stage, stopped attacking. The main reason was that sealing a demon in the 6th stage in the battlefield took too much time compared to sealing a demon in the 5th stage. It was easy to be disturbed by other demons. It was much easier to kill them directly than to fail at the last moment. Although Alka also killed many weaker demons, he did not bother to seal them in the mirror. Weak demons return to the abyss after death in the real world, and some of them could hardly survive. The abyss is a true law of the jungle. How could there be no problems when the body died in reality and the soul returned? After returning, they are still in a weak state in the abyss. For these weak demons, this is enough to be fatal. Only these high-level demons in the 5th and 6th stages have the mind to leave a way out for their rebirth. At this stage, the demons can temporarily suppress their chaotic and impulsive thoughts, although they are still difficult to control. Of course, the main reason is that it takes a lot of magic power to seal the demons. Alka had already found that his magic power was somewhat stretched in the later stage of the battle. So how could he put his magic power on those weak demons? In the second half of the battlefield, Alka had given up on sealing the demons. He didn't have much magic power at that time. However, this long battle had given Alka a lot of experience, and he was gradually getting used to this place. Next time, he would try his best to control his attack method and target those powerful demons, and it would be best to seal them all. Alka made those powerful demons tremble with fear when they saw him, because he would give them eternal death. Thinking of this, the mirror in Alka's hand emerged, and the mirror began to spiral like a whirlpool. One after another, the sealed mirrors fell into it, and entered the world of dreams. The kingdom can add new life again. However, Alka did not send all of them in, but kept a few sealed mirrors. The demons sealed in them were all rare types, which also left a certain impression on Alka in the previous battle. He planned to observe them. After doing all this, Alka lay on the bed and sank into the dream, and by the way, he could also chat with Xiaodai and the others in the dream world. By the way, I'll give Ping'an a hug and talk about my experience in the anti-magic fortress. As he spent more and more time in the anti-magic fortress, Alka gradually got used to the frequency of battles here. In short, the most important thing in the anti-magic fortress is to only deal with the opponents you should deal with. Whether they are stronger than you, or weaker than you should avoid them if you can. The disadvantages of the demons are still evident here, that is. Although there are many of them, their strength is still strong, but once they start fighting, it will be a mess, and you can't expect the demons to have any rules. Only charge and attack. As for how to retreat, it depends on the situation. If you can't retreat, you will die on the way of charge and attack. And once the attack begins, the number of these demons must be reduced to a certain extent in the whole battle, then they will gradually retreat. In this case, the defenders of the fortress must form an elite formation with a number several times less than the enemy, relying on the coordination of the weapons in their hands, as well as various city defense equipment and tall city walls, various enhanced states, and shields to consume resistance. Therefore, everyone here clearly understands what they should do. Most of the soldiers are at the 3rd stage, and the elite soldiers affiliated with various major forces, and the church can break through the limit of the 3rd stage and are at the 4th stage. They need to cooperate with each other to resist the attacks of most demons below the 5th stage. The rest of the people who have the ability to grasp the treasures naturally target these targets above the 5th stage, and fight according to their own strength. Of course, in most cases, the defending human side has to deal with several demons alone, with the help of treasures, or the cooperation of several people who control treasures. They can defeat the enemy with fewer people. This is why we should try to reduce the consumption of magic power, because you don't know how intense the battle will be and how long it will last. It often happens that the number of demons increases as they fight, and even the demons fight the head, and the original 2 rings are raised to the point where 4 rings are required, and the battle is extremely intense. During this period, Alka even experienced a battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. He had to be rotated during this period, and after a full night of rest, he finally experienced the feeling of falling asleep without deliberately sinking into a dream. Demons are coming! Hearing the sound from the front, Alka, who was leaning against the wall thinking about something, stood up immediately. He was covered with a lot of demon blood, which had already solidified on his clothes and some armor. Although Alka didn't need to wear armor, he still wore a set of soft armor. The main reason was that these soft armors were easy to clean and save some time. Don't you need to take a break, Lord Alka? You have been here for a day. A knight next to him ran over and asked Alka. Now it was time for Alka to take a break. Hearing this, Alka waved his hand without changing his expression. No. I still have most of my magic power and physical strength. I can continue. Hearing this, the knight didn't say much, nodded and left. After all, whether rotation is needed depends mainly on the individual's condition. Alka has been fighting here for a month or 2, and has become accustomed to high-intensity battles, and knows how to accurately control his magic power. Just after getting up and taking 2 steps, a figure was smashed down from the sky, like a cannonball. Seeing this, Alka immediately waved his hand. The net formed by the elements quickly began to remove the impact force on the figure, and then let it fall steadily next to Alka. This figure was none other than Anaphiel, the Holy Blade Saint, whose armor was tattered and dented, and whose body was covered in blood. She didn't look like a saint at all, but just like a berserker who had been fighting for a long time. Anaphiel stood up from the ground, holding a sword. A lot of blood was smeared on her long golden hair, and she looked like a demon crawling out of a pool of blood. Even the metal eye mask on her glasses had cracks. However, Alka seemed to have gotten used to it, and was not surprised at all when facing a saint with this appearance. Even her expression didn't change. With a gentle wave of her hand, the wind element gathered the water and began to surround the Holy Blade Maiden, washing away the dirt on her body, and the water immediately turned into a turbid red. Under Alka's control, she flew under the city wall. "Thank you," Anaphiel thanked casually, after taking a few breaths, holding two weapons, and preparing to continue to rush into the sky. But Alka held her back. "In your current state, you will only get hurt if you go up, and you will need to recover for a few more days in vain," Alka said and looked up at the sky. Just above the city wall, at a height of about 20 to 30 meters, a demon flapping its wide bat wings was pointing in the direction of the two people and grinning. A long-range attack of molten fire flew towards them while laughing. Most demons have the technology to control lava. The strength of this demon was extremely strong, and it was almost about to break through the 7th stage and reach the 8th stage. It was a well-known one on the entire battlefield. An orange-red figure flew out from the tower behind, and rushed straight towards the demon, holding a big knife in hand and fighting with the demon in the sky. Seeing this situation, Anaphiel, who was being held by Alcala, did not continue, and sat down to rest. "Why do you always have to deal with this demon?" Alcala asked in confusion. Although most of the people who possessed the treasures on their side were stronger than the demons of the same stage, they would not have to go far enough to deal with the demons. Not to mention that the stronger the demons, the higher their quality. The reason why they were able to reach the same level of invincibility as the demons was mainly because they possessed the treasures. This is considered a rule in other worlds. No matter how small the rule is, it is still a rule. Normal demons below the 6th stage basically do not have such strength, but once they reach the 6th stage and above, it is different. Demons at this strength stage have more or less begun to master the rules, and they are truly based on their own lifelong insights and battles. It is much more handy to use than treasures, so the gap in strength will narrow as you go up. This is also why there are a lot of strong people of all kinds in the anti-magic fortress all year round, but they will not act rashly. I was afraid that the demon brain would send a large number of powerful demons to attack the city. If some powerful people's magic power was consumed too much, they would be at a disadvantage, and it would be easy to be in danger. That demon will be purified by me one day. I will ask you to seal it for me." Anaphiel did not answer Alka's question, but talked about other things. Hearing this, Alka nodded. The area he fought in during this period was the wall that the Holy Mother Church was mainly responsible for defending. So most of them fought side by side with the members of the Holy Mother Church. The high-intensity battles had long made Anaphiel notice the role of Alka's sealing mirror. Alka did not hide this matter. After all, some demons have begun to deliberately avoid fighting with Alka, and it is obvious that some of his abilities have begun to spread among demons. However, this cannot stop some reckless and violent demons from continuing to cause trouble for Alka. A large part of the demons are not afraid of death at all, and just want to fight. "I can't guarantee that I can seal such a powerful demon," Alka said beside him. He had tried it, and his ability was not enough to seal the demons above the 6th stage. It would take a lot of time in the morning. How could it be possible? He couldn't even seal the powerful and well-known demons in the 6th stage, and it was very easy to be interrupted by other demons. The main reason was that he didn't have the opportunity, and others didn't give him the opportunity. It was obviously not possible on the battlefield, unless it was somewhere where he could fight alone. Hearing Alka's words, Anaphiel glanced at him. He said silently, "Your promotion speed is much faster than mine. Are you sure you can kill him when you reach the 7th stage?" Alka suddenly asked. Because when he first came, he had already discovered that Anaphiel was about to break through and advance to the 7th stage. And now she was almost at the threshold of promotion. Soon, Anaphiel was rotated to rest. Alka rushed directly to the front of the city wall, and casually sealed several of the most enthusiastic demons, turning them into mirror cards. But before he could kill a few more, a demon rushed towards him and held him back. "You again?" Alka looked at the demon, and he obviously knew it. The body of this demon was thin among the entire demon group, and it was not much different from a normal adult. And its skin color was extremely strange. Light gray. And its body was covered with dark black scales. Even the wings on its back were not like the bat wings that were unique to demons, but some kind of bat wings, but with feathers, which looked extremely strange. Moreover, this demon was a conjoined demon. On his shoulder, there was another demon with a huge single eye, like a tadpole. The eye took up half of the body. In Alka's eyes, the eye demon was an individual life. Its strength was at the top of the 6th stage, while the main body of this thin demon had just entered the 7th stage. Alka, you should have the ability to completely kill these garbage. Right? Although I would love for you to kill them all. There is no way. I have to stop you. This demon was a rare one. He was not angry when he spoke. He was a brainy demon. He looked unusually calm. The main reason is that they speak their own language. For demons, most of them speak the language of the abyss, and it is almost impossible to communicate. And being able to learn their language is enough to show that this demon has been here for a long time. And he is a rational person among the demons. It is obviously used specifically to target him. In these few battles with him, Alka basically did not get any advantage. Various elemental attacks, turned into condensed power, attacked the enemy. And this enemy seemed to be very good at it. All kinds of elemental powers had little effect on him. It was obviously aimed at Alka. But he couldn't kill Alka either. Since he found out that Alka didn't care much about Calland, Calland seemed to have hidden himself again, only showing up from time to time. It seemed that their goal was just to make Alka appear in the anti-magic fortress. And because of Alka's method of completely killing demons, they sent this demon to target Alka, often restricting him in battle, and the two fought for a whole day. The black feathers turned into black light, passing by Alka's cheek. After dodging by tilting his head, Alka's body became illusory and appeared in the distance. And a strange spiral appeared where he had just stopped. If he had been there just now, he would have been sucked in. The sound of space breaking, like the sound of a mirror breaking, sounded. The body of the demon on the opposite side disappeared in an instant, turning into a mist-like existence, and fled from the place where he had just been. 2 versus 1. Is the tadpole on your shoulder your brother? Alka mocked casually while beating. But the two demons on the opposite side didn't care at all, and just fought back against Alka and the other two. After many battles, the two had already known each other. Alka could catch the enemy off guard through the reverse world of the mirror, and with the feedback of the power in the dream, he could kill the enemy in front of him at a very fast speed. But he didn't do that, because he was going to save this move for Calland. Recently, this demon seems to have recovered its strength, although it is still hiding. But it won't be long, he should be back to his original state. Chapter 489 Seal. You said you have been promoted to the 6th stage? Alka asked Jason next to him in his dream. Jason nodded. I have been promoted successfully half a month ago, but it took me a little time to get familiar with my strength after the promotion. After all, the 6th stage is a hurdle, and the improvement in strength is much greater than that of the 5th stage, so it takes more time. What about now? Almost done, I can come to the anti-magic fortress. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He had recently been wondering why Jason hadn't advanced to the 6th stage. It turned out that he was familiarizing himself with his own strength. When do you expect to arrive? Alka asked. Hearing Alka's question, Jason turned and looked at him. Logically speaking, Alka would not be anxious about such a question. After thinking about it, he smiled and asked, Are you in trouble on the front line? Hearing this, Alka smiled helplessly, and did not hide it. He nodded directly. That's right. I'm restricted by a demon that targets me. It's annoying. At this stage, I don't have much to do with him with my strength. Although he has a lot of treasures, and they work well together, he can't handle 2 enemies. And it's a bit similar to Jason, it should be 2 in 1. AKA has also collected this demon that targets him recently. What is its origin? The information came from the magic wall on the other side. This demon mainly appears there. It rarely appears in front of the anti-magic fortress. And it is obviously specially assigned to deal with Alka. The demon's attack ability is a fast spiral that can appear in various places. This ability has a very strong control effect, which can absorb more people, or limit them to a certain range. Then it has a strong ability to kill instantly. And the attack is extremely fast. And it is stained with some kind of black feathers similar to rules. This is not the point. The reason why it is here to deal with Alka is because the physique of this demon seems to be difficult to be affected by the elements. This resulted in Alka's main attack method being curbed. This demon was actually resistant to all elements, which was outrageous. And the one-eyed demon on his shoulder that merged with him could see through the fluctuations of space. And this one-eyed demon also had extremely strong mental defense. And according to the data, it showed that there was no one-eyed demon on his shoulder before. It was obviously combined to target Alka. The combination of the two could also limit Alka's spatial ability, and the mental damage caused by his dreams. Alka also tried it later, locking him in the mirror space on the opposite side. He could get out very quickly through the one-eyed demon. In addition, the demon was already a whole stage stronger than Alka, and its rule ability was equivalent to mastering 2 or 3 Holy Grail level treasures. As a result, Alka had been unable to deal with this demon for the past half-month, and even got injured from time to time. At first, this demon was still rushing to kill Alka and eliminate him, and fought very aggressively, forcing Alka to concentrate on dealing with it. But gradually he began to slow down his attack. Killing Alka was no longer his primary goal. He just kept dragging Alka around every day, preventing him from causing harm to other demons. He couldn't beat him, and couldn't get rid of him, which made Alka very annoyed. The demon wouldn't come out unless he showed up, and would immediately come forward to deal with him once he showed up. Since Jason was coming, Alka was going to give the demon a surprise. He didn't have to kill him, but he had to seriously injure him, so he could temporarily withdraw from the battle sequence. As Alka spoke, he gradually began to talk to Jason. Hearing this, Jason was also a little surprised. This demon was too outrageous. It seemed to be specially designed to target Alka. This demon must have been transformed by the Abyss, specially designed to target you. Eurylius, who had been sitting next to Jason and didn't say much, was directly certain. Why do you say that? Alka asked. Because this demon has information, and has a record of fighting before. It is impossible to be specially customized for him. Does the demon on his shoulder look like this? Eurylius waved his hand, and a crystal was constructed to look like the tadpole-like one-eyed demon on his shoulder. Alka looked at the image and nodded. Yes. Yes. Almost the same. That's right. This kind of demon is called a linked demon, a very strange and rare demon. He himself has no strength. His strength depends entirely on the strength of the demon he is linked to. After he links with the demon, he can give his unique power to the demon he links with. The problem is that this demon is actually a parasitic demon. After a long time, it will parasitize other demons, until it seizes the spirit of other demons and devours them completely, growing into an independent individual. This demon is famous because it has a strong plasticity. In the Golden Age, it was often used to target very difficult enemies. It is just rare because the ability of this demon makes it difficult for them to survive in the Abyss. Once it is taken out, it will definitely be used to deal with the enemy in a targeted manner, Eurylius said. The inheritance in her mind is for future generations, so many dangerous things that need to be paid attention to will be marked and deliberately recorded in the inheritance. This demon is one of them. So we should target the one-eyed demon on his shoulder? Alka asked. Eurylius shook his head. Impossible. He and the main body have already shared life. It seems that the ancestors of the past have studied this kind of demon very deeply. I have a way to deal with it. Let's do this. Eurylius began to tell the two of them how to deal with it, and then he was ready to wait until the next time. Are you still going to go up? Kans asked as he saw Alka preparing to climb the wall. After all, Alka had been targeted by the demons recently, which was obvious to all, and almost everyone saw it. After all, in order to target Alka and hold him back, the enemy sent a 7th-stage demon and a 6th-stage peak demon to work together. In this situation, holding each other back is actually beneficial to both sides. Although the demon is targeting Alka, it is also a strong target that is difficult to deal with for others. The devouring mouth does not want Alka to be so reckless on the battlefield, because he is not happy with Alka. Otherwise, Alka will kill the demons, and it is none of his business. The defenders believe that Alka's ability to hold back 2 powerful demons has exceeded his role. You have to know that the demon with black wings is not a small character, and it can be regarded as a famous existence in the entire battlefield. Alka can fight him back and forth, and restrict each other, which is already very good. This has exceeded some people's expectations. Go, why not? You can kill some demons who are looking for trouble from time to time. It can't be said that there is no gain at all. Alka casually perfunctory. Although it was perfunctory, what he said did make sense. After all, the two were strong, and Alka would occasionally insert some large-scale attacks into his attacks, and kill some blind demons. There would always be demons that would interfere with the fight between the two, and then be killed. The only pity was that in such a tense battle, Alka did not have the time and energy to seal these demons. For the other party, this was enough. As for these blind demons, they would die, and he would sometimes kill some of them. It can be said that after a battle, maybe 10% to 20% of the demons died at their own hands. After hearing what Alka said, Kans thought about it and nodded. This is indeed right. Killing more demons can also relieve some pressure on companions. And with Alka's strength, it's not surprising if he suddenly kills back. For example, Greyfar, who knows Alka better, knows that Alka must have hidden his strength. These two should be your companions? Kans looked at Jason and Eurylius, who followed Alka. The two arrived yesterday. Alka nodded, and then introduced each other. Arrived at the city wall. This fortress is really exaggerated. Jason stood on the city wall and couldn't help saying. He couldn't help but be shocked. How could the width of the city wall be the same as the square? The devil's breath here is really disgusting. Eurylius frowned, and her annoyed expression was almost revealed on her face. As the savior dragon, she was naturally disgusted by the devil's breath and the chaotic environmental fluctuations here. Then you have to hit them hard later. Jason took her in his arms and consoled her with a smile. Hearing this, Eurylius frowned, stretched out his iron fist, and shook it fiercely. Just watch, I will definitely crush their souls. 3 bells rang. Looking at the demon army gradually spreading from the hillside in the distance, Jason and Eurylius immediately frowned and became alert. Although we were prepared, this attack is indeed exaggerated. Jason and the others couldn't help but recall the previous battle in the demon hunting fortress. This kind of offensive, and the number of enemies are much greater than before. Alka nodded. It's okay, you will get used to it after a few days. At least that's what he said. Soon, the two armies met, and a lot of attacks and explosions began to be heard. The bloody smell in the air became stronger, but everyone had already gotten used to it. Alka stood there, using element cards from time to time to rescue some soldiers, and to support some companions in crisis. After a long while, he suddenly rushed over to find the right time, and sealed several 5th stage demons. These were basically the only ones he could seal in every battle, and he took advantage of every opportunity. As soon as he sealed them, several black feathers flew over with the spiral of the vortex. Mirrors appeared around, accurately blocking these feathers. And then the mirror's spiral absorbed the feathers. The main reason was that these black feathers carried very deadly rule-based toxins. If Alka didn't stop him, many soldiers in the rear would be infected and lose their lives. And there would be no way to save them. They would quickly lose their lives and become a dried corpse. And the lost lives would flow into the body of the demon in front of them. The two immediately rose into the sky, fighting back and forth at a height of about 20 meters. The other demons with a little bit of rationality tacitly kept a distance, so as not to be affected by the attacks of the two. However, there were always some demons who wanted to kill Alka, rushed up, and then died quickly under the attacks of the two. This scene has been played out countless times in the past half-month. The people around silently turned their eyes away and moved a little further away. I have seen your previous information. You should be a noble among the demons, right? Why are you willing to be parasitized by such a disgusting and weak demon? Alka suddenly asked during the battle. Hearing this, the demon who had been indifferent and calm for half a month finally showed some fluctuations. It seems that you have been investigating for a long time. Speaking of this, he continued to attack Alka, but because the two were too familiar with each other, the attacks were like two people fishing in the battlefield, but they both seemed to be at ease. It's just the will of the abyss. He said this inexplicably, and then stopped talking. Hearing this, Alka frowned. He had learned about this kind of demon parasitism from Eurylius before, which means that the parasitized demon is almost standing half a foot on the door of death. For a demon who has reached the 7th stage of strength and is gradually mastering the rules, this is completely unacceptable. From his appearance, he is also special and powerful among the demons in the abyss. Demons are chaotic and evil, and even if they look calm on the outside, they still cannot change their nature. Accepting such parasitism, it is obvious that this demon is forced. At first, Alka thought that it was forced by the demon lord who controlled this war. But it is obviously not the case. The will of the abyss? Alka knew that the abyss has its own will, which is equivalent to the symbol of chaotic evil. Did you notice anything? Then Alka looked at the demon in front of him, and suddenly smiled. Since you are so dissatisfied, I will help you get rid of it. As he said that, he stretched out his right hand into a claw, and moved through the air. the space where the demon was suddenly shattered. The shattered space was very orderly, forming several cracks, generating suction on each other, and actually imprisoning the demon firmly in place. The demon's eyes widened, because he did not notice the expected spatial fluctuations at all. He could not help but turn his head to look at the one-eyed demon on his shoulder. The one-eyed demon still had his huge one eye open, but the whole demon looked a little strange. "The link is broken? Really smart, but it's a bit late." The voice, like a monster's dull whisper, came from behind him. Before the demon could turn around, he felt a huge impact from behind him. His whole body was thrown out like a cannonball, flying towards Alka. The element cards overlapped, and several elemental powers connected to each other, which immediately imprisoned the flying demon in place and pierced its wings. And where he was hit on the back, hard crystals began to spread. He could feel that his elemental resistance was weakened a lot in an instant, as if it was stolen. "Is it another treasure that you have?" he asked, not caring about his own death at all. After all, his current state is just a slow death. He was just surprised by this sudden change. Although he could feel that the connection between him and the one-eyed demon parasitizing him suddenly disappeared, the demon was still parasitizing him. Alka had no desire to communicate with him at all. A mirror-like flowing mercury appeared under his feet, wrapping the demon. A large amount of pink mist covered the surroundings, and the power of the elements was manifested around. "It's a bit difficult to seal him. Please help me take care of the surroundings." The sudden change here attracted the attention of many demons, and many demons began to rush over here. Hearing this, Jason and Eurylius looked at each other and smiled, and then turned into light spots and collided with each other. In an instant, a huge crystal dragon beast appeared in the sky. Its body size was like the Cyclops that was throwing flames in the distance. The sudden appearance of the huge creature instantly attracted the attention of the surroundings. "It's the Dragon of Savior." Many defensive soldiers recognized it instantly. As for why it was called this title, it was deliberately promoted by Eurylius, so it gradually became this title. Jason and the others made their first appearance in the anti-magic fortress and began to show their power. Various crystal lotus explosions appeared everywhere on the battlefield, forming a large-scale attack. It was exactly the same as the attack method when Alka first arrived. Wu Ya's demons gathered together. It was really hard not to throw a lot of large-scale attacks into the formation below. Jason and his men were different from Alka. The two of them combined, plus Eurylius's racial magic power, were several times stronger than Alka. Adding to the exaggerated recovery, they didn't care about this attack method at all. More demons attacked. A golden light flashed. Anifer appeared next to Alka, waving two weapons wildly, resisted a lot of demons, and purified one in the holy light. "It seems that you have the strength to help me seal it later." Hearing this, Alka smiled. Focus on the seal in his hand. Chapter 490. The Three Giants. The sky in this area rarely has strange colors. The sky is no longer bright blue, but a dark red color, as if something like black smoke permeates the entire sky. The sun that always hangs in the sky is here, dyed into a dark orange-red color by a special color. In the central sky of this area, there is a distorted visual effect, which swirls towards the center. It seems that something below is generating a strong suction force, causing even the air to be distorted to a certain extent. Looking towards the earth, a huge pit that is bottomless and stretches for several kilometers. The dark pit seems to have absorbed all the light around it. It is pure black. Next to the pit is a wall made of lava cooled by water. It resists the seawater. At this time, I found that one side of the pit is connected to the sea current leading to the outside of the continent. Strange creatures keep crawling out of the pit and spreading around the edge of the pit. Looking closely, these crawling creatures are all kinds of demons. From time to time, you can see some powerful demons screaming and spreading their wings and rushing out from the pit. They seem to have come to this world for the first time, roaring excitedly, and all kinds of roars are endless. They even beat each other while climbing, and then fall back into the deep pit. These demons spread out from the edge, as if there is no time to stop. There is a demon camp that spreads for several kilometers around, and the end is not clear. There are countless demons of all sizes in the camp, and conflicts and bloodshed are happening all the time. These demons did nothing, just camping and fighting among themselves, which would consume a large part of them. On the shore, you can also see the demon's rough and simple forging factory, which makes people wonder whether it can be operated. There is also a volcano next to it, and the crater keeps flowing out of the red magma, which flows into the forging factory. The forging factory will produce chaotic steel ships, and various weapons and equipment for combat. These things look rough and chaotic, making people worry whether it can be used. But it is reliable. Next to the deep pit, there is a mountain that towers into the clouds, with magma flowing like a small river. On the mountain, there is a throne. The throne is made of smelted steel and red lava, and the demon sitting on the throne. The color is dark red, and his body is covered with exaggerated scars. Even the wings folded behind him can be seen to be tattered, and even a corner is missing. The most conspicuous thing is the demon horn on his head. Exaggerated and ferocious, it splits into 4 branches and points upwards. It is much more majestic than other demons. This demon is extremely strong. Every muscle in his body can feel the surging power gathered in it. Beside him, a floating giant sword is 3 meters long. It is broad and thick, and the blade is straight, unlike the giant teeth used by most demons. A dark chain is wrapped around the hilt, and the blade is lifted by the wild breath and floats beside the throne. The throne was facing the huge black cowpea below. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space next to him, and a demon that looked a little thin and weak walked out of it. The method of the devouring mouth has failed. Baleli and the link demon should be completely dead. Hearing the words of this demon, the powerful demon sitting on the throne did not show any fluctuations. He just looked at the black hole. Sure enough, it is a low-class mixed blood bastard, forced into this state by a tiny ant. His voice was extremely low and hoarse, but one can hear a certain momentum in this voice, which makes people's souls tremble and surrender. What a pity for the corrupted blood of Baleli. Hearing this, the demon who just walked out of the gap stood beside and asked respectfully, "Then should we take action and find a way to kill this ant?" Hearing this, the demon suddenly stood up from the throne, turned his head, and glanced at the demon next to him. At this glance, the thin and slender demon immediately lowered his head respectfully and bent down. Don't think about it, Kofi's. Although Devourer is a bastard, it is undeniable that he is not a fool. If there was a way, he would have done it long ago. His pride made him want to wash away the shame on his body all the time. And the voices mocking him became a joke in the mouths of these demons. But, if you continue like this, before the demon named Kofi's finished speaking, a round hole appeared in the air next to him. The hole opened like a worm's mouth, covered with sharp teeth and some mucus. Devouring Mouth, wearing a formal suit like a human gentleman, walked out elegantly. He glanced at the powerful demon standing, and then looked at Kofi next to him. "What are you talking about? Don't you suggest you talk to me?" Kofi glanced at him, and silently came behind the powerful demon, without any intention of answering him. Swallowing. "You failed. Just like your previous failure." Looking at the face of the powerful demon, Devouring Mouth narrowed his eyes slightly, and it seemed that his emotions did not fluctuate too much. He said calmly, "Sir, you seem to have forgotten how you came here? If it weren't for me, you would still be dozing in your desolate abyss. Now you are explaining my failure in front of me? You are the thief who stole my success." "Steal? Thief?" Sir glanced at him, and suddenly smiled disdainfully. "No, Devourer. I prefer to call it robbing. If you have the ability, you can also rob it back." Hearing this, the Devouring Mouth was still calm, but he did not refute it again. Apparently, this kind of conversation has happened countless times. "Okay, I'm here to talk business. You should have noticed that. The rift is getting smaller and smaller. The breath of the abyss here is also beginning to weaken, and the chaotic space is slowly becoming orderly. If we don't take action, we will only become weaker and weaker, and our advantages will be gone. The war of thousands of years will turn into failure, and we will fail at the last hurdle." As he said this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Silencer and said, "After so many years of war, even you can't afford it anymore. Right? The number of demons in your abyss level has dropped sharply, and now there are many lords who are eyeing us covetously. Just like you said, they want to rob. To be honest, I'd love to see you reach the same level as me. I'd really like to see what expression your proud face will have then." Speaking of this, the Devourer grinned. Silence glanced at him, still calm. Compared to the cunning and treacherous Devourer, he acted less like a demon. He didn't have the anger and recklessness that a demon should have. "Since you're here, call Amelon as well." The demon who had been standing behind him nodded, and disappeared across the space. Soon, a huge space crack appeared above their heads, and a huge demon fell from it. It crashed next to them with a loud noise. When the smoke and dust cleared, they found that it was a dragon man with black scales all over his body, and hideous bone spurs on his limbs. Lava flowed from the cracks on his body, and there was a pair of dragon horns on his head like a demon, which was extremely wild and exaggerated. The most conspicuous thing on his back was an exaggerated and huge double-edged axe. His strength is equal to that of the devouring mouth. And even better, it can be sensed from his aura that he is a being from the abyss. The three powerful demons in front of him are the top existences of the scarred demons in the whole world. Are you two here? Haha. What happened? His voice was rough and loud, and there were even aggressive sound waves when he spoke. The devouring mouth looked at him with disgust. If you look at me like this again, I will tear your wings apart and hang them on the head of my bed. Bed? This thing is too civilized for you. You don't have the brains to sleep on a bed. Right? After chatting for a few words, the hostility between the two quickly soared, and it seemed that they would fight at any time. It seems that the three of us have no chance to take over this world, Salem said calmly. He interrupted the conflict between the two and turned to look at him. The devouring mouth couldn't help but smile, finally figured it out. Are you willing to put down your useless pride? Why? I'm having a lot of fun killing people on the front line. What happened? Imran seemed to have no idea about the environment they were in. He acted like a reckless person who was purely good at fighting. It fits the public stereotype of the devil very well. Although this world was once glorious, it is now broken. I thought the power of the three of us was enough. But after so many years, we haven't achieved much, and now we have lost our due advantages. And this is all your fault. You idiot. Sarenster cursed at the devouring mouth without hesitation. It was only then that he showed the chaotic attribute of the devil. In response, the devouring mouth rushed over directly, and the two of them instantly fought in a group. Seeing this, Amylon licked his teeth with his huge dragon tongue. He instantly pulled out the giant axe on his back, and a pair of huge dragon wings spread out and rushed into the sky. He joined the battle inexplicably. As the three fought, a large number of demons below died, and countless demons began to disperse, avoiding getting close to the battle between them. Even the demons who were best at fighting brutally would not want to participate in the mutual attack between their leaders. The original lava peak and the throne on it began to collapse in the battle. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them, with some injuries on their bodies, finally stopped. At some point, the shattered lava peak was erected again, and the once broken throne was also repaired. I told you, when they repaired the city wall, and we didn't achieve the expected results for hundreds of years. We were stuck in a stalemate, and our failure was inevitable. The devouring mouth, with scars on his body, said calmly beside him. It was as if the battle they had just hadn't happened. Oh, it seems that you have experienced a great failure during my absence? Amarin next to him finally understood something and couldn't help but said with a smile. His voice was full of gloating, and he didn't feel uncomfortable with their disadvantage at all. After saying a few words, he couldn't help but say, but is it worth it? For such a broken world? To be honest, when he joined the small group of 2 people to invade this world, humans had already begun to counterattack and tried to build a magic-proof wall. If he hadn't joined at that time, humans might have pushed the anti-magic wall closer, or even driven the demons out completely. To be honest, he didn't know much about this world. If it weren't for the invitation of the 2 people in front of him, he wouldn't have invaded this world at all. The devouring mouth and Saren Ace glanced at him, with no intention of paying attention to this idiot. Although the two cursed at each other, they really discriminated against this simple-minded guy if they didn't value his martial arts. This demon is powerful, conforming to the stereotype of demons that all creatures have. Reckless, bloodthirsty, powerful, prefers brutal and bloody melee combat, and has no brains, and has an abnormal personality. I hope the allies you choose in the future will not be like this fool. I've had enough of him. If there is another one, I might just give up this world, even if I have spent tens of thousands of years for him, or even my own lordship. Hearing the words of the devouring mouth, Amylon couldn't help but pick up the axe again. This world was first discovered by the devourer. At that time, he was still the Lord of the Abyss, in charge of a layer of the Abyss, holding countless demonic forces. But when he discovered this world, he knew that this world was not something he could afford to offend, because it was the Golden Age. At that time, if he wanted to invade this prosperous world, it would have to be a full-scale invasion and attack by the Abyss. At least, it would have to be a joint invasion of dozens of Abyss levels. Obviously, such an invasion would be meaningless without the matchmaking of the Abyss will, until the devouring mouth discovered the discord between the gods and the will of the world. With everyone's tacit understanding, he almost gave everything he had at that time to blow up this world. That made him gain countless favors from the abyss. And for a time, he mastered quick success, and became one of the most powerful lords in the abyss. However, things did not go as he wished. Although it was tacitly agreed by the gods, he was still crushed by several powerful gods after the explosion. All the demons were slaughtered in an instant. Some gods even smashed a part of the abyss level he controlled into pieces. However, for a demon as powerful as him, it was not so easy to completely kill him. After tens of thousands of years of sedimentation, he was resurrected again. But his abyss level, his lordship, the fruits of his efforts had long been snatched away by other demons, and his former demon level had been divided up. He returned to his former self, even weaker than when he discovered this world. That's why he later joined forces with Salanster to destroy the Sauron Empire. If you lose it here, you must take it back from here. The reason why he chose this place is because it was actually the origin of the explosion of the entire world at that time. It is also the easiest place to connect to the abyss. He originally thought that with the departure of the gods, the world would be broken and reunited, and this world would be very easy to invade. Obviously, he thought too much. Even if he was forced to bring in an ally later, there was still no way. Demons are chaotic, evil, and selfish. Every additional ally will cause problems in the future, dividing more interests. It was a stalemate. Until Alka's arrival and his special identity, this area was connected to the dream. The repair mechanism of the world was activated. The originally unbalanced state was broken, and they began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. All this was the negligence of the devouring mouth, and his arrogant and chaotic personality still affected him. As for invading the dream, forget it. Except for adding nutrients to this world, there is no meaning, and that is not even their main battlefield. Demons are material creatures that tend to be in the real world, not creatures in the spiritual world. Facing the two people who were fighting again, Salent sat quietly on the throne, looking at the dark crack. He began to think. He had to find a suitable ally, and he didn't have to look for it in the abyss. As a demon, he knew clearly that these fellows of his kind were all unstable factors. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. I don't know what he was thinking about. He tilted his head to avoid the attack that flew towards him at some point. I don't know if it was intentional or deliberate. While thinking, he held the floating sword beside him, and flew up to join the battle between the two. Is this your new ability? Mirror prison or something? Jason looked at the mirror card in Alka's hand, and the demon sealed in the card and asked. He had never seen such a thing before. Obviously, after Alka came to the fortress this time, he rebuilt his skills. Alka nodded. Mirror seal, it sounds better. So what's the use of sealing them? For example, throw him into the dream and let him die forever, Jason asked. This is the easiest use for him to think of. Alka nodded and briefly explained the process and use of his sealing. In addition to making the demons die completely and become nutrients in the dream, you can also study these demons. After all, many demons are never seen. After more research, we can target more. Jason nodded. Speaking of which, it's really chaotic here. I don't like it. My power has been weakened, Eurulia said as she squatted on the chair with her legs hugged. She is a scholar dragon, a crystal dragon, and a savior dragon. The more orderly the world is, the stronger her power will be. However, although the chaos here makes many elements and rules easy to break and manipulate, it is actually a weakening for her. This was something Alka hadn't expected. However, Alka smiled and said, Your link still has the power of sharing. Can it be used like this? Hearing this, Eurulius also smiled and nodded. The parasitic link of the link demon was actually tampered with in the previous battle. As a result, the demon at that time lost the ability to detect spatial fluctuations, and also lost the high-strength mental protection. Then, they forced the demon to share his full elemental resistance. And this kind of sharing will weaken itself, not the kind of selfless sharing that benefits both parties. In contrast, the advantage that was originally intended to target Alka turned into a disadvantage. Chapter 491. Capture a Live Plan. Moon! A round moon appeared in the bright daytime sky above the battlefield that stretched for several kilometers. The twinkling stars next to the moon followed, as if the entire battlefield had entered the night in an instant. The pure white moonlight spread across the entire battlefield. All the soldiers felt the enhancement effect on their bodies, and a large number of demons began to emit green smoke, running and jumping non-stop, as if they were burned by flames. The sudden appearance of the huge full moon attracted the attention of all the demons, and they began to fly into the sky. Some demons were blocked, but many rushed forward. Then the moon in the sky suddenly began to emit condensed white beams of light. It was like a full moon shining brightly. These pure beams of light penetrated the demons in an instant, and the speed was so fast that many demons could not react at all. Countless demons fell from the sky like dumplings. Some powerful demons evaded with their own abilities and began to approach the moon. What faced them were the twinkling stars next to the moon, which turned into meteors and smashed down one after another. The huge impact force, plus the size of the stars, smashed the demons down with a blue impact force, like a 2 or 3 meter meteorite. The meteorite and meteor brought the demons to the demon camp and affected a large number of wounded. Some powerful demons set their sights on the moon. They just saw with their own eyes that this full moon was transformed by a human whose strength was only at the 6th stage. A huge dragon monster blocked their way, guarding the full moon and slashing the demons, who tried to rush to the moon and destroy it. Today's attack was particularly fierce. The bell even rang 4 times in a row. On the city wall, a huge war beast of about 5 or 6 meters was rampaging, slashing all the demons that climbed onto the city wall into pieces. He waved his claws, and his body was covered with dark metal armor. His overall appearance was like a shark, but he had body features that did not belong to sharks, and even a thick and strong tail. His body was covered with gray lightning, strength, speed, and some kind of remote attack. Even a huge demon with the strength of the 7th stage would be suppressed by him in an instant, and those who were at the same level as him, or even weaker, were like paper. It will be torn into pieces soon. The blood of the great demon condensed on Poro's body, and the iron armor covering him. The iron armor seemed to absorb the blood of the demon and became hot. Then Poro dragged a soldier whose leg was crushed into a pancake and threw him to the back. A vine shot out and caught the soldier in the air steadily. Then he quickly used the vine to stop the bleeding in the air and tied up his broken leg. He fell to the medical area in the back. Mathlisa was treating him. But this is not her home ground. There are many people with healing treasures shuttling here, healing a large number of wounded. Although Matrisa is not the focus here, she is also one of the most eye-catching ones. With the help of the treasures, her healing efficiency is too high. Some priests of the Holy Mother Church and healers of the Seed of Life frequently turn their heads to observe her. Some of the wounded obviously recognized her. It's the four-armed angel of the demon hunting fortress. The title of the four-armed angel has been maintained since Matrice's first appearance. A place on the city wall. Juanlu controlled several balls and his own changes, waving the stick in his hand, killing the demon. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unable to control his emotions. His skin even turned red, his head was protruding, and it seemed that a pair of sharp horns were about to grow. The voice that soothed his soul entered his ears. You have received too much power from the devil. Julia, who was not far away, looked at Juanlu and said. Juanlu calmed down and began to strip away the power of the devil he had received. The efficiency of the abyss breath invading here is beyond my imagination. He explained a few words, stepped back slightly, controlled the floating spheres to start long-range attacks. He no longer received the power swallowed by these spheres. And 3 of the spheres also turned into a demon-like appearance, and could even spit out lava. Swoosh! A sharp sound passed over his head. Juanlu looked over. With a long white smoke, something fell into the distance. Sliding in an arc, it landed precisely on a lava giant bull war beast. Bang! A grayish-white ball opened up in an instant with the sound of an explosion. Then it seemed as if a silent environment was brought about. The huge lava giant bull disappeared directly from the waist. Only his bull head was left, and the bull tail behind him fell to the ground and turned into black stones and shattered. Didn't expect the effect in actual combat to be so outrageous? Looking at this scene, Juanlu muttered to himself. This attack caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield. At this time, on the top of the highest tower, Simon, who was operating a huge machine, smiled brightly. It seems that his new weapon is very successful. This is a space bomb he made by combining the research documents left by Vasva and some of his research. He also called it Simon's Annihilation. The effect is very significant. It's just that the cost is a bit too high, but why does he have to bear it himself? He just showed the power of this weapon. After that, we can cooperate with the Alliance. I believe they will be very willing to purchase a batch. Some small girls, only the size of forearms, are roaming around the battlefield. helping those soldiers. Among them, Lucilia is trying to control the disappearing souls of the demons. Let these souls either become fragments, or not return to the abyss, and stay completely. At this time, it has been almost a year since Alka first came to the anti-magic fortress. Just before that, Xia Dai and his team came to the fortress together. The reason why there was a gap of half a year was mainly because they were publishing the autobiographies they wrote in the back. After these autobiographies, and the various books they wanted to publish were completed, and their strength reached the 6th stage, they came together a few days ago. As a result, they encountered a high-intensity battle even for the anti-magic fortress within a few days. After 2 shifts, they fought for several days and nights. Alka and his men finally had time to rest. They just sat on the city wall. Is this the daily routine here? Zadaidi came over and sat next to Alka, leaning into his arms and asked. The two of them no longer cared about the blood on each other, because neither of them was any better than the other. They were even too lazy to clean it up. And Lucilia had fallen asleep on Alka's shoulder. Hearing Xiaodaidi's question, Alka shook her head helplessly. That's not the case. You are unlucky. You just happened to encounter a war of high intensity. Hearing this, Xiaodai, who participated in the defense of the anti-magic fortress for the first time, breathed a sigh of relief. If this was a daily routine, she would really have to think about how these people managed to hold on. It's too exaggerated. But such an attack has not appeared for a long time. Let alone such an attack. Most of the recent battles are far below the daily level. There are not many battles that even reach the normal attack intensity. Who knew that it would suddenly rise to such a high level today? Alka couldn't help but say. In fact, except for the first few months when he came, which was within the normal range, after that, for some reason, the intensity of the war became lower and lower. Even many soldiers who rotated in the fortress were given a long vacation. This is why Alka was not in a hurry to ask Xia Dai to bring them here, because the intensity of the battle was getting lower and lower. And it lasted for half a year, even making some soldiers with a good mentality think that they were about to win. Although such thoughts happen from time to time. Oh, I'm so tired. Jason fell off the dragon and landed heavily on the ground, and his whole body was sore and weak. However, he had just stood up. Eurylius directly changed from dragon form to human form, and fell vertically, and fell on him. Oh, you want to kill me? Jason, who was knocked to the ground, cried out in pain. Eurylius, who fell on him, even lay there for 10 seconds before slowly getting up. When Jason stood up, she hung on his back without hesitation. Jason carried her over reluctantly. The sudden high-intensity war was a bit too much for Jason and his companions, who had been here for more than half a year. We have only lived a peaceful life for half a year. How come it suddenly becomes so intense? It seems that the peaceful days are coming to an end. Alka nodded. And he also had such an opinion. After a long time, they left the city wall and returned to their resting place. The resting area was no longer in the area of the Holy Mother Church. Instead, there was a 2-story stone house near the edge of the Holy Mother Church for them to live in. On the way back, they happened to see Poro and Linton. Just as Alka had thought before, the two seemed to hit it off at first sight. Alka had seen them working together to fight the enemy in the previous battle. After saying hello, I returned to my residence. After returning, I took a quick shower and fell asleep. As time passed, it was different from what Alka and the others thought. Or it was different from what most people thought. After the sudden high-intensity war, the subsequent demon offensive became lower than the first half of the year. It seemed that the demons' willingness to attack was getting weaker and weaker. Not only in the anti-magic fortress, but also in the entire demon hunting wall. I was already thinking about whether to form a reconnaissance team to go to the demons' territory to see what went wrong. Not only that, originally, Alka could still feel the demons targeting him from time to time. Since then, Alka has hardly felt the targeting anymore. Their previous target, Calland, was also active on the battlefield from time to time, recovering his former state, becoming reckless, and becoming a pioneer. Alka was already thinking, should he start the idea of capturing him alive? After all, Xia Dai and the others have come here now. It's time to put this goal on the agenda. Juanlu pushed the door open and walked in. Alka, who was sitting on the table in the living room thinking, turned his head and took a look. Alka, are you going to join the reconnaissance team? Juanlu asked curiously. With the strength of their team, they can attend most of the meetings. They naturally know clearly about the matters of forming a reconnaissance team. After all, the reconnaissance is to go deep into the demon area, and the strength of the team must be sufficient. Hearing this, Alka shook his head casually. No. Although the devouring mouth and the demon's targeting have hardly been found recently, if I leave the city wall, I believe they will definitely find a way to kill me without hesitation. Hearing this, Juanlu nodded, and he just said it casually and sat next to him. Are you going to hunt Callan? I feel like there's a good chance recently. Xia Daidi sat down next to him, flipping through the book in his hand, and said casually, Alka has been talking about this matter these days, and it's obvious that he has started to have an interest in it. Hearing this, Alka nodded. That's right, after all. Isn't he our target here? It would be best if we could capture him alive. Capture alive? Xia Daidi turned his head and looked at him. Alka had only said that he wanted the treasure before, and that he might need Callan's head. But he never said that he wanted to capture him alive. I think it's better to capture him alive. Just in case. It's not easy to capture him alive. After all, Callan is a well-known, powerful 7th-stage demon. Xia Daidi reminded him slightly. Killing a demon and capturing a demon of this stage alive are two different things. Not to mention that Callan is very cunning. He has escaped from Greyfar several times, which also indirectly proves that his vitality is extremely strong. Maybe it's not easy to kill him. Even though Greyfar had just stabbed this guy every time and had not deliberately pursued him, it could still explain something. Not to mention that the performance of Alka and the others on the battlefield for so long, the devil had also seen it. It was still difficult to catch them by surprise. After all, Callan knew clearly that he was attracted to Alka, and that Alka would want to kill him one day, so he was always on guard. As long as Alka and the others did something wrong, Callan would find a way to slip away. Only when they were alone, Callan was interested in coming to test them, to understand their situation. Although this guy was still reckless under normal circumstances, he was a pioneer. In short, for Alka and the others now, everyone thought that if they wanted to kill Callan, it would not be difficult for him. As long as they set some traps slightly, they would have a great chance of waiting patiently. But as Xia Daidi said, the difficulty of catching him alive would soar, and the probability of failure was not small. Why does it have to be us? Why not ask other people for help? Jason had been by the window, listening to the conversation, turned his head and said, For example? Alka asked. How about Kepero? I believe his treasure will be very helpful in capturing a demon alive. Jason turned his head and said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but think of this man in his mind. Then he said helplessly, This guy has a bad temper and is very impatient. If you want to catch Callan, you need to be very patient and look for a fatal opportunity. This guy may not be willing to help, and his strength is at the 7th stage. Callan will 100% try to escape quickly when he sees him. Then let Anka help too. Juanlu suddenly provided a candidate. This person is extremely capable in hiding. He is present in almost every exploration and operation against the demon area. Let the two help together, and then Alka and his team will send another person. The advantage is huge if we don't alert the enemy, but it will take some time to find the most fatal opportunity. These two people. Alka was a little puzzled. The main problem is time. It will take a long time to capture Callan alive. We can give enough reward, and I believe they will not refuse. Xia Daidi said with a smile. You know, they still have a lot of Holy Grail treasures in their hands that have not been used. It is enough to use them as a transaction at this time. Hire 2 people to provide long-term help. A Holy Grail level treasure is more than enough. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Let's do it, Jason Juanlu. You two can each invite them over. The two of them are slightly familiar with the people they are talking about. It is better for them to invite and provide help. Chapter 492 Treasure Craftsman. In the anti-magic fortress, in the small building built by Alka and his team. At this time, in the living room of the small building, there were 5 people sitting, namely Alka, Jason and Juanlu. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 2 strangers. These 2 people were the candidates that Jason and Juanlu mentioned yesterday, who might be able to help them. They were Kepero and Anka. Kepero was a middle-aged man who looked unusually rugged. He wore a crossbody robe on his upper body, and his left chest was completely exposed, and the scars on it could be seen. Even on his face, you can see tiny scars, and a wound that runs through his entire face. From his clothes and style of dress, it can be seen that showing scars should be a custom of his tribe. He also carries a weapon on his back that looks like a pickaxe. but it is just a magnified pickaxe. On the other side, Anka is a man with extremely pale skin, but his skin is almost completely uncovered, and his whole body is wrapped in black clothes. His gender was completely unknown. Only his eyes, and the skin around his eyes were exposed, especially his unique eyes. The color of his pupils was blue. Although he was wrapped up, his temperament showed that he was not a gloomy person, but just quiet and not talkative. He looked about the same age as Alka and the others. From this point of view, it was unknown how Juanlu became familiar with him. After all, Juanlu is not Jason, nor is he a social terrorist who likes to communicate. In fact, this Anka may be over 100 years old, but because of their special race, they look so young. Although the normal lifespan of humans does not change much, their lifespan will also increase with the improvement of their strength. However, their appearance will still change with the passage of time. And it does not mean that their appearance will stop aging as their lifespan is extended. Only those races that are already long-lived, or those who have some treasures, will have such a situation. At this time, the 5 of them had some blood on their bodies, because the demon started to attack again. But as they said before, the frequency of the attack was very low. The number of demons was also small, at least for the anti-magic fortress. Such an attack intensity made them feel a little relaxed. The others had already gone to the fortress for routine defense. Alka and the others were just rotated out, and invited the 2 to come over for discussion. Kopro sat in his seat and looked around and then asked, "Brother Jason, is there anything you want to invite me to come over?" Anka also turned his head and looked at Juanlu, with a questioning look in his eyes. The 2 of them were not very familiar with Alka, and they had hardly communicated with each other. To be honest, this was the first time Alka had seen the 2 of them, and he had only heard of them before. Although there were many strong men in the 6th and 7th stages here, there were not too many. After all, there were many defense areas on the city wall, and he spent most of his time in the area under the charge of the Holy Mother Church. But Jason and the others had their own defense areas. Only Alka and Zayadite were basically fixed in the area where the Holy Mother was. Just like Julia's defense area, it is usually fixed in the area of life. Simon is mainly responsible for various city defense equipment, and Pororo spends most of his time in the area of the Storm Church. Hearing this, Jason leaned back in his chair, glanced at Alka and said, "Our captain needs your help." Hearing this, Kepero and Anka turned their heads to look at Alka. Alka looked at the 2 and nodded with a smile. "No problem. If there is anything I can help with, just let me know," Kepero said after laughing twice. Anka beside him also nodded, indicating that he meant the same thing. Alka smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. I asked you 2 to come here mainly because I want to capture a demon alive." "Capture a demon alive?" Kepero repeated. Both of them couldn't help but recall the scene when Alka sealed the demon that was targeting him. That battle was quite intense, and basically everyone who was stronger in the fortress noticed it. From then on, basically everyone knew that Alka should have some ability to seal the demon inside. Later, Alka also showed it from time to time. For example, after the Holy Blade Saint Anaphil advanced to the 7th stage, he helped the saint seal the demon she had been dealing with. So this is not a secret. However, Coppola still frowned, and asked in a strange way, "With your strength, a demon around the 7th stage should not be difficult for you. If you want to capture an 8th stage alive, to be honest, I don't think I can provide any help. Alka has sealed the 7th stage demon several times. And to be honest, their team is really famous here. The main reason is that no other team can be like them. Each character has done his best, and they are very powerful. After all, they have been here for quite a while. More or less, everyone can analyze that the matching of their treasures is perfect. There are so many people on the ship, and each person has at least 2 treasures. For example, Alka has more than 3 or 4 treasures. How could such a team not be famous? If Alka and the others couldn't do it themselves, Kepero didn't think he could provide any important help, although he and Anka next to him had reached the 7th stage. But at this stage, it was no longer possible to say that the 7th stage had the strength to deal with the 8th stage. The higher the demon, the stronger it was. The 8th stage demon, even stronger than the people of the same level who master the treasure. Of course, it also depends on how much the person who mastered the treasure has mastered. It's not that exaggerated. "The demon I want to capture alive is Kalan," Alka said directly. After hearing this, Both of them couldn't help but ponder. After thinking carefully, Callan is really within the scope of their help. It's totally okay for you to capture Callan alive. Right? Kepro asked. After all, Alka and his team are so powerful. Even if you have 5 Callan, you are still not their opponent. Alka nodded, but said helplessly, the problem is that he knows we are targeting him, and he knows about us too. Unless there is only one person, he will definitely avoid it. Hearing this, Kepro probably understood. Although Callan seems reckless, he is indeed quite cunning. But he said helplessly, I have been here for a long time, and I have fought with Callan during this period. He knows my ability. Yes, we are also on guard from time to time. So if I help you, he will also be wary. And you have to find a good time. As he said, he looked at Anka next to him. But if you ask Anka to help you, the chance is quite high. But such an opportunity will take a long time to wait. Alka nodded. Anka next to him waved his hand, and said in a clear, but somewhat low voice, although I am willing to help, the things I have on hand may not allow me to help for a long time. The meaning is already very clear. Of course, you can help, but if you want someone to help you for a long time, it is obviously too difficult for others. Kepro nodded in agreement when he heard this. They are all 7-stage warriors, and they have a lot of things to do. In particular, the 2 of them are actually soldiers of the Alliance, and they are strong support provided by some major forces. For example, Kepro is supported by an archipelago force. Anka is supported by a large signpost island force. They all have their own affiliated forces. Of course, they also have their own things to do. Of course, I am not asking you two to provide help for free. I will provide enough compensation. And you two only need to use your abilities to provide me with some help when the opportunity comes in a specific time period. As he spoke, Alka reached into the space and took out an item. This is a wand-shaped Holy Grail level equipment that is about the length of a forearm. After taking it out, Alka used magic power to stimulate it, making it emit the unique fluctuations of treasures. Looking at the 2 people, the meaning is self-evident. Seeing Alka take out this treasure, the 2 looked at each other. According to the help they can provide, plus the reward given by Alka, if it is based on the market price, to be honest, it is relatively equal. But the problem is that the market price is the market price, and few people will really use treasures as rewards. Because treasures are really important to power. No one will complain about having too many treasures. This treasure is also enough for the 2 of them to wait for a long time for an opportunity to help. It seems that your treasure hunting team does have amazing wealth. Kepro looked at the treasure and said with a smile, this can be considered a rumor among the fortresses. For example, there are rumors that Alka and his friends should have 3 treasures each. After all, it is always possible to see when they use treasures in various places, without the need for deliberate observation. And everyone present is at the 6th stage of strength, and has the formula for becoming a god in their minds. Being able to take out a treasure, instead of exchanging for a suitable treasure. This is enough to show that Alka and his friends may have collected all, at least the 3 lowest holy grails. This is indeed a bit outrageous for a treasure hunting group. After all, in the eyes of these powerful people, many things are clear. For example, Alka and his team have basically been determined to be an independent treasure hunting group, and are not really subordinate to a certain church. It just happens that there are people from various churches in it, which is not uncommon in other teams. This means that Alka and his team are a force in their own right, and there is no trial to provide help. However, Anka next to him said, I don't lack Holy Grail level treasures. Kepro also nodded. Both of them were promoted by big forces, and they can be regarded as leaders. They also hold high positions in their respective upper forces. They are also well-known strong men in the entire Infinite Sea. Both of them have the Holy Grail level treasure. But if this reward is divided equally between the 2 of us, it will be enough for us to provide you with the help you mentioned. Kepro said beside him. Anka also nodded in agreement. It is a very reasonable reward. Plus Alka's strength and future performance. It is completely enough. Hearing this, Alka tapped the table lightly, thought for a moment and said, if this treasure is not very important to you, I can provide another way of compensation. Although the 2 had basically agreed to help, they nodded beside Alka when they heard what Alka said, curious about what Alka's other way of compensation would be. After all, for them, ordinary wealth is not worth this treasure. I should be considered a treasure craftsman. Treasure craftsman? Kepro repeated. To be honest, he had never heard of such a term. Alka nodded. and smiled as he explained, "You two should know the process of treasure construction." "Right?" The two nodded. It was no secret to them. "Then you should also know that some treasures, due to unexpected circumstances or other reasons, are not suitable and cannot exert their abilities. The carrier of the treasure is too far away from the essence of the treasure, or the materials used are too ordinary." Hearing this, Anka's expression could not be seen, but at least Kepero's expression showed that he had a deep understanding of it, and he could not help but nod twice. By the way, he also complained a few times, "Yes, some treasures are really hard to describe." Looking at the performance of the two, Alka smiled and said, "I have the ability to separate these very mismatched treasures, then build a suitable treasure carrier that is more suitable for the user and the essence of divinity, and it supports a certain degree of customization." Hearing Alka's words, the two instantly understood what he meant by this term. Then, they couldn't help but stare at Alka with a surprised expression. To be honest, such an ability is basically unheard of. Even those who are at the top of the world have never heard of such an ability. Knowing that Alka, it is impossible to say anything joking to fool them at this time. So what he said is basically the truth. It is not to make fun of him. But Coppola still couldn't help asking, "Are you serious? Can you really do such a thing?" He needed a most accurate answer to confirm what he heard. Alka smiled and nodded. This made the two of them think. This is true, then it is very important. Whether it is for them, or for people from other forces. If it is true, then I am definitely willing to help, Kepro said directly. From his performance just now, it is clear that he really has such a very inappropriate treasure. Or in other words, among the 3 Holy Grail level treasures, it is difficult for any one of them to not have this problem. Even Alka and his friends have this situation. Alka and his friends have more or less a treasure, either specially customized with divine essence, or reconstructed if it was not suitable before. From this, we can see that a large part of the treasures in the world have this situation. And the Holy Grail level with the largest amount of treasures, this situation is particularly obvious. Anka next to him also nodded. "If possible, I will also provide help." Hearing this, Alka nodded, and then said, "Such help also has certain conditions. First of all, the treasure is not compatible. The divine essence inside, and the carrier outside, are obviously problematic. Secondly, using this method, the treasure will definitely be kept with me for a period of time, and I will definitely know some of the treasure's abilities. Finally, although the carrier can be customized to a certain extent, it cannot be too biased towards the abilities displayed by the divine essence. And the materials of the carrier must be provided by you." Alka first stated some conditions to avoid problems later. Faced with such conditions, the two nodded without hesitation. These were all foreseeable problems that would indeed arise. They had already thought of them when they agreed. The most important thing was that compared to what they needed, these problems were completely insignificant. Since you agree, then sign the contract. After that, you can hand over a treasure that you think needs to be separated to me. If feasible, you can also provide some carrier styles that you want. Each treasure will take a month. And then I can return the brand new treasure to you. No problem. I can't wait any longer. As he said that, he took out a blank contract. It looked like he had specially selected a contract with the Virgin Mary. Anka nodded and handed it over. Alka quickly wrote down some conditions on it. After the two of them looked at it, and found no problem, they sealed their souls. The contract was established. Then Kepro took out 2 of his treasures, and placed them in front of Alka. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with these 2 treasures. I also think their appearance seems a bit bad. You can see which one is the worst fit. The 2 treasures were something like a bracelet, which looked very simple. The other piece was a wide ring, which was actually a jewelry. Alka picked it up and looked at it. Then he pushed the ring out. The material of this bracelet is a bit too low. It's just very ordinary copper and iron. It can't carry this divine essence. Hearing this, Kepro nodded in agreement. Then let's take this one. I hope its carrier is an armed guard. Alka nodded, and the style of the armed guard was decided on the spot according to Kepro's arm. And he specifically requested only the armed guard for the right hand. Anka watched this scene from the side, probably confirmed that Alka still had such ability as for him. He needed to go back and think about it. In this way, the agreement between the 2 parties was reached. Chapter 493 Opportunity. Soon after the 2 left, Xia Daidi and others came back one after another. After hearing about their deal, Xia Daidi looked at Alka, and asked with some confusion, "Why do you offer such an option later? After all, Alka had never mentioned this matter before, and it seemed that he had never thought about it at all. It can be confirmed that it was probably a spur-of-the-moment idea. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Alka nodded, and then explained, I just want to use them to spread my ability. Those who know that I have such ability are all powerful people and strong people. This will help us improve our reputation and build a good relationship with them. If we need any help in the future, I believe they will be very happy to help. And no one else has this ability except us. Isn't it? The main thing is that so many divine essences and treasures can pass through my hands. I can just study these divine essences in this way. The latter is actually the main reason why Alka wants it. He has the ability to see treasures, which allows him to have a very deep understanding of treasures and divine essences. In comparison, this method can make it easier for Alka to understand more treasures. The more treasures he handles, the more he understands the treasures and can achieve some of his own goals based on research. In general, the reason why they were unwilling to spread this matter before was mainly because they were not strong enough. But now their strength is completely sufficient. Then naturally, after spreading it, there will be only benefits for them, no harm. After listening to Alka's explanation, everyone nodded. Under Alka's deliberate performance, Kepero and the others spread the news that Alka had such ability through some word-of-mouth gossip. Of course, the scope of dissemination was also maintained above the stage of strength. This led to many people knowing about this matter, but most of them were skeptical, and almost no one believed it directly, including the existence of the Holy Mother Church. They are all waiting now. Waiting for Alka to really produce 2 finished products, which means that he really has such ability. After all, Kepero and Anka have both been in the anti-magic fortress for a long time. They are familiar with each other. In such a fierce battle, they clearly know the appearance of the 2 people's treasures. Suddenly a new treasure appears, but the ability is the same, then it can be 100% certain that it is a treasure that has changed its carrier and appearance. At that time, they will have to rethink their relationship with Alka, and the status of Alka and others. In the past, they may have been a genius young man. After that, you have to call him master. The improvement of status is not a simple one, but a leap across several stages. Of course, everything has to be confirmed later. Xia Daidi sat on the sofa and said, since you spread this ability, more people are bothering us. Hearing this, Jason and others couldn't help nodding. It was true. There are indeed more people trying to get close to them. Everyone, consciously or unconsciously, wants to maintain a certain relationship with them. Alka just smiled at this. Soon the door was knocked, and Kepero and Anka walked in. Their treasures had been placed in the smelting tower, and the divine essence was being extracted. Now Alka's smelting tower has been used before, and the mist creatures, who are proficient in operation, are providing assistance. So it can be separated quickly, and there will be no problem with multiple treasures together. The reason why the 2 came here, mainly to communicate the plan. After the plan is finalized, it is time to wait quietly. But the plan is just like that. Simple and direct. Mainly waiting patiently. The treasures of Kepero. The effect of linking each other has an extremely exaggerated confinement ability. So sometimes when cooperating to deal with powerful enemies, Kepero is the one who controls. Its control is not space, but some strange ability that Alka can't explain. It can force the enemy to be confined in place. But it also has a price. After being imprisoned in place, the enemy will no longer be harmed. And the enemy will not resist and cause harm to others. It is very suitable for Alka to seal. Anka's ability is very simple. He has a scepter-level treasure. This treasure and his other treasures can achieve a kind of invisibility similar to the rules. As long as they don't take action and don't deliberately show themselves, they will definitely not be seen. Even the devouring mouth can't detect it at all. The plan was very simple. One of them would be hostile to Calland and delay him for a while, and then they would sneak past through the invisibility effect. The 3 of them would work together to quickly control Calland, and then seal him. At this time, the others would be responsible for defending against the enemies who might attack them. However, with the current intensity of the offensive, there were only a few who could really threaten them and interfere with their seal. It was enough to just pay attention to Calland in daily defense. Soon a month passed. Kepero and Anka visited the stone house where they rested again. And this time many people were paying attention. Not only other people, but also the 2 parties involved. They couldn't help but feel nervous. After so many years, how long have you not experienced this kind of nervous feeling? Kepero looked at the stone house in front of him and couldn't help but smiled. It's very important. So it's like this. Anka said briefly. And then the two knocked on the door together. After Jason opened the door, he smiled at the two and led them in. At this time, a box for storing treasures was placed on the table in the living room. Both of them saw the box and were attracted at first sight. Alka sat at the table, smiled at the two, and then opened the box without hesitation, revealing two brand new treasures. One of them was just as what Kopalo needed. An armed guard worn on the right wrist. According to some tribal customs of the Kopalo race, Alka made some relief drawings of patterns, and they engraved a canine tooth unique to their race around the armed guard. It looked very ancient and wild. Kepero walked over quickly, took the treasure out of the box and looked at it carefully. His expression became more and more satisfied. From the pattern structure on it, it can be seen that Alka really spent a lot of thought. He couldn't help but smile and nodded to Alka. Thank you, I am very satisfied with this appearance. Try it, see if there is any problem. Kepero nodded, and put the treasure on his right forearm in front of everyone. At this time, Alka saw that there was also an armed guard on his left sleeve, and there was an orange light in his eyes. With this armed guard, Kepero pointed his right hand in a claw direction, as if he was about to make a fist. Although there was no special effect, Alka could keenly feel that a very stable film had formed around Kepero's body, isolating something. This was the ability of this treasure. Then, there was another item in the box. This treasure is made of cloth, like a folded piece of clothing. The color of the cloth is pure black, and one can even feel that the surrounding light is being absorbed by this pure black color. The black color of the cloth piled together makes it impossible to tell that it is a cloth product if one does not look carefully for a moment. It is too black. Anka reached out and took up the cloak and unfolded it. The cloak was unusually large and had a hood. He put it on directly and then put on the hood. His entire clothing fits exceptionally well, and in an instant he was hidden in the black cloak, infusing magic power into it. He disappeared in front of everyone. But it didn't achieve the effect of complete invisibility. But at least visually, he really disappeared, in full view of everyone. After all, this is just a holy grail level treasure, and invisibility can't achieve the full effect. It has to cooperate with other treasures. The previous appearance of this treasure was not pleasing, because it looked like a prisoner's shackles. After changing to a black cloak, it is extremely compatible with the ability of the treasure. The two people's expressions showed that they were very satisfied. In response to their thanks, Alka smiled and said, "As long as you are satisfied, I will ask for your help in the following operations." The two nodded, then chatted for a few words, and then separated. The two people who left had not walked far when someone came to their side. "How is it, Kepero?" Looking at the curious expression on the face of the person next to him, Kepero smiled. "Very good, or rather very good, completely beyond my expectations." As he said this, he stretched out his right hand without hesitation, and an armed guard appeared on it. The man next to him was obviously very familiar with Kepero. Looking at the armor, he was sure that he didn't have this treasure before. Then he thought, the bracelet before? Yes. Seeing this scene, he was basically sure, and then looked at Anka. He was obviously familiar with Anka. Anka took the cloak and disappeared in front of him. But this scene also gave the people around who noticed the answer they wanted. You know, Anka didn't have this easily identifiable treasure before, and the treasure that can produce the same effect is not of this appearance. At this time, on a watchtower not far away, an old man was leaning on a scepter in his hand, and was also watching the scene below. Damn it. Why can the Holy Mother Church always pick up such gifted children? His tone was full of envy and bitterness. Hearing this, a young man next to him couldn't help but say curiously, "It is said that this Alka may be the Holy Mother." Such rumors only spread within the Four Gods Church. Hearing this, the old man leaned on his cane and waved his hand directly. "Only young people like you would believe such rumors. How could such a thing happen?" He wanted to say how could it be possible. He had the same thought before. After all, how could the Virgin Mary have a child who came out at this time and grew up from an ordinary mortal? He was very sure that the Alka he saw did not show any characteristics of the Son of God. If there was, he would have walked in the world long ago. But the problem is that now that this incredible ability has come, he has to reflect again. Is it possible that such a situation really happened? After all, that is a God who is powerful. Who knows what these gods will think? Things quickly escalated, but there were not many people who really bothered Alka and sought their help. There were not many people who hoped to reconstruct the carrier of the treasure. The main reason was that many people were not familiar with Alka. If they asked for help rashly, the probability of being rejected was very high. More importantly, they did not know what Alka and others needed, did not know their preferences, and could not give them the desired reward if they did not know what they wanted. Then it would be difficult to get Alka's help. Alka and the others would not run away for a while. First, build a good relationship with Alka and the others. After getting familiar with them, then consider these issues. So in fact, Alka has only helped Cans recently, reshaping one of his Holy Grail level treasures. It turned its former appearance into a sword that can cause large-scale killing. More are some people who try to get close to them and get to know them. After the initial stage, when everyone's enthusiasm faded, the matter soon became dull. Alka and the others also gradually began to patiently wait for an opportunity, waiting for Callan to get excited. This is the disadvantage of demons, and it will definitely appear. It has been 5 or 6 months since the contract was signed to seek help. The entire anti-magic fortress can be confirmed that the demons' offensive has basically been completely weakened across the entire range. During this period, some exploration teams also began to investigate the areas occupied by demons. It was found that the overall number of demons was decreasing, and it seemed that there were not many reinforcements, unlike before when there were demons everywhere. Now a large part of the area occupied by the demons has become vacant. The consumption of demons has also decreased. Some powerful demons are supervising to prevent excessive consumption. However, the demons still maintain their attack and still have no intention of retreating. And the anti-magic fortress gradually began to voice whether to counterattack, whether to reduce the size of the city wall, expand the territory behind them a little bit, and compress the living space of the demons. After all, this is a rare opportunity. But the problem is that this may be some conspiracy of the devil. After all, everyone has been deadlocked for hundreds of years. Both sides are looking for opportunities, and they have succeeded several times. This time it may be part of the conspiracy. If this continues, the overall atmosphere will become strange. But no matter what, for ordinary soldiers and defenders, this is more or less a good thing. After all, they can finally relax their tense nerves for such a long time. Such problems have caused Callan's attacks to become rare. But this time, Alka and the others finally found a certain opportunity. On the city wall, Pororo was standing on the edge of the city wall, and he was guarding a large area. All the demons who tried to climb up the city wall from here were torn to pieces by him. With another roar, the gray lightning attacked wantonly, and a demon who was obviously a melee fighter with a huge axe was beaten to ashes by Pororo's lightning. With a backhand grab, he twisted off the head of another 5th stage demon who tried to sneak attack. On the metal armor of Pororo, a thick layer of blood covered it again. Pororo's battles are most likely to attract those extremely bloodthirsty and belligerent demons. So basically, the demons rushing towards Pororo in the area he defends are all of this type. They are almost all reckless. And this time, Callan kept looking at Pororo with the giant axe. His hands were a little itchy. He had been observing Pororo for a long time, and he felt that this was a rare opponent. The long observation made him more and more eager to fight Pororo. If it weren't for the fact that Pororo was Alka's companion, and Alka obviously had some bad intentions towards him. Otherwise, he would have rushed down and fought Pororo to his heart's content. He wouldn't have observed for a long time and pondered like he did now. This time, Pororo's fight was extremely bloody, and even more violent than before. This made Callan, who was already a little bit impatient, even more frantic and eager to fight. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore and rushed directly towards Pororo. He chopped the 2 demons blocking the way in half, and kicked their bodies down from the sky. Then he fell from the air, raised his axe, and chopped it down heavily. Facing the sudden attack, Pororo crossed his hands and immediately changed the metal armor on his hands into a metal shield to block the attack. Sparks flew at the place of collision, and a powerful shock wave was generated, knocking away the soldiers not far away. A piece of open space suddenly appeared around. Watching the battle between the two, Alka, who had been paying attention to Callan, immediately realized that this was an opportunity. The figure was in a trance, leaving a clone in the dream to continue the attack, while he himself was introduced into the mezzanine space. He quickly rushed to the other side. Soon, Kepero and Anka also found this opportunity, and the 3 of them gathered together in the distance. The strange light cloth fell and covered the 3 people, and the figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Even if he walked past the demons had no reaction, and they had completely hidden their bodies. He began to slowly approach the battlefield between Poro and Calland. At this time, the two beasts were fighting fiercely. The metal armor on their claws collided with the giant axe crazily, and the gray lightning and lava collided with each other. The two beasts were almost close to each other in a crazy melee. The fighting was extremely exaggerated and violent. But Poro was obviously at a disadvantage as the battle went on. There was nothing he could do about it, after all. Calland was also one of the best among the 7-stage demons. Even if Pororo's treasures were compatible, it would be difficult to overcome such a big gap. But he obviously knew that this was an opportunity, and began to use a more angry fighting posture to attract the bloodthirsty Calland to fight him to the death. Chapter 494 Capture the Seal. You are so wild and brutal, why don't you accept the gift of the abyss? Calland waved his weapon, and kept fighting with Poro in front of him. Come on, accept the gift of the abyss, and fall into eternal battle in the star realm. The two huge monsters stuck together, and kept colliding. The scarlet blood and gray lightning kept raging around, and even the city wall under their feet had begun to show many dents and cracks. The bloody battle between the two men aroused the brutality of many demons. For a moment, the demons were very aggressive. 3 hidden figures had slowly come around the two men, but they stayed far away to avoid being discovered. Although the combination of Ank's treasures can make people almost completely invisible, and not be detected by higher-level beings. But there is no perfect thing. The reason why invisibility like this is used for reconnaissance is that although it is perfectly invisible, it has a physical body. Although Poro was fully engaged in the battle at this time, he was at least not completely crazy. The wild and brutal battle made the breath of the abyss surround him, trying to drag Poro into the abyss. At this time, Poro still had some calmness. He knew that with the current intensity, Alka and the others must have been waiting around for an opportunity. He had to create a perfect opportunity. At this time, he looked at the demon in front of him. Calland was emitting intense steam all over his body, and the whole demon was like a cooked shrimp. The blood-red breath and a large amount of abyss breath mixed with the smell of blood surrounded him. The demon had completely fallen into rage, and his rationality was almost gone. Only fighting and fighting remained. He kept defending, almost giving up the attack, and looking for flaws. Poro seized the opportunity, and the slender tail hammer behind him flew directly and hit the demon's armpit. Then he turned around and jumped with his tail, and kicked the demon on the back of his head with a strong lightning. A long-distance attack, a violent downward pressure. The broken armor on Pororo's body stimulated even more exaggerated power. The metal armor almost covered Pororo's whole body, making it look like a giant war beast wearing heavy armor. In an instant, Pororo suppressed Calland in all directions. Roar! With a roar, a large amount of gray thunder fell. Don't give any chance. In this instant of explosion, Calland fell into a disadvantage. Looking at this instant of opportunity, the 3 people hiding around immediately took action. Kepro stretched out his hands directly forward, and grasped in the air with both hands. The strange power took a translucent shape, and a square appeared around Calland. He found something wrong in an instant. The madness of the fight receded, and his brain began to cool down. The space began to break, and he wanted to escape. At this moment, Alka directly raised his strength to the 7th stage of the dream, and violent energy exploded in his body. The silver coin was ejected into the air at some point, spitting non-stop. The moment his strength reached the 7th stage, Alka held the silver coin in his hand. A gray and flaming red lightning struck down together. The two mixed forces instantly hit Calland's vital points. And just at the most important node, it broke his control of space. Trying to escape. The chance to escape through space with a high probability was gone in an instant. Alka could have used the crushing suction of space to imprison him in place. But now it was impossible, as it would prevent Kepro from completely imprisoning him. The precise attack perfectly broke Calland's means of escape in his unfortunate situation. The energy of multiple elements mixed and collided in an instant, knocking Calland back again. The power of the imprisonment was almost perfect, and the moment he returned, Calland was immediately fixed in place like a statue. In this situation, he couldn't even move his eyes, and fell on the city wall like a realistic statue. A large number of demons began to gather here. Xiaodai and his men found the right time and immediately gave up their opponents and quickly came to the surroundings. Alka appeared next to Calland. At this time, the clouds and broken lenses began to invade Calland's body, trying to seal it. This was the strongest demon that Alka tried to seal. He still maintained the strength to receive dreams at this time, and was still above the 7th stage. This will provide him with a lot of help. Ziadite and others intercepted the demons on the periphery. Alka was responsible for the seal. Under the powerful strength of Ziadite and others, the demons were gradually beaten back, and Callan also became a victim of this war. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was sealed into the mirror card, and fell into Alka's hands. Their goal was achieved. After the demons left a large number of corpses, they began to slowly retreat. Today's offensive is still far less intense than usual. Treat the wounded, collect the bodies of comrades, clean up the bodies of the demons. The entire battlefield seemed orderly. Thank you for your help. Alka hugged Kepro and Anka, thanking them for their help. You know, in order to wait for the perfect opportunity, they have been paying attention to Callan for several months. No, I should be the one who is grateful for such a reward for such help, Kepro said with a smile. After chatting for a few words, everyone separated. Alka. They quickly returned to the resting hut. After cleaning the blood and traces on his body, Alka sat at the table and placed the mirror in his hand on the table. Everyone looked. In the space of the mirror, Callan was sitting in a corner thinking. From his appearance, he seemed to be thinking about how to break the seal. And he was not as reckless and crazy as he had been on the battlefield before. Won't he come out? Jason looked at the scene and couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Alka smiled and nodded. It is possible that I can come out. But at least I will be seriously injured or my magic power will be almost completely drained. The reason why Alka believes in his seal so much is naturally because his seal is not just linked to the mirror. It is almost completely linked to the world of dreams. The display of the mirror is just a medium. Due to the compatibility between the mirror and the dream, the huge gap between reality and dreams can be crossed through the mirror to temporarily connect to the dream. Therefore, the real location of the space that seals these demons is actually in the dream area. If they want to get out, they must show strong strength in the dream, or when Alka encounters an accident, and even the surface of the mirror cannot be maintained. There will be a flaw that will naturally release it. Therefore, Alka rarely holds demons for a long time, and basically regards the seal as a short-term cage. After all, it is just to seal quickly on the fierce battlefield and drag it into the dream. It only serves as a transit point. If it weren't for the fierce battlefield, Alka would have enough time to drag the demon into the dream directly, and there would be no need to seal and kill him completely. Now that our goal has been achieved, should we leave next, or stay here for a while? Ziadite asked, standing behind Alka's chair. The others also looked at Alka, waiting for him to make a decision. Because there was nothing to suggest about this decision, it was okay to stay for a while, and it was okay to leave now. Alka tapped the table, supporting his head and thinking. First of all, this extremely low-intensity offensive has been going on for a long time. It has been more than a year. During this period of time, multiple investigations have basically confirmed that the demons seem to be short of troops. In addition, the narrowing of the rift has led to the decline of the overall strength of the demons. In some cases, the demons are actually shrinking their territory. This is extremely unrealistic. The question now is, as mentioned before, whether to push the magic wall forward? This is a very important decision. It can be roughly divided into 3 factions. The conservative faction will continue to maintain the magic wall as it is now. The magic wall has been maintained in its current state for more than 100 years. This is also the longest period of time in the nearly 1,000 years of fighting with demons. Because the magic wall has been repaired and adjusted for so many years, it has basically reached the perfect state of this place. If it extends forward, many places will have to be reconstructed. And there may be some hidden dangers. These hidden dangers in the past were slowly corrected after they suffered a great loss. The radicals naturally think that while shrinking the demon's territory and reducing the defense line, more troops can be concentrated in more places, rather than spreading them throughout the entire anti-magic wall. If the entire anti-magic wall is reduced in size, it can save a lot of unnecessary defense nodes, which is completely conceivable. As for those flaws, compared with more defensive forces, they are naturally acceptable, and such an opportunity is rare. Who knows what the corresponding level of the demons attacking them is? What if they are madly exploding troops? If they want to have such a good opportunity by then, it will be too late. There is also a neutral faction. They adhere to the principle of gradual progress, and need to fully understand the matters on the battlefield before they are willing to make a decision whether to advance. Because this is very likely a conspiracy of the demons. Before, conservatives and neutrals were dominant. But now it has become balanced, because many neutrals have turned to radicals. However, this has nothing to do with AKA and his group for the time being. After all, they are just people who volunteered to come to defend. The real leader of the entire defense scale is the council composed of people from all forces. The Four Gods Church is the leader. I'll talk to them. We should wait a few more days. When the people who are resting come back, we can leave naturally. AKA thought for a while and said. As time passed, it didn't take a few days for some people who had been resting to come back one after another. AKA and the others could leave. And it would not affect the arrangement of the battle sequence. After dealing with these things and saying goodbye to the people they had met in the past 2 years, they began to return to the City of Return. After growing to the 6th stage of strength, AKA had been in the anti-magic fortress for almost 2 years. Jason and the others were only a few months younger than him. And Xiaodaidi and the others had stayed for exactly 1 year. The road was smooth and unobstructed. And we soon arrived at the City of Return. Looking at this emerging city that was built only a few years ago from afar, it is difficult to equate it with time. Because the current City of Return has become an important city on the map. Because of the area chosen by Alka and the people. And the efforts of the Vasva people to build roads leading to 2 safe roads on the side. This place has become a central resting point. It has also become the largest city between the southern wall of the Scar and the port city in the entire world. You know, the distance from the city wall to the harbor is not short, basically half a month. As a result, some soldiers who have a short vacation will choose to come to the city first and take a simple rest. Because of this geographical reason, the city has developed very rapidly in just a few years. In addition, some spell technology of the Vasva people and the mechanical technology they later developed in the magic-free environment are undergoing engineering transformation. The speed of building various buildings is extremely fast, plus the help of the Stonehoof tribe under Alka. In front of them was a gray-white stone wall that was 7 or 8 meters high. On the edge of the top of the stone wall, there was a row of metal fences that were 2 or 3 meters high. From the electric light above, it could be seen that the metal fence should be an electric grid, and there were also nodes that looked like metal towers. Alka could clearly feel the lightning element of the metal tower nodes. This should be the lightning net protection circle that they had learned about when they left before. Each node could absorb a large amount of lightning, causing a long-range destructive attack. This thing is mainly used to deal with some mutated demonic flying creatures around. In addition, you can see some shooting holes on the top of the city wall. It has become a fortress. If it is built like this, it means that the Vastra people have basically planned the size of the entire city. They have decided for a long time that they will not continue to expand their city. The convoys and people coming and going. After all, the relaxation on the front line also gives more soldiers time to rest. Alka hadn't been back here for 2 years. He looked around along the way. At the entrance to the city, there were 2 huge 4 to 5 meter high humanoid black armors. Alka looked and saw that some of the Vasva people had reached the 3rd stage of strength. Thinking carefully, it seemed that it had been several years since Alka inspired them. It was true that some people should have reached the 3rd stage of strength. With the weapons, the armor was more than enough to ensure the safety of the city behind the City of Return. Since Alka and his friends followed the crowd, the guards did not notice their return. It seems that they have resumed their old architectural style. Alka saw the buildings inside as soon as he entered the city, and couldn't help but smile. They had seen these architectural styles in the ruins of Broken Island and some murals before. They have a unique flavor. As soon as they returned to the city, everyone began to disperse. After all, they hadn't been back for a long time. Alka walked alone towards the place where they rested, and came to the small manor where they rested. At this time, their manor was surrounded by various buildings, but their manor was still well preserved. And at the gate of the manor, there was a guard driving a battle armor on guard. Looking at Alka coming over, a voice from the armored soldier sounded. "Lord Alka?" Alka nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Alka knew him. And this soldier should have been inspired by his mirror. The soldier driving the battle armor stepped aside and opened the door himself. "Welcome home." Hearing this, Alka smiled, chatted with the soldier for a few words, and then returned to the manor. Although no one has lived here for a long time, there is no dust, and it is obvious that someone cleans it regularly. Sitting next to the sofa, Alka sank into it. After taking a comfortable breath, Alka rested for a while, and a map appeared in his hand. He opened the map. Originally, this map was unusable, but it was updated in real time. For example, before, a small city landmark was drawn to represent the City of Return, which was a golden light spot. Otherwise, This map is an outdated product. Looking at the large number of light spots on the map, the only remaining orange light spot represents a scepter-level treasure. Click it. Curse Sword. Difficulty: the one who fulfilled my wish. Popularity: 67,000. Treasure information: the 16th Commander-in-Chief of the Saralan Empire, a young general, this is the treasure he used. Because of this treasure, he was also named General Curse Blade. This treasure died in the war against the devil when his descendant, the last commander, died in the war against the devil. The treasure was sealed in a hidden place along with his body, and the souls of many demons. Callan the Slayer descended on the location of the Curse Sword family during this battle, and slaughtered all the remaining members of the family. Take Callan's head, and the Curse Sword will be your reward. Capture Callan alive, and kill him with the Curse Sword, and you will get the Curse Sword in a fully activated state. This treasure can pierce the soul, anchor the body, cut through everything, and separate the soul and the body. Perfect. Chapter 495 Curse Sword in Hand. Curse Sword. Since they came to the World Scar, the first area Alka decided to search for treasures. Then they found this treasure. Speaking of the treasures in the first treasure hunting area that Alka carefully selected at that time, it was indeed the place where they got the most treasures. It was also very suitable. Now it is finally time to take this treasure. We can only hope that this treasure can find a suitable person among them, who can use it. Otherwise, an orange treasure cannot find a suitable controller. Even for them. It is an annoying thing, just like the last time with the cloud staff. Soon, everyone came back one after another. Jason walked in, sat on the sofa and said, "It seems that the books we spread out have begun to increase our reputation. Originally in this city, they were almost well known, and now there should be no one in the world who doesn't know them. Especially the experience written by Lucilia about them. When their autobiography spreads to the whole world, they may become one of the most famous treasure hunting groups in the Infinite Sea. Mainly because their treasure hunting experience is too outrageous. Along the way, they have obtained a lot of treasures. And these experiences are traceable. Of course, it also means that more professional books written by each of them are beginning to spread. Take a few days off, and then it's time to take the last treasure," Alka said, shaking the mirror card in his hand. Callan inside seemed to have accepted his fate of being sealed, curled up in a corner, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. It seemed that he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. After resting for a few days, Alka and his team left the city of return just as the night curtain of the sky was drawn. They flew to their destination on a floating mirror vehicle, which was not far from them. After about a day's journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Just like the first time they came, there was nothing worth noting in the barren wilderness. Alka closed his eyes and began to carefully perceive the surrounding situation. Compared with the last time, this time Alka's perception was improved because of his strength and the border of dreams, and his control over this area was improved. This time, he finally felt it. The space between the layers was not in the layer of space, but in the layer between reality and dreams. But this layer seemed to be protected by something? What should I do? Siadaiti asked beside him. Alka thought about it. A mirror card was held between two fingers in his hand. And in the mirror was the sealed Callan. A crack appeared in the mirror. Callan's breath began to float out from the crack. The sealed Callan seemed to have accepted his fate, but the moment he felt the crack, he immediately stuck to the mirror, as if he was looking for where the crack was, looking for a chance to escape. As the breath came, there was an obvious disturbance in the air in front of them, and the bizarre scenery began to change around them. The breath in the dream began to spread out. This place was obviously a weak point leading to the dream. The strong man who mastered the Curse Sword obviously used some method to turn this weak point into the place where he hid his legacy. As the disturbance changed, a thin crack appeared in the space. A long sword with a wide blade stabbed out from it. Then it was gently pulled down, and the crack was completely split. A figure walked out from inside dragging a big sword. Everyone saw that the person holding the big sword was not a human, but a human-shaped mummy. The mummy was still wearing armor, but the armor was worn out and decayed. The traces of battles he had experienced could be seen on the decayed armor. Callan. I smell Callan's breath. Where is this coward? The hoarse voice came. It was not the language that was circulated in the scars of the world now. But Alka had also heard this language. In the place of the anti-magic fortress. It should be the common language of the Saralan Empire. However, he only knew a little bit, and could barely understand what he was saying. Poro Rogerson and the others behind him could only look puzzled, wondering what he was talking about. The empty eye sockets of the mummy looked at the card in Alka's hand. and then slowly approached with the big sword. Alka did not feel any hostility from him, so he just kept his due vigilance. The empty eye sockets seemed to still have eyes, staring at Callan in the mirror seal. At this time, Callan was facing the mirror, searching eagerly, looking for where the crack was. Looking at Callan, who looked like a lost dog or a bird in a cage, Arka could clearly feel the emotions emanating from the mummy in front of him. The emotions were so intense. This coward who ran away actually became like this. Ha! His voice was extremely harsh, just like two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. The mummy sat down on the ground helplessly, leaning on the big sword in his hand, raising his dry head, looking at Arka. You are not a demon, nor are you tainted by the breath of the abyss. You still have the power of the Virgin Mary. Young man, you brought the seal of Callan here. Are you after this treasure? The mummy seemed to know Alka's goal clearly. After all, only this treasure was worth it. Facing this, Alka nodded without hesitation. Yes, I came here for the cursed sword. Although I don't know why you know I'm hiding here. Nor do I know why you know I want Callan's life. But it doesn't matter anymore. As he spoke, his hollow eyes inexplicably radiated a sense of majesty. Asked, young man, let me ask you, have you heard of the cursed sword family? Alka nodded. Then, are there any descendants of this family left now? Alka nodded again, and said, yes, and he is still standing at the forefront of resisting the demons, trying to drive the demons out of this place. Ha ha, that's good, you are worthy of being the descendant of the family. It seems that you are very familiar with this descendant of mine. Yes, very familiar. The mummy nodded, and stood up from the ground with the big sword. If you want this treasure, let me see the death of this demon. Hearing this, Alka looked at Callan, who was sealed in the mirror card, thought for a while and asked, won't you kill your enemy with your own hands? Oh, can you still release it, and ensure that he doesn't escape? You know, he escaped from my hands like this, which made me lose the opportunity to avenge my family. The mummy said. Obviously, in order to cut off even the slightest chance of Callan's life, the mummy would rather not have the opportunity to kill his enemy with his own hands. Of course, it's no problem, Alka said, and a large amount of power poured into the space of the mirror. During the period when Callan was sealed and powerless, those powers condensed into different chains, piercing his limbs and binding his chest and abdomen. Lucilia on his shoulders also merged her power into it. The chains composed of elemental and dream power even bound Callan's soul through Lucilia's power, and fixed him firmly. In this way, even Callan's soul could not escape, and was firmly bound in his body, bound by chains, and these chains penetrated his body and bound his soul. Although the process was slow, the sealed Callan was powerless to resist. After all, the area where he was actually sealed was in the dream. In the dream, Alka was the absolute master. Although Callan's voice could not be heard, he could be seen roaring through the mirror. The mirror card in his hand shattered. A large mirror space appeared under his feet, and then it reversed and took them, including the mummy in front of them, into the reverse space. Then, cloud creatures emerged one by one. They were guards to prevent accidents. This way, Callan had no chance to escape, even if he committed suicide. Callan also appeared in front of everyone as the mirror shattered. He fell to his knees because of the chains. As soon as he came out, he roared wildly at Alka. Coward, face me. Let me go. I will tear you into pieces. Facing his roar, Alka had no intention of paying attention. The mummy looked at Callan and said, Coward? Are you describing yourself? You deserter among the demons. Hearing the mummy's words, Callan turned his head sharply. After seeing the mummy and the big sword in his hand, he seemed to understand everything completely. You damned human, you actually stayed in this world with such an ugly posture. I don't know how a demon has the qualifications to scold the dead. For your cowardly behavior, for your behavior of slaughtering the weak, please atone for your sins. The mummy said, and the power in his hand was activated. The whole sword formed a strange state, and then stabbed into the demon's chest. Ah! Callan screamed madly. His voice was full of painful roars. This sword seemed to have an unknown power that seemed to restrain the devil very much, making everyone unable to help but observe carefully around. The power of the great sword spread wildly, cutting the devil's soul. The whole devil was turned into ashes in the strange burning during the roar. This time, Alka didn't even see the soul. In other words, it was completely killed. This sword can actually kill the soul directly, and can kill the soul before killing the body," Lucilia said, obviously seeing more than everyone else. This way, the demon wouldn't have even the slightest chance to escape into the abyss. At this time, the mummy also sat down on the ground helplessly. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked up at Lucilia tremblingly. "Haha, little girl, you really have good taste. It seems this sword is very suitable for you." After he said that, he used his last bit of strength to hold the hilt of the sword and threw it directly over. Lucilia hurriedly caught it when she heard this, but after her small body held the hilt of the sword, she almost fell down with the sword. Fortunately, she immediately turned into a soul, recovered to the size of a normal human, and then held the sword in her hand. "Sure enough, it suits you very well," the mummy said, as his entire body began to crumble, and the body began to be damaged, and pieces of skin fell off. He knew that he would not live long. Finally, what a pity. I don't know what he was sighing about, and then he looked up at Alka and said, "In that space, there are still some family items left in the space where I stayed. I hope you can pass these things on to the descendants of the family, thank you." Amid the voice of thanks, the mummy completely turned into ashes on the ground. Looking at this situation, Arka stretched out his hand, and a breeze swept, rolling up the ashes and dropping them into the container prepared by Arka. It was a square urn, which Arka temporarily built with the earth card and the fire card. There was no pattern on it. After packing it, he put it into the pocket ring, and then put the remaining broken armor into the pocket ring, waiting to give it to Greyfar. The world turned upside down, and they returned to reality. The crack still existed. Alka fixed the crack in place, and did not let it be repaired by the surrounding environment. Then he looked at Lucilia, whose soul was in normal human form, holding a big sword in her hand. Only then did Alka have time to observe the blade carefully. The slender handle, and at the end of the handle, there was a huge crystal as big as a fist. It can be seen that there are strange carvings inside the crystal, but the overall crystal is relatively dim. But when the mummy used this weapon just now, the crystal was twisting, and there was light passing through it. The handle was wrapped with grayish-white cloth, and blue spells were engraved one by one on the cloth. Then there was a wide handguard, which was 30 centimeters wide. The bottom of the blade was also about 20 centimeters wide, which was very wide. The width of the blade became narrower as it went up, until the tip of the sword. It can be found that the blade is designed in a triangular shape. The blade was engraved with dense spells, just like a book was engraved directly on the blade. "Try to master it," Alka said. After all, this treasure has clearly shown some characteristics of the soul, and it is obviously more suitable for Lucilia. After hearing this, Lucilia nodded and directly used the current state of the soul to transfer the magic power along the soul to the blade. The whole blade immediately began to feel different. First, the huge crystal at the bottom began to twist, emitting light. The spells on the cloth on the handle began to shine, and the spells on the blade also began to light up one by one. The whole weapon did not reject Lucilia's magic at all, but accepted it happily. It was obvious that the adaptability of this treasure was not a problem for Lucilia. The whole process of mastering it seemed extremely simple, and there were no exaggerated special effects. As Lucilia mastered the treasure, she also knew some of the treasure's abilities, but it was obviously unlikely that this ability could be demonstrated to Alka and others on the spot, so she could only narrate it. This sword can cut the connection between the body and soul of a life, dividing life into soul and body. It can also kill the soul without hurting the body, or kill the body without hurting the soul. It can also strengthen the power of some spells. This treasure seems unusually plain and simple, and its ability is also very simple, but it is powerful. No wonder Callan ran away. Obviously, if this treasure is used, it is equivalent to a sword of death for the devil. Because the devil's soul dies under this blade, it will definitely not be able to return to the abyss. Even if he dragged the remaining soul back, it would only be food for other demons, and he would almost certainly die. It was a pity that the general who held this treasure died at the beginning. It was hard not to wonder if he had been targeted for a long time. "Let's go in and take a look," Alka said, and led everyone into the interior through the crack. This was a space that was no different from reality, but it was closer to dreams, so the surroundings were a little bizarre, but not too abstract. In this strange space, Alka and his friends saw a large number of demon bodies. They were scattered in piles all around. There was no soul in the bodies of these demons. Only the shells remained. And in the distance, a large pile of ashes could be seen. Those were the ashes of the souls, and the source of these ashes was obviously these demons. "It's amazing," Jason couldn't help but say. After all, they had been dealing with demons for so long, and they could easily deduce the strength of these demons in their lifetime through their bodies. From these bodies, it can be seen that none of these demons is lower than the 5th stage. Alka even saw several 7th-stage demon bodies scattered around, and saw several huge titans. This could obviously form a demon army, but they were all killed by the general, who mastered the cursed sword. Let's split up and see. As he said this, everyone dispersed. Soon Alka found a small box, opened it, and took a look. There were some family portraits, and some small things that seemed to be kept as souvenirs. There are also some historical records that build family epics, and some family-specific spells. Obviously, the things inside represent the continuation and honor of a family. Put it away, and put it in the pocket ring. Alka looked at the many demon bodies around him, and began to throw them into the space one by one. They are all materials that are preserved so well. Chapter 496. Separate Affairs. The orange light dot representing the cursed sword on the map has dimmed. This treasure has been obtained by Alka and his team. After returning, Alka handed over the piles of demon corpses in the space to the Vasva people for processing and sale. Now they have a detailed process here, and Alka doesn't need to worry about it. And those things that once belonged to the cursed sword family and the urn. Alka packed them together, sent them to the demon hunting fortress, and handed them over to Greyfar. This was the first time I saw such a complicated expression on Greyfar's face. Alka did not interrupt him, and left after a few words. As the offensive of the demons on the front line weakened very quickly, the alliances between the major forces began to turn their forces to the rear of the city wall. You should know that in the past, due to the pressure brought by the demons on the front line, the forces of the entire world Scar were actually very stressed. Basically, there were not enough troops to solve some internal problems behind the city wall, and they could only suppress them temporarily, unless the problem was too big. For example, the ghost mine that Alka and his team had dealt with before. They began to deal with the things inside the city wall that had not been cleaned up before, and were postponed due to insufficient troops. For example, those forces from the outside, such as those that were difficult to maintain even superficial friendly relations, were eliminated, and the monsters invading from the abyss behind were dealt with on a large scale. And there are many hidden disasters, like the ghost mine, that require a certain amount of manpower to solve. Solve it together. After all, this is a rare opportunity, we must seize it. Who knows when the demon will resume its previous offensive? As for the demon's real retreat, to be honest, few people really believe it in their hearts. After all, we have been confronting the demon for thousands of years, and everyone has experienced all kinds of operations in the meantime. And Alka and the others are focusing on other things. After getting the cursed sword, and resting for about a month, everyone began to get bored. Are there no other treasures for us to find? Jason asked boredly, sinking into the sofa. There were only a few people in the living room at this time, and Alka was writing something attentively. A closer look revealed some information recorded on this small notebook, with 11 numbers in front of the information. Did you get some more information from the church? Jason asked. Alka nodded. The first wave of tower information that he had asked the church to help collect during this period had already arrived. This collection has taken about a year. Most of the nouns provided by Alka have exploration information. The locations of some trial towers have been almost clearly marked, but for more than half of the trial towers, we only know the approximate range. The church will continue to follow up. Alka is very satisfied with this efficiency. After all, the infinite ocean is too big. Sometimes, the transmission of information is a big problem. After the writing process was completed, Alka looked at Jason, who was staring at the ceiling in a daze. You are bored. Why don't you go to the dream to practice your skills? After all, Pororo, Eurylius, and Ziadite are all in the dream. Is there no treasure hunting? Simon and I have important things to do recently, so we won't go out to hunt for treasure for a long time. Alka said. What is it? I see that you are really studying something all day long recently. And those Vastwa people. Hearing Alka's words, Jason sat up suddenly, got up, and sat on the seat next to Alka and asked curiously. Alka continued to write something, but still answered, the magic gathering stone. The efficiency of the magic gathering stone is completely insufficient for us. Hearing this, Jason nodded in agreement. They all witnessed such experiences. That's true. Anyway, for me, it's basically useless. Maybe the only thing that is useful is that it can purify some magic that is more suitable for me, so that I don't have to be so tired. But it's still limited. The main thing is that all of them have advanced to the 6th stage. At this stage, they are almost walking magic gathering machines. There are 700 or 800 spirals in their bodies, which are compressed together like a whirlpool. They constantly absorb the surrounding magic power into their bodies. After all, the promotion of each stage is exponential growth. The later the stage, the more exaggerated it is. For example, when they just advanced to the 6th stage, the number of spirals in their bodies had reached 730. In the next stage, their spirals will exceed hundreds and reach thousands. 2188. Alka had seen the Holy Blade Saint Anafiel meditating. When she let go of her meditation, she was like a walking vortex, almost completely absorbing part of the surrounding magic power into her body, with an extremely exaggerated efficiency. So when she was in the anti-magic fortress, Alka actually noticed it. The fortress was actually constantly drawing magic power from high altitudes, and bringing it into the area of the fortress. Otherwise, just the powerful people stationed in the fortress, the daily interactive meditation would be enough to drain the magic power of the fortress, making it a magic-free environment. After all, the 7th stage is so exaggerated, the 8th stage, and even the 9th stage strongman's appearance when meditating, I can't even imagine it. How can such an exaggerated efficiency of the magic gathering stone be comparable? In essence, this stone, in the former Vastwas city-state, was a prototype. No enhanced model has been constructed yet. In that era, except for those favored by the gods, the strength of other mortals was not that exaggerated. The times are progressing. The Golden Age is not the age of mortals, but the age of gods and their favored saints. There is no meditation method like Alka and his friends in this age. There are no treasures that can be mastered by mortals in large quantities. After Alka and his friends' transformation and adaptation, the magic gathering stone can last until they fully advance to the 6th stage before it begins to lose its effect, which is very good. But after all, they have long been accustomed to the extreme efficiency brought by the magic gathering stone. How can they endure the normal obvious state now? This will almost double the time period for their advancement. So recently, almost all of Alka and his team's energy has been devoted to this. And it can be foreseen that this is not something that can be solved overnight. The only good thing is that this is the scar of the world. There are countless strong people here, which also leads to very rare materials and many supplies. Even if there is no material, you can make a reservation, so that the next batch of supplies from the Alliance will have what you want. You must know that the maintenance of logistics is the joint efforts of almost all major forces in the entire Infinite Sea. As long as there are materials, it is basically impossible for you not to get them. It is nothing more than a matter of money. As for Alka, the thing he lacks the least is money. He doesn't even need to give any money. His identity as a treasure craftsman is his greatest reliance. As long as he has the materials he needs, he doesn't need to worry about it. There will be countless people who need his help to transform treasures, whether they are powerful individuals or well-known forces. After chatting for a few words, Alka suddenly stopped writing and looked at Jason and said, "Although Simon and I have research, it is really not possible for you to be idle with us. Just like last time, I'll give you some possible targets and information, you go find them, and then give me the information back." Alka thought for a while and said, he still has a lot of treasure points in his hands. For some simple information, he only needs to spend a little time to collect and sort out some of these points. By now, they have almost got all the treasures that are easy to get. The rest are not so easy, it will take half a year or a year to get them. It was definitely enough for Jason and his team. And now they were all at the 6th stage, in the World Scar, and no longer needed to stick together to deal with the danger of being targeted. Hearing this, Jason nodded. "No problem, leave it to me." Alka picked up the map on the spot and began to mark some places on the map. It took about 2 or 3 hours, and he sorted out some locations. There were a total of 2 Orange Scepter level treasures, and 3 Golden Holy Grail level treasures at these locations. These 5 are what Alka thinks are relatively easy to obtain. It is already very good to be able to obtain 1 or 2 of them. After all, these treasures only seem to be relatively easy to obtain now. As you go deeper, you will encounter various troubles. This will cause the time to find treasures to be infinitely extended. So if Jason and his team go out this time, Alka estimates that there will be about 2. And there is a high possibility that they are all Holy Grail level. After all the things left now are difficult to find complete information. They had already cleared out the easy to find places. That's all. See who's willing to go with you. Alka handed the map and information booklet to Jason. After Jason flipped through them, he nodded and quickly left the living room. Soon Jason found other people to go treasure hunting with him. Except Alka, Simon, Zadite, Lucilia. The rest of the people followed Jason to hunt for treasure, including some doll girls. Alka and Simon naturally wanted to concentrate on their research. Zadite, because she had collected all the treasures except the crown, and these treasures were highly compatible with each other, she seemed to have touched something. She was concentrating on the adaptation and fusion between the treasures. Lucilia had just obtained the cursed sword, and the power of the soul was very difficult to extend, so she had been trying to master it perfectly. At the same time, she was continuing to write their team's autobiography, so she didn't go with them. In the spacious basement hidden under the Vasva layer. This basement has long been divided into small rooms by the Vasva people, and has become a research room for various projects. At this time, Alka, Simon and many Vasva people are busy in one of the larger rooms. After finishing the work at hand, Alka sat beside him and exhaled. Now all that's left is the arrival of the materials. Hearing him say that, Simon also finished the work at hand, nodded, and then clapped his hands and said to everyone in the room, "Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. You can take a few days off. We will continue after the materials arrive." After that, the Vasva people in the room nodded, and after dealing with each other, they stretched and left the laboratory. Alka and Simon were the only ones left in the laboratory, still talking about the next process. "I hope the gem we ordered can support the structure we built," Alka sighed and said. In short, they have come up with enough ideas to build a magic gathering structure that can also allow them to gain usage improvement. But the problem is, it is difficult to find a carrier that can carry such a structure, because the requirements are too high. The requirements for a carrier that can carry such magic power, and aggregate, and transform it are very, very high. It must also be a precious material like a gem. Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but sigh. Although he was very good at materials, he didn't dare to guarantee whether the gem they ordered could carry it. If it didn't exist, it would be difficult to solve. After all, the gem they ordered was the hardest gem that could be found now. For this gem, Alka even accepted the condition of helping this force to reconstruct 2 treasures. If it didn't work this time, the cost of finding a similar gem next time might be even higher, and it would take more time to get it, so there wouldn't be many chances. "Okay, let's go take a rest," Alka said, and walked out of the laboratory. Soon he returned to his room and fell into a dream. He woke up from the dream and appeared in his dream bubble. At this time, Alka's dream bubble was already very huge. I don't know if it was because of the improvement of his strength in the dream, or because of other reasons. His dream bubble was almost 100 times that of Zadite and others. The crystal stone pillars that were originally used to carry gold and silver energy had long since dissipated and turned into golden and silver clouds floating in the sky. The crystals could no longer hold anything. Go away, don't bite." The shouts of Xian came from not far away, and several huge crystal deer were seen gnawing at something. These water deer were constructed according to the prototype of Mermi. They were creatures from Alka's dream. Alka walked over, dispelled the crystal deer, and put Xian on his shoulders. Then he flew out of his dream bubble. He floated like this, patrolling in the kingdom. After several years of development, the various buildings in the kingdom have basically been built. Now only the outermost circle is left, which has not been fully constructed. But basically the whole kingdom is almost done, and can perfectly affect reality, and repair the scars of the world to a certain extent. This may have also had a significant impact on the demons. At least their overall strength has decreased to a degree visible to the naked eye. After watching for a while, Alka looked at the training bubble he had built before. Pororo was training in it. Even if he was on the road, wouldn't Pororo stop? Return to the throne. Alka sat down. Sitting on the throne, closing his eyes, began to coordinate the power of the entire kingdom. After a while, Shadow Robe appeared next to him. "Your Majesty, the kings have already started to act." Hearing this, Alka opened his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. Have they already started to act, or are they preparing to act? For creatures in the real world, there is actually not much difference between the two, except that there is a certain time interval. But for the kings in these dreams, the difference is too big. A small interval may take dozens or even hundreds of years. Alka has also had some exchanges with the kings in these dreams recently. These kings have no concept of time at all. They even lack the desire to communicate. For example, the problem of the world scar. The wound that the world scar was originally used to repair was the Saralan Empire. This is why this empire was able to be built and developed. Because it basically has the help of people all over the world. Especially the four gods. At that time, there was a kingdom of dream kings in this place. And they would even communicate with the royal family of this empire. They would protect the entire royal family and stabilize the environment of the Saralan Empire through the power of the kingdom. Since the Saralan Empire was invaded, the wound of the world has been reopened. And even a crack leading to the abyss has been cracked. The kings have already begun to deal with and repair it. Discover the problem. Understand the problem. Gather to discuss. And start to act according to their duties. For this whole process, the Dream Kings actually spent thousands of years. Although there was a reason that the demons blocked it in reality. You have to say that it was indeed a bit exaggerated. Alka had no way to deal with it. Because each of these Dream Kings had a lifespan of tens of thousands. It is difficult for you to understand the control of time by ordinary humans with such a long time. It's already taking action. Your Majesty? Hearing this, Alka was a little surprised. It has only been a few years since he proposed this proposal. And these kings have already taken action. Isn't it a bit too fast? Looking at Alka's puzzled eyes. I have urged them to a certain extent. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Thank you for your hard work. In simple terms, it means that the kings should build kingdoms near other more important cracks for repair. There is one more thing. Your Majesty, some strange problems were found in an area of the kingdom, which may be related to reality. Related to reality? Alka looked at him. Shadow Robe nodded, yes. There is an area that sank from reality. According to my observation, that area has been sinking for a long time. According to the time of reality, it has been more than 1,000 years. It has been more than 1,000 years, and still sank from reality. And it is still in its own country. Isn't it from the Saralan Empire, and the world scar that sank? Alka immediately became interested. Come on. Take me to see it. Inpao nodded. And then Juan ran over to carry Alka, and quickly moved towards the target location. Although it can go directly through, there is no need to be so anxious. Chapter 497 The Crown of the Country. Looking at the area in front of them, Alka and Inpao stood on the periphery. It can be clearly seen in this area that a piece of land separated from the real world sank into the dream. From the edge of this piece of land, the irregular cracks can be clearly seen, as if they were cut out sharply with some irregular mold, not like they fell off naturally at all. Facing such an area, Alka watched from the side. Was there an area before? Alka turned around and asked. After all, a lot of dream buildings have been built around this area, and the country's ability to repair reality is being strengthened. Obviously, this area should have been explored long ago, and it shouldn't be known now. Your Majesty, there was no such area before, or rather, there was such an area, but it was hidden at that time. Shadow Robe answered beside him. Hidden? Alka frowned and asked. This is a bit interesting. Yes, if it weren't for the buildings built around it, this area would not be revealed at all. Hearing this, Alka looked around the area, observing carefully, feeling some clues emanating from this area. As this place expanded into his kingdom, his control over this place was much higher than before. Feeling carefully, after observing for a while, Alka said, Very interesting, the one who hid this area should be a Dream King. Hearing this, Shadow Robe whispered beside him, the Dream King. Could it be the one who built the kingdom here before? For this possibility, Alka nodded and affirmed, Don't think too much, it should be him who hid it. According to his duties at that time, he should have had some connection with the Saralan royal family in reality. However, the King of the Dream did not die. But when the demons invaded and reopened the most fatal scar in the world, he was also seriously injured. According to the Snake King, the King of the Dream has sunk into the depths of the world. It will take at least thousands of years to come back. So Alka was unable to meet him. And it was just a pipe dream to want to communicate with him and understand the situation here. And the most fatal problem is that the culprit who caused him to be seriously injured was not the demon. The demon was just a major helper at most. On the contrary, what the Saralan royal family did at that time was to take advantage of the time-insensitive characteristics of dream creatures, slowly weaving a large net that was deadly enough. At that time, the one who was guarding this area and building the country was a relatively young Dream King. If Mermi is the latest Dream King, then this Dream King is not much earlier than Mermi. So based on the problems of the world at that time, he established his kingdom in this area. According to statistics, after the Golden Age, There were only 3 new Dream Kings. The one we are talking about now. Mermy. And Alka. So from this we can know that the demons are actually more afraid of the existence of dreams. Basically, when they do something, they first strike down the existence of dreams that will affect them. If you think about it carefully, the existence of dreams is really a bit like the immune system of the world. It is a very terrifying existence for invaders. After thinking for a while, Alka blinked and looked at the area in front of him. This area is like a piece of land separated from reality. There are basically no buildings on it. It is just ordinary grass and some trees and flowers. It has become distorted in the dream. But as Alka sees deeper into the secret, he sees something deep in this land. Buried inside the land? Look more carefully. Alka's strength plus his dreamland at this time, the two combined finally let him see clearly what was hidden inside. A thing flashing red light. A metal key flashing red light. A red crown-level treasure was hidden in the dream. It turned out that after all the effort, it was such a thing. But I have to admit that a crown-level treasure is worth such treatment. Looking at the red light, Alka stopped where he was and couldn't help thinking. For a Dream King, the treasures in reality are actually meaningless to them. So to hide this area, it should be someone in reality who made the request. But the problem is that this is a crown-level treasure. In reality, no matter who it is, it will not be left there. There must be someone who has it. It is understandable to leave a Holy Grail-level treasure and use for the development of power. It is a luxury for all forces to leave a scepter-level treasure unused, even if there are various reasons. If a crown-level treasure is left unused, then even the 4 gods would scold this person for having a mental problem. Even the 4 gods church. Even the 4 gods would not do such a thing. Then this treasure is interesting. Either it cannot be used, or it is very important. It is so important that it is best not to be mastered by anyone. Can you find a way to get in? Alka turned his head and looked at Shadow Robe and asked. Faced with such a question, Shadow Robe just used his dark shadow-like face to face Alka without saying anything. Although he couldn't see the eyes, Alka could probably sense what Shadow Robe wanted to say, and silently turned his head. After all, he was the king of dreams, and this was his kingdom. If he couldn't get in, how could Shadow Robe get in? Yes, the reason they were outside was because this area that sank into the dream was not really sunk into the dream. This was a strange state. The general state was that the entity of this space was still in reality, but it was reflected in the dream. It is in reality, but the area that sinks into the dream can affect reality. It is an interactive situation. It is equivalent to cutting out a part of the dream that acts on reality and sinking it into the dream. The two must be combined to get the real thing. This requires the cooperation between reality and dreams. When Alka opened his eyes and saw through the secrets here, he basically understood this. That's why he felt that the hidden crown-level treasure was very important. It is equivalent to that in order to obtain this treasure. One needs a real existence and a dream existence, and the two need to work together. The requirement for entering the dream must be the king who established the capital here before. Comparing with the strength of reality, it should be at the 9th stage. Let me see. Where is the corresponding reality? Alka said, and began to look for the corresponding reality based on this area. He found it soon. Is it in the devil's territory? That's a bit difficult. Wait. What did Alka suddenly think of? Since he did not sink into the dream in his real body, the things were still in his real body, but he could copy a copy of the things in the dream through his memory. A map appeared in his hand. It was a rough map of the devil's territory. Alka pointed at a red dot without hesitation. He had not looked at this map of the devil's territory for a long time, because even if he got the information of the treasure, it would be meaningless. They would never go to the devil's territory, especially for Alka and his friends. That would be tantamount to seeking death. So Alka basically gave up the search for any treasure in this area to some extent. But the red treasure just now corresponds to a demon area in reality. You should know that Alka treasures all the red dots in the demon area. Alka knows every one of them. And he naturally knows what this place corresponds to. The last time I looked at it, it was still a 3-no information. World key. Difficulty, chaos excavation, 9 stages. Popularity, 12,000. Treasure information. Reality is divided into 2, one is left in reality, and one is sunk into the dream. To obtain the treasure, you need to dig up the area that is sunk into the dream, and move the real area to overlap. Sure enough, the previous 3-no information was completely revealed, and Alka directly obtained the most needed point in the treasure information, which is how to obtain the treasure. Alka looked at the popularity. The popularity is as high as 12,000. This means that this treasure belongs to the very famous category. It's a pity, this thing can only be seen. Alka's strength is not at the 9th stage. Although his strength in the dream is about to reach the 8th stage, but in reality, it has only been more than a year since he entered the 6th stage. Whether in the dream or in reality, it cannot reach the requirements of the 9th stage. After looking for a while, Alka dispelled the map and turned to right on Juan. Report to me if you notice anything in this area. After saying the precautions, he left. After a simple sleep, Alka woke up in reality. He directly opened the entrance to the small world. Alka walked in and appeared directly in the big library. The library at this time is no longer as dead as before. Many ghosts are floating around the library. These ghosts are all those with wisdom and personality. There are a large number of scholars in it. They are now obsessed with this library. In addition, some puppet girls can be seen, and Lucilia is sitting on a desk in the distance. Alka went directly to the big book above, looking for the book he wanted to find. Soon he found the target. He opened the book and began to search. Soon he saw the word he wanted to see. The key to the world. With the book in hand, Alka came to the opposite side of Lucilia and flipped through it carefully. This is a key that was born from the world. It is said that getting this key can open the treasure house of the world. This seems to be an opportunity created by the world's good mood and overflowing childishness. There is everything in it. The information written on it is like a fairy tale. Alka looked at the information above. Basically, they all said that someone in ancient times got the key, opened the treasure house, received some gift from the world, and became a god. Or became a great existence, became a hero. All such myths, and very typical myths. World key. Isn't this a myth? Lucilia said this while looking at the introduction article that Alka noticed. You know? Alka turned his head and looked at her and asked. Lucilia nodded. I know, the world key, just like a childhood story, is circulated in many places. No wonder it has a popularity of 12,000. According to Lucilia's understanding of Alka, it is self-evident that Alka came to the library to find such information for no reason. Have you found the relevant information about the world key? Lucilia couldn't help asking. Alka nodded. Yes, this should be a crown-level treasure. Well, is just a key a crown-level treasure? According to the myth, and the book in front of you, it can be known that it only has the ability to open the treasure house. There is no more description besides this. It is actually a crown-level treasure. Lucilia was also a little surprised. Alka turned over the map again, and clicked on the red dot again. This time, he will definitely get more information. World key. Difficulty, Chaos Excavation, 9 stages. Popularity, 12,000. Treasure information, forged by the world. It can open the world's treasure house. This is a gift from the world. There are treasures belonging to the world inside. It is said that after opening it once, the key will disappear and go to a new place, waiting for the next person who can open the treasure. The world is broken and sleeping in pain. The treasure house has long been destroyed, and the key is no longer useful. It seems that everything seems to be like this. Reality is divided into two. One part remains in reality, and the other part sinks into the dream. To obtain the treasure, you need to dig up the area that sinks into the dream, and move the area of reality to overlap. The treasure house of the world, that was once a small thing made by the core of the world, maybe it is a life-saving straw now. Perfect, the information of the treasure directly reached perfection. But the most important information about how to obtain the treasure, Alka was the first to know, so whether it is perfect or not is not very important. The effect is to let Alka know what the key of that event represents. It can open the door to the World Treasure House. World Treasure House. Just by hearing the name, you can know how exaggerated the things in it are, but the following information is equivalent to pouring a bucket of cold water on Alka. In other words, the current World Key and World Treasure House are no longer as mythical as in the Golden Age. Because the world was broken, sleeping in pain, these two things had already changed and almost lost what they should be. So could this be the reason why the treasure was hidden, and no one had it? Alka couldn't help thinking, but there was no objection, and no information to prove it. But what he cared about most was the last sentence. The last straw? After sorting out his thoughts, Alka didn't think about it anymore. There was no point in being entangled. Whether it was a dream or reality, it couldn't meet the requirements. Thinking about it now would only add to the trouble. Time passed quickly. Alka received some information from Jason and his friends. He looked at the location of the treasure through the information again. and then fed back the expanded information to Jason and his friends. Just like before, Alka and his friends finally waited for the arrival of the gem they had booked. At this time, they were in the underground laboratory. Here, intense experiments were being carried out. A huge gem, as big as an adult's head, was floating in the center. There are many mechanical structures around, fixing it. Alka opened his eyes, held a stylus in his hand, carved something on the diamond. The things he carved were not printed on the surface of the gem, but on its inside. Simon controlled the machine, and there were many vast scholars around monitoring in various places. Alka's forehead was sweating from the delicate manipulation, but he could not make the slightest mistake. The novel carving magic and some materials were integrated into the inside of the gem through the stylus. After that, the gemstone began to carry and operate. It seemed to be about to be completed. Crack! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The gemstone fixed in the center directly appeared a crack, which spread to the surface. Looking at the crack, Alka exhaled deeply and dropped the engraving pen in his hand heavily. Failed. When Simon saw the scene, he also began to turn the data to analyze the cause, and plan the energy data just now. Following the order, the scholars who were still in surprise immediately began to act. After a careful inspection, Simon shook his head helplessly. This was news that was heavier than failure. There is still not enough material. It cannot bear the complete magic gathering structure. Now it cannot even bear the most basic structure. Not to mention the more things that need to be adjusted and added later. The material is far from meeting the standard we want. Simon leaned heavily against the wall next to him, not knowing what he was thinking. This was the hardest gem they could think of, which could meet their requirements. There must be harder materials, but they are not gemstones, and they cannot meet the standards of magic gathering stones. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory became extremely dull. This is not because the experiment encountered setbacks, but because this experiment almost failed and this project may be stagnant forever. It is not easy to find the right thing. Now they think that the reason for failure is that their methods are wrong, and their structural design is wrong. At least, they still have the motivation to work hard. Everyone, take a break and plan the materials on hand, Alka said. He walked out of the laboratory silently. Simon also leaned against the wall, thinking about something, looking at the situation of the two. These scholars could only plan the materials silently and take action. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this project might be stagnant for a long time. Whether it was thinking of a solution or the next material, it would take a long time to prepare. Alka left the laboratory, returned to the room, and threw a few treasures into the dream. These are the forces that provided the gem and other materials. As a reward, Alka needs to replan these treasures. Looking at the sky outside, the sky has fallen into the night. Tonight, a bright white full moon hangs high in the sky. Stars are dotted around. There is no galaxy, a rare night and moon. Looking at this moon, Alka left the city of return, walked towards this wilderness. On such a night, Ziadite should be there. Chapter 498 Couple. The sky is dotted with stars, and the full moon is shining brightly. An endless green grassland extends far into the distance. Alka walked over from the distant road. The bright moonlight shines down from the sky. Looking at this green grassland, compared to other places that are overly infected by the breath of the abyss, the reason why such green grass can grow here is mainly due to its proximity to the ruins of the former moon-worshipping temple. Looking from afar, you can see a figure sitting cross-legged in the air on a small slope. She raised her head slightly, facing the moon. Somehow, you always seem to feel the moonlight gathering on her, as if she is more favored by the moon than the surroundings. Alka slowly approached and sat down casually in a place where she would not disturb Ziadite. Recently, Ziadite's meditation always takes place in this area, and nights like tonight are her favorite. The moon at night is not like the sun during the day, hanging forever in the same place without moving at all. As time went by, the moon began to move in an arc in the sky, but the moonlight always gathered on Ziadite. Ziadite seemed to understand his treasure better in this way and improve his control. Not long after, the bright moonlight on Ziadite gradually dissipated, as if returning from a certain state. Her legs were hanging down, and she stood on the lawn. Standing there, she opened her eyes after a long while, and then turned her head to look at Alka, who was waiting beside her and staring at her. She came over and sat beside him, leaning on him. "Aren't you busy in the lab today? I remember the materials you've been waiting for so long seem to have been delivered during the day." "Right," Xiao asked with some doubt. It stands to reason that according to past experience, Arke might work day and night for several days before returning to normal. Hearing this, Arke looked at the moon in the sky and sighed. It failed. And it's a very serious and difficult problem to solve. There may not be any results in the short term. There was some frustration in his tone. Because now it has reached a stage where luck is needed, relying on luck to obtain a gem with sufficient hardness as a carrier. How can it be so easy? Xiao didn't know much about the specific situation of their research. Hearing this, he could only nod, sat up a little and hugged Alka. Alka fell down directly, his head resting on her legs. For such a situation, Xiao adjusted his sitting posture, reached out, and gently placed his hand on Alka's face. Using the soft palm of his hand, he rubbed his face carefully. Alka reached out and held the back of Xiao hand. The two of them just kept this posture, staying under the moonlight. You said, "Can we do it?" Xiao looked at the endless grassland, raised his hands to support his head, and suddenly asked, "We are trying. Aren't we?" "Yeah." Nodding. Xiao suddenly lowered his head, watching Alka looking at him carefully eye to eye. Suddenly he reached out and touched Alka's face, rubbing it gently. The connection between your spirit and your body has weakened again. It seems that the treasure of moonlight allows her to see the spirit and the body. After hearing this, Alka nodded helplessly. The kingdom is too big. With the help of the kings of the dream, the kingdom has developed too fast. This has caused me to be unable to suppress the strength in the dream. Now there is almost a difference of 2 stages. In reality, Alka's strength is at the 6th stage, but his strength in the dream has reached the 8th stage. Hearing this, Xiao asked with some worry, "Will there be a dilemma of separation?" This made Alka shake his head. No. Because after reaching the 8th stage, the strength in the dream has begun to slow down and is on par with reality. Hearing this, Xiao nodded with relief. "I still remember the first time I saw you," Xiao suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh? What did you think of me at that time?" Xiao smiled. "You were very stupid at that time. And you looked very confused. And very excited." "Okay. You dare to say that to me," Alka said. And suddenly turned over, hugged Xiao and the two rolled into a ball on the grass. After rolling around, Xiao just laid down like this, lying on Alka's body. Her head rested on his shoulder. Alka tilted her head and rested her face on the top of Xiao head, feeling the smooth touch of Xiao silver hair and the faint fragrance emanating from it. He reached out and hugged her. "I still remember it now. I still remember the first time you took me out to look for clues at the edge of the wheat field." Alka recalled and told the story. Xiao also made supplements from time to time, recalling every little bit of the past. Suddenly, Alka turned over and pressed Xiao under him, and touched Xiao nose. Looking at Xiao delicate face, and her beautiful eyes as bright as crystal. "I love you." Xiao looked at Alka with shining eyes. "I love you too. Do you love Lucilia?" Alka did not speak, but moved closer, and kissed Xiao delicate lips. Today's wind is slightly hot. The two of them stayed together for a long time, unwilling to separate, and even became more and more affectionate. A crack in space appeared behind Xiao, and the two fell into it together. They appeared in the small world. They appeared in a delicate bedroom in the brilliant city that had been tidied up long ago. They fell on the soft mattress, feeling the soft mattress behind her. Xiao finally couldn't help it, and her face became more and more rosy under the light of the room. "Your heart is beating very fast," Alka said with his face close to Xiao. And he didn't deliberately stare at her at this time. Xiao voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Is it beating for me?" The voice was filled with shyness that was hard to see. If you didn't listen carefully, you would almost lose it. Erica smiled and asked Xiao in her ear, "Do you feel my heartbeat for you?" "You don't." "Say it." Xiao voice was almost trembling and inaudible. Erica could feel that Xiao skin temperature against her face was gradually rising, and even began to get hot. "Be my moon, dear." With a snap of fingers, the room went completely dark. Only the lingering sound remained, and the heavy breathing alternated. At this time, inside the great library of the brilliant city, the huge and magnificent library was always brightly lit. A large number of ghost scholars walked through the library. Some were sorting and maintaining books. Some were recording, and some were reading. Ghost knights can be seen patrolling outside the library. Lucilia also maintained her normal ghost form and sat at a desk in the distance. Under the bright light, she quietly flipped through the books in her hands. Next to her, Lumina was also flipping through the books in her hands, and the two of them occasionally had some brief exchanges. Suddenly, Lumina stopped flipping through the books and looked not far away. Seeing this, Lucilia followed her gaze slightly. That was Hengist, who was on routine patrol in the library. He rode his ghost horse around the library. No sound, would not affect anyone's reading, and would not touch anything. It was perfect for the ghost knight to patrol in the library. Looking at this situation, Lucilia couldn't help but smile. "Do you like him?" Hearing Lucilia's words, Lumina turned her head and looked at her without hiding anything, but smiled and nodded. "Yes. I love him. If it weren't for me, he would have returned to peace long ago, and his soul would have ascended to the kingdom of God. Instead of being like this now, in this depraved state." Lumina's words were full of guilt. Hearing this, Lucilia shook her head and said, "We can all see that. He loves you too. Doesn't he? Even if he turns into a soul after death, he is willing to stay by your side. You shouldn't resist him, because of the guilt in your heart, it will only make him." Before Lucilia finished her words, Lumina nodded uncomfortably. "I know, I just can't face myself." It was enough to stop there. Lucilia stopped talking and nodded. Compared to the previous time when they talked about these things, Lumina is much better now, which shows that some of her actions are still effective. Thinking of this, Lucilia couldn't help but smile. Looking at Lucilia's smile, Lumina calmed down her emotions after a while, and asked with a smile, "You and His Majesty Arca? Ah, you should be very close, aren't you, and the silver-haired Miss Sayadidi?" Lucilia nodded. "You should have taken the initiative and taken him down hard." Lumina suddenly became fierce, stretched out her hand, and clenched her fist, and said fiercely. She could not do it herself, but she could always make sense when giving advice to others. Hearing Lumina's fierce words, Lucilia couldn't help but touch her cheek shyly. Suddenly she frowned. The change in her expression made Lumina ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" I feel something is wrong." Lucilia frowned. A strange fluctuation. She frowned. Then she couldn't help but close her eyes, carefully feeling where the vibration came from, where it came from, why it could affect her. With the feeling of pulling the soul vibration, she finally felt the source of the vibration connection in her heart. It was Alka who had a high connection with her soul. Alka's soul was fluctuating abnormally now. Very excited? Is there an accident? Lucilia couldn't help thinking, and then began to check according to the spread of the soul vibration. As she mastered the cursed sword, her control over the soul became more and more aggressive. If her control over the soul was peaceful, she was more self-centered and ownerless. After mastering the cursed sword, her control over the soul became compulsory, very aggressive and aggressive. In addition to the soul connection with Alka, she easily glimpsed Alka's abnormal state based on the previous connection. Bing! Lucilia, who noticed the abnormal state, immediately made a nasal sound. The soul of the whole person exuded a slightly red emotion at some point, and this color climbed up her face. Lumina sat next to her, watching this scene in shock. She didn't know what happened to Lucilia, why she suddenly became like this. It seemed that she saw something incredible. "What's wrong with you? Do you need help?" Hearing Lumina's words, Lucilia waved her hand quickly, but her face was already like a boiled shrimp, and the smoke of the evaporating soul kept coming out of her head. "But the top of your head." Lumina pointed at the top of Lucilia's head, and couldn't help but say, I saw it, She didn't say it in the end. Then, for some reason, she thought of Lucilia's words just now. Looking at her, she put her hands on Lucilia's shoulders, and said solemnly, "Lumina, you are right, I should have taken the initiative to attack fiercely." When she said this, she could clearly hear the nervous trembling in Lucilia's voice. She was forcing herself to take the position. But this sentence seemed to cheer her up, and her condition was obviously much better. Although Lumina didn't know what was happening now, she still nodded vigorously, clenched her fist, and said to Lucilia with a very serious expression, "Yes, that's it. Damn Sayadidi. We agreed to be together." Humph! Lumina's eyes widened from this short sentence, and she seemed to see a lot of things in this short sentence. According to this series of changes, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands to cover her surprised mouth. But her eyes revealed a strong desire for knowledge. Suppressing her desire for knowledge, Lumina grabbed Lucilia's hand, Yes, that's right. Go for it. All this is for love. Lucilia nodded vigorously. The soul turned into a mist, flew out in an instant, and went straight through the wall of the library. It was unknown where it went. Lumina suppressed her desire for knowledge and muttered to herself, "There will be something interesting to watch later." She decided to pay close attention in the next few days. If she looked at him for 1 second less, she would regret it. At this time, Hengist, who was on patrol, came to her side and looked at Lumina. What happened to Miss Lumina? Looking at Hengist, who came out of nowhere, Lumina was startled, and then waved her hand. No, nothing. Hengist just looked at Lumina. The resolute look made Lumina intoxicated and confused. When she reacted, Hengist had already ridden his horse to her side and stretched out his hand. Ms. Lumina, are you willing to ride with me? Looking at the hand that Hengist extended, Lumina wanted to refuse, but her body involuntarily extended her hand and placed it on it. Hengist gently pulled her and hugged her, letting her sit in front of him. I am very grateful for your kindness. Then the ghost's warhorse carried the two of them, leaving the library and heading to the square outside. His Majesty is right. As a man, you should take the initiative, Hengist thought silently. At this time, inside the brilliant city, in a splendid room, the lights in the room were dimly lit up at some point. Crystal sweat covered Ziadai's face, like pearls. Her red and delicate hands were placed on Alka's chest. The two were taking a break. Your heart is beating faster than before. As he spoke, Ziadai approached Alka and sniffed gently. And the smell of worry? Alka pondered for a moment and said silently, at the beginning, I felt the exploration of Lucilia's soul. Ah! Ziadai was shocked, and his face became redder and redder. Not only was she shy, but she also felt betrayed. Thinking of the agreement with Lucilia, the lights in the room suddenly became dimmer. Wisps of souls gathered one after another, slowly forming a girl's human form. The human form of souls gathered on the bed. The ghost girl's legs floated slightly in the air, her eyes fixed on the two of them. Lucilia, Ziadai shouted awkwardly. Damn it! Lucilia screamed inexplicably, and her whole body became more and more red. No matter what, I can't fall behind. As if to encourage herself, Lucilia shouted, and then rushed over. The power of the soul pulled, because the souls of the three of them had a deep connection with Alka's dream. Under Lucilia's special control, the souls of the two people sank into Alka's dream with Lucilia. In Alka's dream, the creatures created by Alka tilted their heads from time to listen to the sound coming from the air. These little animals had no idea where the sound came from. This time, it fits better than the flesh, and blends better than reality. Chapter 499, Returning from the Treasure Hunt. La 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 la, it's time to eat. The two puppet girls placed the breakfast tray on the dining table. While placing the tray, they hummed a song. After putting the tray down, the two puppet girls danced together in the air. Since Juanlu followed Jason and the others to search for treasure, the puppet girls, who were Juanlu's apprentices, stayed with Alka and the others. Simon sat at the dining table early and ate the breakfast on the tray slowly. In the past, he might not even come to eat, but now he eats slowly, mainly to sort out the ideas in his mind, thinking about how to solve the problems encountered yesterday. At this time, a crack leading to the small world appeared next to the dining table. Alka walked out from it. Lucilia shook her legs on her shoulders, and her body was close to Alka's head. There was a smile on her face. Alka pulled Ziadai back with his right hand, and the two of them held hands tightly, clasping their fingers together, and came to the dining table and sat down. Even the seats were closer. However, Simon did not understand these changes in details. He was still focused on the food on the plate. He was thinking about something in his mind. Suddenly he asked, "Do you think it would be okay if we don't use gems?" Hearing Simon's words, Alka's face was a little confused. It was difficult for him to focus on other directions now. Ah? Hearing Alka's puzzled voice, Simon raised his head and stared at Alka, somewhat strange. The gemstone is not flexible enough to bear the load. If we use another material, will it work? He repeated it. This time Alka understood, pulled his attention back from other places, and nodded after a long while. Maybe we can try, I'm not sure, but we can only say that we can't hold too high hopes. Then the two of them slowly talked while eating breakfast. Alka also talked and laughed with Ziadai and Lucilia from time to time, and they were inseparable. A silver thread tied the back of the chair, and then a small figure swung up and sat on Xiaodaidi's shoulder. It was Air. As soon as he sat on Xiaodaidi's shoulder, Air clearly felt something was wrong. Xiaodaidi had finished breakfast at this time, and stared at Aka's face while talking with his chin in his hand. Air frowned strangely, and couldn't help poking Xiaodaidi's face twice. Xiaodaidi just moved it casually, indicating that she should stop annoying him. Weird. Too weird. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at Aka? Hearing the voice, Xiaodaidi finally drew his attention back, turning his head to look at Air on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Something's wrong, very wrong. Air stood on Xiaodaidi's shoulder, and couldn't help but observe carefully. For others, Xiaodaidi didn't seem to be anything special at the moment. But for Air, Xiaodaidi was very wrong. Then he saw that Lucilia on Aka's shoulder was also wrong. What happened to them? Their behavior completely touched Air's blind spot in knowledge. She couldn't help but let go of her shoulder and drag the two puppet girls, who liked cooking, away. She decided to ask the other sisters. However, with the experience of the puppet girls, even if they talked to each other for a long time, the final conclusion was that the two of them were crazy. Or such behavior, it is normal to appear from time to time. Lumina sat in front of Hengus. The two of them rode the ghost's warhorse together, and were slowly circling around the great library. But Lumina's eyes were fixed on one direction, full of desire for knowledge. Hengus sat behind Lumina and followed her gaze. It was in the reading area of the library. Your Majesty. Xiaodaidi and Lucilia were flipping through books together. There was nothing wrong. But Lumina kept staring. Even if she went around in different directions, she would observe from different angles. Lumina. What are you observing? No. Nothing. Lumina's voice was a little regretful. She didn't see the plot she wanted to see. Instead, I saw an overly harmonious picture. I couldn't help but lean back and stick to Henga's soul armor. As time passed, everyone's daily life seemed to return to peace. Jason and others were looking for treasures in the distance, and from time to time, they fed back the information they knew. Alka then passed on the treasure information, expanded from their information to them again, so that their treasure hunting progress would be accelerated, and so on. Alka himself would occasionally join Simon's research, or forge some treasure carriers, and observe some treasures that passed through his hands. The more treasures he collected, the more he could see and discover some problems and details that he had never discovered before. The carrier of the treasure and the divine essence of the treasure would also change according to their functions, which would also help him improve his strength. Lucilia, in mastering the cursed sword, had a deeper grasp of the power of the soul, and thanks to the activities at night, she had more and more experience in the soul. Xiaodaidi always meditated at night, and when there was a moon, he felt the power of the moon. After the meditation, I directly entered the small world. In the brilliant city, there is a room that has been requisitioned. If anyone notices it, they will find that the light in this room is sometimes bright and sometimes dim every night. In the dreamland, in Alka's dream bubble, a closed space is also separated. You can always see the figure of a soul swaying in it. There are heavy panting sounds transmitted around, but it will not spread outside Alka's dream. Only at this time, Alka's dream was so solid that it refused any visitors. Only the dream animals in the forest outside gradually got used to the noise. Outside this closed space, many dream creatures would gather from time to time. On this day, the door was opened. A group of people filed in. Finally back. A group of people entered the living room. It was Jason and others, who had been searching for treasure outside for nearly a year and came back. Simon was sitting in the living room, writing something in his notebook, with a thoughtful expression. Seeing Jason and the others coming back, he smiled, put away his notebook and stood up. Finally back. This treasure hunt. The harvest is not small. Hearing Simon's words, Jason nodded with a smile. Several women went upstairs to change into some clean and light clothes, to wash off the traces of running all the way. After a long time, everyone gathered in the hall again. Where are Alka and the others? Madlisa asked in confusion. What was unusual about the crowd gathered here was that, except for Alka and the other two, everyone was there. They should still be resting, Simon said indifferently. Rest? Julia repeated in a strange tone. Simon nodded. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Are they so lazy? They have become so lax, Jason said in surprise. Because now, it has been an hour and a half since the curtain of the sky was opened. You have to know that this is the boundless sea, and the night and day are equal. Under normal circumstances, he should have woken up at night and started doing other things. It is rare that he has not woken up during the day. This usually happens to Simon, not to others. Have you been studying late recently? Have you spent a lot of energy? Mad Lisa asked Simon. But Simon's state doesn't seem like it. If Simon is obsessed with research, he will really not rest for months. Especially now that he is stronger. But now Simon is in an unusually full state. To be honest, it is actually very rare to see such a state in Simon. This shows that for a long time recently, Simon's work and rest schedule has been very normal. This is extremely rare for a research madman like him. Hearing this, Simon shook his head. Our research has been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. So I have recently shifted my focus to other directions, to see if I can find something that can replace it, and I need to read more books. Rest more and clear your mind. Maybe you can get some inspiration. There were several thick books piled up next to Simon's feet, all borrowed from the big library. While everyone was chatting, a space crack appeared in the middle of the living room. The crack opened into a door for Shuttle, Alka, and the other two walked out. Looking at the state of the three people, everyone obviously noticed something was wrong. This state was very different from when they left. Several people narrowed their eyes slightly, observing. Alka came out with a smile on his face, looking energetic. Lucilia, in a normal ghost state, put her hands around Alka's shoulders and hung behind him with a smile. Xia Daidi took Alka's hand and walked out. The three of them talked and laughed, and it was unknown what they were talking about. But it can be seen that the relationship between the three of them has become very close and harmonious. Far more than before. It seems normal. But Jason and others, who have been working together for many years, found something wrong. This is too obvious. You are back. Thank you for your hard work. Alka looked at the group of people in the living room, and said with a smile of surprise. Although he knew that Jason and others would come back soon. Xia Daidi and Lucilia also walked towards Julia and others. Did nothing really happen? Jason sat next to Simon and asked quietly. What happened? Simon turned his head and asked with a frown, and couldn't help thinking about what was wrong in his mind. Looking at Simon's expression, Jason roughly understood, and waved his hand. It's okay. Why would he ask Simon such a thing? He talked to Alka, who came over. Julia took Xia Daidi's hand and looked at her face seriously. What's wrong? Looking at Julia's eyes, Xia Daidi reached out and touched his face, asking and answering in confusion. Looking at Xia Daidi touching his face, the soft and charming movement. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Mad Lisa also looked at Lucilia in front of her, then she turned around and looked at Julia, together with Eurylius next to her. The three of them pulled the two upstairs. They came directly to Xia Daidi's room upstairs. As soon as the door was opened, a faint and very subtle dull smell emanated from it. The windows were closed. It seemed that there had been no ventilation for a long time. It was clear that no one had lived here for a while. It was obviously not right to put such a state in a bedroom. In this situation, several people seemed to understand something. Mad Lisa reached out and touched the cabinet next to her, and looked at the light dust on her fingers. She waved her hand. The vine stretched out and opened the window for ventilation, and quickly cleaned the dust in the room. Several girls sat down beside the bed. Mad Lisa looked at Xia Daidi and touched her hand, and her arm. The skin is smoother and more shiny. She looked up at Xia Daidi's smiling face. He stretched out his upper arms and pinched her face. His lower arms also touched Xia Daidi's waist. It seemed that some simple inspections were being carried out. Xia Daidi was rubbed and touched by the two men in confusion. She probably knew what the two men were checking. Finally, Eurylius even leaned over and sniffed around Xia Daidi's neck. The smell is not right. The fragrant smell is mixed with a charming smell. What charming smell? You are so weird. Xia Daidi pushed Eurylius's head away and said strangely to the three people. It's not strange at all. Eurylius and Jason did. Eurylius's proud words had not yet been finished. Julia immediately covered her mouth. I told you, you can't say such rude words. Daidi and Lucilia also knew why the three of them pulled him up. They looked at each other and smiled. They stretched out their hands and held them together, looking at the three people in front of them, and said, It's just as you think. A faint blush climbed up their faces. Seeing the two admit it, Julia's face was calm, but a hint of redness could still be seen. An expression that said, as expected. Matrissa was a little shy, and her face was obviously red. Eurylius opened his mouth curiously, as if he wanted to ask something. Then, From time to time, there were cries of surprise from the girls talking to each other. Julia's expression became surprised. Matrice's face became even redder, but she couldn't help but open her eyes wide and listen carefully. Aurelius interrupted excitedly, pulling the topic to a lower limit. Souls together. Good, very powerful. Shall I also try with Jason? The topic gradually ran wildly like a wild horse, running in a direction that could not be pulled back. You can do it. Did you have a happy time during our absence? Jason nudged Alka with his elbow. With a happy smile on his face, he could be considered an experienced person. Juanlu also smiled and nodded. It's okay, Alka said calmly. Stop it. Look at your smile, Jason said, glancing at him with disdain. Then several people laughed. Of course, this does not include Simon and Porwaro. Their brain circuits and attention are slightly different from those of normal men. After a long while, everyone sat together in the living room again. Alka looked at Jason and others and asked, "How was the harvest?" Although he asked this question, Alka and Jason and others often maintained communication, so he probably had an idea of the harvest. Jason nodded. Then Aurelius appeared with a dazzling crystal wrapped in his hands. And in the crystal was sealed a divine essence. In Alka's eyes, this divine essence exuded an orange glow. In this divine essence, it emitted a dazzling light, and the golden light ball twisted and entangled inside it, like a spiral. This was the only orange, scepter-level treasure they had obtained this time. It was also the last orange scepter-level treasure they could obtain in World Scar at this stage. Other orange dots still appeared on the map. But either they could not see any information, or they could not see any information at all. Have you tried to find out who this divine essence is suitable for? Alka took the crystal in his hand and asked after looking at it carefully. Looking at this divine essence with his eyes, it seemed that its function was slightly strange. He did not know what to say. The main reason was that he actually saw some kind of phantom on this divine essence, and he could only understand it better when he was pulled into a dream. Jason nodded. It's very suitable for Juanlu, very well matched. Hearing this, Alka looked at Juanlu and nodded. Then it was basically confirmed that this protection matched Juanlu. Very well matched. There was basically no suspense. Then Aurelius took out a treasure, and another crystal. These two treasures were at the level of the Holy Grail emitting golden light. But one of them was a treasure like a hammer, and the hammer had complicated patterns on it, which was neither eye-catching, but not plain either. And the other crystal contained a divine essence. The divine essence of the Holy Grail level was very easy to identify. The appearance of this divine essence was like a crystal, shining with a kind of brilliant refracted light, light and transparent. It matched the appearance of the crystal that wrapped it very well. Alka looked at this divine essence. He saw the toughness, stability, brilliant and colorful properties in it. Like a gem. Looking at this divine essence, Alka frowned. He suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but reach out and hold the divine crystal in his hand, and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, his face gradually showed ecstasy, and he turned his head to look at Simon. There is a way. There is a way. Looking at Alka's expression and hearing his words, and then looking at the divine essence wrapped in crystal in Alka's hand, Simon seemed to react instantly and thought of something, and his face became ecstatic. Can it work? The others were confused. Chapter 500, Creating a Meditation Stone. This divine essence. It is like a diamond, so its color is like a diamond-like light ball. It is hard, stable, and has a dazzling characteristic. Alka has handled so many treasures and divine essences, and has already had his own understanding of treasures. Treasure craftsman, in addition to Alka's important ability to separate the treasure carrier and the divine essence through the dream smelting tower. Or it is because Alka has his own unique and in-depth understanding of the nature of treasures and the carriers of treasures. Every time he makes a treasure, Alka will not make the carrier casually, but will analyze the essence of divinity with his own eyes, matching materials, even rituals, to make a perfect carrier. This gives him a deeper understanding of the nature of treasures. Simon is the same. Many carriers are made or assisted by Simon. So when Alka picked up the divine essence and expressed something, Simon understood it instantly. Don't you two play dumb? Don't you see we are also curious? Jason said beside him. The two people's communication made everyone look confused. But they just knew that this thing should be very important. Hearing this, Alka smiled, still holding the divine essence wrapped in crystal in his hand. Because the color of the divine essence and the shell of the crystal, it looks unusually matched. He smiled and explained, You should know that in the past 6 months, our main research has been to create a device that can replace the magic gathering stone. Everyone nodded. The magic gathering stone has helped them a lot along the way. But after all, it is just a device developed in ancient times, when their strength reached the 5th stage before. It was already difficult to supply. When Alka and his team reached the 6th stage, the magic gathering stone could no longer provide any help. After all, the gap between each stage is huge, and the demand for magic power is increasing exponentially. To be honest, it is surprising that Alka and his team can persist to the 5th stage. It can only be said that it is a product of the Golden Age. But you also know that we have encountered a problem. That is, the materials are not good. We can't find materials that can bear it. After all, such a huge amount of magic power needs to be converted and condensed. Recently, we are even thinking about whether to turn the magic gathering stone into a huge building for our use. This is the alternative solution that Alka and his team have recently developed. The small magic gathering function is gathered in a gem. Even if this gem is already the limit, it is still a bit difficult to make the magic power required to be converted to supply the 6th stage. After all, the magic power required for the 6th stage and above is so exaggerated. So they plan to expand the magic gathering ability, using various expensive materials and buildings to form a magic gathering building like a magic array altar or a tower. Since the quality requirements cannot be met, then the quantity will be piled up. If miniaturization doesn't work, then expand it, so the material requirements will be significantly reduced. But since this kind of building has basically completely deviated from the original structure of the magic gathering stone, they need to study the new structure almost from scratch. And the final product will definitely not be convenient to carry, and the operation will be troublesome. It will take more time. But sometimes there is no other way. However, with a small world, the portability can be ignored. But it's good to have this divine essence. This divine essence itself is similar to a gem. I suspect that the divinity inside may be separated from the rules of gems in the world. We just need to quickly fuse everything after everything is ready. Even if the gem carrier can't bear it, we can integrate the divine essence into it at this time. In this way, the gem carrier can be improved instantly, and the magic gathering function can be integrated into it, without causing damage. The only difficulty is the mastery of the treasure carrier, and the timing of fusing the treasure, but this is not a difficulty for me. Because Alka has handled and fused too many treasures, he actually has records of almost every one of them, and has perfectly mastered the timing of integration, especially the Holy Grail level treasures. Therefore, the difficulty in this process is not a difficulty for Alka. Will this work? Julia frowned and asked beside her. Although she didn't understand it very well, the method Alka said was a bit like a forced way to find a loophole. It was a bit like taking advantage of a loophole. Alka nodded. It works. Just like the appearance of the treasure is a long sword, even if the divine essence integrated into it is to control the water flow, it will not affect the ability of the long sword to chop. Just like your phonograph, if the divine essence carried by your phonograph is to control fire, it will not affect its ability to retain sound at all. Because this is the inherent ability of the carrier. Alka explained it briefly to everyone. This kind of ability, in fact, taking Simon's treasure as an example, is the most useful. Simon's 2 treasures made of divine essence are like this. The treasure that can be turned into a mecha close to the body, the essential nature is actually to increase the hardness of the material. The energy gathering treasure that can be transformed into a weapon, essentially gathers energy. Gathering energy does not affect the weapon's ability to be transformed into long-range and close combat modes, improving the hardness of the treasure, nor does it affect the mecha's ability to expand and shrink close to the body. Because this is the function of the carrier itself. After listening to Alka's explanation, everyone probably understood. That is to say, because the treasure has the characteristics of being hard and difficult to destroy. So you want to take advantage of the moment when the previous research failed, and integrate the essence of divinity into this gap. In this way, the material has the characteristics of being hard and indestructible, and the ability to gather magic has been integrated into it. So the treasure will not be affected. If it is suitable, it will also adapt to each other, and form a real treasure. Lucilia repeated it with her own understanding. Alka nodded. That's what he meant. But don't worry. There is already a certain idea in mind. And now it's just a matter of planning in detail. Okay. Put this question aside for now. And we will study it later. As Alka said this, he threw the treasure like a hammer, and the Holy Grail level divine essence in his hand into the space. Holy Grail level treasures are the icing on the cake for them, equivalent to collections. Looking at the Holy Grail level treasures being thrown into Alka's small world like garbage, Xiao said helplessly, "How about we find a way to deal with these Holy Grail level treasures? It's really unacceptable to leave them like this all the time. After all, it's fine to leave 1 or 2 treasures like this, but they now have 15 Holy Grail level treasures in total. 15 Holy Grail level treasures are just sitting there without doing anything. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable?" Hearing Xiao words, everyone nodded with lingering fear. It was indeed so. If it was before, I would definitely agree. But now? I don't know why. I always feel that leaving it there will not be wrong. As he spoke, Alka's eyes blinked and emitted a layer of light golden light. The person he was looking at couldn't help but tremble for a moment. There was an illusion of being seen through. "Since you saw something different, then leave it alone." Xiao nodded and said, "I originally left it alone because I thought it was useless. Since it is useful, then it is right to leave it alone." As for Alka's eyes that can see through secrets, everyone knows more or less, but they don't know that these eyes are related to the speed of their treasure hunting. They think it is just a peculiar body structure. As Alka becomes stronger and stronger in his dreams, Alka could always vaguely perceive the source of his eyes being like this. He had basically determined that the Virgin Mary did not know the source of his eye problems. Or rather, the Virgin Mary knew, but did not know the specific source. Alka's strength in the dream had reached the 8th stage. It was a stage that was enough to become a god. And the problem with his own eyes could no longer be hidden. He had a feeling that, as long as he advanced one more stage, he would be able to find out the secret of his eyes. If he could find out the secret of his eyes, naturally, his eyes would be able to see more and more things. So whenever he was about to get rid of those treasures, his eyes, that could see through secrets, could see something vague. Just leave it like this. It won't be wrong. While thinking, Alka looked at the orange divine essence in front of him. "Juanlu, tell me what shape you want." With the return of Jason and others, Alka and his team started to get busy again. The first thing was to construct Juanlu's scepter level treasure. This was the 3rd scepter level treasure Alka had constructed, and he already had enough experience. In addition, they are not short of materials at all, and the great library is in their small world. The construction of this treasure can be done slowly, and it must meet Juanlu's wishes. After all, this is a powerful treasure. In addition, they are now very important to upgrade the magic gathering stone, since Juanlu's treasure is still under design. Now Alka and his team are preparing for the final stage of constructing the magic gathering stone. The venue was naturally not chosen in the outside world, but in the small world. On an ordinary field in the small world, a single-story, but large-scale research laboratory was built at some point. A crack opened above the laboratory, absorbing the magic power from outside. At this time, an area for manufacturing had been built in the open air on the top of the laboratory. In addition to Alka and Simon, there was a circle of Vastua researchers standing nearby. They were responsible for observation and recording. Further outside were Xiao and others, who were also watching nearby, and several ghost scholars could be seen. These ghost scholars also joined the research. At this time, a complex device consisting of 4 mechanical tentacles was built on the open roof. In the center of the device was a big gem. The shape of the gem was constructed into a rhombus, which was very pure and transparent, giving people a feeling that it was extremely clean. The new gem, which was slightly better than the previous one, was obtained at a greater cost. In addition to this conical gem, there were also several matching small stones around the gem, tightly attached to the gem. Everything is ready. Under Alka's control, the divine essence has been freed from the protection, and is floating beside him. Alka took the KB, and came to the gem. He took a deep breath. Start. The order was given. The mechanical device began to inject strange fluid materials and magic power into the gem. Alka took the engraving pen, and began to continue engraving inside the gem through his ability. The injected energy and fluid materials began to spread and connect with Alka's engraving. Due to the high concentration and constant control of the rhythm of his magic input, Alka had to have some beads of sweat on his head, which showed that it was not easy. The whole process continued for 3 hours. Alka was concentrating, and the sweat on his head became more and more dense. His breathing was still steady and rhythmic. Finally, the last stroke was completed. But the whole process was not over yet. As the carving was completed, the magic gathering stone began to run automatically. As the gem began to operate, the surrounding magic power quickly gathered, and was drawn out of a vacuum range in a moment. The gem began to shake and tremble in the air, and was in danger of collapse at any time. Now Alka controlled the divine essence that had already floated nearby and began to integrate it. The divine essence easily entered the interior of the gem. As soon as the divine essence entered, the function that was originally automatically turned on by the magic gathering stone was actually turned off directly. The integration of the divine essence was very smooth. Alka didn't know how many times he had done this procedure, and it became extremely handy. Soon, the essence of divinity was integrated into it. Just as they thought, the whole process was extremely smooth, and Alka's timing of integration was also perfect. The machine was broken, unable to withstand the magic power, and various materials scattered all over the ground. And the gem, due to its restrained nature, became like an ordinary gem and fell to the ground. Alka picked it up, looking at the treasure in his hand. The magic power was infused into the gem, but the gem was obviously resisting. However, resistance was useless. Alka directly entangled the aura of his 2 scepter-level treasures in the magic power. In an instant, the resistance of the gem was suppressed, and it was used compulsorily. Alka was not going to use the power of this treasure, nor did he need to master it in depth, so there was no problem with the direct forced use. The treasure of the superior had a suppressive power on the subordinate. As long as they could withstand the resistance between each other, and only use the power of one of the treasures during the use process, there would be no problem. Not to mention, they were only going to use the original function of the treasure carrier, not the protective ability. As the magic power was infused into the treasure, it began to emit a brilliant light. The ability of the treasure itself was no longer important. What was important was the function of the gem itself. As the magic power was infused into the gem, the small gem attached to it floated up and floated in the air with the conical gem. It began to absorb the magic power around it. It could feel that the efficiency was more exaggerated than they expected. Obviously, the integration of divinity did not just provide solidity. Since it started at the level of the 6th stage, the absorption of magic power was extremely exaggerated, and a vortex of magic power was formed in an instant. The surrounding magic power was drained, and the cracks leading to the outside world appeared instantly. Like a tornado, the magic power showed its shape and was drawn in from the outside world. The gem formed a space for meditation. The surrounding matching gems began to filter. The thick and pure absorbed magic power gathered together. Alka sat cross-legged on the spot and began to meditate. He needed to experience whether the power of this treasure was enough. Under the observation of everyone and the recording of data, Alka soon opened his eyes. Wiping the sweat from meditation, he waved his hand to close the treasure. No problem. Just like the magic gathering stone before, it can bless our current meditation. And the bonus is very high. It seems that our meditation speed will be even higher in the future. The integration of divinity definitely strengthened the ability of the magic gathering stone itself. After all, the essence of divinity in the treasure itself is something of the world. It is very easy to control the surrounding magic conversion and absorption. Although he didn't know what the 8th and 9th stages were, Alka estimated that this gem could at least quickly provide them with magic power until the 8th stage. Alka said, with a smile on his face. They could now continue to meditate as quickly as before to improve their strength. Give it a name, Xiaodaidi said with a smile. Let's call it the meditation stone. Hearing this, everyone smiled helplessly. Really lazy. But it was indeed simple and direct. Alka smiled and said nothing more, but took the treasure to Simon and said, the ability of this treasure itself is to increase the strength and flexibility of the treasure. In addition to the nature of the treasure itself, we can overload it as much as we want, so that the exaggerated power that we dared not think of before may be realized. Of course, now we can only add it to the extent of supporting facilities, but we can use this treasure as the core to use their previous arrogant ideas. This is the real way to exert the power of this treasure. Otherwise, why did Alka choose this divine essence to adapt to the ability of this meditation stone? It was because he had such an idea before, and now it seems that the idea can be realized. Hearing this, Simon pondered and nodded. Perhaps it can make the magic gathering power of the treasure reach a higher level. After all, this treasure will not break. Many ideas in the past were because the materials were not strong enough. But now this treasure will not break, and the power it can carry will definitely exceed their imagination. Crazy ideas have been realized.